He immediately rushed towards him. Grid was already waiting. He thought to himself, he didn't see anything outstanding in their fighting ability. Piero also said that the Red Knights were very strong. He had to be careful in the first 10 seconds. He shouted, in the middle of a battle, "Are you thinking about anything else, you arrogant guy?" Feeling sharp, he immediately appeared behind him. There was no time to react to his speed. Seeing this, Pluton said contemptuously, "When blocking the attack in front of you, you must also guard against threats from the side. Swordsmanship is endless." He swung a series of swords towards the Grid, and he immediately swung his sword to fight back. He said arrogantly, "With this move you can't avoid it. A duke of a small country like you, be grateful to meet a master like me so you can learn many things in this vast world. Engrave the sword of a great power in your eyes, let's go." Suddenly his swords flew back towards him. He cried out in panic, "Did you knock back my sword? So you're not completely weak, but that's not enough for you to stop me." He raised his sword and called out. The sword penetrated. Could the mirror avoid this large-scale attack? Many streams of sword air flew down and punctured the ground, each type flying towards the Grid. The notice board popped up continuously. Damage 2362, damage 2510, damage 2487. Grid ignored all that, just rushed forward ignoring all the damage, not understanding that he was in danger. He still said contemptuously, under the pressure of countless blades, "Let's see how long you can stop them. The blood will slowly drain out, you bastard. You should remember." Haven't finished the sentence yet. Grid's sword skill slashed his body. Suddenly he thought, the sword skill, even if he used the sharp sense skill and the red armor skill, the Puddle Knight could not defend. Moreover, in such a rain of swords, could he still counterattack? Grid rushed to activate Pagma's swordsmanship. Super increases attack power by 2 times. Basic attacks turn into ranged attacks. Then rushed towards him, still with that arrogant attitude. He smiled, "I commend you for being attacked continuously like that and being able to use dual swords and blacksmithing techniques to block it. But with the Knight Order's armor increasing technique, you should not try to penetrate this defense." The armor he just created in front of those swords was like a few pieces of tofu. They burst apart after just one pass. The remaining swords rushed straight at him. Painfully he thought to himself, something is wrong. How could he penetrate my defense? I have a feeling this battle cannot be won. He turned around and landed safely. Only then did he realize how worried he was. He thought, this time he was holding 2 swords with a much more powerful move. No, I can't let the reputation of the Red Knight be tarnished. He shouted to the remaining Black Knights, "You hold him back to buy time for me to call for reinforcements. Even if we die we must stop him." They quickly replied, "Yes, we understand." After saying that, they rushed forward and shouted, "Come, you bastard, don't try to get past us. This time let's enjoy it with me." Tang Tang was the Empire's famous Red Knight, but now he was beaten and ran away like a child coming home to tell his mother. Grid saw this and rushed forward angrily. The link was activated. He crossed and slashed away every snoring person. He shouted angrily, "This is Heroi's part, pay for what you have done. And this is for my sake, for your crime of daring to stop me, you must bear all my wrath." Jumped up and cut each person in half. Pluton now looked back worriedly and said, "It's true that fighting like crazy is no different from a devil. The guy who was beaten to death was someone else, so why was his part more?" The notice board appeared on the Grid. The Black Knight de Bear had been dealt with. He had received 8,960,000 experience points. He had leveled up, now reaching level 196. He immediately rushed towards him, not forgetting to say, "Heroi, 4 I've almost exhausted the remaining guy's blood. You finish them off, Heroi." He thought to himself, from now on there are only 4 more levels left to reach level 300. This level change is right before your eyes. Thinking about it, he smiled and said, "Piero warned me so much that I had some expectations, but they were so weak." He rushed down and said, "Hey, I'm tired, stop and run away. Unequip Brahma's boots and equip Grid's boots." Pluton at this moment cried out in panic, "This guy is truly a monster. How many legendary items does he have? If he keeps following him like that maybe we need to fight." He thought to himself, the most ultimate secret technique is only taught to Red Knights. I have to use it. Accumulating his anger on the blade of his sword, he shouted loudly, there is nothing that the Empire's sword cannot cut. The blood of the sword rushed into the sky. Grid now shouted closely. The two swords now collided, many shock waves emitted everywhere. Pluton's unique move was now easily neutralized by Grid. He thought in panic at this moment. The secret technique contained the 300-year history of the Red Knight Order. Such an old sword skill. I definitely believe this sword move will defeat him. Super feeling. Super sensation. All sensations will reach a transcendent level. Can predict 100% of the opponent's actions within a radius of 10 meters within 5 seconds. He thought to himself, if you use too much super sense, it can cause overload on the brain and affect your life. But if you can win in exchange, then the price is too good to pay. It takes 5 seconds for the knee to return to its original position after landing. It takes 1 second for the spine to return to the starting position. And it takes 0.5 seconds for the brain to perceive the situation and recognize the enemy. 0.5 seconds of limited vision as the enemy disappears from sight in an instant. 0.5 seconds to move the muscles at full speed to react. If I only see 1 second of his vulnerability, the victory will be mine, he shouted, swinging his sword. You will regret confronting me, you brat. Before he could finish his sentence, Grid swung his sword and cut that guy in half. He shouted angrily at this moment, that bastard swordsman of a small country, actually dared to attack the Empire's Red Knights? Yes, now just relax and laugh. The leader of the Red Blood group will reclaim the debt. This. Grid immediately replied, I have fought with other Red Knights who are much better than you. The Red Knights I know are only 2 people. It seems like you've taken your team leader too seriously. Save him too, he thought to himself, and that Pascal guy too. Just wait. After the fight, it's over. With Grid, the notification panel appears. Defeated Pluton. The 19th Red Knight massacred the ethnic minorities under the banner of the Saharan Empire, gaining 43,908,500 experience points, obtained 81 gold, collect the enemy's red armor and obtain the Light God Festival skill book. Looking at the equipment of the Red Knights, Grid was disappointed. This is the red armor of the Red Knights. Although it looks sturdy, compared to the equipment of a guild that uses high-end equipment, it's a bit disappointing, but still, if renovated well, it can be sold for a high price for regular players to use. Ignoring that mangy armor, Grid pulled out the skill book he just got, the Light God Festival skill book, unique level, fires an energy beam, causing a wide area explosion. The higher the skill level, the greater the range and power. Reception conditions, light mage profession group. Seeing that, Grid secretly smiled and thought, this is really great. If it's a unique and eternal skill, then it's very valuable. We have to sell it to Fawn or Evelyn for a high price. Seeing the camera still flying above his head, Grid suddenly thought, although the income is a bit significant, but taking the opportunity to broadcast a little live broadcast. That TV station is quite famous, so at least it's around 100. Thousands of people are watching, right? Grid thought loudly towards the camera. I'm recruiting players from support professions such as cleaners, chefs, tailors, silversmiths, and alchemists. Detailed questions for Raoul. Everyone is welcome in the Luxury Goods Club. He secretly thought to himself, to develop his territory, he needed support from the industry group, because the vast majority of guild members who used good items were warriors, so they couldn't miss the opportunity to advertise for free. Right now at Raoul's place, he was panicking as the application information kept popping up. He worriedly thought, what is it? Is it a bug or has the account been hacked? Return to the Grid location. The notification appears. The evidence destruction action time mission is activated. Destroy the evidence. You will face an unavoidable danger if you have truly defeated the Black Knight and the Red Knight is spread to the high levels of the Empire. Eliminate enemy factions and eliminate or compromise the initiators of the daily events. Completion conditions: destroy the living Black Knight, destroy or compromise Pascal father and son and the senator, who are the initiators. Initiate this event. Completion reward: restrains rumors about you to Saharan Empire. Mission failed. Saharan Empire wants you. 2-hour time limit. After reading it, Grid turned to say, Heroi, maybe I have to go first. Is it okay? He immediately replied, leave it to me, the leader. Hearing that, he immediately equipped Braham's boots and used the fly skill, not forgetting to remind Heroi, by the way, get level 302. The remaining Black Knights suddenly exclaimed, "That guy, just leave like that," so the other guy immediately replied, "Good, quickly kill that weak subordinate and return to the Empire to report the truth." One of them said in panic, "Wait, look over there, that skinny guy." Heroi now responded angrily, "That's right, I'm indeed skinny, but that's only when compared to the leader. As for grilling you guys and slicing them, I'm more than capable of doing that." Heroi then summoned a fire dragon that roasted them black. At this time in Raiden, Rosal announced to everyone in the meeting that the order passed down was probably to explore the dungeon in the western region. "If the two of you use your power to help forcefully capture that vampire dungeon, if by any chance something happens, the guild will suffer a loss." Fawn also said the same thing at this time. I stopped him, but Rigas just continued to rush in arbitrarily. Seeing that, Rigas quickly explained, "Oh, you're very interesting." At this moment he said seriously, "After entering the dungeon, the door was blocked. We had to defeat a boss inside to be able to get out. Luckily we still had time to defeat the sub-boss, and the ghost count we don't see vampires." Next, he pulled out a map and said, "Like the name of the vampire city, it's full of vampires with an average level of 310. If you want to conquer it, you need at least 10 people who have changed their profession several times. 3. I have marked it on the map first." Looking at the map, Rosal thought to himself, "The vampire's healing skill is quite difficult to deal with. If you are not a light priest with the purification skill, you will not be able to conquer this dungeon, because of your shortcomings. I know how to predict such a situation." According to the information of ancient books and Raiden natives, the vampire city in Western Ethnal is at least 13. Vampires are sensitive to the smell of blood and light. The main skills are dark magic and suction, blood, healing, and usually drop gems and cloth armor, but high-level pure-blood vampires have a low chance of dropping magic scrolls and practice scrolls, in which magic elixirs permanently increase stats, and the value of alchemy shafts is very large. If the vampire city can be turned into a specialized dungeon for the guild, it will become a resource. Biggest, Rosal thought with a smile. At this moment, the miner sitting next to him told him, "I've only been recovering for 3 months, so I'm really tired, but if there's nothing else, please let me go, Captain." Up until now, he had only been thinking about destroying the vampire city, so he left the miner in a corner. At this moment, he immediately apologized and said, "Ah, miner, sorry to keep you waiting for so long." Then he asked again, "Have you found any golem labyrinths yet?" He replied, "No, there aren't any in the west." Hearing that, Rosal said disappointedly, "Without Fabranium, the Duke would be very disappointed." Miner immediately pulled out a map and said, "I said I didn't see the golem maze. I didn't say there was no Fabranium. Here it is, that map." I marked on the map the places where Fabranium was detected, about 15 places. Looking at the map, Rosal suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, there's also the location of the vampire city that Rigas said." He immediately turned around and asked, "Could it be that the place marked on this side of the oasis was the entrance to the hellish desert anthill?" Miner suddenly asked again, "How did you know?" Ozzel's hands were now shaking excitedly and said, This, I see that this place is both a vampire city and a place with Fabranium. The treasure is there, so we have to quickly arrange a team. Girl God of Luck is helping me." Seeing that appearance, the miner secretly sighed and thought, "Around the grid there are only crazy people who are greedy for money like that. As expected, this is not where I live. A genius like me must become the right hand of the Imperial Emperor." Now in the Papal City, Pascal is arrogantly saying to Damien, "You affirmed that love is the basic teaching of Rebecca and used that as a criticism of the Yatan Church. Thanks to that you want to overthrow this situation, help you win the election papacy. But having only the support of the lower-ranking clerics is useless. The high-ranking clerics who have the right to vote have been immersed in greed for a long time. They absolutely will not support you." Unable to accept his arrogant words, Damien quickly replied, "Are you so sure? The people of the Empire are a huge force. You cannot predict the power of the masses. At some point they will realize that the teachings of Goddess Rebecca are what they are aiming for. That teachings will become a shield to protect all tired beings throughout this empire." Seeing the fierce resistance, he thought to himself, "Damn, this brat is looking with the same eyes as that arrogant duke." Controlling his anger, Pascal replied, "The Pope is the one who must expand the influence of the Church. This influence is achieved through the help of senior pastors. You should enjoy it enough. because a month later I will show you clearly how to take advantage of the influence of these pastors. Damien once again resolutely replied, even if you become Pope, I will protect Rebecca's daughter, Isabel Chan, I will definitely make her happy. Hearing that, Isabella blushed and thought, Damien. At this time in the church room, a party was going on. A pastor laughed and said, spit haha, are you drunk? Pour more. Pascal's father was also drunk at this time. When he saw his son coming, he immediately called out and said, oh, there you are, my son. No. In 1 month you will become Pope, godfather of Pascal, 80 million believers already. Seeing his father's appearance, he angrily said, are you crazy? So many parishioners from all over the world visit the church these days. You should be a little more cautious. That guy still didn't care and replied, well, don't be so stubborn. Could you please arrange a separate seat for me? If that duke wants to become a lifeless corpse, then come out to me. Even the 19th knight Pluton and thousands of soldiers were defeated by him. Then what is a duke like him? Pascal heard that and thought with peace of mind. He was right. If you still want to live, you shouldn't go against the Red Knights. Maybe I'm a bit too sensitive. I'm finally freed from this trouble. Suddenly the plane flew away. Grid slowly walked in and said, I'm curious who Damien's enemies are. Now it's clear to me, they're all the same bad guys. Pascal thought worriedly while having diarrhea, this is absurd, impossible. In Grid's eyes, many red dots appeared above each of them. He thought to himself, the hosts of this event are 23 high-ranking clerics and Pascal and his son. Now the mission system considers them enemies, so there's no need to worry about the goddess's curse anymore. At this point, the doorman said again, I've kept an eye and thought things through properly, but I still don't want you to know how miserable you and your father will be. Let's see how the two of you can get out of here today. If the Empire finds out about this, it will be a big problem, right? This matter will have to be resolved quickly and peacefully. Pulling out his 2 great swords he continued, everyone please quickly retreat behind the stands. The rest today I will march everyone to hell. I am different from Damien. I am free to act without conformity, any suffering. At this time, Kairita still didn't understand the situation. He still arrogantly shouted, it's you, the bastard who dares to get in my son's way. I don't know what tricks you use to still be alive, but your cruelty is indisputable. At this time, Pascal turned around and asked, Count Kairita, could it be that you sent an assassin to Duke Grid? What were you thinking? Seeing his son blaming him, he suddenly replied, what? At this moment, Pascal grimaced and thought, the chess piece has finished its mission. He used his son as a platform to get rich, so let's act like a father at times like this. He now trembled and asked, Pascal, what's going on? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Pascal immediately interrupted, Your Excellency, it seems that the Count has arbitrarily done some stupid things. Grid didn't care that he was swinging his sword and came forward to say, look what's going on. You're so uneducated. Are you using your father as a front? Is that what the teachings taught you? Seeing this, Pascal cried out in panic, stop. Harming a high-ranking cleric is a serious crime of the Empire. If the superiors know that you caused a riot in the Elders' Council room, Damien will also be implicated. Hearing that, Grid gently replied, don't worry, their tongues are very busy. I'm having fun with the believers at the church grounds right now, so don't worry. You can stop pretending to be a saint. I already have enough reasons to kill you. Pascal turned around and shouted, the elders should prepare to deal with it. Me and the 23 elders are protected by the goddess. Do you think you can resist? Pascal's level is 330. His holy power and experience in light magic are both higher than Drevigo. Furthermore, as a named high-level NPC, he is obviously much stronger than players of the same level. At this moment, they thought to themselves, please have mercy on the goddess. Please give this humble servant the holy power through trust and service. He thought to himself, now is the time to use that thing. Dark Ray Flower uses the skill to activate the target's optional effect, amplifying that dark force, meaning the dark force no longer exists. Instead, it's evil magic. Any type of attack with dark attributes is transformed. During the blackening period, the race is transformed into half-ghosts, in selling state. Dark health has been reduced by 50%, attack, magic power, agility increase by 20% each time, blackening. Grid had now transformed into a demon and rushed towards him. he said, in this room, no one else can survive except me, super connected. A series of swords were launched towards them. Seeing the aura streams filled with demonic properties, they panicked and said, dark magic, how could someone with power contrary to holy magic come here? Holy shield, purifying. Now surrounding them is a dazzling protective armor that is completely different from their dark hearts. Pascal now shouted loudly, that guy's power is limited. If you can hold out until the holy knights arrive we will win. Use the treatment continuously. Even so, they still couldn't fight back. They shouted, this is not the destructive force of the human race. The recovery speed cannot keep up with the speed of damage caused. Devil, he is a devil. Grid now thought to himself, blackening is a pretty crazy skill. My magic power will devour your holy magic. My target among them will be 7 clerics who specialize in using healing spells. Their light magic power is also very formidable. If we don't stop it quickly, we will die. The duration of blackening is only 5 minutes. We must stop this quickly. Activate level 4 Blacksmith's Wrath, increasing total attack power by 25% for 35 seconds and attack speed by 40%. He shouted continuously, activate the optional effect of the Noble Light Gloves to attack the opponent 5 times in a row. Activate the optional effect of the Waste using the skill to destroy the sword. The message keeps popping up, destroy the corrupt cleric Huda, destroy the corrupt cleric Purell. 12,910,300 experience points obtained, 12,552,000 experience points obtained. Obtain high-quality priest's robes, obtain high-quality emerald rings, and obtain high-quality priest's shoes. Because you killed people in a half-demon state, your evil karma points have increased to 7, think, kill 7 guys. The experience points are also relatively large, but the increase in demon karma points 10 times makes me feel quite uneasy. Pascal shouted angrily at this moment, this devil, do you dare to tarnish the holy god in the temple? Green Emerald God Wind. Grid suddenly retreated, under the influence of the Emerald Divine Wind. The magic effect on his armor was greatly damaged. Damage 23,6400 damage. At the time, the Spirit Wind was a fatal poison for half-ghosts. This attack gave him a psychological shock when, in one go, he drained 70% of his health bar, and his strongest armor became his weak point. He was happy, that's right, it was the goddess's blessing, the goddess was trying to take his life. Thinking about it, he happily shouted, this is the moment, gather all your strength, everyone concentrate your magic power to attack him. Go away, the bastard sold his soul to the devil. They screamed and attacked him continuously. Ah! He cried out in pain. Angry, he turned around and said, these despicable bastards who become legends don't die easily. The boy shouted and attacked straight towards him, the attack completely breaking his shield. The health bar is about to run out, activating the invulnerability effect that protects against all damage for 5 seconds. At this moment, he was surprised by Grid's return. He thought to himself, a person who is about to die but his strength is still too terrible. And he even kicked my saint, it's too dangerous, we have to step back immediately. Grid's situation is no better at this time, the immortal protection has 4 seconds left, we must quickly defeat this bastard right away, it can't last any longer. Devil's Blood Tears power increases by 50% for 5 seconds. Consecutive attacks, once again many swords stabbed straight into his body. Grid now thought to himself, well, the problem is that the number of consecutive attacks is random. If I activate 2 more slashes, I can kill it. The clerics behind were also screaming, what's going on? Pascal's healing effect is being halved. Is that demon resistant to all of our damage? In a critical situation, Grid thought to himself, because the demonic energy had penetrated his body, the treatment was not as effective as before. As a C person, his chance to heal was reduced and it would end quickly. Those old guys heal and create shields so terrible. Suddenly he shouted, ah, get away from me, you bastard, blade of light. The launched blades helped him block Grid's continuous attacks. At this moment, he rushed out with dog blood. Why, in the end, why did you arbitrarily rush into the temple and behave brutally? So what right do you have to punish and criticize me? Grid immediately replied, the status of a strong man, something you have always wished to achieve. He now worriedly thought, it's been a month, just wait a month, I can rule over 80 million followers, but why did a monster like this appear? Once again he shouted angrily, I will not die alone, I will drag you to the other world, your devil has ruined everything for me. He used the goddess's wrath. A beam of divine punishment shined straight towards Grid, but he avoided it. At this moment Grid thought to himself, that is Dravago's strongest skill, the power is no longer strong compared to his friend just now, my super link is enough, the possibility has passed, but immortality appears. A notification appears, the protection time of immortality has ended, the time of maintaining the devil's blood tears has ended. The warning message appeared, the time of immortality was over, the time of the devil's tears of blood was over. The situation was very dangerous as their series of attacks were still flying straight towards him. Pascal shouted loudly, you absolutely cannot resist the power of the goddess, go to hell, you devil. In dangerous situations is when you are most cautious, Grid thought, now I see victory, but maybe I need to hurry. Pascal, stronger than I thought, although he was seriously injured, the Senate will heal him soon. Winning or losing with these guys is really wrong, the first person to win will win. Activating the horizontal and vertical swing, Grid dodged all attacks and rushed straight forward. Change your title, use the skills of a silent hero, move horizontally and vertically until reaching the desired target within 200 meters, neutralizing all attacks except targeting skills, cooldown time 1 hour. He thought to himself, he must quickly get close and use the killer move to finish him off as quickly as possible. This battle cannot last long. He didn't hesitate, he turned around and said, come here, you bastard, you will pay the price for your actions. Hearing that, Grid shouted, it's been 1 year and 3 months since Dravago, do you think I've been idle? The winner is us. Pole, extremely high level, sword dance unleashes a deadly move from the air that slashes down at an opponent who takes 740% of physical attack power. This skill ignores 61% of the opponent's physical damage defense. A straight slash from 2 great swords was brought down on him. He cried out, cough, how could you bastard, then he slowly disappeared in front of the other cultists. At this time, they shouted angrily, the goddess will punish a devil like you, the goddess will not abandon me. The devil dares to enter the goddess's palace, we will definitely send you to the next world. The devil, your demonized flesh, cannot live in this divine light. Heavenly light. Grid looked up, a ball of light like the sun rose above his head, suddenly rays of light fell like a waterfall on his head, this could be the end for him today. At this moment, Pascal next to him was disappointed and wondered, I have waited so long, but in the end the goddess did not respond to my request, do I really deserve such punishment, oh goddess? Suddenly Grid kicked back, for an evil ambitious person like you, no god will support you, even when you were about to go to hell, you still acted like a good priest, which is truly amazing. Go see your goddess, and I will also live well in the future, has disassembled the dark bus's creation, dispelling the darkening. The temple's armor is equipped with healing magic potency increased by 300%, the vitality recovery notice board appears continuously, he continued, he had been treated well. At this time, Pascal recounted in disappointment, I read thousands of philosophical and nationalistic books and dreamed of ideals. In the battle for the air, there was no chance for the third child of the Border Lord, this outcast. As soon as we were born, we were deprived of our dreams, in this rotten world full of sinister plots. To realize our ideals, we need power to overturn everything. At that time, the place that lifted us up from discouragement was the Rebecca Church, that sublime teaching that healed the suffering of thousands of people was the strength. To reform this corrupt world, strength is needed. Only strength can give us the power to change everything. He now clenched his trembling hands and continued emotionally, I want to stand at the top, I have built trust and endured asceticism for decades. But his essence still hasn't changed, it's still just corruption. He shouted loudly, the earthly paradise that I've had to work hard for, everything is in front of me, it's all because of a bastard like me, you. At this time, don't let him cross the sky anymore. Grid will completely destroy him with one kick. A notification will appear, gaining 725,477,950 experience points. Has solved Pascal, the papal candidate who has caused countless people to complain, he said sternly, Your plan is over from the moment you see Isval as a tool. Shut your mouth and go away. At this time his father Kairita panicked and shouted, Pascal, that devil dares. At this moment, he also turned back to look at them and said, even though he gained 700 million experience points, he still didn't level up. I thought he would at least increase by 2 levels. Now it will be more difficult to level up. The rest of this level has to be filled with those pious people, so prepare yourselves. Hearing that, they shouted in panic, this devil, you cannot do such cruel actions in the temple of the goddess, the light arrow, the light of heaven. They launched a series of moves at him, but he could still easily dodge them. He thought to himself, the blackening has expired, the cooldown time is 12 hours, from now on I have to deal with the 16 remaining senators, just with basic abilities. Fortunately, I won the sealed ability passive skill that reduces the waiting time of the original skill by 10%, so I can use Pagma's sword dance more often. At this time he activated, of course, justice cannot be broken and killed. He rushed through and destroyed them one by one. A message appeared. He had destroyed the corrupted Senator Huiber, destroyed the corrupted Senator Cyrus, gained 45,908,230 experience points, gained 46,441,000 experience points, gained 44,253,670 experience points. Total demon power increased 3 times. Even so, he still thought carefully. As expected of the former 3 elders, the experience points gained were 10 times that of normal monsters of the same level, but the problem was, every time the Pagma blade is on cooldown, the senators recover continuously. I can't kill them with just basic attacks. The angel armor suit is almost useless. Duran's ring activates a custom effect, restores life points. He was now angry and shouted, you bastards, I thought we would deal with Pascal and then take a breather. Many blades were once again shot out and rushed straight towards them. Suddenly they cried out, what are those things? One guy shouted, everyone be careful, he's using that slashing skill. Cough. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from this world. Seeing that, they panicked and threw more attacks at the grid, but he just swung his sword and jumped back, then shouted, right and left, gone. Then a series of stupid clerics lay down. The rest screamed. He was using slashing attacks. His strength will quickly run out. Let's just keep raining down attacks. He can't avoid all attacks. Seemed tired now that he could no longer block all the attacks, but Grid was still advancing. Seeing that, they cried out in worry, now we only have 8 people left so we can't last much longer. One guy replied, if this continues, we will be completely destroyed. We must find a method no matter what. He turned around and called Kairita, Count Kairita, quickly bring out the women in the back as hostages. I can't believe that right now a missionary with God's will is selling his own sheep to save his life. How dirty it is. Kairita heard that and nodded in agreement. Is that so? Whatever. He was rushing towards them, but Grid took the opportunity and rushed forward, landing right next to those dirty guys. He said angrily, stop talking nonsense. It has to end now. They cried out in panic. Since he was behind them, they had to first create a protective magic shield. They were chanting spells but the Grid stilled. He used sword dance Pagma, killing. Then slashed each of them to death. A notification appears. The corrupted senator has been destroyed. Destroyed the corrupted senator Sinium. Destroyed the corrupted senator Hodge. Obtained 45,586,220 experience points. Obtained 43,256,450 experience points. Obtained 44,257,740 experience points. Destroyed all the corrupt senators. Right now, there's only Kairita lying on the floor, begging, Hick, wait, please forgive me. He now expressed his intention to bribe. Your goal is money. How much do you want? I will give as you wish. If I speak well to the empire, even your relatives will be given for great powers. Looking at this rotten ulcer, Grid angrily said, that's all you can think of, you greedy bastard. I said I'm the only one alive here. You all have to die. Ulcers must be completely eliminated. Saying that, he swung his sword and cut off Kairita's head. The notification appeared that he had defeated Count Kairita of the Sahara Empire, gaining 3,110,400 experience points, obtained 2,000 gold. Increases demon power by 1 point. Looking at the corpse he said contemptuously, "You dirty bastards." Suddenly the whole temple shook. The grid suddenly shouted, "Ha! I fought so hard that I didn't pay attention and the temple almost collapsed. It's far from the square so no one will notice." He put the 2 great swords inside, looked at the women hiding behind the curtain and said, "Because I don't know when the temple will collapse, you guys should get out quickly. I said it before, it's better not to say you saw me here, because I don't want to kill someone to silence you." Notification pops up, "Has stopped the spread of your rumors in the Saharan Empire, completed the evidence destruction time attack mission." At a boarding house. Grid was lying on the bed with his hand on his forehead, looking thoughtful. At this time, Noel came and asked, "Master, what's with your expression?" He just replied, "Nothing. But inside you are regretting, because of anger blinded me, I massacred the NPCs of the temple. This is not the first time I killed NPCs but I feel a bit uncomfortable." He suddenly woke up and thought, "How ironic, I enjoy using the power of darkness and feel more and more uncomfortable. Is it because of Irene that I care too much about NPCs?" He turned on his inventory and said, "We have to get rid of this feeling quickly. Let's see the loot that Pascal dropped. There are 5 blessed weapon enhancement stones, 7 attack enhancement stones. The defensive tool has been blessed with 11 top-level magic stones. And a bottle of the goddess's essence. Luckily I was able to get the necessary ingredients to simulate Rebecca's spirit." He immediately pulled out a key and thought to himself, "And the biggest income is that, Pascal's secret vault key. This key can be used to unlock Pascal's secret vault. In the secret warehouse there is gold, silver, and precious stones piled up like mountains." He now thought happily, "I feel better now, I really have to kill all those bad guys." The notification pops up, "Mr. Grid, where are you? There's a commotion outside right now." It turns out it's a message from Damien. He cried out in panic at this time. Pascal and the senators were all murdered by someone. Hearing that, he immediately answered, "What I was thinking, because I had a mission so I killed them all." Hearing that, Damien cried out in panic, "He he he." Grid now said with a serious face, "You're probably almost done. Can you help me a little? Can you guess where Pascal used as a secret warehouse?" Damien immediately replied, "I don't know about that but normally, Pascal often uses prayer number 1. Later, Grid found that place. He looked towards the statue of the glowing god and said, "Pascal the mouse, does he usually collect cheese and dig mouse holes here? Only now, when everyone is busy, it's only the matter of the senator that I can come and devour all of this group." He certainly wouldn't arbitrarily leave it in a visible place. He searched behind the wall. A lock appeared. He smiled and said, "Ha ha, so it's here. Thanks to clairvoyance, things are much easier, right? Insert the key and open it." A series of money immediately poured out like a flood. He covered his mouth and thought happily, "This is so amazing. It's like a miniature version of the golden dragon treasure. My legs are about to give out. The gold alone is worth tens of billions. Will all of this be mine?" Notification pops up. Pascal's divine aura is not detected. The secret treasure's protection device has been activated. At this moment in Rodden, a notification appears. Your grid master is summoning you. Do you respond or not? Asmapel said to Piero, Oh, the Duke is calling us. Let's go, Piero." He replied, "Our historic first mission has finally arrived, Asmope." The message appeared, summoning the knights. The knights wondered, where is this? Looking at Asmapel and Piero, he knelt down and said, "We have come at the call of the leader. You've finally given me a mission, Duke. You can give me orders no matter what the mission is." Meanwhile, Grid is stuffing money into Christmas's mouth. There's so much gold in his belly that it makes my little cat plump. Even though he's dissatisfied, he doesn't dare to argue. A notification appears. 3 minutes later the warehouse will explode. Try to get the most gold in the remaining 3 minutes. He turned around and shouted in a hurry, "Shut up quickly and get the gold, that gold." Seeing that, Piero was disappointed when he saw Asmapel looking towards him and said, "Don't ask me." Right now at Raiden Castle, Jishuka was crying out in frustration, "Sigh, I miss Grid so much. Now I'm so bored with the city lord's work. I know support is important, but it's been 7 months since I've seen Grid. I really want to drop everything and go see Grid. Suddenly a notification appears asking your host to summon you. Do you accept? At this moment, she happily jumped up and down. Grid, could it be that I remembered? Maybe it was telepathy. She silently imagined Grid, missing you so much, Ziska. Thinking about that, she blushed and cried out, "Oh ooh, come here, Grid." She immediately accepted and was teleported to the Grid. As soon as she arrived, she smiled and said, "Grid, I'm here. What's going on? What are you planning to do interestingly?" He saw that Grid had a strange appearance. She quickly asked, "Why is it like that down there? Are you hurt somewhere?" Grid, who couldn't stop drooling, turned around and said, "Huh." Then he always hurriedly said, "Hurry up, there's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left before the explosion." Damn, if it was Euphemia's time-space teleportation, he could have teleported all this gold in one go. Why didn't it connect to it? Game now. She was now extremely confused and asked, "What is this situation? Where is this?" Seeing this, Rosal immediately came to explain, "This is the Holy See of Rebecca. Please take advantage of the opportunity to solve Raiden's financial difficulties." Grid then shouted loudly, "You can put more gold in with the soul absorption move, right? Put it in quickly." Meanwhile, Grid was also trying to stuff money into Christmas's mouth. Seeing him cry made my heart ache, but Grid is now like the devil said, "Try to stuff it in, then I'll give you a few mice." Hearing Grid's words, Rosal immediately responded, "There was still a lot of gold in the treasure trove, so it wouldn't be possible to collect it all at this rate. You have to let the gold money out first, Fawn Nim, and destroy the wall." After hearing it, the phone immediately responded and gave it to me. The spear destroys. With this move even copper and iron walls will dissolve. But before he could launch the move, a stream of air flew past him from behind, and the phone suddenly rang out. What is that? The wall immediately disappeared as if it never existed. So it was because of Asmapel, he said at this time, sword spear frame. Did not expect that this place would be the place to introduce this technique of his, but for the master, there is no need to hesitate. Seeing that, Piero proudly praised, "As expected, your strength has also increased, my friend." He. Seeing his relaxed appearance, Fawn immediately turned around and said, "Piero, why are you still standing there?" At the same time, he shouted, "Bantner, Thavan, it's time for you two to move all the gold out." They immediately replied, "This is really very heavy, it's too much to do." At this moment, Piero immediately stood up and said, "Yes, the two of you should keep putting the gold in the middle like that." Receiving the feelings of heaven and earth, every agricultural crop on this land, our strength has skyrocketed. I will show you that in the future you should also try approaching farming and fertilizing. Go. What transports this world is not just swords and shields, there is no spearmanship. He swung his farming tool, and mountains of gold immediately poured out of the place where the wall had just disappeared. Everyone shouted, oh, the gold is all spilling out, just push the gold to the back of the mountain and carry it back. After finishing his work, he turned back to ask Grid, if you only pursue what's in front of you, you won't be able to see the big road. That's not right, boss. He immediately replied, stop being so angry, I'm just trying to see if they can handle it well without me. Then he looked at the place where the most gold coins were piled up. Immediately performed, sword dance Pagma and transcendent light. The gold poured out like a flood, Heroi cried out happily. It flowed like a tidal wave, it was successful. Leader, there are only 15 seconds left. Everyone, let's focus on performing the ultimate trick to push the gold out. Piero looked at the object and thought, his power is also excellent, he has improved a lot. At that moment, Grid turned around and asked, how is my sword power okay? Behind Jishuka was fuming and drawing the bow. She said angrily at this time, leaving someone in Byron, it's been a long time since I called someone. It seems I really don't care here, If you like gold coins so much, then all of you and the pile of gold will disappear together. The phoenix will enter. The arrow turned into a giant phoenix and rushed towards him with a pile of gold. Grid was panicking and shouted, Jishuka, everyone get away. A loud explosion sounded. Even the temple knights heard it. They said, the explosion in prayer room number 1. The culprit must have murdered the elders there. Dispatch quickly, holy knights go there. Hearing that, Damien immediately said, I will go over there with Mr. Grid to see. Everyone, please finish your investigation here. Hearing that, the knight sincerely replied, if I am the goddess's great practitioner, I can entrust this matter to you, please. At this time, a drone flew in and quickly followed, in the end, who killed the relics. But was quickly dropped by Damien. He thought to himself, he can't let Mr. Grid show any more hostility towards the Empire because of his affairs. He must use what he practiced with Mr. Piero here. Inside the room there is a mountain of gold. At this moment, Rendi had transformed back into her form. Grid immediately thanked her. Ha, you worked hard to transform into me, Rendi, because of the power of the God of Light in the Holy Land. Maintaining the transformation was very difficult. Okay, you've had a hard time. Damien immediately asked, this is all the assets that Pascal has hidden. With this amount of assets, I can see how many bad things he has done. It's scary. At this point Grid asked, Damien, can we have them? Fawn suddenly asked again, haven't you been given permission yet? And also wipe your drool, it's so dirty. Hearing that, Damien immediately replied, of course, keeping them will only cause other corruption problems. If it was Mr. Grid, I believe, this money will be used wisely for everyone. At this moment he turned to talk to Rendi, you worked hard to transform yourself into me. Thank you Rendi. The girl's face was now happy, but next to it was Damien worriedly asking, I already said this before, are you listening to me? Suddenly he asked again, Mr. Grid, can I join the guild to use the requested items? Grid heard that and suddenly asked again, do you want to join the guild? Rosal immediately stopped it, no, the Rebecca Church needs to show neutrality towards outside forces. Associating with an outside force will cause aversion to the apostles and will reduce the value of the apostolic church. Damien heard that and said disappointedly, as expected, seeing that, Grid immediately encouraged me, of course, not everyone accepts us. If you want to enter, then complete this papal term, then, you understand where you need to start, right? With tears in his eyes, he cried out, Mr. Grid, your heart is now filled with the image of Grid. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to protect anything. He replied, yes, I will definitely be a good pope. It was you who helped me so much. Thank you, he thought. It's now dusk. Regas said, in 3 minutes he earned 21 million gold, equivalent to 25 billion won. That's a lot of money. Fawn immediately replied, 2 months ago, Suwon University of Technology earned $8 million from Bosco Mays, but Grid alone earned nearly 3 times that amount. Dealing with Pascal alone, he used summon knights to get as many rewards as possible. This is completely the Grid's own stage. So talented, Regas agrees with you. Our master is of course the best. Congratulations on becoming rich, Mr. Grid. Meanwhile, Grid was crying. Why couldn't he get 1 trillion? He hid so much gold in the warehouse. It was a scam. Seeing this, Rosal sighed and explained, because a significant amount of gold had been damaged due to using the skill, so it seemed that that part was not included in the system. However, having such a large amount of money transferred out could, on the contrary, make the S.A. group feel confused. Even so, Grid still secretly cried, that damaged gold could be reused by melting it into gold bars. What a bunch of petty people. Heroi immediately calmed down the Grid. Please calm down and leave for Winston. I heard that Miss Irene is pregnant, right? Hearing that, he hugged his face happily and replied, that's right, I have become a father. Fawn continued, really jealous. I heard that the childcare system seems very interesting. It seems like you have become a star of S.A. At this moment he immediately said, everyone will come to Raiden too. Rosal, please use this 20 million gold as a Raiden development fund. From the beginning, it was thanks to you that I was able to give away so much. You have worked hard. As a guild master, I can only do this. Hearing that, Rosal immediately asked worriedly, yes, such a large amount of money, will it really be okay? Grid immediately replied, if Raiden develops then everyone will live happily. You should use it for that. Hearing that, Rosal happily thought, with this money I can renovate the Mistral gold mining industry and the metallurgical industry. I can see the second Liam. He immediately replied, until you return, I will definitely show you a completely new image of Raiden. Grid immediately replied, "Okay, I'll look forward to it, thank you." Some people split up to go. In the forest, Grid with Jishuka strolled together. She said, "This is the first time the two of us walk alone together like this." Grid, he immediately replied, "Yes, Viren is in the same direction as Winston." At this time, he shyly said, "Hey, you've worked hard with help from Viren, it's because of you that I can focus on developing Raiden." She asked again, "About what happened just now, so you heard it?" He immediately replied, "Of course I'm not that heartless person." Hearing that, she blushed and replied, "I felt a bit uncomfortable, but hearing him say that was somewhat comforting. However, if I can do what Grid likes, then that's enough." Hearing that, he also blushed and exclaimed, "Jishuka," he thought to himself, "in a short time I have made a lot of good friends. I can't continue to go with people who are starting to find it funny with slaves on small boats." Jishuka always corrects what he has done. Maybe that's why for some reason, she looks like she's shining. At this moment she slapped my face. He thought to himself, "No, haha, I understand more and more that Jishuka is really attractive. Should I buy the love elixir to restart the punishment once a month at Myeong-sang store? No, wake up, I only have Irene." After thinking about it, he turned around and said, "Even if it were her, she wouldn't be able to break the morale of the Korean people." With her head full of blood, Jishuka panicked and replied, "What the hell are you talking about?" Returning to the real world, he woke up tired. As soon as he walked out the door, his sister called him back, so he quickly went out to see. He frowned and replied, he was planning on going to rest for a bit. "What's wrong?" She immediately replied, "She's coming again." "So it was Yura, she was sitting right in your house. When you saw her, you immediately said hello? Youngwoo, are you awake?" At this moment, he panicked and thought, why did she come here so early in the morning? Is that the way Earth girls attack? He hid behind the wall and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Why did you come here?" "So with your appearance, Dad called you over. How should you talk to this rare guest who comes to visit us?" At this time, Yura also spoke, "What's going on today? Please invite me to eat." For some reason, Grid took the goddess to a restaurant for driver Miran. Suddenly she said, "So the taxi drivers will dine here. This is my first time coming here. The food is also very delicious." At this moment he immediately asked, "Stop talking about such nonsense, quickly get to the point. How could a bloody witch like you just come here to eat?" She took out the card from her wallet and said, "Please accept this." Suddenly he asked again, "Cash card?" She replied, the broadcast participation fee he received from OG television station was 5 billion. Startled, he asked again, What, why so many, what do they want?" She just gently replied, "This is my ability, of course I will understand more about the broadcasting station than you Youngwoo. If you like this gift, please let me join the guild to use the requested items." He immediately wondered, what is she saying now? Yura is ranked 5th on the general rankings and wants to join my guild. It's truly amazing that such high-level talent has found its way to me. Yura has now dropped to level 1 after changing her job. The boy jumped up excitedly and said, "Welcome, I will especially invite you to drink coal. I can't buy it for everyone." On a beautiful morning, the sun radiates sparkling rays that illuminate the dense canopy of the forest. On the riverbank, the couple Grid and Irene are whispering, surrounded by slowly falling leaves, making the scene extremely romantic. Irene leaned her head on Grid's lap. She gently said, "Now, this moment is like a dream, my husband." Grid gently put his hand around her shoulder. He looked at her with so many thoughts in his heart. How difficult it was for her to be alone, and she also suffered from depression. "Honestly, I also want to take her to Raiden, but Lord Winston cannot leave his territory, right?" Irene suddenly spoke up. Her face was extremely radiant. Perhaps her baby was also very happy. He tried to put his ear on his stomach once to see. Grid was startled and exclaimed, "Is it okay?" He lowered his head, put his ear on Irene's stomach, and felt a vibration. Grid was extremely surprised. His child. Grid was extremely surprised. His child. When I first heard the news of my pregnancy, I was quite confused, but then a life appeared. His eyes were filled with tears of emotion. I could hear his heart beating. A new world is opening up to me, a happy world. Grid reached out to hold Irene's hand. His heart couldn't help but feel choked up. He was integrating more and more into this world. Irene said softly, "I wish my son would be as wonderful as his husband." Grid turned to look at her. He thought to himself, Irene could become the heir because she was the only daughter, but inherently heirs of noble families often prioritize sons. Thinking about that makes her sad. Grid gave a warm smile and replied, "I like girls more, because she will become a warm person like urine." Irene's face turned red with happiness. She affectionately said to her husband. Suddenly a call from Raoul interrupted the family's happy conversation. "Mr. Grid, please come back quickly. The merger ceremony with the Silver Knights Guild must take place after 10 days. Grid frowned. "Raoul." He immediately helped Irene stand up. She sadly asked him why he had to leave now. Grid nodded slightly. "Yes, it's a pity that I was only with her for 3 days." In his heart, he thought helplessly that now I have no other choice, but one day, the day I get my own territory, then we will definitely be together. Suddenly old Phoenix appeared. He respectfully bowed to Grid. "Are you here, Mr. Duke?" Grid happily replied, "Captain Phoenix." Old Phoenix immediately spoke. "The Marquis team has something to convey to you. Lady Irene's childbirth is 4 months away, so he wants her to follow him so that they can be married, and he will take care of things in the territory. He will send a temporary lord to Winston." Receiving the good news, Grid excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, really?" He happily hugged Irene. It was wonderful. If so, then there's nothing more to expect. Grid immediately changed his clothes and gently picked up Irene. She cried out in surprise. Before leaving, Grid did not forget to remind, "Captain Phoenix, please convey to the Marquis that I will take good care of and protect Irene." Phoenix nodded slightly. In his heart he was secretly happy. "Young lady, you look so happy." After conveying the words, Grid hugged his wife tightly and set off. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer see the territory. As he flew, he shouted excitedly, "Did he know that I wanted to go to Raiden with her? How? Now I feel extremely happy." In his arms, Irene confusedly reminded her, "My husband, it's so fast." Grid kindly asked if she wasn't afraid. Irene gently replied yes, because he was holding me tightly. Moments later, Grid stopped at a towering mountain range, giant mountains close together, bathed in bright rays of sunlight, making the scene magical and radiant. He gently said, "I've always wanted to show her this scenery, a very majestic landscape, isn't it?" The system then informed that the fetus was the crystallization of the parent's love. All fetus ability scores permanently increased by 1. Irene looked at this scene. Her eyes became sparkling with joy. The corners of her eyes shed a few tears of emotion. Irene choked up and exclaimed, "This is the first time I have seen a world as big as this." I was so nervous and happy that my chest wanted to overflow. The system continued to inform. The fetus was amazed at having witnessed the mystery of nature. The fetus carries the spirit of research. The fetus's intelligence increases permanently too. Grid couldn't help but feel happy knowing that the baby was also very happy. On the way, if you look around everywhere, it will become more mature. Thinking about it, he immediately increased his speed. "Keep it steady, Irene, let's go get pregnant." Irene closed her eyes, hugged her husband tightly, and cried out, "A.a.a.a." 10 days later, at Raiden City. Grid and Raoul thoughtfully studied the guild introduction board. Guild name, Good Clothes, level 10, max, guild master, Grid, members, 28 out of 250, belongs to the Ethnical Kingdom, allied relationship, Marquis steam family. Hostile relations, no force can be called an exact enemy, but are wary of many forces. Tendency, absolute goodwill relationship with the Marquis steam family. Grid thought in surprise, "I thought it would take at least a year for the guild to reach level 10, but thanks to the battle reward against the ancient golem, it was reached in just 7 months." He muttered softly, because of the membership limit, it was impossible to admit all 225 members of the Silver Knights Guild. The system really is so bad. Raoul reminded him, "You can create a new guild and invite them in. It's a basic thing, don't you know?" Grid exclaimed in surprise, "Is that okay?" Grid immediately asked for help with a bright smile. "So it was okay for you to create it?" Raoul thought for a while. He replied in a low voice that I still lacked leadership points. "Furthermore, isn't there someone suitable for this job? The master of the Chetica Guild." Immediately after that, The two immediately met Jishuka to discuss work. Jishuka immediately refused with an expression of dissatisfaction and unwillingness. Do I have to do the job of taking care of you somewhere else? Raoul, confused, reassured her that it was okay. During the past half year everyone has learned how to manage their territories and there are some people who can help us. Faced with the two people's arguments, Jishuka realized she couldn't argue anymore, so she sighed and agreed. Then, fine, so what is the name of the guild? Grid calmly replied that he was wearing good clothes too. Hearing that, Raoul yelled at Ash, really? What is a guild? Grid calmly replied that he was wearing good clothes too. Hearing that, Raoul yelled at Ash, really? He reminded in a stern voice that sub-guilds of 2 or 3 often had names appropriate to their roles. Professional soldiers will join the team wearing good gear, while those with other roles will join the second guild. Please name them accordingly. Grid didn't seem to be able to absorb anything. He softly said, let's wear good clothes too. Jishuka widened her eyes and shouted, is there no other name? She was surprised to see 2 lines of tears streaming down Raoul's face. Crying. From afar, the soldiers' announcements were heard. My lord, all the Silver Knights just arrived at Raiden. Grid happily replied, oh, they've finally arrived. Leading the Silver Knight army was the Great Sword. The soldiers moved while admiring the splendor of Raiden's territory. Oh, so this is Raiden. In recent times, it has developed a lot. The soldiers are very well equipped, and the houses look quite spacious. On the way here, we saw vast rice fields, but about 10 of our children were forced by a certain farmer to work on the farm. Is that okay? Raoul thought with pride, thanks to Mr. Grid's investment, our city has developed like no other place. Vantner looked at the group of Silver Knights entering the city. He marveled, oh, there are so many. The Great Sword said solemnly to the Guildmaster, the Great Sword had arrived here. I hope everyone will help me in the future. Grid represented the entire city to welcome the army. He warmly responded that he welcomed him to Raiden. The two exchanged a handshake to prove their camaraderie. From a man of nothing to a legendary seed. That seed has sprouted here. One day, it will grow into a healthy tree. Grid told himself that, as the leader of a large guild, he had the responsibility to lead everyone to success. Then, he gently said that everyone had a hard time. It must have been very difficult to overcome the desert beasts. Now that we are here together, the guild's future will depend on everyone. Grid shouted loudly, let's throw a grand party. All the soldiers, magicians, and people in the city simultaneously raised their glasses and excitedly chanted to open the party. A Silver Knight came to talk to Vantner. Because I admired Mr. Vantner, I also worked hard to become a protective knight. Vantner was so drunk that his face turned red. He mumbled and replied, isn't that good? From now on, just follow me, we can make progress together. Toon had just drunk a few glasses and already his neck was shaking. A Silver Knight meeting Faker was like meeting his life's idol. He enthusiastically asked about Mr. Faker, it is said that you single-handedly defeated the entire Ice and Fire Guild. Can I ask how you did it? However, the Faker's face was still as cold as ice, making the other knight confusedly say, oh there, Faker, please answer. Another knight excitedly talked to Lagas. I heard that Mr. Lagas likes Taekwondo and Korean people. As a Korean, I thank you very much. Grid thought in surprise, there are indeed some kids with fiery will, they are also very patriotic. We have to live well in the future, but I'm still bored when I think about when I will remember all the names and faces of these 225 people. Jishuka asked curiously, by the way, Raoul, if the average level of Silver Knights is 220, should we help them level up? Raoul quietly replied that there was no need to rush. The top priority now was to improve the working conditions of the Yellow Mithril mine. He looked at the full glass of beer, frowning and thinking, a true strategist must know how to drink this. When the senior saw the young Raoul holding a beer, he took the first sip and reminded him, this kid, he can't drink. Raoul continued to explain to Jishuka, low levels can hunt and practice on the Byron Plateau and Kokoro Island. High-level players will send to places with monsters around the Yellow Mithril mine to ensure exploitation. The guild's exploitation of resources did not stop. He turned around and said that Mr. Great Sword still retains his position as Lord of Cochrane Island. However, the Great Sword shook his head and refused. I can't. He beamed and boasted that Grid told me to lead the mining team. That's my forte. He felt that the sound of falling rocks felt very refreshing. Raoul heard that and immediately turned to look at Grid with a puzzled look. He used a rank 15 expert with fighting power equal to pawn and leg as a minor. What is he thinking anyway? Grid saw Raoul's glare and was startled and asked, "What's wrong with me looking so scared?" Suddenly Minor came quickly from somewhere, loudly calling, Look, Duke, something big has happened." Looking at the boy leaning on his knees panting, Grid asked in surprise, "Minor, you should also sit down and eat. I heard you were just going to check on the status of the vibranium. Why are you so late?" Minor brushed it off, shouting loudly that if you want to maintain the vibranium, you must hurry. The vibranium sealed in the vampire city is being eroded by strange energy. Meanwhile, in the first city of vampires, the moon rose high, radiating an extremely magical light. The vampire's soul slowly appeared. He angrily hissed this name. They monitored the situation of the vampire kingdom and even sent a golem as a warning. Yet, that name. Instead of sacrificing his soul for my resurrection, he now only focuses on exploiting vibranium. Pagma's descendant, I absolutely will not forgive you. Suddenly a woman appeared. She raised her voice and asked, "Oh my God, I sense dirty magic here. I'm surprised. Who here?" The vampire's soul exclaimed in panic. "Her. Breaking this barrier is so simple." You are. How could you break the seal?" He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. In front of him right now was the person with the strongest magic among the direct descendants of Barisha, the ancestor of vampires. She grabbed the vampire's collar and replied softly, "I can break that seal at any time, just because I don't want to. You are the one who splits souls into many pieces. So sophisticated. How many of them do you already have on this continent?" The vampire shouted in panic, "Mariras." Mariras asked in a disdainful voice. After losing his pure blood, he was banished from the family and had to fight with an unstable body like this. "I didn't expect you to hide right under your family's land and live with this ordinary body. It looks very suitable for you, Braham. You are the only one in your family who is immersed in black magic. I thought there was some reason for you to do so you hold the key to resurrection." Braham frowned slightly. He smirked and asked again, "If so, what were you planning to do?" "You absolutely won't be able to stop me. Even if there's only a piece of my soul left, I can still be revived. Wait until I revive, then I will come and destroy you." Mariras suddenly let go of Braham's collar. "This obsession of yours is like a bunch of insects. I don't care." Faced with Mariras's strange move, Braham was surprised and asked her if she was going to return and just let go of my soul. Mariras replied contemptuously, "Why do we have to do such trouble?" She smiled sinisterly, "Because I had found a new interest, so I left you alone. Just a kid with dark magic. How can he make me feel scared?" Hearing that, Braham felt extremely angry, promising himself that I could not continue like this. "I will definitely revive and kill her, take her heart and become immortal." On the Grid side, the system suddenly sent a series of notifications. There are new missions, City of Vampires. Through an event, it was revealed that the existence of vampires is causing the city to go through a period of chaos. Its powerful magical power spread throughout 15 vampire cities across the continent, bringing blessings to other vampires and causing ill effects on the Fabronium. Difficulty level, unknown. Faced with this strange mission, Grid was extremely confused, with countless question marks in his mind. Every vampire city has a sealed Fabronium. Protect as much Fabronium as possible for 90 days. Within 90 days, the unprotected Fabronium will corrode and disappear forever. During the process, there is a high possibility that tasks will be linked together. Grid had a headache thinking. The difficulty was a question mark. Is this the highest level of difficulty that cannot be measured? Vampire City requires at least 10 warriors and attacks 3 times, expected to be completed in 10 days. But if we don't do this, the entire continent's limited 28 Fabronium will disappear by 15 stars. Grid quickly spoke up. "Hey, I'll share the quest so everyone wants to watch it." Antner exclaimed in surprise, "Ho, Vampire City, this seems difficult." Raoul worriedly says Fabronium is used as a valuable source of energy. "I will go to the guild to seek help. But, currently I only manage 3 territories. The maximum number of people I can support is only 10 people. Jishuka softly replied that that's enough for now. We need to gather more members. Grid felt extremely confused. He said in a low voice, "But, because this was a personal quest, I couldn't ask the whole guild. On the contrary, Vantner seemed extremely enthusiastic. It was okay for him to shout loudly. It had been a long time since he had hunted in such a high-ranking place. That will be the best hunting place. Besides, this is a chance to find the holy medicine. Are you planning on eating it alone? We will help you with this mission. The others simultaneously spoke up to reassure them that if they all tried together, it would be done. Grid thought with emotion. This bunch of dishonest people. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. If I come to Korea in the future, I will definitely invite everyone to a meal of noodles mixed with black bean sauce. Jishuka clenched her fists. She shouted with great enthusiasm, "This time I'll go with you, don't stop me." Jednose also felt interested hearing that. Noodles mixed with black bean sauce. What do you mean you skipped the party the king organized in Reinhardt and went out to eat? This must be a very valuable dish. Grid clenched his fists on the table. He silently said to himself, "Okay, just recovered fabronium. We can make a staff of ripale from pure fabronium. A failed work can become a weapon that exceeds expectations. I will wipe them all out in one go. Those vampires will probably be very surprised." Raiden's growth, and the stepping stone for the guild to use good items to become the strongest guild being prepared. I thought all the pieces were in place. However, the incident happened on the day of the expedition to the vampire city. Surrounding the city is a gloomy black color, with bone-chilling cold covering everywhere. The guild soldiers were covered in wounds, screaming in terror. Just got there and it's been less than 30 minutes. Jishuka couldn't hide her shock. What was that just now? Everyone shouted in panic. Grid, at this time, he was suffering from an extremely serious injury. His head was covered in blood, and he had to struggle to stand. Warning system. People who become legends don't die so easily. When your health is low, you will automatically use the immortal skill to protect your body from all damage for 5 seconds. Grid glared, breathing hard. Ha. He frowned, painfully thinking about immortality. Has everything already been lost? But this is only the beginning of the expedition. 5 hours ago, at Raiden City, the soldiers shouted loudly to announce that the entire 9-member expedition team had completed preparations for the expedition. Raoul asked softly with a worried expression, "So are you leaving now?" Grid smiled and replied, "Yes, during the expedition. Everything here is temporarily thanks to you, Raoul." Raoul nodded. He did not forget to remind, "I know, but the expedition team is a lightning group focusing on people with professions specializing in damage gathered to achieve the goal of clearing those 15 dungeons in 90 days. Due to its tendency to attack, its defense is very low. It will be weak against sudden attacks. Everyone must always observe their surroundings." He turned to Grid and said in a worried voice, "After entering the dungeon, the entrance would be blocked, and there was a high possibility that even the night summoning skill wouldn't be activated. Please always be prepared for the worst-case scenario." Grid smiled reassuringly. "Having said it many times, I will return safely, so don't worry." Raoul frowned and thought, if he was with Mr. Piero or Asmapel, he would still be trustworthy, unfortunately, but the NPC only has one life, can't take the risk. Grid waved his hand to signal, "Come on, let's go. We will quickly complete this mission." The expedition team excitedly set off without knowing that behind them, there was someone hiding in the darkness watching their every move. That person quietly assessed that even though he was still a newbie, the assassin known as Faker had already increased his strength quite a bit. "Now we have to stay about 7 meters away to avoid being detected." He said he was going to the city of vampires. Vampires are demons that exist as blood-sucking and aggressive species. I don't know if I'm below a Viscount, but if I encounter pure blood of Count level or above, even Duke Grid is afraid he won't be able to solve it. This trip will be very difficult. The entire army can also be completely destroyed. Thinking about it, the mysterious person slowly appeared from the darkness, but they were all existences under the curse of immortality. The players would not die. When we receive lessons from teachers, we also compete countless times and keep repeating failures and victories. Those are valuable lessons, Duran. During that time I have to protect Duke Grid. Because that Duke is protecting the ring that you passed down to us. Besides, I also found out that the Duke is Irene's husband, the one who protected us, so I consider solving all the doubts here first. I have seen that Duke Grid has the potential to become an opposing force for the Saharan Empire, so in order for the Duke to focus on developing his forces, I will protect Irene. the Duke's wife, in this place. Until the evil Saharan Empire was destroyed, tens of thousands of ethnic minorities were exterminated. The mysterious person appearing from the darkness wearing a scarf covering his face, he is Kasim, the Prince of Darkness, the last descendant of the Nero clan that perished because of the Saharan Empire. Meanwhile, the Rabbis approached Raoul. He smiled and said that Lord Asmapel and his soldiers were here, so even if the Duke was away, he would still feel comfortable. Raoul smiled wryly and replied that I'm still insecure, Executive Rabbis. The Rabbis's face suddenly became serious. He silently pondered, Piero and Asmapel, and Kasim, after 2 months, I finally escaped the loss. To increase labor productivity in the city, we will have to mobilize more human resources. The beginning was a bit difficult, but now everything is in order. If this momentum continues, it will be truly touching that it will be the era of Raiden's renaissance established by the world's best business NPC. At the same time, deep below the dungeon, the swordsman Vanguard confronts the giant monsters that are eagerly attacking. Sword canvas, happy, with just one swing of his sword, he defeated the giant worm, obtained 3,740,900 experience points, and defeat the desert toad, gain 6,730,900 experience points. The great sword looked at the data and couldn't hide his surprise. He gave 20% more experience points than the high-level monsters in the Cork Island dungeon. So this is the reason why after settling in Raiden, the level of the guild members skyrocketed. He smiled happily. The vampires gave more experience points than these monsters. If this expedition reaches level 307, reaching the top 10 rankings is no longer a dream. On the contrary, on the grid side, he grimaced and thought while defeating the monsters, it really didn't give much experience points. He was still level 296. When would he get to level 300 at this rate? Because of the legendary job, changing levels at 200 or 300 is quite difficult. He suddenly paused for a moment as if he just realized something. Wait, experience points. It's clearly related to the fact that when I just surpassed 30,000 reputation and a famous store system was opened. Grid opened the system panel and selected a category for VIP members only. The system notification sound immediately sounded. The best choice for you. Receive special offers only for the highest reputed players in the game. Reputable store. Immediately after that, a sparkling gold-plated carriage appeared in front of the grid. The carriage was designed with exquisite shapes and patterns. The carriage was covered with a sparkling halo surrounding it, making everyone who saw it, when you see it, you must admire its wonderful beauty. Ventnor suddenly called out, Grid, what are you doing? If we're all going back to the city, we have to hurry. Grid was still in shock. What is this? He silently wondered. Is this store only for me to see? The door on the golden carriage immediately opened, revealing stacks displaying extremely rare and high-quality treasures. Please introduce the product list to you. The first item is a candy dyed in bright colors called sugar candy, a small candy, a candy that brings out the sweetness of gentle nature. That sweetness is excellent. No chemical additives are added. Effectively, if you suck on a sugar candy, all ability points increase by 30% within 5 minutes. This product can only be purchased 5 times per account. Price, 20,000 reputation. Next is a very stylish and fashionable black glasses, called handsome-looking eyeglasses, square eyeglasses with large quadrilateral frame. Because it is so big that it covers half of the face, it will help an ugly man look like a handsome man. Effective, looks handsome. Note that it does not increase or create actual magic ability points, other than being effective in terms of time. It is a simple accessory with no special properties. Price, 5,000 reputation. Grid looked at the pile of branded items on the shelves, feeling a bit bored. The things on display were practical items and miscellaneous items, a total of more than 30 items. Anyway, now what I'm looking for is only one thing. This is it. His eyes turned to a box on the cabinet, where there were only 3 big question marks. Recommended store, choose, select, choose all, random vending machine. If you enter 999 reputation here, you can randomly receive various items sold in the store at a cheap price. Limited quantity items are not included. Price, 999 reputation. It is possible to harvest potions that, when used, can gain experience points with a certain probability. Grid silently calculated that in Satisfied there were almost no experience boosting items to avoid the gap between players. Indeed, it is a famous store. The opening conditions are also really difficult but very worthy. Besides, isn't 999 reputation the same as 1000 reputation at once? Too cheap. Thinking about it, Grid pressed the button without hesitation. Reputation points can be obtained through crafting, craft unique items, 150, craft legendary items, 500. The system displays the text, "This time, slip, wish you luck next time." Grid scratched his head and smiled. It was true that he had few points because the luck was quite high. The gambling blood boiled up. Grid excitedly decided to press the button again. Yes, there was no way everything could be resolved that easily. 2 times. I will only pick it up exactly 2 more times. That experience point must be tried. The next 2 times, the item released was a beautiful hairpin. This is an extremely gorgeous and beautiful hairpin. Women will feel very happy if you give it to them as a gift. Weight, 0.1. Along with that is the most delicious grilled meat skewer in the world. This is a grilled skewer dish coated with a secret sauce after fermenting the hind leg meat of a hellish ghost dog for 100 days. It has an extremely wonderful taste that even finicky dragons find very delicious when eaten. Grid raised the meat skewer and took a bite, his face filled with satisfaction. Grid commented enthusiastically, "I like it so much. The hairpin and delicious meat cost less than 2000 honor points. This hairpin suits Irene so much." After eating the meat skewer, he realized he had been deceived by the machine. Grid got angry and cursed the famous vending machine. "Give me my credit, you bunch of scammers. It's all about random stuff." Jednose didn't understand why Grid was so enthusiastic. He praised the guild master for being so hardworking. Thanks to the merger of the 2 guilds, his sense of responsibility has increased. Later, they moved to Vampire City number 13, which was hidden deep beneath the sand of a vast desert. The expedition team was gathering at the crater leading down to the city. Pon spoke up to remind and give instructions on how to enter the Vampire City, which was here. "Before we get into that, there are a few things we need to pay attention to. When entering there, people will see a cliff about 12 meters high. Before going down there will be no surprise attacks, but you can also fall, so those with agility below 400 must be careful. Immediately after entering, there is absolutely no light inside, so for a short period of time people will not be able to see ahead. Even if you get used to the darkness, your vision is not completely expanded, so it is difficult to fully utilize your abilities in combat. Except for Faker and Jishuka, who have killer eyes and eagle eyes, they don't have much effect." Ventnor calmly said, "Using a torch is fine. You're a primitive." Pon frowned. He sighed and replied, "I've told you 3 times that vampires are wary of light, didn't you hear?" Rigas was also extremely cautious. He spoke up, "Even though we were gathered quite strong, our fighting strength was different and our defense was weak, so everyone should pay a little attention. The vampires sleeping inside that city will be a pretty tough battle when they wake up." Tuat Kiem wondered if he wanted to find the boss. Would he have to search every building? Maybe so. Occasionally, a true blood vampire appears. He is so strong that he cannot even confront him. Phone nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the purification magic to overcome them, it would be quite difficult, but we are also a good team. If everyone tries their best, then it will be okay. Grid punched his fists together very energetically. He said excitedly, "If the True Blood clan appeared, we would have to pay attention. Nothing special. Let's go in." The system issued a notification as soon as the expedition team jumped into the deep hole, entering the Vampire City. Party name, Fabronium, Captain, Grid, descendant of Pagma, level 296, how to distribute items, received from Captain. Entered the underground city of vampires. The 9 members of the party include Holoi, Order, level 292, Jednose, Storm Mage, level 301, Vantner, Iron Fortress, level 302, Faker, Speedy Legs, level 305, Great Sword, level 306, Rigas, Asura, level 307. Phone, Invention Engineer, level 307, Jishuka, Red Fire Arrow, level 305 and leading the legendary Blacksmith Grid. As soon as they landed in the city, the system immediately warned that the entrance to the dungeon had been blocked. Lost contact with the outside. Can't escape the dungeon until the boss is defeated or you die. Grid looked around. He frowned and commented, "It's really dark. If everyone hadn't told me in advance, they would have panicked. We must quickly adapt to the darkness." He was startled to notice the red dots that had just appeared in the space above his head. That red light was moving very quickly. What is that? When Grid realized what it was, he saw Vantner appear in front of him. He shouted loudly, "The bats attacked!" He immediately raised his shield to fend off the incoming bats. Grid Shield, Prototype A. The shield is made from the foundation of the Divine Shield, combined with high defense and anti-magic ability, using black iron as the main material but has the disadvantage of being heavy. Even though he was covered with a giant shield, with the large number and terrifying speed of the bats, Vantner still could not avoid injuries when they rushed past. He gritted his teeth and shouted while he was going down, "There was no raid, just started and already there are a bunch of monsters coming to bother me." Phone panicked and apologized. "I didn't know it would change like that." Seeing more and more bats rushing in, Vantner immediately used the iron defense skill. Within 3 minutes, physical defense increased by 30%, physical damage received decreased by 50%. The bats that were about to rush forward were stopped by a layer of shield. Jishuka and Faker also rushed forward to support, arrows flying, spells exploding. The two moves combined together create extremely terrible wide area damage. The bats are torn into many pieces. They scream, squeak, squeak. After successfully destroying the bats, Vantner sat down on the ground, panting and panting. Just entering, he almost died. Grid immediately stepped forward, smiling and saying it was okay if he didn't die. "Let's go downstairs, Vantner." Moments later, they encountered another group of monsters. This time they were giant hell wolves. Their eyes radiated extremely fierce murderous intent. They bared their sharp fangs towards the group. Jedno sighed softly. What was it again this time? Was it a bear or a wolf? Without hesitation, Grid immediately pulled out his long sword and rushed forward. "Quickly following me, Jednos." Listening to the command, Jednos also gathered his strength to follow closely behind. In darkness, the attack power of the +8 waist increases by 20%. In darkness, Grid's boots defense +8 increases movement speed by 20%. The two of them cooperated extremely well. In the blink of an eye they destroyed the Raging Wolf and received the Raging Wolf's skin. Grid continued to move forward. He didn't forget to look back to remind him. "You said there was a tailor from the Silver Engineers Guild, right? Use this to make items and sell them, using them as guild money. Give the reward to the crafting guild too." Hearing that, Great Sword's eyes widened in surprise. Did Grid think that way? The phone's face suddenly showed concern. "But it was different from the last time we came here." Rigas agreed. "Yes, the vampire's range of action has been expanded and the level has also been raised much higher." Seeing that, the phone immediately turned to talk to Grid. "It seems that when accepting the mission, the system had made changes to suit our team. Perhaps because of that the difficulty had increased." Grid confidently replied, "That's better, right? The rewards will also be better, and the experience gain will also be faster." Peak Sword observed Grid's excitement. He secretly admired him. He looked excited in a stressful situation like this. "It's truly beyond words. I hope this expedition will not fail." Not long after, the expedition team stopped in front of a huge castle. The bright red light emanating from the windows along with a cold atmosphere made everyone who came here feel cold. Once cleared, only this building remains. Grid frowned and said, "Having to search the building until the boss appeared. It was too troublesome." Phone replied in a low voice, "There was no other way. However, we should still be vigilant." Grid was startled to see a blood-red light appear behind the party. "Ha, what was that?" That red aura slowly condensed together. A cold voice suddenly came out. 2 months ago, while I was sleeping, crazy bastards polluted my city. Before that anger disappeared, another group of bastards entered. Once again, this atmosphere is polluted. The system issues a warning. Powerful death energy disrupts your magic power. Some spells and skills will not be able to be used. The entire expedition suddenly felt their bodies sag under an invisible pressure, their strength suddenly disappearing. The vampire's gaze exerted pressure on an inferior race. The player's body receives extreme pressure. The master of the 13th city, the vampire Earl Elphinstone, has appeared. Elphinstone had long, blood-red hair. He stretched out his clawed hand, smiling an extremely horrifying smile as he said poisonous blood flowed out. "If we hadn't gone out for a walk to relieve our anger, we almost wouldn't have caught these insects. I have to catch you all as soon as I see them so I can sleep comfortably." The system explains his ultimate move. Poisonous blood gushes out, absorbing the opponent's vitality in large quantities and restoring one's own vitality, can only be used once a day. Some players' skills cannot be used within the next 5 minutes. For the next 5 minutes, movement speed will decrease by 30%. The great sword cried out in panic. What is this? My skills are sealed. Me too, Ventnor said. Elphinstone smirked and laughed. He softly said, I will come to you again after a while. I will kill each of you slowly, so please take your time and say goodbye to each other. Having said that, he slowly disappeared in mid-air. The red-purple ore also disappeared. Immediately after the pressure from the vampire's eyes was released, Jishuka relaxed her body. She spoke out with difficulty, Drawer, what, he just disappeared like that. Regas trembled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He softly said that from the beginning, I didn't think there was anything special. A horrifying scene met Jishuka's eyes, causing her to widen her eyes and tremble in fear. Grid, Jishuka cried out in panic. Everyone quickly turned their eyes towards their team leader. Grid was now covered by an extremely dense cloud of death. Blood was pouring down from his head. It took a lot of effort for Grid to stand firm to support. He breathed hard and gasped. Damn it, already blew away the 10 gold potion and the immortal protection move. He quickly drank a bottle of ultimate life restoration medicine. A medicine prepared from Radon's metallurgy facility, restoring 15,000 lives. The system informed that people who became legends would not die so easily. When vitality is at minimum level, Immortal Guardian will activate damage immunity for 5 seconds. Jishuka and everyone quickly ran to Grid, worriedly asking. It seemed like he was aiming for the strongest person in the group. Grid, are you okay? The death aura around him also slowly disappeared. Grid gasped and replied, as everyone can see, I'm not fine at all. Tuat Kiem exclaimed in surprise. He's still alive, thanks to exactly 1,000 machines. That's a really good number. Grid explained in a low voice. I have a passive skill called Immortal Protection. However, the cooldown time is quite long at 24 hours. Grid helplessly smiled. So please always remember this. In the most dangerous situation, use my body as a shield like before. He turned to ask for the phone. When everyone came, he didn't show up, right? Phone immediately nodded to confirm. That's right. Even though I've been exploring this place for more than a month, I've never seen it before. Ventnor broke out in a cold sweat, worriedly saying that his move was too strong. With just one move, Grid, the person with the highest life, had his life drained away. It seems he aimed for the strongest person in the group first. Faker commented in a low voice, seeing no signs of any moves and using defensive magic had almost no effect. Jedno sighed softly. Every time he appeared, someone would die. This way, it's better to launch a general attack there. Jishuka sadly shook his head, but failure is inevitable, because he will focus the seal on our strongest skills. Grid thought deeply. Even with his mind's eye ability, he couldn't recognize the move he performed, plus he seemed to be stronger than the demon Helgao. If I reach level 300 and the third job power-up mark is reached, I can read that skill and maybe deal with it a bit, but right now my level is only 2%. Even if I use experience boosting potions and wipe out the vampires here, it's completely impossible to reach level 300. In addition, the teammates are also in a state of having their skills sealed. If that bastard Elphinstone appears again, it will absolutely be unbearable. Grid's face became extremely grimaced, clearly showing his helplessness in the face of a situation that was so unpredictable. There was no way out. This expedition has failed. Jishuka suddenly spoke up to break the silence of that heavy atmosphere. She calmly deduced that just now, when the movement stopped, you were learning about the honor store, right? I heard you can buy experience boosting potions there. Maybe we will have more time to prepare until he appears again, because the cooldown time is usually designed to be proportional to the strength of that move. His move is so powerful that the cooldown time is probably quite long. We have to find a way to deal with that move or find his hiding place. Even if the odds are 0.1%, as long as we have the ability, we must definitely fight. Level 300, if you have time, you can do it, right? Faced with Jishuka's wisdom, the phone nodded in admiration. As expected, he was a very intelligent person. Analyze and judge very quickly. You mean hunt the monsters here and put all your experience into the grid, right? Ventnor nodded in agreement, but if he appeared during the hunt, Some people would die. Grid panicked and stopped. Wait a moment, this is my mission. It may put you in danger. It seemed like the whole team had made up their minds. No one could change their mind. The guildmaster just needed to listen quietly. Grid was moved with tears. He exclaimed, "Guys, guys." The whole team got ready and said in unison, "We will help this baby bird take off and fly." In just a short time, monsters from all over the city had flocked to Earl Elphinstone's castle. The entire expedition team, except for Grid, simultaneously blocked and attacked the large group of monsters. Vantner shouted loudly, stopping them again. Until Grid turns out the experience point potion. Jishuka turned to Rigas and told me to check the situation. "How is Grid? Is it successful?" Rigas turned around and saw that his president seemed to be losing his mind. He was immersed in the lottery game of the famous store. Even though the items dropped were not very useful. "Congratulations, bitter cocoa pear has been harvested. Congratulations, harvested assembled toys that help develop children's brains." Rigas breathed out in boredom, looking like he was enjoying himself. Jishuka didn't understand what he was saying, so she grimaced and shouted. Grid kept spending his reputation points on the vending machine, even though the system kept cheating him. This time, hollow, wish you luck next time. This time, hollow, wish you luck next time. He was not discouraged, and continued to boldly click on the square with the question mark. To save even one more person, he must reach level 300. However, Grid's efforts up to this point seemed to be in vain. The system continued to deny his efforts. This time, empty. Good luck next time. Grid's tears were short and long. He knelt down and begged the cart, "Don't do this again, please. Reputation points from 28,000 but now only 6,000. Give me back my reputation points." Continuously meaningless replies. This time, empty. Good luck next time. This time, it's empty. Better luck next time. Grid groaned in pain. "Just give me one time and I'll do it, please." At that moment, a bottle of pure blue water appeared. The system excitedly congratulated. Obtain a solution that increases a percentage of experience points when fighting monsters. Experience point gain increase. Solution increases experience point gain by 20% for 3 days. Wait, 0.1. Grid's mind exploded. He roared that if he wanted to give it, he had to give it quickly. This sloppy thing. Along with that were the crazy kicks on the golden chariot. Ah! Jishuka noticed that the situation had become better. She shouted an announcement. The Grid was finally spinning the solution. "Let's attack from the alley ahead." The whole team moves. Grid, who was next to him, still hadn't finished swallowing his anger. He grimaced and cursed. "TSK, trash game." Moments later, loud explosions sounded everywhere around the castle, proving the extremely fierce battle. Standing on a high balcony to observe the situation, Jednos commented worriedly. Everywhere he looked, he saw higher level vampires than normal vampires. Too many vampires were over level 200. It was really okay. Jishuka frowned and replied, "If Grid wants to level up, there is no other way. The problem is that only one person can drive those vampires back." On the Grid side, he laughed loudly and called out, "What are you doing, Vantner? Run, below." Vantner was running around bravely, wearing a Malix's cloak, whose property was the smell of blood, always emitting a foul smell of blood, easy to become a target of wild animals and monsters and cause discomfort to people. Following him was a group of vampires with a minimum level of 280, a maximum of 350. Vantner roared in horror at Grid. His majestic demeanor had disappeared, replaced by an expression of extreme fear. Vantner's eyes widened. He pulled out all the skills he had to use, in order to save his life and protect him. Of Steel, Guardian Wisdom, Blessing of the Dharma Protector, increases physical defense by 30%, stab and slash resistance by 50% for 3 minutes, increases magical immune system by 30%, all attribute immune system by 50% for 3 minutes, creates a protective screen that absorbs 20,000 damage. However, the damage caused to Vantner by the group of vampires was still too great. The system continuously issued warnings. Suffered 5,600 damage. Suffered 6,400 damage. Take 7,500 damage. The vampires attacked and screamed triumphantly. As soon as they woke up, they were able to quench their thirst with human blood, which is fortunate. Vantner raised his shield high, bracing himself to fend off the large group of vampires. He trembled in fear when they knew how to control magic immunity and combine physical attacks instantly. These guys are not ordinary. Vantner shouted a signal, unable to hold on any longer. Quickly handle it. Jednose immediately jumped out to help. The vampires were coming. Drink the blood-boosting potion and try to endure it a little longer. The storm prevails. When using the covering storm skill, a hurricane is spawned at the designated location, detains enemies within range for up to 5 minutes. The group of vampires were immediately held back by Jednose's attack, and Vantner took the opportunity to retreat. He thought for a moment. When Elphinstone appeared, he had to use his guardian's efforts, hoping that skill could resist him a little. I have to try to hold out here. Thinking about it, he used the sun shield technique. From above the shield, bright sunlight emanated, shining straight at the group of vampires in front of him. They quickly covered their heads with their hands. Every movement seemed to slow down. Cough. The light suddenly came from somewhere. How is the back? Is it okay? Go to the front for help. They turned their heads back only to realize in horror that their back row had been heavily attacked. Phone led the raid group and excitedly shouted, Vantner, good monster gathering. Your sunlight technique is quite good. Brightens from nape to pores. The vampires were destroyed one by one, crying out in pain, ah, ah. From the balcony, Jishuka had drawn her bow ready for the attack. Her whole body was covered in bright red flames. Jishuka smiled and said, if you suddenly change formation in a back and forth motion, your hips will weaken, right? As soon as they heard the strange voice, the vampires looked up in surprise. As soon as they looked up, the Jishuka let go. The arrow flew down, creating a giant explosion. The fire engulfed the entire herd of bloodthirsty vampires. If you huddled there you would die. They cried out in pain and then fell silent. She immediately turned to call Grid, already grilled enough to eat. Right now, right at that moment, Hulloa used his gift as an order, singing a beautiful voice. The great sword shined even brighter in the darkness. Please appear. Grid pulled out the sword that had been empowered by Hulloa. His spirit was boosted. Attack power and magic power are greatly increased during the next attack. The next attack is definitely the key. Increases attack power by 20%. Plus 9 trash items from dark places. Grid roared. The blacksmith's wrath. A half-empty iron mask appeared on his face. After the Pascal raid, the level 3 transcendent light is more effective. Let's try it once, he said loudly. I will eat these monsters with gratitude. Transcendent contempt. As Grid swung his sword, a series of effects and damage erupted, blowing away hundreds of vampires. The system continuously sends statistics and critical damage. Gloves of Divine Light. Activate the effect to attack the target 5 times. Receive 5,490,500 damage. Receive 5,490,500 damage. Within 5 seconds, the total damage was inflicted over 100 million. This is an amazing record. Continent-wide reputation increased by 5,000. Leveled up, currently at level 297. Gained 10 ability points. Grid happily thought to himself, he had recovered enough points to buy 5 lottery tickets. The effectiveness of experience boosting drugs is no joke. Every time a vampire is captured, the experience gained is 3 times that of the monsters in the desert. Taking advantage of the victory, Grid continued to rush straight towards the panicked vampires. After attacking the building for half a day with 7 people ranked 20th in the combined rankings, remaining experience index, to reach level 298 there is only 40% left. If they leveled up somewhere else, it would probably take 2 weeks, but now they feel that being able to do this is a very remarkable achievement. Grid shouted brightly. The stat allocation increased to the agility stat by 10 points, following the reference Piero had shown was effective. Piero's stats ratio is strength 1, agility 1, stamina 0.7. There's no way Piero can increase his stats haphazardly. I just need to follow it. A moment later, the vampires were completely destroyed by Grid. The area where the sweep had just taken place was now only a pile of ruins, with dirt, rocks, and dust flying up. Vantner, after completing his task of attracting the monsters, sat down on the ground panting, glad that he was still alive. Hulloa went to praise Grid. His level up speed was much faster than expected. Just attack 5 or 6 more buildings and you should be level 300. Grid sadly shook his head. He didn't know. If you reach level 299, the experience level to level 300 will be 4 times higher from 298 to 299. Jishuka sternly reminded, above all, everything is assumed that the Elphinstone name will not appear soon, but don't be negligent. If the Bantner and Heroi with monster luring and resisting skills are anything to go by, the team's balance will collapse and the monster hunting speed will decrease significantly. However, Bantner, in the next building, you're the only one doing it. In the next building, Bantner alone fought against the siege of aggressive vampires, whose level was even higher than the previous building. Bantner screamed in panic, "Please do something, I can't bear it." On the grid side, the situation was not much better. The system continuously notified when he had defeated a low-level vampire. Grid fought while constantly thinking, taking twice as long as the previous building. This time it took quite a while, even though I was wearing light armor that counteracted the dark attribute of these vampires. The damage continued to pile up. After destroying the vampire, rare accessories suddenly fall out, the first being the highest class tailcoat, rank, epic, endurance, 120 out of 120, defense, 301, attractiveness, plus 50, weight, 120, conditions of use, level 300 or higher, male, along with that is a blood red ring with a rather strange design, lowest level blood-sucking ring, rank, epic, weight, 1. When attacking normally, 5% of the damage dealt to the target is restored to one's life. This effect can only activate once every 15 seconds. Conditions of use, level 280 or higher. I know the chance of dropping vampire items is the lowest, so could it be possible to drop such a rare blood-sucking item? Grid put the blood-sucking ring on his hand, happily shouting that he had received a wonderful gift at just the right time. He immediately continued his work of clearing out the vampires. With each swing of his sword, a series of notifications appeared: critical damage, lowest level blood-sucking ring, triggers an effect that restores 5% of damage, deals 9,300 damage to the opponent, divine light armor, recovery speed increased by 300%, 1,350 vitality has been restored. Although the life steal and recovery indexes are not high, when I need to restore vitality, this recovery index has helped me a lot. Thinking so, Grid grinned brightly, "Ha ha ha, it's true that the tiger has grown wings, die." At that moment, a new enemy suddenly appeared, changing the tide of the battle. In the blink of an eye, they knocked down Jishuka. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Grid, I get attacked a lot." Behind you, the two new people who appeared were the true blood vampires. The long-haired guy named Boris, the guy with the spiky hair was Ruzel. They bared their fangs and rushed straight towards Grid's back. How dare these stupid foodies attack predators? Die, vampire claws. As soon as they raised their sharp fangs towards him, Vantner immediately realized the danger. He rushed forward to block Grid's attack, defending steadfastly. Resilient defense skills, defense index up to infinity, can block one enemy attack, reuse standby time, 48 hours. He gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it, the skills I saved to prepare for Elphinstone have already been used. Grid quickly got into a stance to retaliate. He ran around Vantner and quickly said, "I owe him this time. The mantises have been cleaned up. Please step back." Vantner nodded. I know." Confronting two true blood vampires, Grid pulled out his longsword and angrily said, "Should I tie up their hateful legs first?" Pagma's sword dance, third consciousness, the ultimate technique called Pagma's sword dance, the third form. In a radius of 1 meter, it deals physical damage to all enemies and causes them to reduce their movement speed. However, the moment Grid raised his sword, before he could attack, the two vampires quickly used the illusion of darkness to deflect the attack. Before Grid could recover, Boris rushed forward and hit him hard on the back of the head. He smirked and scorned him. "Ha ha ha, you are just a lowly race, but you still have pride." The battle became extremely difficult. Grid was surrounded by Boris and Ruzel. He used all his strength to shield his body from their attacks without having a chance to fight back. Holoi stood outside observing the battle. He shouted in panic, "Is that a true blood clan? Even if they are attacked with a deceleration skill, their speed will not decrease. They're putting all their damage together, so they're the king." Jishuka was able to get up. She worriedly said that she needed to be more careful. The wound they caused was a deep wound. The recovery items would be less effective. Grid is in too dangerous a situation. Holoi clenched his fists. He helplessly cried out, How could he attack them when they were using shadow illusion? On the Grid's side, he quickly used the sword blessed by the god of light. One strike was able to injure 2 vampires. Boris coughed out a mouthful of blood because of that sudden attack. He hissed in surprise. What is this bastard doing? Why can't we continue using the illusion of darkness? Ruzel looked at the blade wrapped in bright light, panicking, realizing this power, divine power. He told Boris that if bloodsucking doesn't work like this, it's very dangerous. Just need to leave, that bastard is so powerful. Grid's whole body trembled. He clenched his teeth, trying to raise his head. Grid's mind was constantly thinking about ways to defeat those 2 vampires. I first stopped their shadow illusions with the blessing of the god of light, but this move doesn't last long. I have to quickly end it while the move is still in effect. Basic skills like killing, of course, are basic damage skills, so they don't get much, compared to combo attacks and superpowers. The damage caused by these combo moves is more. But the cooldown and general skill execution time is too long. They can retreat. It's best to use basic moves to target their weak points. Thinking about it, Grid put strength into his legs and rushed forward like the wind, performing a great skill. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a series of slashes on Boris and Ruzel. The system immediately announced that it had destroyed Boris, a true blood vampire. Ruzel, the true blood vampire, has been destroyed. You gain 44,690,500 experience points. You have gained 45,900 and 1,000 experience points. Leveled up, currently at level 298, Grid landed on the ground, smiling happily. Second building, destruction completed. Phone ran towards him, relieved. It's over now, right? I spent all day attacking these 2 buildings. Jishuka tearfully looked at Grid. She was emotional after witnessing Grid's ultimate move and because her guildmaster was still alive after confronting 2 true blood vampires. Grid exclaimed in surprise, it's been so long since that happened. After that, the system continued to give rewards, received intact rubies, and received the 3rd piece of an unknown item. Grid was extremely puzzled. The system gives instructions. The 3rd piece of, it is impossible to guess what it is. Need to collect at least 3 puzzle pieces to know what this is. What is this? Seeing that the item he received was not what he expected, Grid let out a sigh of disappointment. I was expecting to drop equipment that permanently increased stats or jewelry that had blood-sucking effects, but it was a pity to drop magic items, crystal like this. Vantner sat up after drinking the potion to restore his strength. He worriedly asked, anyway, if Elphinstone appeared now, what would he do? I used my stubborn defense skill. Hului softly reassured him. Don't worry, I will use every means to stop him. He affirmed in a firm voice, like everyone else, I will do everything I can. Before he uses his skills, I will use my eloquence to attract and provoke him. The phone immediately reminded me to do it just right. Your rhetoric is cruel. Hului smiled wryly and replied that I just wanted to be useful to the army. The system suddenly announced good news. The waiting time to reuse the skill of the title of legendary person has been restored. Hearing that, Grid breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. Wow, it seems like a day has really passed. The immortal protection skill has returned. Jishuka replied happily. Lucky, thanks to it, I will feel more secure. Suddenly around the castle, the atmosphere became much heavier. The strong death energy is disturbing your magic power. Some spells and skills will not be able to be used. The vampire's vision has caught sight of an inferior race. The body is strongly restrained. The entire team immediately stood close together, ready to welcome the vampire count. Soon after, the master of the 13th city, the vampire Earl Elphinstone, appeared. Faker was the first to notice. He shouted a warning. He appeared, above. Standing on the balcony high above, Elphinstone spoke in a voice that poured out poisonous blood. Hului was extremely indignant and yelled at you bastard, you're playing such dirty tricks. If you're good then go down there solo. Elphinstone gave a sinister smile. He disdainfully replied, it's not dirty, just use it. It's simply a bad guy every time. We'll be back in a while, so please say goodbye to your teammates. Having said that, he disappeared again with a blood-red evil aura. As suddenly as he appeared, Hului turned pale and shouted, disappearing again, who is it this time? He was horrified to realize that Grid had once again become a target. Holloway shouted worriedly, "Master, Master," but it seemed like Grid couldn't hear anything anymore. He gritted his teeth and put all his remaining strength to resist Elphinstone's attack. From his eyes, nose, and mouth, fresh blood rushed out. The system continuously sounded warnings, piercing the center and receiving 68,300 damage. People who become legends don't die easily. When vitality is at minimum level, it will activate immortal protection that is immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Grid was extremely angry. He grimaced and cursed. That bastard was only targeting him. Grid fell to his knees in pain. He propped himself up with his trembling hand. Grid gritted his teeth and thought. His vitality was almost reaching 55,000 thanks to the effectiveness of equipment and titles with accompanying effects, 6,000 higher than Tanker Bentner. Furthermore, the Angel Armor effect reduces magic damage by 50%. But his skill can make all his vitality fly away in one move. That skill is too strong. Grid was confused with questions constantly appearing in his mind. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Why did that bastard only target him? Elphinstone, you bastard. Jishuka felt extremely angry. She came to the conclusion. The fact that he would defeat the strongest person of the group once every 24 hours with that move was verified. Right. Hearing that, Phone and Jednose, whose faces were pale, breathed a sigh of relief. Faker spoke softly. Fortunately, thanks to his immortal protection skill, we were able to survive. Grid forced himself to sit up. His vitality had recovered somewhat after drinking the recovery potion. He grimaced and replied that he didn't know that because this game concretizes the 5 senses, it hurts like real fighting. Grid quickly regained his confident demeanor. He shouted with enthusiasm, "No matter how dangerous it is, I must quickly reach level 300. Let's go to the next building." Absolute Sword quietly speculated. It seemed from Elphinstone's perspective that he had no special reaction when he saw the Duke die yesterday and was still here. Perhaps he hadn't discovered anything strange yet. There. Holloway worriedly said it wasn't that guy being subjective. He hoped he wouldn't find out. Meanwhile, deep inside the castle, in the Count's private room, after Elphinstone returned, he lay back in a large tin coffin with extremely intricately carved motifs. The coffin lid slowly closed. Elphinstone let out a low voice. "You invaded my city and caused chaos. For reckless trespassers like you, there is only one death." Elphinstone half closed his eyes, crossed his arms on his chest, preparing to fall asleep. His face suddenly showed a sinister smile. It was interesting to imagine low-class humans trembling with fear. Today I can sleep well again.
In the real world, at the a company, game developers are meeting to discuss and research the developments happening in the 13th Vampire City. Contrary to their powerful strength, the average sleep time per day is the days of vampires under the curse of laziness are 20 hours. Pure-blooded clans of the White Whisker level like Elphinstone must sleep for a minimum of 23 hours.
Ashley Thompson, captain of Satisfy Development Team 8, can be considered the creator of the vampire race, both one of the 33 scientists who built the Satisfy system and the designer of the vampire worldview. Ashley thoughtfully observed, the 13th city, Elphinstone kills the strongest in the group of invaders once every 24 hours. With the setting of the invaders losing key members one after another, the group will fall into desolation. Carrying and being completely destroyed is inevitable. I have also designed this 13th city with the highest difficulty level among the 15 vampire cities. But could it be disabled by the immortal protection skill? Ashley silently wondered. It's true that we can't calculate this either. Originally a descendant of Pagma, from the moment he crafted the 5th legendary level item, the growth rate of his ability stats and combat power increased a lot. He was indeed lucky and even luckier. Let's see how this vampire's conquest of City 13 will turn out. Ashley smiled brightly when learning about Grid's talents and gifts. He said with great interest, I also understand why Chairman Im and Director Yoon are interested in Grid. What if with this crazy luck, maybe he could collect all the pieces? In the Vampire City, on the 3rd day, the group was diligently attacking the 5th building. Absolute Sword confronted the group of vampires without much difficulty. He didn't even bother to take his sword out of its scabbard. The vampire spoke indignantly. How dare a human like you block our attack with just a scabbard? You will regret it. At this time, the great sword transmitted power into the sword. He said in a deep voice, Sword, Scythe. The moment the sword was unsheathed, hundreds of lightning-fast slashes were unleashed. The vampires were taken by surprise. No one had time to defend or dodge the attack. The situation was also extremely favorable on Grid's side. He delivered the finishing blow. The last vampire's body was cut into 2 parts. Grid happily shouted the 5th building. Done, thanks to you. It ended quickly. After witnessing the Master Sword's classy performance, Holloway was surprised to ask if his sword master's profession was a sword master. The attack power and speed are not inferior to the main army. Great Sword humbly replied yes, but don't rate me too highly. The big drawback when using attack skills with high damage is that the cooldown time will be quite long. He clenched his fists, secretly grateful that in the 3rd court, thanks to everyone giving out blood-sucking rings, he was able to restore such a lot of vitality. Truly trustworthy teammates. Indeed, merging the association is the best choice. Grid thought thoughtfully. At this rate he would reach level 299 in the next court. When that guy awakened for the 3rd time, at that moment, the system suddenly announced that the Immortal Protection skill had finished cooldown. It seemed like the Elphinstone monster appeared immediately. He once again unleashed his deadly blood poisoning move, targeting the strongest person in the group at that time, Grid. His whole body was covered by a terrifying evil aura. All his vitality was drained away. Looking at Grid screaming in pain, Holloway worriedly shouted for the leader. After another day, I came to you again. As soon as I finished speaking, Elphinstone disappeared again. As suddenly as he appeared, helplessly looking at the remaining death energy upstairs, the phone roared angrily, damn it, again. The system sounded a notification. People who become legends don't die easily. When vitality is at minimum level, it will activate Immortal Protection that is immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Grid stood up, gulping down the recovery potion. He grimaced and said how many more expensive recovery potions would be wasted. Faker replied in a low voice, it felt very simple. It was still a matter of luck. We just needed to quickly reach level 300 and he would be finished. Luckily for us, he hasn't discovered anything unusual yet. Vantner shouted triumphantly. That name is really stupid. At this rate, the Grid only needs to reach level 300. But Elphinstone is not an idiot. While returning to the coffin in his private room, he pondered. There was something really unpleasant, an indescribable feeling that cannot be grasped. To him, this action was no different from a short pastime after 23 hours of sleep. Elphinstone immediately put aside all the doubts in his mind. He complacently thought, but there is no insect that can survive after being hit by poisonous blood pouring out, because no predator can remember all the ants they have stepped on. At that moment, the expedition group suddenly received bad news. The duration of the potion that increased the percentage of experience gained had ended. At this time, Grid is summoning a set of repair tools to repair the damage on his armor. He clicked his tongue and thought, well, the experience boosting potion has run out, so I still have a long way to go to reach level 300. Holloway walked up behind him, smiling brightly. He spoke reassuringly, Captain, please don't worry too much, just relax, because we will back the leader to the end. Hearing that, Grid also felt somewhat reassured. He nodded slightly and replied, thank you, Heroi, let me repair the equipment first and then we'll continue. Grid told himself that yes, there was no need to rush. As long as that idiot doesn't notice anything strange, we won't have any problems. Grid's mood changed after reaching level 299 at the 6th building. Thanks to his efforts and the unanimous help of the entire team, everything is still progressing according to their wishes. Next was the 7th building. Everything went quite smoothly, so 4 days passed like that. After defeating the last vampire in the 7th building, Grid stopped for a moment to recover his strength. He frowned and calculated, I already knew that starting from level 299, I would need 4 times more experience points to get to level 300. If it keeps going like this, we'll have to fight 3 more buildings before it's enough. Just when no one expected it, the system turned red, warning that the owner of city number 13, the vampire Earl Elphinstone, had appeared. Grid grimaced and sighed. Sigh, this is the 4th time already. Okay, just keep killing. However, this time, Elphinstone gently landed on the ground, and he silently observed the expedition group. Grid noticed the other person's unusual attitude. He wondered why there was no reaction. Elphinstone looked straight at the Grid with his sharp eyes. He coldly asked the name in the middle. Why was he still alive? What the team feared happened. Grid broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he thought, damn it, he noticed. Elphinstone bared his sharp fangs. He slowly explained his guess. This unpleasant feeling never went away, so I just focused on each person's scent, because it's hard to distinguish the appearance of scumbags like you. Do you know how perfect a skill pouring out poisonous blood is? Because of it, we almost missed out on delicious food. He was extremely angry, so he changed his attack method and unleashed the blood-tide move. Now I will torment you slowly with this blood-tide move. Bentner quickly ran forward, raised his shield to block the attack, and defended steadfastly, but the pressure from Elphinstone's attack was still too great, making him grit his teeth to endure the pain. Grid nervously shouted Bentner. Bentner turned his head, he grimaced and gave a reassuring smile. Damn, he lost another insurance tactic. Grid thought thoughtfully. A series of bad scenarios suddenly appeared in his mind. This was so bad, I haven't reached level 300 yet. If there is no way to reduce this guy's power, everyone will definitely be massacred. Hului suddenly shouted loudly, you pest, did your parents and ancestors drink sewer water to give birth to you like this? Grid was secretly happy. Fortunately the taunting skill was not sealed. If Heroi's taunt skill works then. For Grids it is the best test, but this is not the path to take, for those of noble lineage, the parents, that is. The people most important to them, that's like the gods giving vampires immortality. The moment Heroi's defamatory words reached Elphinstone's ears, he released a terrifying domineering force. That pressure seemed to want to crush everyone to the ground. Elphinstone hissed, this is the second time I have been so angry in my 300 years on Earth. I have no interest in destroying my own food, but with a group of people like you who don't know their own fate. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. This cheap provocation will come at a very high price. Elphinstone decisively waved his hand. A tidal wave of blood. From behind him a red tsunami suddenly rose. The height of the wave must have been more than 10 meters. The system raised the warning level to maximum. The blood was boiling due to the influence of the blood tide. All healing effects are reduced by 80%. Every second that passes will transmit 153 vitality to Earl Elphinstone. Jishuka shouted in fear. What? Must get out of here quickly. Grid turned to look at the tide and then looked back at his teammates. He panicked and thought, I'm fine but it will be very dangerous for everyone. In particular, despite Zishka, Faker and Jednos, their vitality does not have much, only about 30,000. It is estimated that more than half of their vitality will disappear within just 2 minutes. In addition, if this is a large area blood-sucking move, Elphinstone will restore about 1,400 vitality every second. This move is no less powerful. Elphinstone continued to attack, as if wanting to extinguish all hope of the Grid group. He said in a low voice not to think about running away, because that doesn't make any sense. Blood tide. A blood-red tsunami column suddenly fell from the air directly onto the heads of the expedition group. This move has an extremely heavy effect, a blood tide, on all enemies in the area affected by the tide. Health will take over 50k damage over time. Rigas braced himself while pulling out the recovery potion. He trembled and shouted, no, it's impossible. First, stay safe by drinking recovery medicine. The absolute sword's condition was not much better. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and replied helplessly because the recovery effect had been reduced by 80%, so taking medicine could not restore much. After a long while of calculating the path, Grid started implementing the plan. First, I will get his stats using Noe's devouring skill, then copy part of Elphinstone's ability with Randy's skills. I will improve my fighting ability in every way. Grid raised his voice to summon Noe, Randy. Noe and Randy's answers made all his hopes seem to collapse. I can't swallow the legs of a noble level vampire bloodline. If I do then I will be damaged by the curse. It's an object that I can't clone. Sorry, Grid. Grid felt dizzy when he heard that. He trembled and thought, Randy, you copied Pagma, can't you copy him too? This is a racial limitation, separate from strength, and a natural principle that cannot be duplicated. Because true-blood vampires are a high-class species, doppelgangers cannot exceed this limit. Elphinstone suddenly spoke, it's time to fill my belly. From nowhere, he summoned a magical sword named Yarugt. Looking at the horrifying shape and the group of dead monkeys surrounding the sword, Grid broke out in cold sweat. His heart trembled thinking that sword. Just by looking at it, he knew that it was not an ordinary sword. This is a work that is absolutely not inferior to the works that Pagma has created. In just a moment, A series of thoughts ran through his mind. What were the ingredients used to make it? It doesn't seem to be from this world, but it's something like I've seen recently. Grid suddenly remembered the piece of broken material of unknown origin that he received a few days ago. Ah, I remember. It's a piece of an item picked up earlier. From color to material, everything is the same. Grid quickly dismissed that thought. No, now is not the time for me to think about this. He turned his head and shouted a warning. Everyone be careful, there he comes. After recovering some of his vitality, Great Sword rushed forward to confront Elphinstone. He braced himself and shouted to break the sword, happily. However, in the face of harsh reality, his most powerful move is nothing compared to Elphinstone's speed. He did not move an inch at all. With just a wave of his hand, the Yarug left a long gash on the sword's chest, fresh blood gushing out like a stream. The great swordsman used the last bit of his breath to keep himself from collapsing. He shouted in panic. There was no way he could be wrong. Could it be that that sword is ego-sewed? The sword that is known to have its own ego and shows its owner the most perfect path to cut. Elphinstone did not answer him at all. He snorted a warning. Lowly people should not have the audacity to stand right in front of Yarug's sword, because it will simply tear that person to pieces in the blink of an eye. Heroi widened his eyes and cried out, sword ending. Phone immediately rushed to the rescue. He quickly circled around behind Elphinstone and unleashed a piercing spear attack straight on the vampire's body. But Elphinstone only needed to gently turn his body to avoid the Phone's attack. The spear tip was knocked to the ground. Phone quickly pulled out his weapon, bracing himself to block Elphinstone's attack while raising his voice provocatively. You bastard is too arrogant. This damage is nothing to me. You only cut one sword at a time. At the same time, Jishuka also joined the battle. She shouted eloquently, we have a lot of people here. Let's see how many sword slashes you can make. Rigas, along with Faker, Jednos, and Bentner, rushed into close combat with Elphinstone. He roared in a loud voice, we will not regret this life. Attack him, everyone. Standing from afar, Grid trembled as he thought he understood there was no other way but to attack. It's dangerous. He is on a completely different level from the bosses I have encountered before. This name is even stronger than the name that I and Tuat Kiem once faced. Thinking like that, Grid's legs felt like they were stuck. He was afraid and did not dare to rush into the fierce battle ahead. On the contrary, his teammates did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. They continuously launched powerful attacks towards Elphinstone, with the faint hope of being able to erode his vitality. Red fire arrow, angry dragon feet, sword light poured out, violent tornado. Realizing that he could not stand still outside, Grid put aside all his fear and rushed forward. He tightly grasped the sword and slashed down. Pagma's sword dance, close. In the face of those terrifyingly damaging palms, Elphinstone slowly walked out of the smoke. Without even a scratch on his body, he coldly stepped on Grid's longsword, seemingly crushing all of his will to fight. Grid turned pale and trembled as he thought to himself, at least that guy had a weakness before, fossilization. But this guy is the highest level boss ever and I don't see any weaknesses, a simple guy with unlimited power. Elphinstone coldly said not to be rash, because I intend to let the best food eat last. In front of Elphinstone's eyes that seemed to be able to swallow everything, Grid felt a chill running down his spine. The incredible pressure from the other person made his whole body stand still. Grid was horrified to realize that he's even stronger than the monster Helgao. I can't do anything. A few hours later, on the 5th day of the expedition in the vampire city, at the 9th building, loud explosions, the sound of weapons rubbing against each other and the screams of the vampires echoed throughout. Large building, ah. They let out painful screams before disappearing into dust. It's absurd. How can this lowly human thing make us afraid? They shouted threats, but Mr. Lexi will punish you soon. You will soon pay the price for this. Jishuka spoke up to remind Grid. Her face looked extremely worried. Grid, there are 2 buildings in a row already. You have to get some rest. You've been fighting alone a lot lately. Grid didn't turn his head. He replied softly with a sad voice, let's go to the next building. Only 20% left until level 300. Vantner wiped the blood from under his mouth. His breathing was somewhat labored. He frowned and said that although he knew it was a situation, I really didn't like it. Please think of me as a tanker. Faker sighed softly. There was no other way. You've already decided on your teammates' lives. unable to do anything and can only resent being pushed against a cliff. Grid's facial expression has changed now, no longer the cheerful and excited look he once had. He pursed his lips tightly. Deep in Grid's eyes was an unmeasurable anger and resentment. Happened 14 hours ago, at the 7th building. Even though Riga suffered extremely serious injuries, he still tried to rush forward and unleashed a deadly lightning punch. His fist was aimed straight at Elphinstone. In the blink of an eye, his figure suddenly faded and disappeared. Rigas punched his fist in the air, angrily cursed, huffed, then turned into a blind bone to avoid it. However, even if the skill is sealed, it's not a complete seal, so I can at least resist him a little. With his extremely sharp intuition, Rigas immediately turned around and threw a kick straight at the back of Elphinstone's neck, which had just reappeared behind him. Rigas shouted loudly, "I'm here." Elphinstone felt stunned for a moment. He frowned and thought to himself, moving freely and without rules, it seems difficult to deal with. Without giving the opponent time to rest, Phone immediately rushed to join the battle. He swung his spear and unleashed hundreds of blows. See if you can avoid all of these moves by turning into fog. Break. Elphinstone was extremely calm. He created a blood shield to block the attack while assessing the situation, then thought of a plan to deal with it. It was a bit difficult to avoid this move. Should he use some blood? Faker suddenly appeared at some point. He used 2 kunai and an extremely fast technique to launch a demon-killing attack, surprising Elphinstone. Demon Slayer Strike. The more times it is cast, the more destructive power it accumulates. The first pain appeared on Elphinstone's face. He grimaced, thinking this guy was really fast. Before I turned my body into mist, he had already attacked. Moreover, his moves are still very sophisticated. Among the lowly guys we met during that time, this guy is definitely the strongest. Faker swung his hands down, causing significant damage to Elphinstone for the first time. Red blood spurting from the wound on his chest. Vantner excitedly shouted, "The battle is over. If we push back a little more, I don't know what will happen." In complete contrast to him, Faker still feels that something is wrong. "No, I feel like he is still leisurely. Haven't used all my strength yet." He is enjoying this battle. Just as Faker predicted, Elphinstone spoke with great excitement. "It felt really good. It would be fun to kill you right away, but it's not your turn yet." Having said that, he raised the Yarugged blood sword high. Cry, Ealugged, the cry of blood. With just one swing of the sword, the pressure radiated around was extremely heavy. The entire space seemed to be tinged red with blood. A deafening sound rang out, causing everyone within the affected area to immediately cover their ears. Rigas grimaced and shouted, "What is this sound? Body feels like it's being disturbed." Blood hell. The moment Elphinstone's cold voice rang out, blood bolts suddenly shot up from the ground, tightly binding the Faker in his surprise. Blood hell, tainting the bloodline of the target hit, severely reduces movement speed. Faker cried out in pain, "Damn it, legs are tied." Jishuka sensed the danger and immediately raised her bow, at the same time signaling to Zed North. Faker, Jednos understood immediately. He summoned the wind's blessing. Their moves were just like scratching Elphinstone's itch. He gently caught Jishuka's fiery arrow. Luckily, Jednos's wind was able to take the Faker out of Elphinstone's attack range. Elphinstone curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. "Is it done? It's worth entertaining us. Even so, you humans endure well." After regaining his courage, Grid picked up the long sword and slashed at the Elphinstone with all his strength. He gently raised his Yarug to block the attack, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh, that's right, this opportunist is planning to sneak attack us." The moment the two swords collided, a deafening screech rang out. At the same time, the system announced that the durability of the 9 failed creations decreased by 5. Grid widened his eyes in confusion when he saw the large crack on the sword. "My long sword." The sword's durability was damaged when it collided with his blood sword. In the first place, this guy who created Ealugged or something is stronger than me. But, I won't lose that simply. Grid immediately changed tactics. He used the God of Light's blessing, delivering a fatal blow directly to Elphinstone's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and screamed in pain. He raised his hand to shield himself from that bright light. This unpleasant pain, could it be? Is it divine power? Grid's entire body was surrounded by the light of the God of Light. He rushed forward to confront the Elphinstone. He tremblingly assessed the situation. The vitality of the guild members had decreased by nearly half. Yet Grid's vitality was he still has 80% left. If we keep hanging on like this, everyone will die. Elphinstone shouted indignantly, "It turns out you have some offensive things, but if we don't touch it, it's useless." He raised the tide of blood and skillfully used broken pieces from the wall to form a sturdy shield against Grid's attacks. Grid thought to himself, Elphinstone's ability was not as outstanding as other bosses of the same level. However, the reason I feel he is stronger than Helgao is because he uses the skills he is very skillfully. Holloway felt that the situation was getting worse. In just a moment he had recovered. He had to be provoked. He used his order skill and shouted loudly, "The lowest people are your ancestors who were eaten by loach fish." Feeling that the honor of the clan was insulted, Elphinstone hissed indignantly, "You worm, you dare." Grid quickly seized this opportunity when the opponent was angry and lost his wits. He couldn't kill him with the destructive power of the Raphael spear, this was certain, so I have to fight with this sword combo. Thinking about it, Grid unleashed a combo attack. A series of slashes were unleashed in the blink of an eye, piercing holes in Elphinstone's body and blowing him away. But, have you ever been unsure about an attack? Even though Grid had blown away the Elphinstone, a look of horror and helplessness still appeared on his face. Elphinstone has drained the life force of the guild members through the blood tide effect. He restores more than 1000 life force per second. Proof of this is the fatigue that appears on the members' faces, in the expedition team. Surely the stage that helps this incredible recovery ability is Elphinstone's battlefield. Elphinstone still stood firm after Grid's combo attack. He calmly healed all the lacerations on his body, snorted and said that this bastard has some items of the God of Light that make him quite difficult to deal with. Elphinstone showed an arrogant smile and declared, "You incompetent people, all of you will suffer my wrath. Pure blood a.k.a. with healing ability and many powerful skills is the difference. The biggest difference between the vampire race and you humans, the wall you can never overcome. You will slowly feel it through this match with me." Every word he said seemed to extinguish all of Grid's will to fight. Grid's face turned pale, scared when he realized that even the Raphael spear and sword lotus could not do anything to him. Is there no way to defeat that guy? There was no way to turn the situation around. Just when his destruction plan was on the brink of failure, his eyes suddenly flashed with hope. Grid came up with an idea that only he could realize. Present. Grid has a lot of experience from fighting the most difficult bosses. Even some of them have great reputations that affect the worldview in the game satisfy. With those experiences, Grid observed this vampire from a slightly unusual perspective. Just like fighting Pascal turned the situation from a disadvantage to an advantage, you need to understand this vampire's weaknesses so the attack will become easier. Grid suddenly realized that even though he had the power to kill everyone at any time, he only killed one person every day. To him, this is not a fight. He does this to instill extreme fear in us. In other words, this is his pastime. Just satisfy his purpose, then I can prolong the time. Grid was suddenly startled by his own thoughts. His whole body trembled. What am I thinking? Can I make such a decision now? There was only one way to escape. The system suddenly suggested, you can propose a deal to appeal to that name. As if sensing Grid's thoughts, Holloway immediately told him privately, do it your way, master. Grid was startled and turned around to look at Holloway. Holloway did not care about sacrifice. He explained with an extremely tough voice, I was the only one who directly provoked him to attract his anger. If the host can buy time with my life, I'm willing. Grid felt guilty from the bottom of his heart. He immediately refused. It was not possible. Can't act like that. Holloway seemed to have made up his mind. He insisted that finding Fabranium as well as finding a future for the whole group. Had the leader forgotten that this was the purpose of this expedition? Look at the two people whispering loudly. Jishuka frowned and wondered, what is Holloway doing? Closing his eyes tightly, he concentrated on assessing the situation, hoping to find a gentler path, no matter how much he could recover, how many skills he had not yet used. But right now, the group still can't fight him. I need to buy more time to reach level 300, if I fail. We have turned our efforts of many years into vain. For Holloway, who has worked hard to upgrade his special profession, it has even greater meaning. Holloway seriously told the still hesitant Grid, if he was eliminated right here then all his efforts would turn to dust. Commander, please decide. For the success of the guild, please use my life. Faced with Holoi's determined face, Grid was even more shaken with his decision. Grid gritted his teeth, painfully blaming him. After all, he still sometimes said such hateful words. Tears flowed from the corners of Grid's eyes as he made the most difficult decision of his life. I will never underestimate his determination. Thanks to you, buddy. Holoi grinned. He replied brightly with that determination. Thank you. After the agreement is completed, the system will notify everyone. Everyone listen, please hand over Holoi and extend the time. Everyone was extremely shocked by Grid's decision. Rigas angrily shouted that you sold out your teammates. Phone angrily said even if it was your decision, I couldn't understand it. Grid suppressed his pain. He sternly ordered, shut up immediately and do as I say. Exchange 1 life to save 8 lives. If you do not comply, I will expel you by the guild master's authority. Jishuka also understood that, when making this agreement, he must have felt more guilty and painful than anyone else. Grid told himself, he wanted to take on himself all the sins from this cruel decision. Leaving you behind was completely my decision, Holoi. Thinking about it, Grid stepped forward, his face darkened and he made an agreement with Elphinstone. I will hand over the teammate who mentioned your ancestors. Be less angry. Elphinstone slightly raised his eyebrows in surprise. He snorted in response. You sold out your comrades to protect your life. Indeed, humans are evil and dirty. But, Elphinstone stepped forward in front of Holoi. He grinned triumphantly. If I can enjoy this massacre any longer then I have no reason to refuse. Phone and Vantner angrily roared to stop them, but it didn't work. What the hell, this crazy guy. Elphinstone looked down at Holoi with his red eyes. He happily said, offer a heart-wrenching death commensurate with your crime. Do you have any last words? Holoi calmly replied, no. His eyes right now did not carry any regret for his decision, for the guild master's victory. Elphinstone's sharp hand mercilessly pierced Holoi's chest, his body burning with unimaginable pain. Hului didn't even breathe, trembling, all thanks to his spirit of training through countless arduous battles as well as his noble heart of sacrifice. Grid still stood there, witnessing this painful scene with a proud posture. He told himself, I won't avoid it, Hului, I will preserve your last image with these eyes. This glorious merit, and, Holoi's body immediately dissolved into pieces after death and flew into the air. Elphinstone smiled with satisfaction, and before leaving, he disdainfully said that this fun pastime was a good one. After a while I will come back to look for you. Grid's eyes were filled with spirit and determination, along with anger and hatred. He swore to himself, and to Holoi's soul, I will definitely avenge you. I will definitely become the guild master who will never be defeated. At Raiden Castle right now, a certain member is teleporting back. Turns out it was Hiroi. He had just been defeated so he had to quickly return to the citadel. At this point he had completely lost his strength, thinking to himself, that bastard vampire baron just made one move and he returned to the citadel to recuperate. Already, experience points have dropped to 19.3% and all of my items have had their durability dropped by at least 100 points. Luckily the items haven't been lost yet. When Lao saw it, he panicked and asked, Hiroi, why are you here? Did you revive in the city? Oh Lao, is it your turn to guard? Hiroi said bitterly, that boss is too strong. The main force is trying the best he can. In the worst case, they will return to the resurrection point tomorrow. Rigas and Pawn over here are in a pretty difficult situation. 4 buildings a day, it's too terrible. We're all exhausted. We'll probably die here. Pawn said, if in order to survive you have to sacrifice your teammates, it makes no sense. I still can't accept it. It's better that we all die together, than sacrifice each one of us. Jishuka was exhausted at this time but still tried to regain her teammates' morale. She said, but thanks to Grid's decision, we were able to escape the danger. Now we have the opportunity to start again, do better. At this time, the true pure-blood vampire Lexi has awakened, its strength has increased, and Grid is weakening. Jishaku added, I feel like Grid must also blame himself for his own decision. Look, he's been fighting on the front lines alone all this time. The time spent fighting this monster had lasted so long that Grid felt himself getting weaker. The monster was attacking him but his body was too helpless. He thought, damn, my tolerance is decreasing, now I can't even move a finger. It seemed like he had to endure that attack, but suddenly, Rigas rushed to block Grid's attack. Rigas screams, damn it. How long are you planning to stay like this? If you've made such a decision yourself, then try to make the most of it and show us that your decision is the right one. Lexi also said proudly at this time, you guys are too hyperactive, I don't like chewy food, put it all in the stew, give me all your flesh and blood.
But he looked down on Grid too much, his spirit right now is unstoppable, he said, Rigas is right, I have to prove that my decision to sacrifice Hugo was right, I have to try until the minute, last second, I definitely can do it.
Lexi suddenly shot out ghost chains, rushing towards Grid's teammates. The spiky-haired boy panicked and said, no, I can't block this. Faker said, damn it. But it was wrong, one teammate's sacrifice was more than enough, he was planning to harm all of Grid's teammates, just dream. For each point of endurance, the Grid will increase by 25 health points and 0,9 counterattack points, for each point of strength, health will increase by 7 and attack ability will increase by 0,6, for each point of intelligence. Grid uses the Winbot technique and the system immediately announces that the player has just reached level 3 awakening, and there was a hidden secret technique of Pagma's descendant that Lexi couldn't guess. The sealed ability was removed. Grid jumped up and attacked Lexi from behind. Jishuka saw this and said, he finally reached level 300 and the whole team worked so hard. Grid regrets it so much right now, his helplessness pushed all his teammates into a deep pit of despair, but it helped him regain his spirit as he is now. The system continues to announce that the player has reached level 300, vitality and energy will be restored to the highest level because you have reached level 300. He shouted loudly, with great determination in his heart, he would become stronger so that he would no longer have to feel such helplessness again. Somewhere else, someone accidentally said, Grid actually used that method, it's unbelievable, it's true that Grid's brain isn't just for show. Hiroi said angrily, saying that is too disrespectful to the leader, Laurel, but back to the main issue, are we prepared to send reinforcements to them? Laurel knew she had said something wrong so she had to calm down Hiroi, hey, calm down my friend. Tobin said, if you want to fight vampires, you must have light magic, I must be present. Toon also agreed, I will participate too. Laurel said, currently Tobin is taking over the gold mithril mine. The number of miners has exceeded 100, Tobin can't go anywhere, you too, if you leave, the main force of the guild will be absent, the defense ability of the guild will be in a very dangerous situation. You haven't forgotten the last invasion, right? Then he turned to Ibeline and said, so who should I send? I figured it's probably only you who can go. Hearing this, Ibeline was extremely happy, smiling showing both teeth, he said, I'm sick of having to keep watch over monsters in the mines. But then Laurel worriedly said, no matter how you look at it, there is no second person as useless as Ibeline. Ibeline was bitter and couldn't stand it, his blood was boiling and he said, hey, that guy. But Laurel is a very rational person, he put his hand on his chin and thought, now the number of territories has increased to 3, so we don't have enough people to govern them all, but we still have to send reinforcements, including Hiroi. There are still only 3 people, damn it, is there any other way? Hiroi impatiently said, after all, the safety of the host comes first, we must hurry. Suddenly someone came in to announce, Sir Laurel, there's a guest coming. The new guest just walked in and said, Mr. Youngwoo, no, Grid is still here. Oh beautiful lady, it seems you are quite familiar with the people here, she said, so you are the Vice President Laurel. I came to join the club to use good stuff. Everyone was very surprised. Tobin had to ask, are you Euron? Laurel also replied ignorantly, that's right, Yura. It took a few minutes for everyone to react to Yura's words. Everyone gasped and shouted, who is that? Why are you here? No, you just said you want to join our guild. Yura said brightly, Grid has already allowed me to join the club to use good stuff. Just ask him again, can I join? After hearing that, Laurel felt happy. She awkwardly checked the system, and said, yes, Grid agreed, how could it be? No, of course, welcome to our guild, I will register your membership now. In his heart, he happily thought, this is great, it's like a dream. Yura is a genius solo player, to the point of being able to compete with both Krauzel and Anyus. Laurel had seen Yura fight before, he thought, a dark magician is usually more difficult to play solo than attacking in a team. They only specialize in debuff magic. However, most guilds favor buffs over debuffs, so it's not easy for dark masters to join a guild, leading to rarely seeing their names on the rankings. But Yura is a legendary exception that reigns at number 5 on the unified rankings despite the fact that she is a dark mage. But Laurel suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, but didn't you disappear from the rankings 4 months ago? So what?" Tobin shouted impatiently. "Laurel, check the guild member list." The system appeared. There was indeed a name Yura. Laurel shouted in surprise, "Noble Slayer, a hidden legendary title. Wait, if you move from the normal rankings to the legendary rankings, you have to start over from the beginning, that is, from level 1, right? You leveled up from level 1 to level 203 in just 4 months. 3 times faster than even the top-ranked masters. The ability to maintain the 5th position on the rankings even though being a black magician is already terrible, and now even has the legendary title, like Tiger Grows Wings." Seeing everyone's attitude like that, Yura was also a little worried and asked, "Am I not up to the standards?" Suddenly Laurel decided, "I think we won't send reinforcements anymore." After hearing that, Heroi panicked and said, "What, you mean we should just leave the monarch to face the hardships alone?" Laurel said seriously, "You must know that adding 2 or 3 people won't change the situation. Even though Yura had the status of legendary, she was still only level 200, so even if she were to come along, the outcome would still be the same. My mission is to create a solid foundation for the future. If everyone believes in me, please always be prepared, waiting for the day your abilities become effective. What we can send to Grid, who is awakening to his role as a leader, is trust." After hearing these words, Yura secretly admired Grid. "You have great teammates, Youngwoo. Will your efforts, which you consider useless, gradually be rewarded? I will send you my most sincere prayers of luck, so please return triumphantly." On this side, things seemed to be better. The girl was happy, thinking, "He finally reached level 300, I can feel it clearly, he has gotten much stronger, I can't imagine his stats will be that high." The bulletin board displays, "Pure Blood Vampire Lexi has been defeated. Grid has gained 56,901,500 experience points, has collected intermediate vampire rings, has achieved title number 6, Grid looked at his body and thought, "Light, my body reacts before I even realize it." The girl was so excited, she hugged the Grid and shouted, "You did it." Your face was close to her speaker, beyond words. The boy with slicked back hair said, "Now he deserves to represent our country." Rigas admired it greatly, shouting, "In case something like this happens again, please train with me." Grid scratched his head and shyly said, "It's my fault that everyone worked so hard. Everyone can rest now. The elfin kick will probably come in about an hour, just recover first." Grid looked at the newly received items and said, "Let's check the items." "Oh, is it this again? What is it?" "If this vampire ring is a top quality ring, that's fine, but oh well, it's better than nothing, just take it." After checking the items, Grid seriously thought, "I have to do everything I can within 1 hour, before the elfin stone appears. Even though I'm stronger, there's no guarantee that I'll be able to defeat him." Viewers started to comment. One person spoke up, "I see that Grid is worried. Will they succeed in the elfin stone level?" Others also added that to attack elfin stone, there needs to be at least 3 high-level healers in the team. The blonde man also said his opinion. The biggest priority is to neutralize the elfin stone's bloodline, but the sulfin stone formation in bloody battle only takes 1.8 seconds. It is very difficult to prevent the activation of blood, so we have to compensate with continuous healing. A team of 8 people without a healer will not be able to attack the elfin stone. He stroked his chin and said, "Heroi has the ability to increase attack power to the maximum for all members of the team while still maintaining defense. It would be foolish to sacrifice such an important character like him. So, I don't know what it would be like if Heroi was still alive, but the possibility of success against Elfin Stone as a team on the current grid is almost zero." Chairman Lee Hoon said again, "But if it weren't for that choice, the whole team would be dead now. Besides, the power of Pagma's descendant is much beyond the original prediction. One of the 5 people who can create miracles in dangerous situations is Grid, isn't it?" The other man didn't take anyone's side. He said while eating a piece of beef jerky, I agree with both of you, but honestly, I don't think Grid's team will succeed this time. The influence of the Bloodland is too great, team members cannot use skills. As soon as he finished speaking, he was still biting into the beef when two of his friends laughed at him. He was the one who cursed Grid for not being able to reach legendary rank. He said that and made me a bit disappointed. He is now part of Grid. Then what? After hearing that, his face turned red, but he just said, "Don't talk nonsense." Chairman Lee Hoon said with some confidence, "Is this what gives me the most advantage? I'm looking forward to Grid's results." But the friend next to him immediately reminded him, "The elders always say that if you speak first, you won't pass, old man." The commentator said, "Is Grid a special existence? We don't want to miss the biography of someone who grew up in luxury." Chairman Lee Hoon excitedly said, "As a developer, watching is always very interesting. I hope you can use that method." After 23 hours of deep sleep, Earl Elphinstone's condition had reached a wonderful level. This was also because he killed and tore into hundreds of pieces the people who had insulted his ancestors yesterday. But that feeling didn't last long. Someone was standing quietly looking at the burning citadel. Vampires in the city can be retrained. Buildings that have been burned to ashes can also be rebuilt, but if they are pure-blooded vampires, it's different. That precious source of power can only be recreated thanks to the Bariachi ancestor and his pure-blood descendants. The vampire started to move, not knowing where he wanted to go but looking very angry. He thought, in order not to wake up in discomfort the next day, the Elphinstone rushed forward in a rage even though he did not know the exact location of those people. In his mind, he secretly thought, those people cannot be described by just two words, low class. So I finally made the decision to eliminate two of those people starting from today. We have to save the masked guy so that in the end, the most annoying person here is that cloaked assassin, in general, because those guys are stronger than him. Killing that guy first will save us effort. The system board announced, the owner of the vampire city, Elphinstone has appeared. He can discourage people with his magic. Some of the skills and magic of humans are also there, will likely be disabled. Hearing that, everyone started to worry. Is he here? Where is he? The vampire aimed at Pan and Rigas, causing poisonous blood to flow out. Then said, "This time I will kill you two first to set an example." Elphinstone looked down from above and thought to himself, after all that happened, I can't believe that none of them noticed I was there. What a low-class bunch. The ants crawling under my feet are more useful than them. Much. I don't know what made him so surprised that his eyes opened wide. He said, "What? That's impossible. How could he? Is he still human?" It turns out Grid blocked his attack. Grid shouted, "So it turns out you look like this, secretly flying back and forth to suck blood. You are really no different from a mosquito." Having finished speaking, Grid used a spinning move towards the Elphinstone. Grid gives the vampire one surprise after another. That guy, how did that guy react? No matter who it was, if he got hit by a direct attack of poisonous blood, he would only be drowned, but he was able to avoid it. Before he could recover, Grid's spear hit him and made him scream, "Og, this damn spear." As a vampire, his body had nothing but blood. Now that the spear was stabbed, blood gushed out like a stream. Pan still didn't understand what was going on, shouting, "What is it, Grid? Have you seen him?" Elphinstone was extremely angry at this time. He immediately used the pressure from the pure-blood vampire's eyes. It could suppress those lower than them. Your body will be subjected to extreme pressure. The vampire was now kneeling in a pool of blood. He thought to himself, I'm too injured. I have to use the blood tide. Say do. He immediately used blood tide, but his move was immediately blocked by Grid, and Grid also gave him a bonus sword strike straight through his body. Elphinstone was completely collapsed at this moment. He thought in fear. Not only did he block my gaze, but he also attacked before I could even deploy the blood tide. Can humans do this? Those who reach level 300 in this game have made huge changes. Grid immediately said, prepare yourself. From this moment on, you will have to pay for your sins. The vampire was so angry at this point, his body was cracked in many places. He screamed, that ordinary human, how dare you defy me? Having finished speaking, he used all his strength in a bloody blow. Seeing that, Grid thought to himself, it's too dangerous. Even if I use the holy sword, I might not be able to block it. but if I dodge, this terrible attack will bounce straight on everyone else, so I have no choice but to endure the beating. Unexpectedly, Vantner ran to block Grid. He also said, I will protect you, resilient. The blood storm caused him to bleed a lot, causing his shield to shatter. But he still forced himself to smile and say, he ran around by himself without using protection just because he reached level 300. Said Elphinstone imperiously, your sword will never touch me again. Saying that, he uses blood stream. Powerful streams of blood shoot straight towards Grid and his teammates. Grid quickly avoided those bloody attacks, thinking to himself, too fast and dense, trying to avoid or block them was impossible, he had to use footwork to avoid them. Grid was almost hit by the vampire's attack, but luckily, Jishuka's fire arrow blocked it. She shouted at him, as long as I can draw my bow, your attack won't even touch a single hair of Grid, Elphinstone. The devil replied disdainfully, you annoying animals, your cheap tricks are useless. Just as he was about to fly up, he was immediately hit by an eternal hurricane. So it's Chris, he said, quickly catch him, I won't be able to hold him for long. After hearing Chris scream, Faker, he immediately used a secret attack, repeatedly hitting the vampire. This guy has lost a lot of energy, he screams, you dogs, there are still 3 minutes left before I can reactivate the blood tide. If I activate that move, I will be able to absorb a large amount of blood. These lowlifes will no longer be a problem. Without giving him time to recover, Pon jumped down from above, shouted, don't lose concentration, then used a piercing spear to stab straight at him. Pon immediately provoked him, if you think the bug screams are too annoying, just kill them. As soon as he raised his head to look, Rigas attacked from behind. Before attacking, he sent him a message, I will let you enjoy even more pain and suffering. As he finished speaking, Rigas directly used his Thunder Fist on him. In less than a minute, the system continuously announced, 4 shots in a row, 5 shots in a row, 6 shots in a row, 7 shots in a row. Thanks to the special effective impulse, the target will receive additional damage. The Duke's Lightning Fist is a move that will automatically ignore the target's defense and increase lightning damage over time. There is still no sign of stopping. The system continues to announce, 8 consecutive hits, 9 consecutive hits. Thanks to the special effective impulse, the target will receive x30 damage. The Duke's Lightning Fist is a move that automatically ignores the target's defense and increases lightning damage over time. The attacks continue until the target receives x70 damage thanks to the impulse special effect. Rigas switches to using a long spear that continuously stuns and knocks up the target for 1.5 seconds, then continues to slow the target's movement speed for 2 seconds. After finishing my part, Rigas said, from now on I will be motionless for about 3 seconds due to exhaustion. The rest depends on you. The great sword was also in a ready position. After answering Rigas, just leave me. He pulled out his sword and used the scabbard and bow technique. Elphinstone was now beaten and staggered. Big eyes, small eyes. Daek Kiem secretly thought, everyone's physical strength is now below 30%, but we have had plenty of time to prepare. Grid observed everyone. In his heart he really thanked them. This time everyone is trying their best to fight so that I can put all my strength into this final finishing blow. Even though I have reached level 300, I still need their help. So I have to show them my determination. Having finished speaking, he shouted, continuously, thousands of swords continuously stabbed into the vampire. Elphinstone can only stand still and endure the battle right now. I thought to myself, as expected, this bastard is the strongest, he is too dangerous. In an instant, he called, Iaruged. A sword stained with blood appeared. He was confident that with this sword he could turn the situation around. He continued to make moves, tears streaming down his face. If you confidently say, I will cut you in half. But before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Grid's holy sword. He was extremely scared, couldn't believe his eyes. He asked again, you even blocked Iarug's sword strike, who are you? Grid heard this and Miyamai said, you've always played with us like a cat playing with a mouse. But now you're still asking me that question. Look closely. The person who will end your life is a human. After finishing speaking, Grid immediately used a deadly technique that dealt 210,900 damage to the target. Slashed the vampire in half instantly. The vampire still stubbornly said, "How dare you do that to me?" The vampires have killed countless filthy low-class humans for 350 years, suffering this humiliation with food that is only more palatable to each of them. This is the second time in my life I have had to endure this humiliation from humans. Could it be that that person's prophecy was correct? He was completely devastated at this point, and that was when he understood. He said, "Now I understand the question in my brother's heart. Unlike us lazy people, humans always strive to move forward." He began to remember the past. He said, "The first person to hurt and anger me, Brahmistwald. That guy said, if one day, an outstanding character that can threaten your life appears, then it will definitely be a human." He couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, "That's so absurd. Brahm, those are just words from the mouth of a man who was banished for atrocities just to learn human magic like you." "It's true that people who are about to die always talk about the past," he said. "Too many of my relatives have died because of your cruel experiments, and one of them is the girl I love the most, Leah, robbing me of my only sunshine in this world. Even if I killed someone 100,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to atone for my sins. Just because I wanted to get rid of those painful memories, over the past few hundred years, I have fallen asleep." Then he looked straight at Grid and said, "But just by resting, that damn human made me remember the disgusting face of Brahm." Grid saw him like that and thought to himself, "I have a bad feeling. It seems like my 5 consecutive attacks had no effect, the poisonous blood flow attack that I blocked, and the deadly blows of my teammates. Elphinstone now looks very ruined." Grid continued to give him another stab and decided, as expected, the level 300 attack still wasn't enough. The vampire's body suddenly emitted lines of blood, completely surrounding the Grid. Everyone who saw this was extremely surprised. "Blood tide, how could it be? We attacked him continuously." Grid was now within the influence of the blood tide. He said worriedly, he hadn't had time to react yet. Notification system, every second you will drain 153 vitality points from the Elphinstone count. All recovery effects will be reduced to 20%. The vampire now believed that he would definitely win, so he said, "You are just an ordinary human. But you dare to stir up painful memories that I don't want to remember. You have angered me." The system immediately announced that all Elphinstone's strength and regeneration capacity would increase by 300%. Then again, Earl Elphinstone unleashed his true power. His face became more and more scary because of the cracks on his face. He said, "I will devour everything, everything you have." The vampire Earl Elphinstone has unleashed his true power. He looked at the sword in Shin Youngwoo's hand on the opposite side and gritted his teeth and shouted, "This damn sword makes me angry." Shin Youngwoo didn't bother to say much. He raised his long sword Dane's Life, used a killing move and swung it strongly towards the opponent. Elphinstone curled his mouth full of contempt, immediately performed a move called Blood Rocket. Countless blood jets turned into arrows and stabbed straight at Shin Youngwoo's body. After performing this one move, Elphinstone leisurely asked, "Are you done yet, bastard?" Shin Youngwoo did not answer him. His face was now filled with cold sweat. He thought to himself, even though he had become a lot stronger after reaching level 300, the distance to reach him was still very large. Far from it. If he cannot limit his recovery ability, then everything will be in vain. "We have vitality thanks to sucking our blood. If even Grid can't defeat him, what should we do?" The great sword next to him heard that and immediately said, "If you have time to worry about things, you should focus on the battle." Having said that, everyone rushed forward at the same time. The Elphinstone's blood fangs came out with amazing power and surrounded Pon's people inside. Staying behind to observe the situation, Jishuka raised his eyebrows and said to Jednos, "The moment the blood tide is activated, our chance of winning will be almost zero. I can only hold out for 5 more minutes." As soon as these words ended, he didn't know when Shin Youngwoo appeared next to him. He curled his mouth and calmly said, "Then it's over, right?" Hearing this, Jishuka curiously asked, "So do you have another trump card, Grid?" Shin Youngwoo did not answer this question. He raised his long sword Dane's Life high and said, "From now on I will fight with all my strength." Saying this sentence, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, "The trump card, is one of the ultimate skills of Pagma's descendant that I got after leveling up to 300. Observing the opponent for a while, Elphinstone frowned and thought, what is this, a secret skill? Shin Youngwoo didn't pay much attention to his opponent's eyes. He put away the Dane's life, then lowered his head to look down at his hands and silently calculated. This is the combination of the power of all the items. I have to maximize their power. I've wanted to try to analyze its feasibility for a long time. And now is the most suitable moment. Calculating this far, Shin Youngwoo's body erupted with a bright golden magic power. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, the combined item. Combination item skills help increase attack power by combining 2 or more items into one. The use of the item after combining depends on the compatibility between the user's skills and the item. The combining process will last for 2 minutes. The items will then return to their original shape, at which point the item's durability will be consumed depending on the level of use. Combination time depends on each type of item. Mana consumption is 1000, cooldown is 6 hours. Going through the advantages and disadvantages of combined items, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, even though if he failed, he would receive very heavy losses, but it was worth taking the risk. The lethal long spear might be weaker but it contained holy power, so it is the best choice to confront the Elphinstone Earl. Activate the combined item, place the 2 items to be integrated on the anvil. Only this combination can bring about the strongest all-out attack, although it only lasts for 2 minutes. The combination of the holy magic of Lethal's spear and the destructive power of the failed item will create a terrible power. Think about this. Shin Youngwoo laughed happily. Ha ha ha, this is the blacksmith's hidden ability. Come on, combination item. Shin Youngwoo quickly took out a hammer and started hammering away at the item he was forging. Everyone who saw him do this action was extremely confused, being watched by countless eyes. Shin Youngwoo's sweat dropped and exclaimed, he couldn't combine right away. This skill needs time to combine 2 items together. What a shame, there's no bad guy sitting there. Hitting an anvil in the middle of a fight will cause you to get into hot water. This is a god-killing skill. While feeling depressed, a notification appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo, analyzing the time it took to combine items. Please wait a moment, analysis completed. It will take 43 seconds to combine it all. Please continue hammering for another 43 seconds. As soon as he finished reading this announcement, Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth and cursed, so I still had to sit and hammer in front of the boss for another 43 seconds. This skill really can't be helped. Sitting and hammering like this will give me one trick his life. Standing on one side, Vantner exclaimed in confusion, Grid, are you having a fit? Are you doing something? What do you mean you're there forging things while you're fighting? Jednose also rolled his eyes and shouted loudly, Captain, no matter how desperate we are not allowed to give up. Shin Youngwoo couldn't help but feel sad. He didn't speak but immediately sent a message to everyone here. These are the necessary movements to absorb the new skill. Please hold that bastard for 40 seconds. After sending this message, he secretly sighed. For some reason, he suddenly felt so nervous. The blue scimitar and the golden spear radiated a strong aura every time they collided with each other. But right now on the opposite side, Elphinstone didn't understand what Shin Youngwoo wanted to do. He rolled his eyes and said, no matter what you have in mind to do it to me. Then it's all in vain, bloody fool. Elphinstone couldn't wait any longer and started taking action. Shin Youngwoo's side only needed another 40 seconds to complete. He silently prayed that everything would go smoothly. Seeing their opponent begin to act, Vantner and Jednose immediately rushed forward and shouted, don't worry, you can forge things, leave it to us to hold him off. The 2 skills of Wind Ba and Holy Shield were used by the 2 of them to block the Elphinstone's blood wave, but it didn't seem to be very effective. The blood wave had an amazing power that sent Vantner and Jednose flying back. Seeing this scene, Vantner couldn't hold back his emotions and shouted, no, the blood arrow was penetrated. He was aiming for the grid. Blood Wanderer had an amazing power, sending Vantner and Jednose flying back. But as soon as he made a move, his eyes widened and he blurted out in some confusion, when did the blood arrow begin? Before he could finish his sentence, the Elphinstone on the opposite side said coldly, not bad. When Absolute Sword heard this, he was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, did you think I would just stand still and watch? Elphinstone didn't bother to listen to the other person's words. He just waved his hand and caused 9,980 damage to the opponent. He withdrew his hand and said with disdain, "This is the worthy end of the enemy, who dares to oppose me?" On the other side, Shin Youngwoo was still diligently forging iron. He was sweating and counting every second. There were 27 seconds left. Damn it, I'm afraid everyone can't last until then. Should I cancel the skill? No, I can't give up now. I have to trust my teammates. Elphinstone took advantage of the opportunity to rush forward. Regis quickly stepped forward to block him and said, "Don't you dare step past." Elphinstone didn't pay any attention to the Regis people. He raised his head high and said in a cold voice, "You still don't understand the problem." As soon as these words ended, countless attacks were launched by the Elphinstone. Regis reacted very quickly, immediately took a defensive stance and shouted, "There's Pawn behind you." Upon hearing this reminder, Pawn swung his spear behind him and replied, "I know." Elphinstone passed through these people at high speed. He said contemptuously, "It's useless." Violent storm of blood. As soon as these words fell, the blood rain, carrying terrifying fury, thundered down. Elphinstone raised a hand with his sharp claws to grab a person's collar. Elphinstone raised a hand with his sharp claws to grab a person's collar and continued, "You said no. I don't think a weak guy who can't even touch a strand of my hair has the right to say that. So this annoying insect has been hanging around for a long time. It's you." The person who was caught by the Elphinstone was Faker. Pawn and Regis no longer have the strength to stand up anymore. Pawn said while breathing heavily, "Quickly go get a bottle of healing medicine." Hearing that, Regis shook his head and said, "Even if I used it, the effectiveness would only be 20%, because I was already under the influence of the blood tide." At this time, the Elphinstone exerted a little strength on his hand and then let go of the Faker who no longer had the strength to resist. He said lightly, "You should be grateful to be able to touch my fingertips. Normally I wouldn't do it myself. Don't touch those dirty insects." As soon as he said this, a bright red flame suddenly flared up in front of him. Elphinstone suddenly raised his mouth and smiled and said, "That's right, there's still one more bug." The person he just mentioned was Jishuka. She raised her bow and arrow high. She used the Phoenix arrow skill. The arrow shot out with amazing power aimed straight at the position where the Elphinstone was standing. Elphinstone leisurely dodged to the side to avoid this arrow, then laughed with joy and said, "Ha ha ha, don't you see your fallen comrades? Do you think you can stop me?" Jishuka retracted her bow and arrow into a defensive stance. Her eyebrows furrowed as she thought to herself, "He is too strong. I cannot impress him even a little." But at this time, on Shin Youngwoo's side, he was still busy forging iron. Sweat was streaming down his face. His heart was filled with tension, thinking, "Damn it, hurry up, please. Otherwise Jishuka will. Can't stand it. Just a few more seconds. Can you last just a few more seconds?" At this time, Jishuka was still stubbornly fighting the Elphinstone. Even though she had just been hit by one of his moves, she still gritted her teeth and rushed forward. With one hand she grabbed the Elphinstone's eye root, with the other she held the arrow tightly and opened her mouth to scream. "Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not give up." Phoenix arrow. Seeing Jishuka's other hand, Elphinstone roared angrily, "How dare you touch my eye root? I will cut you in half, bitch." This threat did not scare Jishuka at all. She smiled and silently prayed, "You must succeed, Grid." As soon as these words ended, a powerful fire flared up very high. Pawn and Regis witnessed this scene and were both stunned on the spot. Both of them had the same thought that Jishuka was finished, but the situation right now is not like that at all. Shin Youngwoo's voice rang out from the center of the battle, "Wow! I was almost blown away by the shockwave, thank you." Not knowing when Shin Youngwoo ran here, he hugged Jishuka tightly, protecting her in his arms. Jishuka was extremely surprised by this appearance. She raised her eyes and hesitantly asked, "Did you succeed?" Shin Youngwoo nodded and smiled and replied, "Everyone is trying their best. How could I fail?" Shin Youngwoo successfully combined the failure item and the lethal long spear, achieving the transcendent legendary level. Damage from 1100 to 2390, defense 100, holy power 400, increases from 2 to 200 magic damage per hit. The probability of activating the light chakra skill is 100%. increases damage by 30% when countering black magic. The chance of blocking an enemy's attack is 90%. The chance of activating a combo skill is 85%. Angel Light skill added to the effect, able to create a fear effect on enemies 15 levels weaker than the user, increases magic attack chance by 30% in dark places. Conditions of use: Descendant of Pagma, combination time is 2 minutes. This item is not allowed for sale. This is a weapon that takes full advantage of the power of the failed item and lethal spear after being integrated by the legendary Blacksmith grid. The two items are completely combined. Glancing through the information of the combined items, Shin Youngwoo bent down to reassure Jishuka, "It's okay." "Can you stand up?" "Oh, okay," Shuka replied a little shyly. Witnessing this scene, Elphinstone seemed to understand the problem. He felt a bit strange but still brushed it aside and coldly spoke, "So you cowardly hid behind your teammates to have more time, and you have achieved your goal." Shin Youngwoo shrugged his shoulders and admitted, he tightly grasped the combined item in his hand. A bright magic flare flared around his body, then curled his mouth and said, "I know, although standing idly watching his teammates fight is very miserable, but thanks to that too. But I am prepared to fight you, even though many of my comrades have fallen. But this will be the last time. It ends here. You and I, one side must definitely lie down." Earl Elphinstone raised his sword Iaruged and shouted loudly, a spiritual sword with its own perception and dignity, possessing the ability to combine with its owner to resolve any situation in the best way. In other words, no matter what tricks you use, you won't be able to change anything, you bastard. Shin Youngwoo didn't bother to pay attention to these harsh words. He raised his combination item. It was a combination of a trash item and Lethal's long spear, capable of blocking attacks by calling souls, enemy. Two sharp weapons rushed at each other at incredible speed, causing the space here to rumble and shake. Soon, Earl Elphinstone spat out a large mouthful of blood. He retreated a bit. In my heart, I thought in horror, this disgusting power, could it be that the holy power in that sword also came from the spear? Its power in the past could not be compared to the current one. Looking at the other person like that, Shin Youngwoo thought with pleasure, it worked. He was a bit overwhelmed. It seemed like the legends weren't exaggerating about its power. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned back and shouted, "Vantner, give me your cloak." Vantner was startled when he heard that. Then he reacted very quickly, immediately took off his cloak and threw it at Shin Youngwoo. Taking the cloak in his hand, he silently calculated that combining items is considered a skill that can fully utilize the potential of all items. If he had to point out a weakness, it would be the usage time, too little, only 2 minutes. Putting on the cloak, Shin Youngwoo decided to take out the dark piercing and the dark ring and put it on his body. The dark earring item can use the darkening skill once every 12 hours. The maximum activation time of darkening is 5 minutes. Regular use of darkening will grant the user the ability to awaken, non-human. The dark ring item will consume 50 mana per second. If the mana consumption reaches 5,000, then the user can use the removal skill 2 times within 10 minutes. Although the conditions for use are very strict, the power is unquestionable. I will put all my effort into these fateful 2 minutes, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself. A new notice immediately appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo, activating the arbitrary influence of the dark earrings, summon skills, amplify black magic. You don't have much dark power anymore. Replace it with magic power. When the blackening takes effect, you will turn into a half-demon. In your half-demon form, your maximum vitality will be reduced by 50%, attack ability, magic, and agility will increase by 20%. All your attacks will be converted to dark form. Feeling an attack carrying Shin Youngwoo's terrifying power, Earl Elphinstone widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This power, what the hell is that, bastard?" Shin Youngwoo didn't bother to respond but focused heavily on attacking. Notifications continuously popped up in front of him. The two sources of magic power and holy power in your weapon were conflicting with each other. As soon as this announcement ended, Shin Youngwoo could feel his head about to explode, and his heart beating like it was about to burst. But fortunately at this time, the next notification appeared, doubling the holy power of the integrated trash item and lethal spear to suppress magic power. Your magic power has been supplemented by blackening to devour holy power. Every attack will contain both magic power and holy power. Each time the attack hits the target, holy power and magic power collide and explode. Your vitality will decrease by another 50%, and your attack, magic, and agility will increase by 10%. After reading these notices, Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, I made a fundamental mistake. I was so focused on increasing my strength that I forgot to consider the compatibility between them. Lethal long spear and blackening. Shin Youngwoo's legs were trembling at this moment. He couldn't stand anymore and fell to the ground. Since when did Earl Elphinstone come before you? He opened his mouth and eyes wide and shouted. I asked, what the hell are you? As soon as these words finished, he immediately raised his hand and struck a blow, receiving an attack from the opponent. Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, this is the last death battle anyway, either I or he will have to lie down. This thought gave Shin Youngwoo a new burst of strength. He swung the combined item to fight back, but the Elphinstone count was indeed very strong. Soon he had received 5,300 damage. Shin Youngwoo slightly retreated to take a defensive stance. He thought to himself, because his vitality was now only 16,000, so this damage was too fatal. On the other side, Earl Elphinstone is also immersed in his own thoughts. I possess both a body and mind equivalent to the pure bloodline of a vampire count, so what about this bastard? Can use both magic and holy magic. Is it really immortal? Without the ability, it's more like a strange and transcendent existence. There was no time to calculate more. Shin Youngwoo thought he had to finish quickly, so he immediately used the killing skill. This skill carries amazing power and hits straight towards the Elphinstone count. He gritted his teeth to resist this move and then raised his eyebrows thinking, who is this bastard? Not only his strength but also his agility is very different from just a few minutes ago. It's better to keep our distance, weigh and finish it off with magic power, not this close attack. How could I, the third person in the prestigious pureblood family of my great-grandfather Bariachi, one of her supreme descendants, be afraid of this guy, unable to let him live? Realizing that the other person was a bit absent-minded, Shin Youngwoo seized the opportunity very quickly. There was an opening. The opportunity was here. He immediately opened his mouth and shouted loudly, excellent swordsmanship, Pagma sword dance, beheading. As soon as these words came out, a notification immediately appeared. Your attack ability has doubled. The original attack has changed to a long-range attack. Integrate trash item and lethal spear. Attack 5 times at target. Integrates junk item and lethal spear, allowing you to activate chakra light. You just did 15,760 damage. You just did 16,400 damage. The version just did 82,900 damage. You just caused 60,060 damage. Countless consecutive attacks were directed by Shin Youngwoo towards the Elphinstone count, causing him to have no time to react and let out a scream. Absolute Sword stood to the side observing the situation and then raised his eyebrows in admiration. I think he is stronger than Helga now. Pawn next to him also thought so. He immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, maybe even on par with Kraugel. And at this moment in the center of the battle, the Elphinstone was extremely angry and shouted, whoops, damn it, because of holy magic and cooldown, I can't even use the blood shield. Although he currently has the upper hand, Shin Youngwoo is not much better. His face is covered with cold sweat. He grits his teeth and tells himself, both his head and heart feel like they are about to explode, but he still has to hold on until the end, until we destroy this villain. Elphinstone continued to spit out a large mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, from the beginning, being chased away by humans was a mistake. I shouldn't have just killed it. Thinking of this angrily, Elphinstone immediately roared, you're done, you bastard. Having said that, he immediately launched a move straight towards where Shin Youngwoo was standing. He thought to himself, although I am stronger now thanks to the poisonous blood flowing out, I still think that I have to use all my vitality to deal with him. A human name is even more hateful. Thinking like that, the Elphinstone immediately used the poisonous blood that flowed out to attack. This move created a blood missile that penetrated straight to the target's heart, and this attack never missed. Shin Youngwoo suffered a full blow of poisonous blood. Right after that, a new notification immediately pops out. The legend will not go away so easily. Your vitality will decrease to the minimum level. Then the Immortal Guardian will activate immunity to all damage in the past. Within 5 seconds, witnessing this scene, Jishuka could not hide his horror and screamed grid. Earl Elphinstone retracted his hand into a defensive stance. He curled his mouth and thought, it survived my poisonous blood. I have to add this one shot to be sure, Blood Lang. I recognize your ability to suppress me to this point, but it ends here, you miserable insect. The moment the Blood Wolf attacks is also the moment the dark ring on Shin Youngwoo's hand disables the enemy's skills. Blood Wave quickly disappeared into nothingness. The Elfin Stone's eyes opened wide, screaming in disbelief, no way, don't you dare run away cowardly again, Blood Fang. Seeing that the opponent continued to use a new move, Shin Youngwoo tightly grasped the combination item in his hand and shouted loudly, I will use Tien Bo to dodge. Count Elfin Stone became more and more unable to control his anger. He opened his mouth with sharp fangs and roared, die, 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 Blood Tide. Looking at this attack, Shin Youngwoo raised his eyebrows and calculated. He looked so reluctant to attack, which meant he had already received many damaging blows. Discovering this, he immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, I will finish you off, you also want to end it, right? As soon as these words came out, Shin Youngwoo appeared right in front of Earl Elphinstone. His face was now covered in blood. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, get away from me, you damn insect. Shin Youngwoo did not pay any attention to this threat. The combined item was tightly held in his hand. A combo attack with terrifying power was loudly struck. Pushed the Elfin Stone Earl back a long distance. He clutched the weapon in his hand, his face pale as he thought, now even if I block its attack, these explosions are too troublesome. The amount of health I accumulated from the Blood Tide is too much. I couldn't stand this attack, so I had to retreat a little. On the opposite side, Shin Youngwoo was also thinking in horror. He was able to block his consecutive attack with just one move. The time of immortality protection is about to end. Both the methods to restore Duran's ring and the ultimate life force are exhausted. I can't keep losing like this. Thinking like that, he immediately stomped his feet on the ground to gain momentum and shouted loudly, no, I am the one who decides who will lie down here. My attack is not over yet. Count Elphinstone had now approached where Shin Youngwoo was standing. He said in disdain, give up, now even if you die and come back to life, you won't be able to compete with Iarug with that sword skill. Shin Youngwoo's will was not shaken by these words. He immediately activated the integration of the trash item and the lethal spear. The light chakra has also been activated. A fatal move hit the Elfin Stone Earl directly, causing him to suffer 304,600 damage. Receiving this attack, the Elfin Stone Count was stunned and thought, how is that possible? I definitely saw it let go of the sword. No sword can resist Iarug. How can it be like that? Okay. Not wanting to waste too much more time, Shin Youngwoo continued to raise his weapon high and in a cold voice, he went down to the golden stream and asked. As he finished speaking, countless attacks were unleashed by him, slashing hard at the Elfin Stone Earl's body. He was completely unable to resist at this point. He could only stand still in one place and endure the battle. Countless amounts of damage were caused, causing Earl Elphinstone to no longer be able to stand and fell to one knee. But even so, he still refused to give up and gritted his teeth and scolded, the dream that humans are superior to us is just a vain dream. I will not allow thousands, even tens of thousands of you humans to step on you, even if it's just an inch of the land of my ancestors, Brahm. Hearing this name, Shin Youngwoo suddenly stopped in surprise. He thought to himself, Brahm, what is this bastard suddenly babbling about? You're not paying attention to the enemy right in front of you. I can't go that far alone. I still owe my teammates a lot. Whoever forgets the responsibility they must shoulder first will be the first to die and admit defeat. Shin Youngwoo's anger reached its peak. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding space immediately erupted with an incredibly powerful magic. Earl Elphinstone, who was already seriously injured, was beaten to a pulp, and at his feet was a pool of hot, bright red blood. But even so, he still had enough strength to smile and say, I don't care what others say, there is no such thing as integrity in this world. Becoming a noble means you have the responsibility to shoulder this pain. How can someone like you who does not possess an immortal life understand? My lover, Leah, your smile, which I have tried to forget for thousands of nights, now appears so clearly in my mind. Now I can finally sleep in peace, and when I wake up, I will never forget you. As soon as this sentence ended, a new notification immediately appeared. The vampire count, Elphinstone, was exhausted and forced to fall into an eternal deep sleep. The Provranium expedition defeated Elphinstone's ring. You have received the spoils of Iarugd and Disciple Pearl. The Provranium expedition became the first team to wipe out the vampire city. Members of the Provranium expedition team will receive bonus experience points and increased item equip rates in all vampire cities over the next month. After reading these notices, Jishuka's eyes sparkled and exclaimed, "Grid, he did it, he really did it. But before long I can't be happy." Another message line appears again. Grid member has died. Receiving this message, Jishuka as well as everyone in the team were stunned on the spot. At a villa outside the real world of director Lim Chul-ho, idle chatter rang out incessantly. One person raised his voice and said, "Ha, damn pocket money, this Thursday I should have. I'm planning to go out for a big drink with some old friends. No matter how high your salary is, you'll still have to be a horse and a horse for lottery betting. It's funny, I still can't believe that this raid was so successful." Hearing these words, Lim Chul-ho immediately said, "Being able to stop the first wave of blood tide was great. The members of the association are really good at using good equipment." Saying so, he thought to himself, if the duration of the integrated objects effect was a little longer, this skill would probably be on par with legendary level. As expected, this would be more than enough to be ranked among great miracles. Grid. Another person sitting next to him seemed worried and asked, "But are you too afraid of danger? Didn't Grid die from blackening?" Lim Chul-ho heard that and shook his head and said, "Grid, he is about to explore a new world. He needs to know how big the world in Satisfy is, loved by 2 billion people. Moreover, since this time Grid will come to the Western continent, so does he think the human world too small, isn't it?" Inside the game, after dying, Shin Youngwoo is taken to a completely strange new land. Looking at the scene here for a while, he completely did not understand what was going on and frowned and exclaimed, "Ha, isn't it Raiden?" Being transported to another land, looking at the bulletin board, Shin Youngwoo sadly scratched his head and thought, "Ha, I still died in the end, but anyway, this is the first time I died after transferring job, so it's not wrong to say that I've lived long enough. Before that, I even died from green slime." Thinking so, he immediately released his equipment and frowned as he scrolled through the information. What happened to Elphinstone and the others? I don't remember what happened after that. Opening his status panel, he was currently at level 300, level 11.05%. Looking at this information, Shin Youngwoo frowned and said, "Ha, if the penalty for dying at level 300 is a 30% reduction in experience, and I still have 11%, then that means before that I got 41% experience. The raid was a success. I'm sure everyone is safe." Shin Youngwoo breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Great, I thought they would get the Provranium back, so now all I need to do is return to the smithy and maintain the equipment. But first of all, where the hell am I? Since there's a slum right there, I guess this isn't Leiden. Moving alone seems quite dangerous. Should I ask other guild members for help? That place isn't even on the website." Mechanical map. Saying so, Shin Youngwoo immediately sent a text message with the content, "Does anyone know where I am?" As soon as this message was sent, a new notification immediately appeared in front of him. Failing to send the message to the members of the guild, hell is a dimension where all links to the human world are completely cut off. Reading this notice, Shin Youngwoo's eyes opened wide and he exclaimed 3 times, "What?" Falling into this situation, Shin Youngwoo sat on a cliff scratching his head and exclaiming, "Ooh-wah, my demon power points are 401 stars. When did it get this high? What the hell? Going to hell again? But is this really hell? There are no fire pits or volcanoes. This place doesn't even have devil horns." As soon as these words ended, a group of horned devils appeared behind Shin Youngwoo. One of them, in the lead, asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo was startled and exclaimed, "It's true." He turned his head slightly and looked back, thinking in horror, "Is that a creature from hell? Damn it, I can't fight in this environment, especially when the durability of my weapon is low. How much is left?" The horned devil in the lead saw the other person panicking, so he raised his voice and said, "Don't be so startled, we just want to talk to you. It's been over 100 years since we last saw someone from the outside." Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo tried to calmly turn his head and looked back and asked suspiciously, "Ha, a basket of vegetables, you didn't come here to arrest me?" The horned devil in the lead was puzzled to hear that. "You seem to be joking, there's only grass here, but if you're lost, feel free to stay a bit before leaving." Hearing the other person's words, Shin Youngwoo slightly lowered his head and silently calculated, "Although he looked mediocre, isn't he still a demon? I thought demons often attacked humans. Wait, it seems like the blackening is still in effect. I'm dead, but the effect hasn't ended yet." Thinking so, Shin Youngwoo immediately checked the information and saw that there was still 1 minute left for the blackening to stop taking effect. Seeing that, he immediately breathed out and silently exclaimed, "I feel quite lucky that they are acting friendly now, but who knows what will happen when the blackening wears off." Thinking for a moment, Shin Youngwoo immediately smiled and asked, "Sorry, but do you know how to go to the human world?" Hearing this question, the horned demon said somewhat doubtfully, "Even the omnipotent demon lords cannot freely move to the human world. What do you think little people like us know? Why do you want to go to the human world? It seems a bit suspicious." Hearing the other person say that, Shin Youngwoo was startled and thought, "Heek, they're starting to suspect me, it's too dangerous." While in a situation where he didn't know how to handle it, the cat Noe jumped out from nowhere, his eyes shining brightly toward Shin Youngwoo and cried out, "Meow, here comes the price, my wonderful cat, here you come." As soon as they saw the Noe, all the horned devils present knelt down and cried out in fear. That was the greatest beast in hell. Hearing these words, Cat Noe turned around and whispered to Shin Youngwoo, "Ahem, have you seen master, have you seen how great I am?" Hearing it say that, Shin Youngwoo frowned and thought to himself, although it is rumored to be the greatest beast in hell, to the point of being loved by the great demons, it is actually just an object of respect for ordinary demons, star worship. Thinking that, he immediately cleared his throat and shouted, "You're really boasting too much, how can you say such nonsense?" Cat Noe was scolded and immediately became upset and said, "Sorry, master." Hearing these two words master, the leader of the group of horned demons widened his eyes and exclaimed, "He is Mr. Memphis's master. We have committed a heinous crime." Another horned devil didn't believe it, so he walked up and grabbed Shin Youngwoo's wrist, held it up high and said, "But look at his wrist, he is a blacksmith." Shin Youngwoo was suddenly caught and his heart skipped a beat. At this moment he heard the other person continue to speak, "But I don't remember ever hearing about you. There is no way a demon blacksmith from the outside could exist." Seeing that these words seemed excessive, the leader of the horned demons immediately spoke up to remind him, "Sir Hellsmith, that is the owner of Memphis." Hearing this name, Shin Youngwoo was a little surprised and thought, "Hellsmith, is he a blacksmith? What if he was the one who created the demon sword, Yakult or something? Well, take this opportunity." Just thinking of this, a new notification immediately appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. "The duration of the blackening has ended. Your demonic power will be sealed and you will return to being a human. Humanity is not allowed. In hell, you will be expelled from hell." As soon as he finished reading this notice, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wait." Shin Youngwoo was quickly banished back to Raiden. He bowed his head and exclaimed, "What the hell, I ended up returning to Raiden." As soon as he returned here, Shin Youngwoo immediately received a new message from Jishuka. It was Grid, "What happened? You suddenly disappeared, we were very worried." Vantner also sent a new message, "Come here now, Elfin Stone drops many good items." Reading these messages, Shin Youngwoo laughed and said, "As soon as I opened the group chat room, I saw a mess, huh? Heroi and Yura didn't know when they came here." Heroi's eyes sparkled and exclaimed, "You've worked hard, Lord." Yura walking behind also smiled and said, "Welcome back." As if remembering something, Heroi clenched his fists and blamed himself, "I'm sorry, it's because I'm not strong enough." Before the words were finished, Shin Youngwoo interrupted and said, "Don't say that." He propped himself up and sat up, thinking to himself, even after being sealed, Helgao was still a formidable enemy. The Elfin Stone was as strong as Helgao. Just the feeling of defeating such a strong enemy was enough. Makes me feel like I just broke through a wall. I will reach even greater heights. I will become the greatest and never sacrifice my teammates. After thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo smiled softly and continued, "I made the most of the time you gave me, thank you." Hearing that, Heroi awkwardly replied yes. At this time, Shin Youngwoo noticed that Yura next to him was a bit strange, so he turned around and asked, "Ha, Yura, what's wrong with you?" Yura suppressed the frustration in her heart and opened her mouth to say, "I joined the Luxury Goods Guild, thanks to your permission. You are still the guild leader, so you should at least take the list seriously." Hearing her say that, Shin Youngwoo immediately opened the information panel and said, "Now that I think about it, why are you only at level 203? You said that you ranked 5th in the overall ranking. Could it be that you're lying, cheated until now?" As soon as this question was asked, Yura scolded with a black face, "How dare you call her cheating? Look at my profession carefully." Shin Youngwoo quickly noticed the other person's profession. He said, "She is a black magician, huh? Killed demons." As soon as these 3 words appeared, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and looked towards Yura. He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, what a legendary job. According to Chairman Lim Chul, who after the national competition, there are only 9 legendary jobs, but there are 2 people in the guild, spending your good stuff. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo happily shouted, "Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" Hearing this, Yura said with disgust, "Didn't you ask me just now what I was doing here? The Pavranium collection mission is only 84 days away, it's still going on in the 13th city and they're still searching." As soon as he made a move, Ventnor shouted, "This is the last one, sword dance." After finishing dealing with the monsters, he turned to ask Jishuka, the Labyrinth's guard, that was the name of the monster that Grid defeated to get Pavranium, right? Jishuka standing right next to him nodded and replied, "Yes, but isn't this one 150 levels higher and in terms of size and strength superior to sandworms?" "Well, I guess so, because we don't have much problem leveling up. Grid said that he will join us as soon as he leaves, right, and so let's just do what we can for now. Grip must really like this place because there's so much mineral here, because of these guys started appearing, so Pavranium is probably just around here." While she was talking about this, deep inside the cave suddenly rang out a cold, dark voice, "Now even animals are lewdly touching my things, right? You were lucky to survive the traps of the great magician Brahma. This voice belongs to Braham." Hearing this voice, Ventnor raised his mouth and said, "It's the ghost from last time. Hey, give us Pavranium." Rigas ran up from the side and joined in the fun, saying, "You are the monster we encountered last time, right? So that means we can now have a battle." Hearing these words, Braham frowned and thought, "Those guys, they are the ones I saw through Muhammad's crystal bridge. Although they are Grid subordinates, they are very arrogant. Now that I think about it, that Grid guy, he still doesn't have any plans to create the Soul Cup, but he sent his subordinates to steal Pavranium. Okay, I'll show him. If I kill all of them, Grid will have to come here personally." Thinking so, Brahma immediately threw out a coffin right in front of these people. Looking at this coffin, Ventnor asked confusedly, "What the hell, a coffin? Did he just summon a vampire?" As soon as these words ended, Braham's voice continued to ring out, "Giving you Pavranium? What a bunch of cowards. Only the strong have the right to force others. I will punish you for your bad words, being rude while not knowing how to evaluate your own situation. Muhammad." As soon as these words finished, a dry skeleton immediately jumped up from the coffin and walked out. Pan saw this and cried out in horror, "I thought bone soldiers were summoned using bones as conductors." Jednos, who was right next to him, noticed something was wrong and exclaimed, "Muhammad, wait. That's why I think their names sound familiar. Muhammad is Brahma's apostle. That skeleton soldier is a lich." Hearing these words, Jishuka also realized something was wrong. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "Not good. If what he said is true, the situation is very dangerous. Lee is a monster possessing magical power, infinite, and can overwhelm the top 10 magicians on the entire continent." As soon as the lich monster stepped out of the coffin, it opened its hideous mouth and roared. Experiencing this wave of magic, Jednos cried out in sweat, "Its magic must be equal to elfin stone." Ventnor, who was next to him, also responded, "It was very difficult to defeat that guy, but where did this skeleton suddenly come from?" Faker rushed up from behind towards Jishuka and said, "Jishuka, I didn't think getting Pavranium would be that easy." Jishuka agreed with this idea. She nodded and replied, "I know, Faker, we can't just risk raiding this place without a plan. Everyone, retreat." As soon as this order was given, a mocking laugh rang out outside the cave. A person wearing a cloak slowly walked inside and said, "Kikik, so it's here. Why are there so many uninvited guests? Look at these idiots, go wherever you want just because you just broke through for the third time, you must all be crazy." As soon as he saw this person, Jishuka cautiously calculated, after Yura disappeared, he ranked 6th on the general rankings, but recently it was discovered that he had a hidden profession with the ability to level up very quickly. Although he rarely participates in public events, all the high-ranking people who have encountered him have recognized his strength. Anyus looked around here, then smirked and continued, "Don't you guys know how to play alone? You rookies from the guild use good stuff. I've been looking for the lich for 11 months, don't touch my prey and get out, before I kill you all." This extravagant statement made Vantner angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who do you think you are to dare to interfere in someone else's hunt and tell them to go away? You are the one who should get out of here." Seeing that the person next to him was a bit impatient, Jishuka immediately advised him, "Calm down, Vantner, our target is not that lich." Hearing that, Vantner calmed down a bit. Who would have thought that Anyus next to him would speak provocatively? "You seem quite stupid. Is it because your head is bald? Is it because your brain is as shiny as a human head?" These words successfully angered Vantner. He shouted angrily, "I'm not bald, I shave my own hair, I swear I'll really kill you." Anyus shrugged, not willing to let him go but continued to speak. "Mumud is a magician who almost entered the epic as a legend. Now he is dead. He was even strong in the past. You guys are not enough, where is he?" Jishuka was too lazy to listen to this guy's many words. She firmly spoke up and said, "Do what you want with that lich, Anyus. We will find something else, so don't stop us." Anyus nodded calmly and replied, "As expected, you assess the situation quickly, Jishuka. I will consider it if you kneel down and beg." Jishuka was very angry at this point. She tried to hold back the anger in her heart and then rolled her eyes and said, "Be reasonable when I'm still being nice, Anyus." Anyus saw that the beauty was about to get angry, so he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, then laughed and said, "Cute, okay, I understand." Seeing that this matter had been resolved, Vantner was not satisfied and immediately sent a message with the content, "You just let a guy who doesn't care about us take control of our raid? Really?" Jishuka quickly replied, "Your rank is low, so the possibility of you encountering him is almost zero. It's best to avoid that bastard." Pan stood on the side observing the situation and thought to himself, "Anyus is someone we should not become enemies with, and there must have been another reason for Jishuka's behavior." Ishuka is also lost in his own thoughts. There will be a big fight if Anyus and Grid meet, two people with similar arrogant personalities. To avoid that in the future, it's best to stay away from him. But at this moment on the opposite side, Braham suddenly spoke. Strange guys kept appearing. "That guy, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Anyus lifted his foot forward and said, I am the one looking for that skeleton. You look just like smoke coming out of an incense stick, but you're using some pretty awesome power, but the only thing you can trust is that lich." As he spoke, Anyus waved his hand to summon his skeleton soldiers. A powerful army of skeleton soldiers quickly appeared inside the cave. Looking at this scene, Braham was a little surprised and thought to himself, isn't that number of bone soldiers too large? Is he really a human death spiritist? If I look closely, it seems to be a mixture of death knights and lich. I still understand death knights, but isn't it true that lich is beyond humanity's control? Even I can't control Mumud. That's why I'm using my coffin from when I was a vampire. That human is not an ordinary death spirit master. Thinking of this, it was also the time when the skeleton soldiers controlled by Anyus began to rush in to surround and attack Braham's lich. Braham reacted very quickly. He focused his mind on controlling the lich while fighting back and dodging attacks. Standing on one side, he curled his mouth in amusement and thought to himself, no matter how many troops you have, you can never defeat Mumud. But before I could be happy, a change happened. Anyus did not tremble at all. He raised the sword in his hand, gliding past the surrounding skeleton soldiers and then thrusting forward. After he finished, he faintly curled his lips and said, You look comfortable in this situation. Are you trying to buy time? But no matter where you hide, I will find you. I just need to use summons on you. Hearing these words and having just been hit by an attack, Braham was already angry. He opened his mouth and said in a harsh voice, It was indeed the person who forced Mama to take a defensive stance. And pierced my soul. What a great demonic force. That must be why he chose you, bastard. You're Ball's reporter. Hearing this name, Anyus curled his lips sarcastically. Don't say that, bastard. I will come back for you soon, so keep your body healthy, Brahm. Anyus turned his wrist once, his hand with sharp nails sticking out stabbed straight into the leech's chest. It cried out in pain. Hearing that, Anyus curled his mouth into a gleeful smile and said contemptuously, I thought these skeletons didn't have feelings, right? With the skill to imprison demons, I will make you my subordinate. You are lucky to be accepted by me as a subordinate. As for Brahm, I want to give you a lesson. I don't think you ran away so quickly. Next time you see me, stay away from me. Acquiring this subordinate is enough. I will take care of you, don't disappoint me. But right now in a hidden corner, Vantner was still a little confused and asked the person next to him what Jishuka he was going to do. He had to say it first, right? This pawn, isn't that guy a fake necromancer? Why is he so strong? Luckily I was able to hide here, otherwise I would have returned to the city to recuperate. Pan heard that and nodded in response. This is the first time I've seen him since last year. After changing his profession, he seems to be stronger. Speaking of this, he frowned and thought to himself, an army of undead and lich could not do anything to him. A necromancer is truly an extremely strong profession. After changing professions it will be even stronger. The skeleton army, the soldiers he summoned were truly not to be underestimated. And now, after controlling the lich, Anyus curled his lips and commanded, follow me, Mumud. The first step is you, and that guy has escaped temporarily, but he will soon become my subordinate. After arriving outside, Anyus happily exclaimed as he moved across the vast desert. This trip was quite leisurely. Some idiots had already paved the way for him. After subduing this subordinate, I need to go to the next area. Opening the conversation on the system, Anyus texted and asked, Veridin, have you found its location yet? Asking a question like that, he thought to himself, the sword tomb is where Pagma blacksmiths remove imperfect swords. According to research, Brahm often goes there. I need to go first to ambush him. Very quickly a reply message was sent. Veridin said, sorry sir, that's the news, but it's too difficult to find that place. I haven't been able to find it yet. Receiving this information, Anyus hated scolding. It's really useless. Quickly search for information. We have to move there immediately. Veridin heard the command and immediately responded, yes, I will try. Anyus was so focused on his problem that he didn't notice that a new group of people appeared behind him. This person asked, who just ran out of the tomb? Is he going towards Raiden? Maybe some hunter just went to level up. It has nothing to do with me. Let's go into the dungeon, everyone. The person who spoke was none other than Shin Youngwoo, followed by Heroi and Yura. Just as they were about to enter the dungeon, the group of Jishukas accidentally ran out from inside and saw that the other party was there. Jishuka quickly warned, don't go in there yet, it's dangerous in there. Seeing clearly who was speaking, Shin Youngwoo was a little surprised and asked, why is everyone here? Jishuka did not answer this question. She looked around for a while and then asked impatiently, did you see a necromancer running through here? He is quite dangerous. Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo thought for a moment and then shook his head and replied, who is it? I don't see anyone. Hearing that, Jishuka didn't want to talk about this anymore. She nodded and said, well, it's better if you don't see it. It's less tiring. Here, you take it. Having said that, she immediately gave the minerals and proverbium she had just found to Shin Youngwoo to keep. Standing behind, Vantner smiled and said, the master has also changed his profession. Congratulations on reaching level 300. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo was moved and thought to himself, to reach level 300, everyone had to sacrifice a lot for me. Thinking like that, he immediately spoke up and said, thank you everyone for helping me in the last battle. After returning to Raiden, I will repay you. Thank you again, my teammates. He bent down to thank everyone again, deeply grateful. These are truly his most precious friends. Standing on the opposite side, Jishuka waved his hand and shook his head on behalf of everyone, saying, nothing. Everyone fought for him, as well as for everyone else. After this battle, everyone understood each other even more, right guys? After saying this, a fire suddenly flared up around Jishuka's body. She looked towards Yura and asked in a cold voice, "Now it's time for me to ask you, why is she here?" Hearing this question, Yura gritted her teeth and said, "How could she act like that in front of Youngwoo?" Jishuka's face darkened. She looked straight into the other person's eyes and sarcastically said, "Wow, that's too intimate. Why don't you call him Duke Grit and call him by his real name?" Seeing the two beauties, they were about to rush in, biting each other. Shin Youngwoo and his friends immediately stepped aside to avoid the storm. At this moment, a new notification appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. Receiving the third piece of an unknown item, the information was being updated. A piece of blood mirror, a mirror made of bloodstone, function unknown. His Highness the Third Prince of the Saharan Empire is looking for this blood mirror, so you need to bring it to him. Reading the announcement here, Shin Youngwoo opened his eyes wide and muttered, "Third Prince Saharan, the name sounds familiar, where did I get this fragment?" Having said that, he immediately searched his memory. A year ago when fighting the Guardian of the Forest, he should have obtained it. While thinking about this, a new notification appeared, Quartz Shield, Epic Rating, Durability 200, Defense 200, Magic Resistance 200, only the Red Knights Guild can use it. The item was lost when Piero committed a crime and escaped from the kingdom. Since then, the third prince has always been looking for this shield. If possible, please return it to him. Having read this far, Shin Youngwoo also understood the problem. He thought to himself, the shield is related to Piero. It's complicated. I don't know what mystery it has that makes the third prince of Saharan have to search for it. Maybe I should ask Piero again when I return to Raiden. Let's see what you get after defeating that vampire. Blacksmith appraisal. As soon as the appraisal skill was used, the system screen immediately appeared. Irugt item, unique class, upgradable, physical damage is 793, proficiency in using checks adds 5 points, has an additional skill of blood tears that causes deep wounds, reducing the opponent's recovery ability by 50%. When hit 3 times in a row, will activate the stacking damage effect. The damage will increase by up to 200% after each attack. After 5 consecutive hits, the opponent will be stunned for 15 seconds and will ignore physical defense. 50% chance. The effect lasts for 3 seconds. This can be considered a magic sword. It is created from bloodstone and forged from hellfire. This is a unique sword. It is stronger than other swords. But using this sword is not simple. To use Irugt you must be accepted by it as its owner. A powerful bar always has surprises. You will have to master it and slowly explore its features. Reading through these stats, Shin Youngwoo silently exclaimed, "Quite good. My dual sword item has about 1 to 2000 damage, but this unique sword's pure damage is 793. This is a hunting sword. It's short and light, in addition to having great damage, fast slashing speed, and a bunch of other effects. It's really a bargain. With the skill of mastering the sword plus 5, then the attacks will be fast and difficult to miss. In addition to that ability, it can be further enhanced. I don't know what stats will be added when enhanced to a high level. The materials include blood jade and hellfire. It sounds difficult. I don't know the master craftsman. Which forge in hell could make this sword? Is it the same blacksmith I encountered earlier? Is he the one who made this sword? Well, I know. What's next? If I have a chance to meet him later, I will exchange experiences with him. But thinking back, if I want to meet him, I have to go to hell, which is not simple. The next item Shin Youngwoo obtained is the Ring of the Elfin Stone. Epic rank, can be leveled up, will heal you 12% of the health with the damage dealt. The damage caused will add a poisonous blood effect. The effect causes the enemy to slowly lose health. This effect lasts for 30 seconds and regenerates after 3 minutes, adding 20 points to strength, intelligence, and stamina. After seeing this item, Shin Youngwoo immediately exclaimed, an item that has both a poisonous blood effect and a blood-sucking effect. It's amazing. It's true that vampire items always have blood-related effects, but combining this sword and ring means the opponent will lose blood over time and can't recover. Let's see if there's anything else left. Blacksmith appraisal. The next notification that appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo had the following content. The item has information hidden in it. Information about the ring has been opened. This is an upgradable item. If you can upgrade from epic to legendary, you can summon Earl Elfin Stone. This information made Shin Youngwoo extremely scared. He remembered the Count's face and thought to himself, is it really possible to summon a vampire Count, a boss that our whole team is close to? It's like using everything to defeat him. but what if he still remembers the hatred? But according to the logic of these items, when he is summoned by me, he will have to listen to my orders, so there is a senior disciple. This thought made Shin Youngwoo extremely happy. He immediately turned his head back and called out, "Jushuka, come here, I need a favor." Jushuka and Yura were still arguing. Hearing this call, Jushuka immediately came over to annoy Yura. "See, you are really useless. Grid has to ask me." Yura's face was black. She stood there silently without saying anything. Jushuka walked up to Shin Youngwoo and asked, "What's going on?" Shin Youngwoo raised a weapon in his hand and smiled and said, "You used the Phoenix arrow to create some fire for me. I want to fix things for everyone. Everyone, please take down the item, then give it to me to fix, quickly." Hearing these words, Jushuka's face turned black and he stood frozen on the spot. Yura seemed quite amused and laughed provocatively. In Vampire City 14, a fierce battle is taking place. Shin Youngwoo raised his weapon high and shouted loudly, "Die all you damn vampires, Pervranium will belong to me." Saying this sentence, he thought to himself, after forging the handle, I could use it more simply. If I had more materials, I could make the handle longer and more convenient to use. After reaching level 300, conquering these cities seems much simpler. While thinking about this, a new message has appeared. You cannot use Iarugd yet. You cannot use Iarugd due to rejection. Hearing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo angrily exclaimed, "What's going on?" As soon as these words ended, the sword spirit Iarugd suddenly spoke, "A lowly and despicable human like you wants to be my master." Shin Youngwoo was extremely angry about this. He just beat a vampire away and thought angrily, "What a bastard. These soul items are not simple to use. I'm sure my ghost karma score must be high, but if it's too high, I'll go straight to hell like last time and I'll die. Being a human is already difficult, being a devil is enough. All my friends and castle titles will be lost. Irene will also leave me, so I'll just quit the game. I really want to be able to use this name only when I turn black, then I can use it. That's it for now, think about it later. But it's also possible that when I use it to the point of being 100% proficient, there will be changes. I need to try this." Shin Youngwoo was so lost in thought that he didn't notice that a vampire appeared behind him. He was about to attack the person in front of him when a gun was fired from afar, killing him right away. Taking the gun back, Yura immediately warned, "You're too slow. Focus on handling everything quickly, I can't wait any longer." Pan also jumped up from behind and said, "What a legendary profession. At only level 203 her damage to vampires is already too great. She deals critical damage continuously. It's impossible I can help it." Rigas, who was right next to him, nodded in agreement and said, "She was able to restrain them." Looking at that weapon with the silver gun that shoots magic, it's already impressive. The silver bullet magic has high damage and also has the effect of burning demons. Vantner also thought the same thing. He let out a breath and exclaimed, "It's true that the legendary profession in the game is different. It's too unbalanced." Jednos nodded and continued, Part of it is that although she is low level, she used to be a high level person and has gained quite a lot of experience playing." While these people were whispering among themselves, Yura was still diligently continuing to fight. The gun she fired made the vampires around here lose all their strength. The magic silver bullets have been enhanced with the holy magic of light monks, making the damage even more terrible. The demons hit by these bullets are considered to have been exposed to holy water, and will be purified of all demonic power and unable to do anything. The high-level demons are still like that, but the low-level ones are off the table. Just hit by one bullet and it will burn like a torch. Although magic silver bullets have great power and effects, they also have many shortcomings. Players must store a lot of bullets and maintain mana to use. Yura was so busy paying attention to the group of vampires in front of her that she didn't notice one of them raising his hand to attack her behind. Seeing that, the great sword quickly rushed forward and shouted loudly, "Is that vampire trying to hurt someone?" Sword light. This sword carries incredible power to knock that vampire away. Seeing this scene, Yura immediately exclaimed, "In addition to guns and silver bullets, he can also use swords." Having said that, she thought to herself, in addition to weapons that cause damage and long-range effects, which are silver bullets, this profession is also proficient in melee weapons, swords, daggers, and all light weapons, but guns are still my main weapon. At this time, another vampire attacked. It shouted loudly, "You have underestimated us too much." Seeing this vampire suddenly appear, Yura opened her eyes wide and thought, although it is their anti-elite profession, these level 280 vampires are a bit difficult for me. While not knowing what to do, a fire suddenly flared up and burned the vampire in front of him. Jishuka took back the rocket in her hand, looked at Yura, then curled her mouth and said, "You're so weak in combat, you think this is a legendary profession." Looking at Jishuka, Yura thought in confusion. In the past years after her parents were gone, she had to do everything herself. After learning about this game, she chose the profession of a magician. Because it was basically a profession, the profession is easy to play, just as I thought I could play this profession quite well, but after becoming famous and receiving attention from the media, I was shunned by other players. I didn't do anything to be treated like that. I felt very lonely. After I was punished and demoted back to the original level, I was depressed and lost all willpower, but thanks to Youngwoo, I regained the joy of the old days with my teammates here. This is a life I always think about. Everyone always tries together, shares joys as well as difficulties encountered. Youngwoo is the example I will always follow. Thinking for a while, Jishuka suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for letting me enjoy this joy." Grid's party, after conquering the 3 vampire cities 11, 15 and 12, has now advanced to the 10th city. Items obtained from vampire cities are divided among everyone for use. In this city, the Pavranium is located in the city center. Shin Youngwoo raised his sword and rushed forward, then shouted loudly, turning into a demon. This blow quickly destroyed a cave right in front of him. Shin Youngwoo poked his head out and called out, "It's here everyone, hurry up." Jishuka heard that and immediately said, "Take it slow, not everyone is as fast as you." When she said that, Shin Youngwoo didn't pay much attention and thought to himself, "When I demonized I used Iaruged but my proficiency was only 20%, it's too slow, maybe I need to recalculate, maybe Braham will know something. Wherever there is a Pavarium, that bastard will probably be there, it's quite troublesome to meet him, but since the whole team is still here, if anything happens, it will be simpler to improvise." Well, when I reached level 300, my level had stagnated too much because I was only looking for Parentium, and I had already passed through 3 peaceful cities, hoping I wouldn't meet him here. As soon as these words ended, Braham's familiar voice rang out in this dark cave, "It's been a long time, descendant of Pagma." As soon as these words finished, Shin Youngwoo was startled and let out a scream. He turned pale and turned around, waved a few times, then opened his mouth and said, "Ah, it's been a while since we last saw each other." Having said this, he silently cursed, not thinking it was okay, it was right. Not bothering to pay attention to Shin Youngwoo's attitude, Braham continued to speak, "I warned you, it seems you ignored that warning." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo broke out in a cold sweat. He tried to force a smile and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, I didn't forget the Pavranium I found. I thought the other person was going to make a threat." But unexpectedly Braham opened his mouth and said, "Please help me." Shin Youngwoo was surprised. "I came to ask for your help, please help me." These words were so earnest that Shin Youngwoo completely did not understand what was going on here. Shin Youngwoo was extremely confused and thought to himself, "Why do I need help? Why suddenly appear and ask for help? It's truly incomprehensible." Braham Istwald is one of 9 direct descendants of Bariachi. Is a talented person who is passionate about researching and understanding knowledge, thanks to his endless passion for knowledge and constant learning. He became the smartest and most knowledgeable person in the family. The more he learned, the more he realized he didn't have enough knowledge and questions always appeared in his head. At that time Braham once thought, curses of laziness and forgetting hard work, why did the god Yatan put this curse on my family and my species? With bloodlust and constant sleep, the vampire species always faces danger slowly, despite its strengths. This is also a fatal weakness of vampires. It's quite difficult. How can I escape the curse? The god Yatan, a god of destruction who is always opposed to happiness and peace, always wishes to destroy everything that the god of light Rebecca supports and blesses. This seems to have become the god's desire, destroy. To do that, the god Yatan needs a strong, dark and brutal species to accompany him. vampires and a number of blood-donating species that have been chosen to carry out his dark desire to destroy the world, destroy everything of God Yatan. Braham had always wondered that, while the ghouls were not subject to any constraints or restrictions, why was the vampire race so deeply affected by the curse? What is the reason for this? I need to find out. I cannot let things continue like this. With the desire to find the truth to break the curse of the vampire race, Brahma wandered around the continent looking for clues. About the god of destruction Yam, after 483 years spanning across different lands, he finally found a clue. The god of destruction, Yam, will become active again every certain period of time according to the cycle of the stars. When people's ambitions and desires reach their peak, everything will sink into painful chaos. This is when an end is formed. When ambition is too great and quickly overwhelms the personality of each species, then the god of light Rebecca will also intervene in that destruction to balance and recreate the world. Will everything end when the race's ambition reaches its peak? When destruction sets in, Goddess Rebecca can come to the rescue of the species. The two gods Yatan and Rebecca represent destruction and rebirth. Destruction and rebirth seem like two opposing poles, but in fact they support each other. When destruction reaches its peak, rebirth will be formed in it, and when peace and happiness are at its peak, destruction will be formed. At that time, when he realized this relationship, Braham was extremely upset and said tremblingly, "The relationship of mutual cooperation and mutual interference is such that even the gods who created this world cannot be completely opposed to each other. All the species in this world are essentially just chess pieces in their hands, nothing more, nothing less. It's really miserable." After discovering part of the truth, he was disappointed and angry to the point of madness. Everything has no more thoughts or ambitions. He is now like a soulless corpse. When he was too bored with negative thoughts, he suddenly thought of his mother Bariachi, who had been expelled from the species and had to come to the human world. Perhaps she also discovered this secret. As a resilient and proud person, perhaps because she opposed that incident, she was eliminated by the god Yatan just like me. The incident will happen again. Continue like this. The supreme gods seem to be toying with us. We are just puppets in their hands. Can this matter ever end? I cannot endure it like that. Bariachi is a bloodthirsty demon like other vampires. Her direct descendants are the same. The only exception is Brahma. He is always looking to learn new knowledge to satisfy his passion for learning. But as a vampire, he is also under the influence of the curse of laziness, bloodthirsty and sleepiness. He spends most of his time sleeping, so he doesn't get much knowledge from studying. At that time Braham was very angry and said to himself, "I have to change, I have to break this curse." Two opposing gods but also supporting each other. I and my race cannot be controlled by you two forever. I will break this damn curse of the Yatan people, and will continue to learn and seek knowledge for myself. It's all just lies. From now on I will be myself and no longer depend on anyone else. Through his own efforts, he was able to break the curse of not being able to eat or drink and part of his laziness and love of sleep. He spends almost all his time learning the knowledge of all species. Many experiments as well as magical research were tested. Although he failed countless times, Braham still did not give up. His determination was unshakable. In his experiments, even using a member of the vampire family as a test subject, he was not shy, specifically Leah, Elphinstone's lover. At that time, Elphinstone hugged the person he loved in his arms, extremely angry and shouted, "Braham, bastard, why did you do this to Leah?" Braham looked at the Elphinstone and seriously said, "Elphinstone, my brother, I have done countless things for this species. You still don't understand me." Elphinstone didn't understand at all. He roared in anger, "You crazy bastard, your desire to research knowledge has overwhelmed everything. How could you do that to her, bastard? She is not guilty of anything." Braham still maintained his opinion. He looked at the two people below firmly and said, "Elphinstone, are you still so ignorant? You are too stupid, a lazy and bloodthirsty species. What can we do? Humans are developing more and more, although they are not as strong as us. Their knowledge is increasing. Sooner or later we will be destroyed by them. You wonder what you have done for this vampire race. You are always confident in your strength but do not know that things are changing out there. I am just trying to do everything for this race well. I will never regret this." At this point, the Elphinstone could no longer hear anything. A red murderous aura flared up around his body. He said in a harsh voice, "Braham, you bastard, you have gone into too much ignorance. I will kill you, you." Not at all afraid of this threat, Braham calmly said, "Although I spend all my time researching knowledge, can you, an earl, defeat a duke like me?" Hearing these words, Elphinstone paused for a moment before speaking. "I can't, but I will." Hearing the other person say that, Braham thought to himself in frustration, "What a terrible bastard." The curse has penetrated deeply into the roots of his consciousness. With the curse of laziness and bloodthirsty, what else can you do? Again, even a little sleepiness has defeated you. While thinking about this, a dark voice suddenly rang out behind Braham. "Braham, I'm so disappointed in you. I think I've said this before." "My son." The person who spoke was Bariachi, the ancestor of vampires. As soon as he saw this person, Braham exclaimed in surprise. It was his mother. Saying this, he frowned and thought, how could she wake up so soon? She was cursed by Yatan. It would be at least 50 years before she woke up. Bariachi did not pay attention to her son's confusion. She sadly spoke up, "As a person with authority and knowing the rules, how could you break the rules and harm a family member like that?" Hearing this question, Braham was horrified and thought, although I have done everything to make this species more developed, this is an unforgivable sin. Looking at her absent-minded eyes and lifeless face, is it possible that my mother is about to die? Observing this situation, Brahma regained his composure and immediately stood up and asked, how could a person like his mother become like that? As soon as these words were said, a powerful source of magic appeared from nowhere, covering the entire space here. Only then did Braham fully understand the problem. He remembered the face of a little girl and silently exclaimed, that child was the essence that his mother gave birth to. Most of the magic had been passed on to that child. This was the 10th direct child, in your family. Knowing this truth, Braham angrily gritted his teeth and scolded, so you have decided not to try to fight for the future of our race anymore. Knowing this truth, Braham angrily gritted his teeth and scolded, so you have decided not to try to fight for the future of our race anymore. This family already has no one who can do the right thing. And now you decide that you want a child like any other child. I don't need that. Braham couldn't keep calm. He raised his hand to start attacking. But before he could act, a pair of hands came out from somewhere, twisted Braham's other hand. Hot blood splattered everywhere. Place. The child that Braham just mentioned held Braham's hand in his hand. His voice carrying a cold voice said, slowly, brother. The name my mother gave me, Marie Rose, remember that name. Pressing Braham's head against the ground, Marie Rose turned around expectantly to look at Bariachi. My father nodded with satisfaction and said, Braham, I have warned you many times. While I was fast asleep you were harming many members of the family. Now you want to harm your sister who is here too. As the head of a vampire family, although I know what you did was for the family, you have gone beyond your authority. I will have to punish you to set an example for others. Hearing these words, Braham opened her eyes wide and silently calculated. With this lifeless whisper, perhaps she didn't have much time left. Thinking like that, he shouted, no mother. But before he could say anything, Bariacha interrupted him. Braham, a child who is eager to learn, I used to love you the most, but this love has made you go beyond the limit. That day Braham had to endure the pain of being bitten and torn apart by his own sister. Magic that no longer had eternal life was taken away and expelled from the family. After 100 years of diligent research, he completely erased Yatan's curse of laziness, but it was no longer the same as before. The barrier of longevity hindered him. Even though I escaped the curse, I no longer have eternal immortality, so how much more time will I have to learn knowledge? With the knowledge he has gained, he wishes to regain immortality. After his achievements, he has achieved the title of legendary magician. He spent his whole life studying and learning knowledge, but achieving immortality was too difficult. Knowing that, he still did not give up. In order to create a temporary replacement, revival magic was created. Back to the present time, after many years of research, he found what he needed. Receiving Braham's plea, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed incredulously, some help. Braham nodded. He walked in front of Shin Youngwoo, said seriously, if you can create a soul cup for me then I can perform unlimited resurrection magic. But the difficulty you encounter is don't have the blessing of the Yatan church, right? Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo answered honestly, basically, I fought with that church to the death. Saying that, he thought to himself, if he knew it would be difficult, he would be lucky if he retreated. On the opposite side, Braham pondered for a moment and then cautiously spoke, there is only one way in your situation. So I will have to possess your body, that's the only way. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo thought in disgust, what else? He couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, nonsense, then we have to share this body. Seeing that the other person seemed worried, Braham slowly explained, it won't do you any harm, I'll just enter and fly to the Yatan church to beat them and then force them to bless me. Standing behind, Yura suddenly asked, do you think it's that simple? Braham turned to look at her and then calmly replied, that Yatan church is broken, I just need to be gentle and can eliminate them. That Yatan church, I despise them. Jedno stood next to him, strongly agreeing with this opinion and firmly said, no one can say it but Braham can do it, he is already a legendary magician. Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo's face turned black and said, oh, then let him enter you. Jedno shrugged his shoulders and calmly said, just saying, this is not stupid. Seeing that the other side was still hesitating, Braham continued to offer conditions, if you let me enter you for half a day, I will give you all the Pavranium I have and will also teach you advanced magic. Again. As soon as these words came out, a new mission notification immediately appeared. The mission has been updated. Reviving the legendary magician Braham. Complete condition. Accept Braham's request and craft the soul cup. Reward for learning advanced magic and all Pavranium. After reading this quest once, Shin Youngwoo immediately calculated, there are 8 pieces of Pavranium in the entire continent. I need 18 pieces to make the lethal spear, so there are 8 more pieces left. These 8 pieces then you can make something else. In addition, he learned a high-level magic from a legendary magician. After thinking for a while, he then spoke seriously and said, his request was not difficult to accept, but was his wish to revive so great? Without thinking, Braham nodded and said, yes, I want to live long enough to learn all the knowledge of this entire world. The desire to discover all of the world's knowledge has become the instinct of the great magician Braham. Seeing the other person so determined, Shin Youngwoo immediately thought about what he was missing from high-level magic. This was a reward that was hard to refuse. With a bright smile, Shin Youngwoo decisively replied, I accept your request. Immediately the system displays a new notification. Braham's soul is ready to integrate into you. On the opposite side, Braham said with great satisfaction, you did not disappoint me. In your short life, you will not be able to see this. A new feeling is waiting for you. Open your mind and accept it. As soon as these words ended, a fierce storm arose in the cave here. Dazzling sources of magic surrounded the two people Shin Youngwoo and Braham. Seeing this scene, Jishuka was a little worried and thought, a great power is surging, making it difficult for me to breathe. This source of power has truly never been seen before. It's truly eye-opening. Very quickly the soul integration process ended. The cave restored its original appearance. Shin Youngwoo turned his back to everyone and spoke up, the work here is done. Pavranium doesn't need to be searched anymore. Everyone go back to Rotten. Jishuka heard that and asked, when will you come back? Shin Youngwoo shook his head a bit and said, I don't know yet, but it won't be long now. Very quickly, Shin Youngwoo and Braham's soul were transported to another place. He looked around at the scenery here for a while and then exclaimed, oh my god, where am I being transported? How can I teleport in mid-air? I need to check my status. Very quickly, Shin Youngwoo opened his status panel. Now his information has changed a bit. Name changed to Braham Grid. Profession, legendary magician, an intelligent magician, passionate about exploring and learning but also because it can cause unnecessary trouble. Increased intelligence 35%. Titles, legendary magicians. Effects, immunity to adverse statuses when enemies cause you. Physical damage as well as magic received will be reduced when your vitality is low. Your level is low, 545. Looking at this information, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, looking at the status board, the total character stats are about 20,000, according to the usual increase method for each character. When leveling up to nearly 550, each level has 10 stats, so that works out to be about 5,500 stats, but this is up to 20,000 stats which is really unbearable. Scrolling down, the next information immediately appears. When Braham enters a human body, Braham's power cannot be fully exerted, most of the stats are sealed. At this point, Shin Youngwoo understood the problem. He silently calculated, so the total is 20,000, and this is a sealed index, so if he is in a normal state, how strong is he? After thinking for a while, Shin Youngwoo opened his mouth and asked, "Where is this place? I can't find my direction in mid-air." Braham heard that and said in disgust, "You coward," is also known as a duke and the head of a large guild. "You're already screaming after having a little difficulty. Calm down and judge the situation." Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, "It's quite annoying that his soul is inside me, but the advantage is that I will understand him more. I also need to redefine some things. The story is unclear." Braham said Pagma passed away about 300 years ago, but as far as I know, he only passed away about 100 years ago. Many things are really strange. Seeing that the other person was suddenly silent, Braham immediately opened his mouth to continue. "This is the Red Sea that separates the east and west continents of the entire world. It is also considered the center of this world. The red color of this sea, no one can explain it, but according to legend, this is the blood of tens of thousands of people who wanted to cross this sea to the other side of the continent." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo was a bit confused and asked, "That's basically it, but why did you teleport us here, and why can't my hand control it as I want?" Hearing that, Braham slowly explained, "This is a large sea, the center of the entire world, because the mana there is extremely large. Staying here will help us become extremely strong, together." As soon as this sentence ended, a new notification immediately appeared. Braham is absorbing mana, unlimited absorption. The power is changing, absorbing the air, absorbing the power of the Red Sea, absorbing the power of the sun. Increased magical power, temporary increase in magical power. Seeing this series of notifications, Shin Youngwoo couldn't imagine it. He raised his hand to cast magic and thought in horror, "This power absorption skill is too terrible. It can make all stats temporary rapid increase. I've heard about it, but I don't think it can still absorb the powers from nature." The power has reached its peak state. Silently thinking about this, Braham continued to speak, "Even though he could absorb more, this is enough for now. Maybe it's time to teach the church a lesson." In a certain forest, Violet, a holy knight from the Dominion Order, led a group of people and spoke. So in addition to the condition of having a large amount of gold, a reporter also had to follow along. The conditions were quite strict. There are two guilds, Giant and another guild, participating and competing for information about the Yatan Church. Right. I'm not sure if it's information about the Yatan Church's shrine. If it's such important information, how can we ignore it? Surely today's news is quite exciting when news about the relics of the Yatan Church were found. Skunk, the rank 1 ranker walking next to him, heard that and immediately spoke up and said, "As you know, with the information I have, I always announce it to everyone. That is what makes my brand." "But why don't you let reporters go with you? Wouldn't having reporters help everything be quickly advertised for your guild?" These words made Violet laugh with excitement. She shrugged and calmly replied, "It's simple. Everything cannot be free." "But why don't you let reporters go with you? Wouldn't having reporters help everything be quickly advertised for your guild?" These words made Violet laugh with excitement. She shrugged and calmly replied, "It's simple. Everything cannot be free." Speaking of this, she thought to herself, this time there were 90 members participating in the attack, of which 4 members changed jobs for the 3rd time. It has been 8 years since the previous attack on the Yatan Church. Now there is a chance. Back to this mission. The other day I only reached level 200. Now I've leveled up for the 3rd time. This attack must be successful. Walking next to him, Skunk was also immersed in his own thoughts. The previous attacks on the Yatan Church by the guilds were difficult to achieve the desired results, but this time with a large enough force, hopefully that it will be effective and the task will be completed. Even though Violet and I are both the most advanced players, the Yatan Church is no joke. We need to be careful and have careful thoughts. At the Yatan Church shrine located in the canyon, the entire Dominion Guild is marching there with strict caution. The main shrine of the Yatan Church is not as magnificent as the Rebecca Church. The scale of the architecture is also small. It is incomparable. But it is a pagan church that uses demonic energy and its pressure is extremely terrible. Violet just avoided an attack from a Yatan Church follower while silently cursing, "Damn. He was too strong, all the allies were completely destroyed, how could a mission like this be allowed for level 200 players to participate?" Not far from the battle, a reporter controlled the recording camera and spoke in a low voice, so all of Violet's soldiers were completely destroyed. "Don't turn the camera on Violet anymore, she's lost, turn to the person standing on the stairs." The person standing on the stairs right now is Talos, the priest of the Yatan Church. He stood from above looking down at the people below, full of contempt, and said, "A bunch of weak people, too terrible, he alone defeated an entire army." Talos, a mysterious cleric of the little-known Yatan Church, he was once a dark magician who had changed his level for the 4th time. At this moment, an extremely cold voice rang out in this space. The kid seemed to be up to something. Hearing this sound, Talos was startled and raised his head and asked who it was. The person who spoke did not answer but shouted the word "ghost." As soon as these words ended, an arrow that cut through the wind came from afar, piercing straight through Talos' chest. He let out a long cry of pain. Then I was extremely frightened and thought to myself, how can magic arrows, a low-level magic, have such strong damage? Who is that bastard? The person who just shot a magic arrow was Brahm inside Shin Youngwoo's body. He retracted his hand and said with disdain, "He seems to be quite weak. Where is the a.k.a. soul? Tell me quickly." The reporters hiding in a hidden corner started whispering about this appearance. It looked like it was a grid, but it was quite strange. He was a warrior. How could he use magic, and even defeat that cleric in one move? How did he change his profession from a blacksmith who fought like a warrior to a magician? Lying in a corner, Violet was covered in blood and couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened and she thought to herself, why is that bastard grid here? Thinking like that, she opened her mouth and shouted loudly, "You bastard, do you know the rules? We are attacking the Yatan Church, why are you interfering?" Hearing what the other person said, Brahm turned around and rolled his eyes and replied, "If you're dead, there's still a lot to say. Could it be that I can send you off quickly? If you want to live in peace, then keep your mouth shut, you know." Hearing Brahm say that, Shin Youngwoo quickly reprimanded in a low voice, Brahm, what you said was so terrible." There was a reporter later, touching on good customs and customs, blocking my account and killing me. Violet looked at Shin Youngwoo's back, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and thought to herself, why does Grid look so handsome, different from the videos I watched before? At this time Brahm took control of his body again. He walked to where Talos was standing and asked in a cold voice, "That guy, I ask again, where is the a.k.a. soul?" As soon as he saw this person, Talos sweated and thought to himself, who the hell is this guy? Why didn't I know? Such a strong person, I should have known. Thinking for a moment, Talos spoke incredulously and said, "I don't understand what you're saying." As soon as these words finished, Brahm, without saying much, immediately controlled the magic arrow to pierce Talos' body. Being hit by this move, he gritted his teeth and thought, this is not good. I can't fight him, it's not okay, I have to find a way to escape now. Seeing that the opponent was about to run away, Brahm immediately raised his hand to strike out a blow and said in a harsh voice, "Stubborn, then I will show you what politeness is. Let's see how long you can last, but hurry up, or you won't be able to open your mouth anymore."
Faced with the enemy's terrifying power, Talos couldn't believe it and silently exclaimed, "I, a follower of the Yatan Church, cannot endure this kind of humiliation." Thinking like that, he shouted loudly, "Do you think you can defeat me like that?" His soul echoed.
This soul echo move has just been used. All around, there were countless ghosts rumbling from the ground. Their pressure made the people of the Dominion Guild unable to breathe. On this side, Talos still continues to attack Shin Youngwoo. Moves like crazy flames, immeasurable magic, and hellfire are constantly being played by him. Witnessing this scene, Brahm was full of excitement and praising, "That's great, finally showing some good skills." After saying that, he continued to shoot magic arrows, piercing straight through Talos' body. Having been hit by this attack, Talos thought in horror, the skill that causes such powerful damage and effects cannot penetrate his mana shield, with such a large amount of mana that shield is not destroyed. We need to try a little harder, we can't just let ourselves be destroyed like this. Thinking like that, he immediately opened his mouth and roared, you bastard. But before he could say anything more, the magic arrow carrying amazing power continued to pierce straight through his body. Talos thought painfully, I have absolutely no power to resist him. On the opposite side, Brahma spoke up extremely satisfied. He seemed to be better behaved now. Talos fell straight to the ground. He raised his head slightly and angrily scolded, you bastard, I can't fight you, just end me here. Hearing him say that, Brahma laughed and said, this bastard has a hard mouth. Let's see how long you stay silent. I will torture you until you open your mouth to speak. Fireball, countless fiery fireballs gradually formed according to Brahma's call. Looking at these fireballs, Talos thought to himself, I have been guarding this main temple for 20 years but have never met someone as strong as this. How could he know the identity of the a.k.a. and come here to search? With the loyalty I have always pursued for so long, he will repay this revenge to me. You just wait there, bastard. As soon as this thought ended, a new notification appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. You have defeated Talos, an incarnation of the a.k.a. You have received a large amount of experience. Obtain the Jade Ring item. You have leveled up. Looking through this notification, Shin Youngwoo grinned in amusement. He thought to himself, he didn't expect to be over level 500. He only defeated one guy but he increased one level. What a god's avatar, other. The reporters in the back saw this scene and immediately called out, Grid, we want to interview you for a bit. Your profession is a warrior blacksmith. Why are you now a ghost, so magician? And why was he able to defeat a high-ranking priest of the Yatan church so simply? Hearing these questions, Shin Youngwoo thought in disgust, this is so troublesome. If you don't say anything, you'll be said to be hacking the game. You have to tell these reporters. Just thinking of this, Braham spoke first. He looked around at the group of people in front of him, full of contempt and said, a bunch of lowly people like you, how dare to ask me about that? This is my business. It's best for you, so shut up and go away. Don't bother me. Hearing this, an angry reporter immediately shouted, what the hell? Are we lowly people? Are you okay, Grid? Shin Youngwoo was completely innocent. He immediately waved his hand and shook his head saying, it's not what I said. Single-handedly defeated a high-ranking Yatan cleric, claiming to be a class above others, arrogant, calling other players trash, a power that no other player has ever had. Whether he is cheating or not, all the news about Grid has spread quickly on the forums. All of his information up to now has been dissected to find an explanation. On television, a host immediately spoke up and said what he thought. Grid, he might be doing a special main quest, like the ones players discover by surprise. Receive a mysterious item, then the mission will be activated. Special missions of this type require luck to be activated, but they also come with many challenges, as well as accompanying rewards. Another host also nodded and continued, not knowing what mission he was doing. For the next few hours, all the forums were talking about Grid, and wondering how he was able to do that. As for our main character, he is terribly misunderstood. Shin Youngwoo was now holding his head on the ground, his whole body trembling and crying out, it was not me who said those words. How could he show his face now? Well, wherever you go, try to complete this mission first. But who is a.k.a.? Hearing that question, Braham immediately spoke up to explain, a.k.a. Like that you haven't heard it before. What an idiot. Hearing this sarcasm, Shin Youngwoo was startled and exclaimed, what? You said we just defeated a demon. Why didn't you say it sooner? If we lose the battle then I'm dead. Seeing that the other person seemed worried, Braham calmly said, if I'm with you, what else are you afraid of? We're almost to his place, so just do as I say, a.k.a. You're quite smart, just like my mother said, but that intelligence can't fool me. Where? As soon as Braham's voice ended, a cold voice rang out deep inside the cave. Braham, I knew you would come here. Do you want the blessing of the broken church to revive? Shin Youngwoo looked towards the burning fire in front of him. Hearing those words just now, he thought to himself, is that a.k.a. or something? Thinking like that, Braham continued to speak, so will you fulfill my request? Yatan probably wants to ask me to confront him, right? Marie Rose. Hearing this name, Shin Youngwoo's eyes widened. He silently guessed, Marie Rose, is that half vampire? I don't think this mission is also related to her. At this time, the sound in front of the fire continued to resonate. Even without Marie Rose, God Yatan still supports you. Braham heard that and immediately objected, Yatan, he is not a god. These words successfully angered the soul inside the fire. It shouted angrily, Braham, don't think about being treated well and say whatever you want. The main god Yatan will not forgive you. Hearing that, Braham curled his lips and said, whatever you say is just redundant. Don't threaten me, I won't serve him anymore, right? Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo was extremely surprised. So Braham had served under Yatan before. While absent-mindedly in one place, Braham immediately ordered to bring all the Pavranium out here. As soon as his words ended, a new notification immediately appeared. You had temporarily regained control of your body. Shin Youngwoo quickly took out the piece of Pavranium he held in his hand. Braham pointed towards the fire and ordered, give the blessing of the Yatan church now. The soul inside the fire felt a bit uncomfortable hearing that and said, although I don't like doing this, it's according to God's wishes. Following these spoken words, the message continued to appear. Pavranium had been blessed by God Yatan. Pavranium had increased magical power. Looking at the piece of Pavranium in front of him, Shin Youngwoo happily thought to himself, God Rebecca blesses healing, God Domino increases damage, God Jadar increases defense, God Yatan increases magic. Increasing magic is not the same for me. What's the benefit? The mission was almost completed. Now Grid only thought about the reward. Unexpectedly, Braham's voice pulled him back to the present. Grid, now it's your turn. Let's make a soul cup. Hearing the other person say that, Shin Youngwoo cheerfully replied, okay, that's my job. Saying so, he thought to himself, just this step and I will learn a high-level magic. That's a high-level spell. I have to try harder. Grid's mind now had only one thing. He would be able to use magic in the future. After a long time of forging, the soul cup was finished. Looking at the cup in front of him, Shin Youngwoo immediately exclaimed, it looks a bit like a bowl but it's still considered complete. My work is done now. Looking at the soul cup in front of him, Braham said with satisfaction, that's it, just what I need, so my wish has come true. The day I've been waiting for has come. I can now be resurrected. After saying this, Braham's soul immediately separated from Shin Youngwoo's body and rushed towards the soul cup. Both of them, everyone is looking forward to this resurrection. As soon as Braham rushed into the soul cup, a new notification immediately appeared. All Braham's souls across the continent had converged into the soul cup. Standing in the back and witnessing this scene, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, Brahma, a legendary witch, a vampire passionate about knowledge, dared to fight the evil god Yatan. A person of such importance, I don't know, think it can be done to revive him. Thanks to this mission, I also learned a lot of things, leveled up, and gained an additional magic skill. Although he is a vampire, after interacting with each other over time, he is not bad at all. Thinking of this, Braham's body was also gradually taking shape. He opened his mouth and said, the first time I met you I said that Pagma died 300 years ago. But history books record that he only passed away about 100 years ago. I know you always wonder about this. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo nodded and said, not knowing him in the history books, who is the liar? Having said that, he thought to himself, according to what Rendi said, Pagma was still alive about 140 years ago, so maybe Braham lied about this. On the opposite side, seeing Shin Youngwoo's attitude, Braham was not angry at all. He continued to say, I understand your thoughts, but it's all true, no lies. Pagam passed away 300 years ago, but within the last 100 years he could still be considered alive. Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and thought, what is this? Braham didn't pay much attention to the other person's surprised expression. He recalled the past and said, Pagma and I met about 300 years ago. When we met, his level as a blacksmith was already legendary. His forging skills amaze me to no end. I think of him as a human god, not an ordinary person anymore. He was the first person I considered a friend. He and I lived and studied together for about 10 years, during which time we learned many things. The soul cup was conceived during that time, but the materials to make it were too difficult. After many years of research between him and me, with my knowledge and his skill as a blacksmith, we were able to create the raw material Pavranium. Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo was a bit confused and asked, so after creating that material, he also died of old age, right? Braham nodded and said, that's all I know. Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo was startled and exclaimed, "So that's what you know, but it doesn't matter, this mission is over, let's give me the reward." At this time Braham's whole body was completely revived. He raised the soul cup in his hand and said, "All the pieces of my soul have reunited. Thank you." Seeing that, Shin Youngwoo quickly asked, "What about the soul cup you took away too? Isn't that my vibranium?" Hearing that, Brahan smiled and said, "You look at me like this now, but it can't really be said to be resurrected, because the soul cup actually helps me gather soul fragments. I'm still missing one thing, called entity." Hearing these two words entity, Shin Youngwoo suddenly stopped for 1 second. At this time, Braham continued to say, "What I am missing is your essence." As soon as this moment ended, Braham immediately opened his arms, gathered strength in his legs and rushed straight towards where Shin Youngwoo was standing. Terrified by this situation, Shin Youngwoo immediately raised the weapon in his hand. He fought back and shouted loudly, "What the hell? The mission has already been completed. Why is it like this? Is this a game error? You must report it to the administrator immediately." Braham still followed without leaving Shin Youngwoo's side. He said happily behind him, "I thank you for helping me, now give me your body back." As soon as his words ended, a new notification immediately appeared. The legendary magician Brahma is trying to take over your body. Your body is inviolable, Braham is helpless. After reading this notice, Braham suddenly stopped, curled his mouth and said, "I was just joking, I'm sorry." Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo shouted angrily, joking with his pants, "The mission is over, quickly give me the reward." While talking about this, new notifications continuously pop out. You have completed the mission to revive the legendary magician Braham. You have received 17 pieces of vibranium, and learned the upgraded version of magic arrows. Glancing through this notification, Shin Youngwoo had not yet had time to say anything when Braham spoke first. "Aside from the soul cup, you should take all the remaining materials, teaching you a high-level magic, nothing." Pagma's descendant, how do you feel about the reward of this quest? Is it to your liking? Shin Youngwoo did not answer this. He lowered his head slightly. For a moment the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. A moment later he shouted, "You know Braham. So the advanced magic you taught me is just a basic magic arrow. Why are you so stingy? There are no more spells left." Hearing these interrogations, Braham closed his eyes and thought to himself, "My goal has now been achieved, descendant of Pagma, it is truly fate, although I still hate you quite a bit because you took away a lot of vibranium from me, ta." Thinking for a while, Braham opened his eyes. He looked straight at Shin Youngwoo and said, "Even though you stole a lot of vibranium from me, but now what I wanted has been completed, so I will temporarily forgive you. Now we must complete the remaining work." The enemy of the Yatan church has Braham's support, huh? What I couldn't do before was to turn Yura into a demon, but now that I've found a way to restrain Marie Rose, my mission is over. Speaking of this, Braham stopped for a moment. He jumped out, then thought to himself, "I actually don't need anyone else's body, my purpose is to revive with my own body." Through this mission, I didn't think I'd be able to meet a descendant of Pagma again. This stupid grid also caught my attention. This time we met, both sides cooperated for their own purposes, but next time, we'll be enemies again. What is needed now is that I will go to the tomb to find the place where my body is. This is my ultimate goal. Outside in the real world, at SIS headquarters, Lim Chul-ho sat at his desk, put his chin in his hands and thought for a while, then spoke in a low voice. After Braham entered the grid, it seemed he had sympathy for him. Or is it because Grid is a descendant of Pagma that he remembers his friends? This Braham is really hard to guess what he's thinking. As a vampire, although he took all members of the clan as experiments, he still respected his mother and his younger brother Mumumd, although he was jealous but did not harm him. As for his only friend Pagam, even though he was betrayed, he still remembers that friend, Grid, a thief who always stole his vibranium, but he eventually forgave him and also taught him I am magic. Although he is a race of deceitful and bloodthirsty vampires, it seems that after living in the human world for a long time, he has changed. Now the scenario. Towards Braham it's really impossible to predict what will happen next. A vampire acts like a human being with feelings and forgiveness. It's really interesting. Inside the game, at Raiden Barracks, Rella, the mage captain, saw someone coming in and immediately shouted happily, "Grid, I didn't think you'd come back so quickly." You must have completed the task of reviving the magician Brahm. So what is the magic you learned? It must be great. Can you try performing that magic for me? I'm looking forward to it. Listening to this long string, Grid replied with a black face, the magic I learned from him was magic arrows. Seeing the expression of the person in front of him, Rella thought inexplicably, why does his face look like stale noodles? He must be so disappointed. Shin Youngwoo looked around, saw a group of people in the distance studying something. He immediately asked, who are those new recruits learning magic? I think it's quite familiar. Rella looked over in the direction Shin Youngwoo said, then she immediately replied, ah, those are the tribal people he saved and brought back here and there. They are very gifted with magic. They will become successful in the future. Those good magicians. The magic test stake. It was newly made at that factory. The magic resistance level of that stake is up to 5,000. With normal magic it is not much. Do you want to test the magic arrow on it? Hearing Rella say that, Shin Youngwoo nodded and then raised his hand to strike out a magic arrow move. While hitting him, he thought to himself, 5,000 magic resistance. Let me try the newly learned spell, magic arrow. As soon as this move is released, a new notification immediately appears. You have caused 2,894 damage. Rella stood to one side, witnessing this scene and exclaimed in horror, with the magic resistance pile, 5,000 is a number greater than the high-level bosses in the dungeon, yet the magic arrows caused 2,894 damage. Unable to hide her shock, she immediately exclaimed, Grid, that magic arrow skill is too terrible. How can a basic spell cause such great damage? Look at the magic arrow spell. Seeing the other person's expression of such horror, Shin Youngwoo helplessly said, it's just basic magic. Why are you overdoing it? Let's see. Entering the skill information section, the magic arrow stats immediately appear. Level 1 magic arrow, the basic magic changed by the legendary magician Brahm. Now it can cause extremely large damage. The damage caused is equal to 2 times your magic index and penetrates the enemy's magic resistance, but the amount of mana needed to cast will consume a lot of mana, requiring 100 spell casting per second, cooldown 2 seconds. Level 10 magic arrow, the basic magic changed by the legendary magician Brahm. Now it can cause extremely large damage. Mana requires 20 spells per second, cooldown 2 seconds. After reading these stats, Shin Youngwoo couldn't imagine it and exclaimed, great damage plus magic resistance to opponents. This is truly a skill of a legendary magician. I didn't think this basic skill could be so great. Before he could finish his sentence, Rella standing next to him was extremely upset and shouted, are you teasing me? Shin Youngwoo didn't pay attention to her words. He thought to himself, let's see, title effects, Yatan church blessings, equipment bonuses. My total magic power is about 1,447. The mana needed to cast is more than the chain kill, but the damage caused and the attack range is long. This is truly a legendary magician's magic. I really don't let myself do this task. While happily thinking about this, Lal walked over from afar and said, hello, you're back, Grid. You go up and visit Irene first. She's always been waiting for you to come home. Hearing this voice, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and replied, Lal, is that you? I just came back. Lal smiled a little, seeing that Shin Youngwoo wanted to turn around and leave. He continued to speak, by the way, Grid, I looked through the news and also read through the forum posts. You're a bit too much, and that. Hearing this sentence, Shin Youngwoo was so embarrassed. He nodded a few times and quickly said, let's take me to Irene. Very quickly Lal brought Shin Youngwoo to Irene. When she saw that the other person had returned, Irene couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. After many days of longing, he had returned peacefully. Shin Youngwoo quickly walked over to her and replied in a soft voice, I miss you too, but I have too much work, and it's almost time to give birth. Do you feel uncomfortable? Irene shook her head and smiled, saying, there are still 2 months left. I'm really looking forward to this baby of ours. The baby is about to be born. He's thinking about what to name the baby. Shin Youngwoo rubbed Irene's belly with his hand, nodded and said, I've thought about that. Lal stood on the side. Hearing these words he smiled and thought, Grid, he always has love and concern for Irene. This is an indescribable feeling. Irene, she also always cares for me. Follow and support Grid. While thinking about this emotionally, Shin Youngwoo suddenly spoke from the side. so the baby's name is Green. It's a combination of your name and mine. Hearing that, Irene didn't object at all but nodded and replied, yes, that's a great combination. Whether it's a girl or a boy, it's suitable. Hearing them say that, all the emotions from before disappeared. Lao's eyes darkened and he exclaimed, what else is this? As if remembering something, he immediately raised his voice and said, Mr. Piero has returned from exploring new fields. I met him. Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and said, can we wait until later? I'll be able to meet Irene for a bit. Having said that, ignoring the presence of outsiders, Shin Youngwoo turned around and placed a kiss on Irene's forehead and softly said, Irene, thank you for bringing me happiness. When Irene confessed her feelings, her face blushed a bit shyly. She smiled in response, thinking in her heart, I also, thank you, my love, I will always be with you, no matter what difficulties. Staying with Irene a little longer, Shin Youngwoo quickly went to the farm. Looking at the green farm scene in front of him, he immediately exclaimed, Rabbit definitely invested a lot in industry like alchemy lamps, but no thinking that agriculture is also developing strongly like this. Piero must have spent a lot of time and effort to achieve this result. From an arid desert to wheat fields stretching skyward, there are more farmers here than before. In the distance, some farmers were bored while working and said, let's try our best, hoping that some idiot will come here. One of them couldn't bear it anymore, stood up straight and cried out, I can't stand it. Does a 55th rank magician like me have to work this hard? How can I stand that bastard? He forced me to work here and didn't let me go anywhere. While screaming like that, Piero, the commander of Raiden Citadel's army, walked up from afar and smiled and said, everyone pay attention. Work will achieve that unexpected achievement. As soon as his words ended, a new notification immediately appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. Hidden mission, enjoy farming, live and work like a farmer, you will achieve great achievements. The legendary farmer appeared. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo turned around in horror and looked back. He thought to himself, legendary farmer, I didn't expect to have such a profession. Also surprised, he always wanted to become a sword god. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo suddenly understood something. He widened his eyes and looked at the Piero in front of him and exclaimed, legendary farmer, what makes sense? Before he could finish his sentence, Piero interrupted him. After the gold picking incident, I haven't seen you for a long time. Don't be surprised, I'm just following my heart. I didn't expect to become enlightened. Such profession. Hearing the other person say that, Shin Youngwoo was scared. He said cautiously, he couldn't think that things would turn out like this. Congratulations on this, but may I ask who the third prince of the Sahara Empire is? Piero adjusted the hat on his head. He spoke loudly and began to explain. He is the third son of Queen Ariat, a quiet person different from his brothers. That's all I know. Why do you ask? Shin Youngwoo talked about the quartz shield and the mission to return it to the Sahara Prince to Piero. After hearing that, he immediately asked, the shield is made of quartz. How did you get it? Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo quickly recounted the story from before. I had previously defeated a monster that was the guardian of the forest, and after searching for Pavarium in the vampire city, I was lucky to find more, get the other pieces of the shield. Hearing that, Piero immediately crossed his arms together and said seriously, this shield is more of a symbol for the Red Knights. It is not for use as a normal item. It looks nice but its stats quite poor. When Shin Youngwoo heard that, he was confused and asked why the third prince needed to find it so much. Piero said, I heard that he collected many necessary items to perform a certain ritual. This is just one of those items. I only heard about it but have not confirmed it. These words made Shin Youngwoo extremely wary. He thought to himself, is there some kind of ritual being conducted? I need to investigate this. Having decided so, he immediately turned to Piero and said, first of all, I will pay attention to someone investigating this matter. Leaving the farm, Shin Youngwoo immediately went to the old Khan's blacksmith shop. Looking at the bustling atmosphere here, he couldn't help but happily exclaim, not thinking that Raiden City was under the leadership of the legendary agricultural blacksmith, even more developed than industry. The old Khan sat next to him, wiping his sweat and saying, that was a good thing, the food problem was also solved. Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo immediately smiled and said, within half a year, he has trained 2 intermediate blacksmiths. I was truly surprised, his skills must have improved. The old Khan nodded and replied, well, the facilities here are quite good with 80 apprentice blacksmiths. Everything is going smoothly. Maybe they heard that this is the city of legendary blacksmiths, so many the blacksmiths came here. I didn't think that at the end of my life I would be able to do so many favorite things like this. Now I don't need to worry about anything anymore. I can wholeheartedly guide these new blacksmiths to make them better and better. Listening to him confide, Shin Youngwoo narrowed his eyes and praised, everything here is thanks to you. You must live longer, pay attention to your health. I won't see you working here anymore, then I will be sad. Hearing that, the old Khan also squinted his eyes and exclaimed, it's true that having one makes you want many. Don't you intend to let the old man go back to rest at the estate? Shin Youngwoo laughed when he heard this sentence. He nodded and said, yes, that's all I said. If you still want to work, remember to take care of your health. While talking about this, Shin Youngwoo received a new message. It was from Lowell. It's Lowell, Grid, I have a guest. Shin Youngwoo silently exclaimed, who is so important that Lowell directly informed me. Thinking for a moment, he texted back and led the guest in. In the living room, looking at the person sitting in front of me, Shin Youngwoo said a little surprised. He didn't think he would contact Lowell, a guild master like him, one of the biggest guilds in the 7 guilds, would come here directly. The other person heard that and said something in a low voice. Shin Youngwoo didn't hear anything, so he frowned and asked again, I didn't hear clearly what you said. Our association has already taken over Zadaka. As far as I know, Jishuka and many other people don't like him. The person sitting in front of Shin Youngwoo right now is Chris, the giant guildmaster. He let out a breath and cautiously said, I know, in the past, the Zadaka group and I had many conflicts, but those conflicts were not to the point where it was a matter of life or death. After the invasion of the ancient weapon golems, our guild lost a lot of reputation as well as a part of its territory. Even though we tried to restore it in many ways, we were unable to do anything, so we had to come here, thanks to you. I really need equipment right now. Please forge me the best equipment you can make. Putting one hand on the table, Shin Youngwoo asked neither quickly nor slowly, so now you came here to say there is no conflict with the Zadaka guild and then want me to forge a sword? Chris calmly admitted and said, if you can forge a really good sword for me, thank you very much. Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo curled his mouth and thought to himself, these are indeed the guild masters of the big guilds. All of them are arrogant people. Let's see if they can make anything. Thinking that, he immediately said, well, that's basically it, but how much can you pay me? Chris opened his hand and took out a bottle of magic potion that permanently increased agility by 10 points, showed it to Shin Youngwoo, and said with great confidence, as a large guild leader and a voice in the community, money matters. Where can this problem be solved? As soon as he saw this bottle of magic medicine, Shin Youngwoo immediately sat up straight, his eyes opened wide, full of surprise, and thought to himself, the magic medicine that permanently increases stats, it is truly a very precious item. I didn't think he would bring it up to trade. With 10 agility points, I can execute sword moves faster and move faster. This is a very attractive exchange offer, even though I know that, if I accept it right away, it won't be good. I need to a little roulette first. While calculating like that, on the opposite side Chris continued to say, Grid, I know your reputation. That's why I came all the way here, hoping you would agree. These words sounded so earnest and sincere. Shin Youngwoo's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He thought to himself, it seems like he really wants to get a new sword. No more roulette, Shin Youngwoo said seriously. Since you're here, how can I refuse you anymore? Don't worry, I'll make you a really good sword. Outside the castle, a group of people from the giant guild were gathered in one place, waiting. Mihara, a rank 1 magic swordsman, an experienced player, sighed in frustration and said, waiting here is too boring, and the people from the Zadaka guild don't see any hope. Hearing these words, Zirkin, ranked first in the swordsman rankings, immediately turned around to remind him, calm down, this time you're not here to fight, just do as the president says, you're the captain, don't what do you do that affects his work. Mihara heard that and sarcastically said, Zirkin, you were taken away from the number 1 position in the previous swordsman rankings by Ibenlin, you still haven't learned your lesson. Pinky, one of the 5 giant guild captains sitting on the chair, also spoke up at this time. I thought there was something interesting about this city, but when I came here, I didn't see anything new. agriculture seemed to be developing, more developed than other industries. Kilmiter, a magician, one of the 5 giant guild captains sitting next to him, also nodded in agreement. It's true that more food is good, but developing the city towards agriculture is really useless. Mihara was now fed up with this situation. He stood up and said leisurely, "Sitting here is too boring. I'll go for a walk. Call me if there's anything." Asilis, standing behind, heard that and quickly reminded him not to cause trouble. Mihara waved his hand to show that he knew, then quickly walked out into the street. As he walked, he exclaimed, "What a boring place. I wonder if the guild master made the right decision to come here." While he had nothing to do, Mihara noticed a girl standing in front of him. He immediately regained his composure and curled his lips and said, "Ah, I have something to entertain myself a bit." Mihara quickly walked towards the other girl, then reached out and grabbed her tightly. The girl was suddenly grabbed by a stranger and cried out in fear. Mihara angrily roared, "Come on, shut up, NPC girl." This girl did not listen to him but tried to push his hand away from her body and screamed, "Let me go quickly." Mihara increased his power to control her, then he smirked and said, "Let me go, you're just an NPC, just shut up." While the water was boiling, Piero suddenly appeared from nowhere. He shouted in a cold voice, "Who is that bastard?" Mihara heard this shout and was startled but still did not let the girl go. Piero saw that and continued to say, "Where do you come from without any rules? In this territory everything needs to be done according to the established law." Mihara didn't bother to pay attention to these words. He turned around and looked at the person behind him and said contemptuously, "NPC farmer, go away if you're sorry." As soon as he said these words, Piero couldn't bear it anymore and immediately took action. He quickly made a move to save the girl from Mihara's hands. Mihara was suddenly attacked but reacted quite quickly. He used flash to turn around and retreat a distance, then pulled out his sword and counterattacked. Looking at the scene before him, Mihara thought with some disbelief, "What kind of farmer is this? I'm one of the 5 big guild captains and I'm already dead." Thinking so, he immediately shouted in a low voice, "That damn farmer dares to sneak attack me." Before he could finish these words, Mihara was attacked. He was beaten and sent flying back a long distance. He cried out in pain and cried out in pain. A new notification immediately appeared in front of him. "You have suffered 9,150 damage. You have suffered 6,630 damage." Mihara turned to steady his body, looking at a grain of rice floating in front of him. He thought in horror, "A grain of rice? Just with this grain of rice, I lost half of the tree." On the opposite side, Piero retracted his hand and said in a cold voice, "This is not a place for bastards like you to be allowed to set foot. Scum like you is what I hate the most. Take the consequences of what you have done." As soon as these words ended, another grain of rice in Piero's hand continued to strike straight at Mihara. He was caught off guard in time, and for just a grain of rice, he immediately lost his life. At Rodden's smithy, Shin Youngwoo sat on a chair, folded his arms together and silently calculated, "How to train? It's simple to say but now it's difficult to do. I will make one more item, this time a diamond sword." A notification quickly appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. The skills of a legendary blacksmith. With his experience, every time you make an item, your experience level will increase, the number of items will increase. The current items you have forged are 12 out of a total of 18 items. You need a few more items to increase the level. When you forge a new item you can name that item. After reading through this information, Shin Youngwoo frowned and said softly, "The junk item I forged last time was good enough, but it was very difficult to upgrade, and after using it I found it still limited. This time I will forge a length of about 1 meter 4. This seems to be the ideal length. A diamond sword, as the name suggests, has great destructive power, but so its weight is not light. I need to reduce the amount of iron, go and mix in some lighter ingredients to give the sword the perfect balance." Saying that, he was quite determined and secretly calculated, "I need to sketch out the idea of this sword first. This is a sword that I just made again after a long time, so I need to prepare carefully, to minimize mistakes. This sword will ensure that it is both sturdy and easy to use, not too heavy and can easily be upgraded later." 23 days later, Chris arrived on time to find Shin Youngwoo. Taking out a sword from the box, Shin Youngwoo said neither quickly nor slowly, "This is a sword that requires meticulousness, so it will take me quite a while to make. Do you mind?" Chris heard that and immediately shook his head and said, "No, that's your expertise, I can wait. This time you called me and you probably finished it." Shin Youngwoo nodded and replied, "Yes, I called you here so you could see the newly made sword." After saying that, he immediately raised the sword. This sword is called the Grid Sword. The damage is 1274 to 1445. The cutting speed is -3%. The weight is 1540. The damage of attack stacks up to 10 times. The more you hit the enemy, the faster the attack speed is and can activate an additional 3-hit effect to slightly stun the enemy, and the effect cools down. For 8 seconds, damage increased by 20% in the dark. When attacking an enemy 5 times in a row, the critical damage effect will be activated. The critical damage effect will be continuously increased up to 400%. 30% physical resistance can be ignored. If the opponent is in a stun state, conditions for use, level 300 or higher, mastery of level 5 techniques. This is a legendary item. After reading these stats, Chris couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "A legendary diamond sword. I can't believe it. Will it be mine?" "Wait, what is this?" Return to the sword forging process. Shin Youngwoo sat on the couch, surfing the system and calculating. "I can forge this sword quite perfectly, but thinking about it, this is a sword for future enemies, so I need to give it some limitations. This is only reasonable. No one wants it. Confront a strong opponent in the future." Very quickly the grid sword was added to the list of crafted equipment. A legendary class grid sword. Item information, durability 575, damage 653 to 1192, cast speed -5%, has a chance to activate 3 consecutive attacks with the effect of stun on each move, increases darkness by 20%. Attacking the target 5 times in a row can trigger a critical strike. When the opponent is stunned, it can penetrate physical resistance by 30%. Looking at the sharp grid sword in front of him, he thought to himself, the damage compared to trash is nothing worth mentioning, but the effects accompanying each attack are much more than that. This is a sword with great balance, the perfect sword for a swordsman too. If in his hands it can maximize its power. The ratio of iron and added byproducts is quite harmonious. I paid a lot of attention when forging this sword. Iron, not to mention the byproduct of making this sword, is quite rare. You have to defeat the forest guardian, can pick up that material. Luckily, thanks to Jishuka continuously farming materials for me for 3 consecutive months, I now have quite a few materials. It is estimated that I can make 2 swords like this. This time can be considered as a test of the technique. Look at this new formula. Seeing Shin Youngwoo diligently forging swords, a blacksmith behind him exclaimed with admiration, "He is truly a legendary blacksmith. His concentration is terrible. Seeing it with my own eyes I still felt like I was dream." The old Khan standing right behind heard that and smiled but didn't say anything else. On this side, Shin Youngwoo raised his hammer to forge his sword and thought to himself, the ratio of ingredients has become perfect. I can do it. After completing the Soul Cup quest I'm getting better and better, more confident. The old Khan watched Shin Youngwoo's every move, thinking with satisfaction, just by watching him work, the aura he radiated would help those young blacksmiths learn many things. I'm so lucky to work with you, a legendary blacksmith. Second day of making diamond swords. Looking at the 2 sharp sword blades in front of him, Shin Youngwoo hugged his head tightly and exclaimed, "Both swords are perfect. What will be the result? The last step of attaching the hilt to the sword is complete. I'm so excited." With the 10th legendary item created, an event will be triggered. I don't know what will happen next. Don't think too much. Just get it done. Shin Youngwoo took a deep breath then stood up to continue working, hitting the hammer on the bridge and shouting, "God of Light Rebecca, God of Darkness Yatan, please produce a legendary product." As soon as Shin Youngwoo's words ended, new notifications immediately appeared. The legendary sword grid was created. You have successfully crafted a legendary item. All stats add 10, reputation adds 500. After reading this announcement, Shin Youngwoo burst into happiness. He rushed to hug the old Khan and shouted, "Both swords have become legendary items. Unbelievable." The old Khan let him hug him, laughing and congratulating, "Ha, you're so good, Grid." There continues to be a new notification appearing in front of Shin Youngwoo. You have proven your strength. You have created 10 legendary items. Your level can be as bright as the legendary Pagma. Restrictions appear when items do not meet the exclusion conditions. Reading the last notice, Shin Youngwoo couldn't hold back his tears and exclaimed, removing the restriction when making equipment, so I can now be on par with Pagma, it's so happy. Another notification continues to sound, you have reached a certain level in equipment making. In the future when you successfully create below legendary equipment, you will not receive additional stats. Hearing this announcement, all of Shin Youngwoo's emotions disappeared. He turned around and banged on the table, then rolled his eyes and shouted, what the hell? Then only after creating new legendary equipment, just added stats. Do you think it's simple? I've only been able to make 11 items in the past 2 years. After being angry for a long time, Shin Youngwoo calmed down. After thinking for a while, he suddenly smiled and said, if you lose this, you will gain something else. It's okay to remove the restrictions when creating equipment. I'm now on par with Pagma. From now on I won't have any more restrictions when making equipment. This is the legendary equipment maker famous throughout the continent. A new blacksmith legend is officially begun. A new epic on the continent is about to be heard. Returning to the present, Shin Youngwoo looked at Chris and calmly asked, have you decided to go? Chris couldn't believe it and suddenly shouted, if an item's durability is consumed, it can only be repaired by its creator. Shin Youngwoo curled his mouth and said calmly, what do you think? Standing on the opposite side, Chris thought warily, I was completely set up by him. I didn't think he would give me this trick, but this is the best legendary sword I have been able to own since joining in to satisfy. I know there is a trap, but I have to close my eyes and give up. Calculating the pros and cons for more than a while, Chris decisively spoke up, thank you, I agree to this transaction. Shin Youngwoo's face was filled with joy and satisfaction when he saw that the president of one of the 7 major guilds had now become someone dependent on him. His path to conquering the heights had just begun. He looked at Chris, smiled and said, good luck using it. Chris took the sword and went out to find his teammates. As he walked, he thought, this sword's damage index is okay, but the ratio is perfect. The effects of each attack are too many. It's still a bit lacking. Why, but now I no longer have to be afraid of Kraugel's light sword and Suron's demon sword. Soon I reached the gate. Looking at my teammates in front of me, Chris smiled and said, thank you everyone for waiting for me. Where is Mihara kid? He said he was going for a walk to relieve boredom, but now he's nowhere to be seen. Someone answered. Hearing this, Chris frowned and thought, I don't know if the high-end guilds all own equipment like this. If so, this is too big a threat to other guilds. Not wanting to think too much anymore, he turned to his teammates and said, I'm done here, let's go home. Mihara was nowhere to be seen. Asilas spoke up a little worriedly, that kid was already missing. We had to give him a good fight when we got back. Just a few steps outside the gate, the people of the giant guild immediately saw Piero. He threw the cups in his hand to the ground. He breathed heavily while exclaiming, having only 5 lives, this is so hard. But inside the castle, at this point the transaction was finally completed. A new notification immediately appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. Your agility has increased by 10, your strength by 2,790, your agility by 1,756. He tilted his head back to drink the last magic potion, then said, so he has increased his agility a bit. This magic potion that adds stats is too rare. I don't know when I will get it again. It's really lucky. To get bonus points, you have to level up, but leveling up is too difficult now, requires too much experience. I don't understand why Kraugel has a total of 1 level rankings. Why is he 4 levels higher than the person standing to Zabal? I don't understand. How does he level up so fast? Surely he uses the elixir to increase the percentage of experience he receives. With the increased experience he receives and his guild also helping to attract monsters for him to farm, only then can he be able to do so quickly. He must find a way. Just hold these guys back. First, I need to review the equipment making process to see if I can fix anything else. Maybe the next item I make is a set of armor. With the current materials I can make it, a perfect armor against all damage. Opening the system's design panel, Shin Youngwoo tried to design an armor version but was quickly stopped because the process had limitations. He sighed and said, so this armor still can't be crafted as desired? Yes, infinite defense sounds a bit wrong. I need to review the manufacturing version and gradually add it. Creating a legendary item is not simple, and with the best beneficial effects, it is even more difficult. I have a large amount of Pavranium left over, I don't know how to use it as a crafting material. While talking about this, someone came in outside the door. It was Minor. The boy folded his arms across his chest, his face full of grimaces, and asked, "What are you calling me for?" Seeing Minor, Shin Youngwoo suddenly had a thought. Rare materials are getting harder and harder to find. I need to pay close attention to this issue. Otherwise in the future it will be impossible to create such equipment. Idea. Thinking so, Shin Youngwoo very seriously ordered, "You should research and make statistics of the rare ingredients present on this continent." Hearing that, Minor widened his eyes and exclaimed, with the Pavranium ingredients he already had, he still wanted to find more rare ingredients. Saying that, the boy thought, "So I know where to go to find those rare ingredients." Shin Youngwoo breathed out a sigh of admiration. I know this is difficult but only he can do it. After pondering for a while, Shin Youngwoo immediately explained, "Through Rabbit, I knew your mother's health was not good. Let me take care of that. Go find the best ingredients and bring them here. Rest assured I won't mistreat you." Minor. Hearing these words, Minor became even more annoyed and shouted, "Do you think you can get the sword right away? You're just greedy for it." Being scolded like that, Shin Youngwoo was not angry at all. He raised his eyebrows and calculated. Through the Sword of Glory, he saw that the boy could not reach the level of becoming a legend, so it was best for him to become a legend. Talented mineral masters maximize their strengths. While thinking about this, Euphemina suddenly sent a new message with the content, "I'm Euphemina. The task you assigned me to search for water tribe tears. I found 4 drops. This information made Shin Youngwoo extremely surprised. He blurted out, "Oh, that's a lot. Don't these tears come only once a month? Why have I already earned 4 drops in 3 months? Euphemina heard that and quickly texted back, "Luckily, I discovered the hidden mission. I'll say more later." Hearing her say that, Shin Youngwoo nodded and said, "Thank you. If you have anything, just put it in the guild's warehouse." After saying goodbye to Euphemina, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself with satisfaction, "Now it's time to process Pavranium. There are tears in the water tribe, now I can process this ingredient." Well, after the sword forging mission, everything seemed to go smoothly. But at this time outside, Piero looked at the group of giant guild people in front of him and curled his mouth and said, "That kid is your teammate who dares to cause trouble here. You guys are from the same guild but can't control each other, so that's why, must bear the same guilt. There's nothing wrong with being a farmer, just look at me and learn." Hearing all these words, Pinky held his head and exclaimed, "That bastard Mihara has caused trouble again." Chris standing next to him also spoke up, "I understand what you mean, that kid has been punished anyway. I'm busy with something so please stay away." Piero still stood still, his voice was a little colder. He had already been punished and the others were only punished to do a little farming. Seeing that the opponent refused to give way, Asilas immediately approached and pushed Piero and shouted, "This farmer must be itching to be beaten." As soon as these words ended, Asilas immediately received an extremely strong palm force on his body. This attack was so unexpected that Asilas was completely caught off guard. Piero tilted his head up to look at him then curled his mouth and said, "Your job is to pick up the hoe and work, not to talk like this." Seeing this scene, the giant guild members behind them all widened their eyes in surprise. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Why, it can't be like that, Asilas just hit him." Chris stood on one side and seemed calmer. He thought, thinking back to the general attack of the 7 major guilds on Raiden that failed because of a farmer, so this is the farmer who defeated Zabal. The one standing there, second in the overall star rankings. Zabal had to shout loudly that he was a farmer. With the second job change and new weapons, I am already stronger than Zabal. Thinking like that, Chris quickly jumped forward. He looked straight into Piero's eyes, then curled his mouth and said, "The legend of Raiden City must be you. I'm very happy to confront the legendary farmer of Radiant City. During the recent international tournament between countries and the invasion of ancient goblins, Grid's greatsword created a very good impression on the masses. But when talking about the most famous swordsman on the entire continent, everyone immediately thinks of Chris, the president of the Giant Guild, a true warrior." Chris raised the newly acquired sword in his hand and rushed straight towards Piero, then opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Good farmer, let's see how you can defeat me." Piero was not in a hurry. He thought to himself with both hands on his hips, The speed of the sword move was agile but not powerful enough. On the opposite side, Chris used the skill Frenzy. This is a passive skill of the warrior profession when performing a move that slows down the speed and movement of the enemy. At this moment he was silently exclaiming, "This is the farmer who defeated Zabal." Exciting such a sentence, Chris immediately raised the sword in his hand and made a move. This sword move carries amazing power. A beam of bright power follows his sword straight towards Piero. Feeling this sword move, Chris thought to himself, "This new sword's proportions are perfect. It helps me execute moves about 2 seconds faster than before. Although it's small, it's still a significant advantage. It's really cool, legendary sword of Gridsmith. But killing an NPC makes me feel uncomfortable. I pray God forgives my actions." While feeling so guilty, Chris suddenly heard a cold voice in front of him. "That fierce sword move only cut my bunch of straw. His moves are quite good, he does a lot of damage, but he still needs to be more precise." As soon as he saw clearly who was speaking, Chris couldn't believe it. His eyes widened and he thought, "No way, an NPC could dodge that move of mine. His dodge speed was too fast. Why, it can be like that." Thinking like that, Chris did not give up and continued to raise his sword to strike out a move and shouted loudly to see if he could still dodge this time. This unexpected move startled Piero a bit, but he quickly regained his composure. His body tilted to one side and then silently assessed. He acted hastily and lost control, swinging the move without realizing it. Think about defense at all. Although there are still many shortcomings that need to be overcome, his talent can be compared to Riga's and Evelyn, who are under the Duke's command. With just training and guidance, his future is truly immeasurable. Calculating a few sentences in his head, Piero decisively said, "In response to your enthusiasm, I will also use my best to return the favor." Hearing these words, Chris immediately raised his hand to take a defensive stance. He thought to himself, "Is he about to make a move? What kind of weapon will it be?" On the opposite side, Piero took out a sickle and slashed it straight at Chris. Seeing this scene, Chris couldn't imagine it and exclaimed, "A reaping sickle? Are you looking down on me or something? That damn farmer." Piero didn't bother to pay attention to these words. He rushed forward and said coldly, "That's not really the case." Seeing the opponent's amazing speed, Chris widened his eyes and thought, "How fast is the moving speed approaching me? Okay, come here quickly and I will cut you into 2 pieces." Having said that, Chris immediately raised his sword and slashed straight at Piero. Piero leaned slightly and easily avoided this move. Then he slashed the sickle in his hand down, pressing hard on Chris and Piero's sword. He raised his mouth and said, "Again in a hurry." Zirkin stood far away observing the situation, then suddenly exclaimed. The 2 weapons had collided with each other. The farmer had proactively let his sickle collide with the sword's center of gravity, making it unable to move, can cut down. That's right. At this moment Chris had received 123,000 damage from Piero's sickle. As soon as this notification appeared, he widened his eyes and thought, "The sickle's damage is so terrible, a basic slash cannot be this strong. This damage is equivalent to a boss of a guild mission." Unable to lose face like that, Chris used all his strength to push away the sickle that was pressing on his sword. Then he continued to slash and shouted, "You are too arrogant." This move slashed straight at Piero's body, causing blood to splatter from his wound. Piero retreated slightly, but without fear he curled his lips and said, "Good, being pressured by me like that and still able to counterattack. What an interesting battle." The first exclusive skill, drills. As soon as these words fell, countless seeds in Piero's hand were thrown out. Chris was extremely confused by this. He exclaimed in confusion, "Sowing seeds, is this a farming skill?" Piero did not bother to answer him but continued to use the second skill, sprouting. As soon as these words finished, countless sprouts rushed up from the ground and wrapped tightly around Chris's legs, making him unable to move. His face was now black, filled with anger and scolding. "How is it possible? The seeds can germinate this quickly. They are just grains of rice and it's making it so difficult for me." These farming skills were created by legendary farmer Piero. These are exclusive skills that are on par with other legendary jobs. Compared to before being a swordsman, Piero is now much stronger. At this time, Piero looked towards Chris and suddenly praised, "You are quite good. This is the second time I have recognized a person with such strength." Hearing this, Chris sweated and thought, secondly, so the first must be Zabal. Compared to him, although I'm lower level, the damage of the warrior profession is still considered stronger. Refusing to accept this, Chris immediately opened his mouth and shouted, I won't let your family have such peace. He shouted loudly, and waves of wind immediately arose around his body. Chris is using the storm sword attack skill to create wave after wave of sword energy slashing towards the opponent. This is a long-range attack. Seeing this scene, Piero immediately picked up a stick next to him and said lightly, it seemed he was angry, he had to use the pickaxe. Fourth exclusive move, plowing. As soon as he heard these two words, Chris paused a bit. He thought to himself, sowing seeds, germinating, plowing, all these tricks, so he really is a farmer, huh? During the 2 years of fighting in Satisfy, I met many strong opponents, with many professions and different skills. I didn't think that today I would be weak against a farmer. Thinking of this, he suddenly roared in anger, I won't give up that simply. The next skill used by Chris is Berserk Tyrant. The power and damage increased by 20% for a short time. Feeling an amazing amount of power from the opponent, Piero continued to praise, great, this is truly an exciting match. After a few of my moves you still persevere like that, truly has that talent. After saying that, Piero continued to swing his attacks. He evaluated while fighting. He absorbed and adapted to the match quite well. After just a few moves, he improved a lot. His moves also improved, far more flexible. At this level, he can be compared to Kraugel. I probably have to seriously fight him now. Piero started to attack Chris so that he could not resist. At this time, Chris was extremely struggling. He was constantly forced to retreat. His face turned pale and he thought to himself, he thought he would gain an advantage, but he didn't expect that after using both hands and 2 sickles, he would be beaten back. Gathering his strength for a moment, Chris continued to rush forward and shouted, this damn farmer. I am the strongest person, you have no chance. As soon as these words ended, the battle roar skill was used by Chris. This skill deals damage in a straight line with a temporary stun effect. Pinky and the people behind her were in so much pain from this skill, they all had to cover their ears tightly. Pinky couldn't bear it any longer and exclaimed, oh so deafening. This roar technique has side effects, really scary. At this time, Chris was completely unaware of everything around him. His body was now covered with a terrifying aura of magic. He held a sword in his hand and shouted loudly, a crazy tyrant. At this time, he thought to himself, after these 2 moves that cause powerful effects, no one can stand. After he is stunned, I will use the crazy sword move again. But as soon as he calculated this, Piero appeared right in front of Chris, carrying the country. He didn't seem shocked at all but calmly said, those 2 skills are quite good, but they only destroy the rice fields. Soon you will have to work more. Seeing the person in front of him, Chris couldn't believe it. He thought to himself in horror, how could this be possible? After 2 consecutive moves, he still wasn't affected at all. Not bothering to pay attention to the other person's expression, Piero continued to speak. His guildmates also prepared themselves and left. Zirkin couldn't believe it and said at this moment, oh my god, how is this possible? Piero stood high and looked down at Chris, coldly speaking, now it's me, you should watch out, the rice is flying everywhere, soon you will have to work more. Sensing the danger from the other side, Chris thought to himself, Zabal, now I understand why you failed at the hands of this farmer, what a monster. These are just grains of rice and rice leaves, how can such damage be caused? This guy's power is unimaginable. Being hit by countless attacks from the enemy, messages appeared in front of Chris one after another. The sword's durability decreased by 10. The sword's durability decreased by 11. The sword's durability decreased by 10. These announcements made Chris extremely scared. His sword was broken. The sword was broken, so the battle ended. Chris quickly brought the sword to Shin Youngwoo to repair. Seeing the sword in front of him, Shin Youngwoo cried out in disbelief. What is that? It's only been 20 minutes and it's already broken. Please change the calculation to 3 gold per durability. Hearing these words, Chris thought in disgust, this is a plot by that bastard Grid. He wants to save his money, so he left such a strong subordinate here, and spent a lot of money on repairs, 10 times more. Damn it, he set me up. Because they lost the battle, the giant guild members had to go to the farm to work. looking at the vast field in front of them. One of them immediately exclaimed, "I can't stand it anymore. Why do we have so many farms and not hire more? Who's going to arrest players to work in the fields here?" Hearing these words, there was a person next to him who immediately turned to reassure him. He couldn't help it, no wonder he was so strong. Doing this farming task also gave him a pretty good reward. "You're a newbie." Before they could answer, another person recognized them. He couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, "Ha, they are the 5 leaders of the giant guild. Why were they forced to work in the fields here?" As soon as these words were uttered, the old people working here all turned their eyes to the giant guild members. Then without appointment they shouted together. It was really 5 people, there was no mistaking it. "Okay, now they are also having to pull weeds like us. Maybe they also came here to do hidden missions, hoping to gain experience so they can change jobs for the 3rd time." While talking about this, Piero stepped forward, put his hands on his hips and calmly said, "They are new soldiers, have no experience. Do you have any instructions for them?" Hearing him say that, Asilis was sitting in a corner pulling weeds and suddenly exclaimed, "Who the hell is giving instructions on farming? I am Asilis, the head of the giant guild, a viscount of the eternal kingdom. How can I work? Is this it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chris stepped forward and softly said, "Even though he didn't want to, he was better than us so he had to accept it. There was no other way. After all, this was a hidden mission. Who knows, maybe there will be a surprise reward." Hearing the person next to him say that, Asilis immediately turned around and called out to the president. He was about to say something, but looking at the scene here, he sighed helplessly and said, "I can't help it, but I'm still a bit shy. Is there a hat?" Gritty sold 80 gold each, Chris turned and said. A few days later, Chris and the 5 giant guild leaders became farmers. Inside the smithy, looking at the Pavranium pieces in front of him, Shin Youngwoo said softly, "It seems the water tribe's tears blend with the Pavranium quite well. There is no rejection. I currently have 27 pieces of Pavranium but only just 4 tears. There's still a lot left, we have to wait. It's not yet time for the lethal spear. It can't be used with Pagma's sword dance and it's a spear of the god of light. In contrast to his blackening, he already has trash in his hand, a newly made sword, with the black sword Yakalut. So should I use this material to make armor or gloves? Quite difficult. When Pavranium material is made into an item, it is completely free to have its own will, that is the difference. While planning to come here, the cat crawled out at some point. It opened its mouth and cried out for food 2 times. What to eat? Shin Youngwoo said. Saying that, he thought to himself, choking, concentrating. Lately Irene has been making food to distribute to everyone, and the cat has shown its appetite again. Noe saw her owner's expression and immediately said, Irene's food, she makes it very delicious. Not bothering to pay attention to the Noe anymore, Shin Youngwoo returned to his main problem. He silently said, let's see, to bring out the full potential of the Pavranium material, I need it. While he was talking about this, he was interrupted again. A little girl walked inside holding a teddy bear and said, this teddy bear is so beautiful, make a teddy bear, ha! Shin Youngwoo exclaimed involuntarily, then said in surprise, he lost concentration again, you two should go play. Receiving the owner's order, the deer immediately jumped on the girl's head and pulled her out. At this moment, the smithy became quiet again, but not long after, Piero walked in and said, our farming tools are lacking, please let the blacksmith make more. Hearing this sentence, Shin Youngwoo immediately asked again, make more farm tools, Piero. Piero bowed his head slightly to greet you. Looking around at the people in front of him, Shin Youngwoo silently assessed. His clothes were dirty, he must have come back from the fields. As soon as this thought came to him, he raised his voice and asked, have you returned from working in the fields? What is your main job? Piero heard that and quickly replied, I am the army commander of Raiden City and a farmer. Farmer? Shin Youngwoo asked. Then he said, his job is to command and train soldiers. Piero nodded slightly and replied, I won't forget that, but after all, I'm still a farmer. As soon as he finished these words, a new notification suddenly appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. The legendary farmer had appeared. Seeing this announcement, he immediately thought, that announcement, the rumor that the 7 guilds that attacked Raiden Castle were defeated by a farmer, didn't think it was him who did it. Thinking for a while, Shin Youngwoo immediately spoke up, I thought your path was to become a sword saint. why are you now a farmer? Pierrot was silent for a moment then said, after a long time I realized I am a farmer and not a swordsman. Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo angrily slapped the table and shouted, how could this be? You always thought you would become a sword saint, so you ran away because you couldn't do that, right? Now that you're depressed about not being able to become a sword saint, you've become a farmer. Hearing the other person say that, Pierrot thought to himself, it was right for him to be angry. He had expected too much from himself. Now that expectation has been shattered. Not knowing what else to say, Pierrot spoke in a low voice, a destination has many paths to take, Duke. Shin Youngwoo didn't think so. He bowed his head and said in a low voice, to him, his power was too great, he could do much greater things, but look at him now, his whole body is covered in mud like a farmer. Saying this, Shin Youngwoo suddenly choked up. He thought to himself, him and that brat miner, what's wrong with both of them? Their talents are not in the right place. People who are born with great natural talent cannot understand the suffering of those who do not have the same natural talent as them. Unable to hold back his anger any longer, Shin Youngwoo immediately shouted, there is no shortage of farmers on this continent. How could a talented person like you become a farmer? In your hand there should be a sword, not a plow or hoe. If you do that, you are at fault with me, with everyone as well as yourself. Pierrot did not take these words to heart. He raised his hands and then slowly said, land and crops are the roots of people, that cannot be denied. I have realized that the fields are the right place for me. When I hold a hoe in my hand and work in the fields, all the feelings about the land and air seem to blend with my personality. That feeling helped me reach a new level that I had never had before when I was a swordsman. At that time, I felt that I was a true farmer, and now it is my responsibility, is the leader of the workers in this raiden. The more he listened to Shin Youngwoo, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and spoke up, you waste your talent like that, I don't have talent like you, this makes me really angry. Pierrot, you talk a lot, it's also redundant, maybe this is the way to make him understand his mistake. Out there, you and I need a confrontation to see who will be the winner between my sword and your sickle. Pierrot didn't say anything, he stood still and thought to himself, this may be the end that needs to come. I won't hide anymore but will confront it. If I win this competition, he will have to recognize me as a true farmer. After this match, you will know what a legendary farmer is. Soon Shin Youngwoo along with Pierrot went out and got ready to fight. Looking at the person on the opposite side, Shin Youngwoo spoke neither quickly nor slowly. It's been 1 year since we met at Kasan Mountain. This is truly a match worth looking forward to. After this battle, Mr. will realize that his profession is a swordsman and not a farmer. Hearing that, Pierrot also raised a rake and a sickle, seriously answering, I will also show you that my weapon is a hoe, not a sword. The more Shin Youngwoo listened, the angrier he became. He held his sword tightly, rushed forward and shouted loudly, you are crazy, after this battle you will thank me Pierrot, angry blacksmith. Looking at the scene in front of him, Pierrot silently exclaimed that although he had tried his best, his natural talent was not as good as Chris and Kraugle. Although his efforts are great, he still needs some luck to accompany him. Although he has achieved many victories, because of it he seems to be subjective and through practice, after this battle he will have to reflect on himself, from which he can continue to achieve great things, other great achievements. Thinking so, Pierrot immediately said, Duke, I will show you a new horizon, from which you can contemplate lessons for yourself. Shin Youngwoo was too lazy to listen to these words. He swung the sword in his hand and slashed at Pierrot. He reacted very quickly, immediately raised the sickle to defend. Feeling the power of the sword, Pierrot slightly thought in amazement. His attack speed and damage are also quite large. His growth can be said to be quite fast, equivalent to other geniuses like Riga's and Ibeline. Shin Youngwoo still pressed close and didn't let go. He looked straight into Pierrot's eyes and said, come here. As soon as these words ended, he continued to use a new move. This move carried amazing power, causing Pierrot to step back. He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, his sword moves are getting more and more perfect. The attack speed is not much better, but the accuracy has increased, and after he changed profession for the 3rd time, his stats increased and his damage increased significantly. Recently, playing against Chris, he also showed his level quite well. I thought he was better than your current level. But when I face you in this battle, maybe I have to think again. The accuracy has increased, the speed is stable, the combo moves, all are enough, but that's just the appearance. Basically you only fight wildly. His sword was brandished for show, but his knowledge of swordsmanship was not much. Shin Youngwoo continued to get close while swinging his sword to attack Pierrot. He screamed and quickly dodged to the side. After stabilizing his body, Pierrot immediately counterattacked, swinging his sickle up high, slashed straight toward Shin Youngwoo. Taking back the sickle, he laughed and then curled his lips and said, "The Duke is truly a legendary blacksmith. With the best equipment, it helps compensate for his shortcomings. Your attack is quite good, but can you resist when I attack, Duke?" Shin Youngwoo ignored these provocations and used a magic arrow to hit the opponent hard. "I didn't expect this move to be so powerful." Pierrot took it all in and then thought to himself, a high-level magic, how could this be possible? On the other side, Shin Youngwoo was also calculating with great satisfaction. It was true that combining water tribe tears with crafting materials would greatly increase damage. Thinking that, he immediately shouted, "Pierrot, how do you feel?" After asking this question, Shin Youngwoo did not give the other person time to answer but immediately swung his sword and continued to slash. A new notification quickly appeared. Great Sword Grid, hitting the target 5 times in a row will cause fatal damage. You have dealt 22,900 damage to the enemy. Reading through these notifications, Shin Youngwoo silently calculated, his vitality and defense power are quite terrible. It's too virtual, already more than F in stone. His vitality is over 300,000. What an NPC, that's too strong. Pierrot, a swordsman who wanted to become a sword saint, thanks to his new feelings, he abandoned that path and became a legendary farmer. His current level is 405 high, about 38 levels above Grid's judgment. On the opposite side, after suffering nearly 300,000 damage, Pierrot was unharmed but curled his lips and said, "Duke, you fought very bravely. You must have been practicing very hard lately. For someone who doesn't have as much talent as you to be making progress like this, it makes me admire you. I will also show my full potential." As soon as Pierrot's sentence ended, a notification immediately appeared. Pierrot's loyalty had increased. This has caused him to unlock new potential, permanently increasing his damage by 10%. Seeing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed in disbelief. In the middle of a fight, he had increased his strength. I really couldn't believe it. Hearing that, Pierrot raised his mouth and said, "You watch out, I will show my best, the seeding skill." He opened his mouth and said, "You watch out, I will show my best, the seeding skill." As soon as Pierrot used the seed ringing skill, a stream of power suddenly poured down on Shin Youngwoo's body. He thought inexplicably, the armor was reacting to the skill. It was simply not a normal skill. Often, the seeds thrown by Pierrot went halfway and immediately exploded, causing Shin Youngwoo to struggle to dodge left and right. He was extremely annoyed and shouted. It seemed like a boom particle was more accurate. 27 pieces of vibranium defense was still difficult to block. Soon Shin Youngwoo was hit. Having to take 9,530 damage, he exclaimed in surprise, "One seed causes 10,000 damage. Why is farming so terrible?" Now on the opposite side, Pierrot leisurely raised one hand and said, "Second skill, sprout." As soon as these words ended, countless sprouts shot up from the ground and wrapped tightly around Shin Youngwoo's legs. He completely didn't understand what was happening right now. Pierrot then smiled and introduced, "This is the power of the legendary farmer, Duke, what do you think?" Shin Youngwoo did not answer this question. He swung his sword and shouted loudly. Countless sword energies thundered out from each skill. Shin Youngwoo continued speaking, "You're still quite stubborn with your decision, but I haven't used all my strength yet." Close, connected, the two skills were used alternately, and the official Shin Youngwoo burst out with a stream of blood-red magic. Seeing this scene, Pierrot leisurely said, "Still the same sword moves, nothing special, take a look." The sixth skill is planting and harvesting rice. Pierrot's skill also carries amazing power and hits Shin Youngwoo. He defended and thought to himself, the damage was too great. The combo attack was completely blocked by some rice planting skills. With just a normal farming tool, it could create this surprise. Even my legendary equipment can't stand it. I can't lose, I can't accept this. At this time, Shin Youngwoo was very angry. He was full of determination and roared, shooting magic arrows. Pierrot was not afraid at all. He still stood still and curled his mouth and said, "Those same few bullets, how can they hit me anymore?" Freedom to sow. Green rice paddies. Green rice field skill helps remove disadvantage status and increase defense, restore health and mana. Seeing this skill, Shin Youngwoo couldn't imagine it and opened his eyes wide thinking, is the skill that restores armor in a large area, a legendary level skill or something? But, having said this, Shin Youngwoo immediately grasped the sword in his hand and swung it strongly, slashing at Pierrot. Pierrot didn't have time to react and was completely cold with this slash. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. He thought to himself in horror, how is that possible? My skill has already increased magic resistance, the damage is still too great. Even the top 10 strongest magicians on the Asher continent cannot have magic arrows that can cause this much damage. How can the Duke, a blacksmith, be able to cast such powerful magic arrows? Seeing that the opponent was hit by the attack and was stunned into place, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed with excitement, "The battle seems to be unfavorable for him." Hearing these words, Pierrot continued to be immersed in his own thoughts. He didn't think the Duke still had a trump card like this. I really admire him. Thinking so, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Your efforts also helped me have new hope and desire." Shin Youngwoo didn't really understand the meaning of these words. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to have suffered much damage, he frowned and thought, what's wrong? Have you run out of magic arrows? In the green rice field skill space, movement speed and evasion are also increased. I'm a swordsman so I don't have much mana, total about 16,000 mu alpha nu alpha. I can't continuously cast magic arrows. Mana is also needed to cast other skills. His buff skills are too great. Most of the effects are strong and have a large area. I also have the angry blacksmith skill but it only increases damage and the duration is not much and the cooldown is too much long. Legendary professions all have skills like hacking games. It's true that the two people are so different in level. I have to try. I can't lose to him. I have to bring him back to me. The more he fought, the stronger he became. I tried my best but felt too tired. The speed of the attack with the reaping sickle and the rice grains continuously shooting towards me was too difficult to defend. In a direct hit, the two strongest skills can't even touch him, let alone cause damage. With this momentum, I'll probably lose, moving like the wind, taking damage continuously. How can I reverse this situation now? Even if I had two more hands, I still can't withstand this amount of continuous damage. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately withdrew his hand and turned away. Pierrot saw that and was extremely confused. He thought, why did the Duke stop? Shin Youngwoo turned his head away and silently calculated. A moment later, he was suddenly startled and silently exclaimed, there is a way, I have thought of it. At this moment Pierrot standing behind suddenly called out, Duke, what's wrong? Let's stop. Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo angrily shouted, wait, I'm thinking. Hearing him say that, Pierrot's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He thought to himself, how can he stand there in a daze like that while fighting? Is there a problem? With some worry in his heart, Pierrot immediately called out, Duke. At this time, Shin Youngwoo was much calmer. He turned his head and smiled and said, that's it for now. Tomorrow we'll continue playing. I need to think a bit. Hearing the other person say that, Pierrot did not refute but just thought, it seems he has realized something. His progress makes me very happy. Pierrot nodded slightly and replied, so tomorrow we will fight again, but don't forget the reason we competed. You can't change your mind. Shin Youngwoo nodded and said, if I lose tomorrow then there's nothing more to say, but you have to watch out for me too. Pierrot, this was a competitive match but helped both improve. This is the moment a new legend is created. A person who, despite his efforts, does not have the same natural talent as others. A new legend was born in a unique way. A new chapter has begun. After the match ended, Shin Youngwoo returned to the smithy. While forging weapons he pondered, in that competition, when he stopped, he only had 10% of his life left. Pierrot must have been at the same level, more than 400 already. The difference between two people is nearly 100 levels, which is incomparable. Besides their stats, their skills are also quite different. Piero has many quite special skills. So the chance that I can win is 0%, the only way to win is to use better equipment. Looking at the Pavranium pills placed in the box next to him, Shin Youngwoo continued with his own line of thought. I have the blacksmith profession, so this is my fighting style, I must strengthen it first. The great sword's grid is reinforced with Pavranium material. Combined with water tribe tears to make the harmony between the two ingredients even, only then can they be reinforced together. The blacksmith working next to him was slightly curious and suddenly asked the person next to him, what item was the Duke making? The other person heard that and immediately said, he was pouring ingredients into a mold, but I couldn't help it, I didn't know what his intention was. Shin Youngwoo didn't pay attention to those words, he still focused on his work, smiling terrifyingly as he did. After the rematch I will let you return to reality, and your wish to become a sword saint will come true. Back to him. Tomorrow, with this upgraded equipment, we will be like a new person, with completely different powers. In the 12th Vampire City, the Jishuka group is present. Pon wondered, we have already attacked cities 10 and 15, but this 12th cannot be attacked. Jishuka heard that and quickly answered, Grid said it was not possible. In this city there is a duke named Marie Rose who is quite dangerous. Hearing her say that, Vantner immediately spoke up, the duke said that he alone could defeat our entire team quickly. Jednose in the back nodded a few times and exclaimed, oh, so it's like that, I thought our strength had improved a lot, enough to destroy vampire cities, but I didn't expect it, there are still many things that are unknown. Hearing that, Heroi was a bit confused and asked, in total, we have defeated 10,000 vampire monsters without seeing any elixir drops. Rigas knew the reason and immediately answered, basically at first it was difficult to hunt monsters at low levels, then our levels got higher so hunting became easier, and the items that fell out became more jagged. Anyway, I got a large number of vampire rings. Fake said, Yura's level also increased to 210 after just 1 week, so the result is quite good. The great swordsman, who had been silent until now, spoke up and asked Jishuka, why didn't Duke Grid come here to level up? There were about 25 days left before the experience buff ran out. Jishuka heard the question and immediately replied, he said he would come in about 2 days, he was a bit busy right now, that's what I heard from Tobin, or did he intend to upgrade his equipment to a new power? The next day at Raiden, Piero was harvesting rice enthusiastically. Everyone saw this and was extremely stunned and whispered to each other, look at Mr. Piero working, it's shocking, he seems to be working more focused than usual. Standing in a corner observing the situation, Chris thought to himself, the more I look, the more I want his services. Pedro's territory has still not been able to recover after being attacked by ancient weapon golems. I don't understand why. Where did Grid find a legendary level NPC under his command like that? I'm really jealous. Suddenly seeing Piero stand up and stop working, intending to go somewhere, Chris was curious and asked, where are you going, and what about our practice? Piero turned his head slightly and replied, I have important things to do now, practice later. Piero kept thinking as he walked, his face showed a serious look, maybe you have realized something new but the strength and difference between me and you is still quite large, today I can't let you win, I will defeat you. Everyone still wonders why Piero left so early. Chris had an idea and decided to follow. Piero went to the meeting place and saw Shin Youngwoo there. The group of people from the giant guild behind a bush were quietly talking. Did he have a conflict with Grid? The match looked very tense. I guess Grid would be defeated within about 10 seconds. Returning to Shin Youngwoo's place, he took one look at Piero and said, he must have just come back from working in the fields. A competition like this, but he doesn't seem to care at all. Piero took out the sickle in his hand and then replied, I have always completed my mission, my lord, and in this match with you I will fight with all my heart but without complacency. The Duke always wanted me to become a sword saint, but I chose to become a legendary farmer. After this match, I hope you accept my choice. Shin Youngwoo was bored listening to it. He raised 2 swords in both hands and shouted, please stop saying those words. Having said this, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, even though I tried to practice adding 9 but couldn't, I can only do that with adding 8 right now. While swinging his sword and making a move, Shin Youngwoo said seriously, the sword saint is your goal to become, today I will show you that. On the opposite side, Piero was also in a fighting position. Purple light radiated around him. He looked at the great sword in Shin Youngwoo's hand and thought to himself, the great sword seems to have gotten stronger, but in terms of stats and skills, you cannot compare with me. After this match, you will have to reflect on yourself, Duke. Pierrot did not hesitate to rush straight at Shin Youngwoo. While attacking the opponent, he continued with his own line of thought, in this match I will show you the strength of a legendary farmer. Being suddenly attacked, Shin Youngwoo stepped back a bit to avoid the attack. He quickly regained his composure and used his ultimate move, which is the Pagma sword dance skill. As soon as this sword came out, Shin Youngwoo shouted, I will not give up, you will regret it, Pierrot. As soon as these words finished, Shin Youngwoo immediately used the kill skill. This skill deals double damage with a longer range attack than usual, valid for 30 seconds. Pierrot easily dodged each attack. He blocked the attacks with his rice sickle while calculating. Using the sword dance from the beginning to gain an advantage. It seems like you figured out some of the later things yesterday. Shin Youngwoo attacked vigorously. He got close to the target, then smirked and said, your sickle is quite hard. You can take 50 consecutive hits from me and it still hasn't broken. The speed of the move is also good, faster. What tricks do you have that you haven't shown yet? Saying that, he chuckled inside. No matter how strong he is, I will benefit. Where can I find a legendary NPC now? He will be able to do more things in the future. Several people from the giant guild stood far away, witnessing this fight scene, and couldn't help but exclaim. Grid was continuously pushing Pierrot back. Was he that strong? Pinky heard this and nodded and said, Pierrot is using a skill to take us down. That is the skill of freely cultivating. During the battle, Shin Youngwoo easily dodged the seeds. He used the horizontal and vertical launching skill. This is a skill that can avoid all moves except the one targeted at him. After approaching, the target expires and cooldowns within 1 hour. Seeing this situation, Pierrot was extremely surprised and opened his eyes wide. Shin Youngwoo approached where he was standing, extremely confidently said, today I am different from yesterday, sword dance Pagma. This time Shin Youngwoo used the beheading skill. He slashed the sword in his hand towards Pierrot. He reacted very quickly, immediately blocking the sword with his bare hands. Slash is capable of dealing 780% damage to the target hit, ignores 62% physical defense. Zirkin stood right behind Chris, sweating and said, Grid, he's too strong, mister. Chris can't even hurt him and now he's beaten Pierrot so much that he can't stand it. Chris didn't think so. He shook his head and replied, not really. Even though he attacked continuously, the level difference didn't cause much damage. But at this time in the battle, Pierrot used all his strength to take out the sickle to block Shin Youngwoo's sword. A moment later, he finally succeeded. He pushed Shin Youngwoo's sword away, but his body was also injured in several places. Shin Youngwoo was extremely surprised at this moment by Pierrot's power. He thought to himself, how could he be able to block the attack continuously? On the opposite side, without giving the opponent a chance to rest, Pierrot continued to attack. He fought and praised Shin Youngwoo. This burst damage move of yours is quite good. Shin Youngwoo didn't think so. At this point, he was distracted and silently calculating, not understanding why he was still able to withstand the attack by continuously damaging him like that. But during this distraction, Pierrot seized the opportunity to continue to attack. The sickle in his hand unleashed extremely powerful moves that made Shin Youngwoo unable to react in time. He had to suffer 20 years, 1,900 damage. This attack penetrated Shin Youngwoo's armor, making it impossible for him to believe what was happening. Pierrot continued to fight, swinging the sickle at him and saying in a cold tone, although there was a lot of progress compared to yesterday, it was still not enough, Duke. Seeing this scene, Pinky was extremely excited while watching and spoke up, giving that bastard Grid a beating. He was about to lose. Shin Youngwoo was now at a dead end. He lowered his head slightly and began to calculate, how can I reverse the situation? It seems quite difficult. Grid's opponent's sickle was about to fall. Shin Youngwoo quickly took out a shield to block Pierrot's attack. Pierrot was extremely surprised by this. He couldn't help but exclaim, oh, where did the shield come from? Clearly Grid didn't hold a shield at first. At this moment, Shin Youngwoo hiding behind the shield was smiling triumphantly. And behind him, after watching this scene, Chris couldn't help but think, ah. Grid, What kind of monster are you? While he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. It's not okay for you guys to spy. A few people from the giant guild heard that and immediately turned around in surprise and then shouted in unison, another NPC, what right do you have to speak to us? Shut up and let us watch. The person who had just appeared heard these words without saying a word and immediately swung his sword and used the chained sword skill to attack all the people of the giant guild. Being thrown back a long distance, Chris thought in horror, with just this one move, we can hit everyone's weak point, even though we don't have armor, our level is not low. The person who had just appeared took back his sword and said in a cold voice, I am the captain of the 2nd Night Squad of Raiden Territory. You guys are doing something wrong here and you still intend to fight back. On the opposite side, Chris hugged the wound on his chest and began to think, I don't understand why such a powerful NPC would grow up. Am I being subjective or what? Thinking so, he quickly spoke, we were going to work in the fields but we stopped early and happened to pass by here so we stopped to observe without meaning anything. Sorry, we're leaving now. Having said that, several members of the giant guild quickly helped each other up and left quickly. Looking at their backs, the captain of the 2nd Night Squad wondered and thought to himself, although that move wasn't the best, I thought if a few people passed away, I didn't expect them to still be okay. Am I already weak? Not far away, Chris said while helping Zircon leave, let's retreat, dying here will lose a lot of experience. Now I know that Raiden has many experts like this. Grid, you are so unpredictable. Back to the battle between Shin Youngwoo and Pyro. Shin Youngwoo put down all his weapons, then raised his voice and said, Piero, are you surprised? On the opposite side, Piero was indeed thinking in extreme surprise, abandoning his weapon while fighting. The night before the battle, Shin Youngwoo tried to upgrade his weapon many times but failed. He was bored and propped himself up on his hands, exhaling a few breaths while talking, trying but it didn't bring any results. His dexterity was up to 2,600 but it still didn't work, so what's the point? It doesn't seem right, something is wrong somewhere. Opening the door to go outside, Shin Youngwoo instructed the 2 blacksmiths next to him. I'm going out for a moment, you guys leave these things alone. Returning to the real world, Shin Youngwoo immediately rushed to his desk and started researching. He secretly exclaimed, there was no problem with the design, so when the materials were mixed together or when reinforced, there was no problem. What's the problem? Opening the computer to find out, Shin Youngwoo read while gritting his teeth and growling, come on, what are these difficult to understand words? Just reading it makes my head grow bigger. After researching for a while, Shin Youngwoo realized that it seemed like he still lacked knowledge about mixing ingredients together. Where could he find this theory now? Helplessly returning to the game, Shin Youngwoo immediately ran to find Irene. Irene was walking with her pregnant belly. Seeing his wife, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed happily. It's so nice to meet her, she must take care of her pregnancy well. As soon as these words ended, a new notification immediately rang out. The baby felt the love of his parents. His index increased by 1. After meeting with Irene, Shin Youngwoo immediately returned to the smithy. He scrolled through the system and frowned, saying, I need to focus on remembering everything first, making items. I hope this time there will be success. Gosh, I've made a lot of legendary equipment, there's no way I can fail forever. Remember to visualize everything. I can do it, I must succeed. The 2 blacksmiths saw that Shin Youngwoo was concentrating on his work and couldn't help but exclaim. He was concentrating on his work again, really fast. Looking at the mold, it seemed like he had changed, right? It's not a sword or shield, but it's some strange shape, like a hand. Returning to the battle, when they clearly saw the item that Shin Youngwoo used, both Piero and the captain of the 2nd Night Squad were surprised. At this time, on the 2 swords as well as the shield that Shin Youngwoo just used, there is a new appearance of a hand-shaped item. Looking into the other person's eyes, Shin Youngwoo smiled and said, this is my new item, Holy Hand. Before the battle with Piero, Grid spent the evening crafting new items. This new item is shaped like a pair of hands, models Blacksmith's hands, base damage 22. This item was created from the mold of the legendary Blacksmith's hands. It can be manipulated freely, and is made from Pavranium material. Shin Youngwoo has created a few pairs of hands using this simulation but overall it is still not satisfactory. The joints are very difficult to move and bend. In general, it is only used to simulate the creation process. Restlessly surfing the system with his hand, Shin Youngwoo frowned and said softly, "Let's see how the window works. I'll make a hand, it can help me." As soon as these words ended, a system notification immediately appeared. "You already have the same idea as the legendary blacksmith Pagma. The third job transfer quest has been initiated. What can you achieve?" Pagma Blacksmith hasn't done it yet. After reading these notices, Shin Youngwoo was extremely surprised and thought to himself, "What has Pagma the blacksmith not been able to do?" So he also has the same idea as me, which is to create a pair of hands. Indeed, the information about Pagma from the past immediately appeared before Shin Youngwoo's eyes. 300 years ago, the legendary blacksmith Pagma wanted to create an item that surpassed the power of humans, but he unable to create manufacturing materials. Vibranium was still very limited. Meanwhile, he wanted to create a pair of golden hands called holy hands, which was also a creation to be able to compete with him, with the power of the gods. He believed that he could create an item that could rival divine power, but in the end he still couldn't do what he wanted. At that time he was too old, all considered hopeless with his limited strength. Reading this, Shin Youngwoo's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He sighed softly. Just as Braham said, Pagma died about 300 years ago. So why is it recorded in history that he just passed away, about 100 years ago, right? His heart was in turmoil right now. He thought to himself, so 300 years ago he already thought about helping the Holy Hand, huh? So if I want to complete this third career change mission, I need to make these hands perfect. While thinking like that, a new notification continued to sound. With the initial mission, you should surpass Pagma's achievements. The completion condition is to create your perfect hands using vibranium material. The reward obtained is a mysterious piece that contains part of Pagma's power. Seeing clearly what the reward was, Shin Youngwoo immediately became more focused. He threatened and calculated. I already had an idea in my head. Now I have to try to do it with these hands. Shin Youngwoo quickly activated the blacksmith's concentration. The blacksmith's concentration would create equipment with higher stats and more perfection. While doing so, he thought, these are my hands, the joints and ligaments must be really good to help them function perfectly. At this moment, the blacksmiths are focusing intently on watching the process of completing the item. All that remains is the sound of hammers, anvils, sparks and the blacksmith's breath. The legendary blacksmith's previous achievements were about to be broken by the hands of a new legendary blacksmith. Very soon, the final item was completed, its detailed stats immediately appearing. This item is called a Holy Hand, a unique class, a pair of hands created by the legendary blacksmith grid, using the resulting vibranium material. These are hands perfectly recreated according to the grid blacksmith's model, so there is no restriction on the use of equipment. They are the work of 3 people grid, Braham, Pagma, so the equipment is beyond myth and comparison, equal to divine equipment. However, the user also needs to be proficient in order to fully utilize the abilities of this pair of holy hands. The holy hand helps increase dexterity by 30%. Although it is perfect equipment, it cannot recreate all of the owner's skills, but when used a lot, it will be able to upgrade its own abilities. To use it, you need level 1 blacksmith skill, level 2 swordsmanship proficiency, use of level 2 shield, and magic arrows that can regenerate 100% of power. The main weapon is a dagger that can be freely changed when needed. This item has surpassed the legendary item. Turn the battle. Shin Youngwoo controlled the Holy Hand and then used the beheading skill to attack Pyro. Although Pyro was attacked from many sides, he did not lose his composure. He tried to dodge each attack. Then looked at Shin Youngwoo and said arrogantly, "So you have an extra arm, you surprised me, but at this level it's not enough to defeat me." Pyro blocked each attack calmly. Shin Youngwoo was extremely surprised and thought to himself, the Holy Hand's attack speed was too fast, but Pyro could still block it, because it took too much vibranium to perfectly recreate his hands, so I can only create 4. But all of these hands can use the weapons they want. This is a surprise that Pyro will not guess. Shin Youngwoo calculated for a while, then decisively activated the Demon Earrings, Demon Shadow, Enhanced Dark Magic. Skills when demonized will have increased damage. Shin Youngwoo quickly turned into a demonized state. His eyes became black. Now all damage was converted into dark magic damage. Shin Youngwoo looked straight at Pierrot and said, "I will fight with all my might." As soon as these words finished, a series of notifications immediately appeared. Due to demonization, you will turn into a half-demon. In half-ghost form, your vitality will decrease by 50%, damage, agility, magic and magic resistance, physics increased by 20%. On the opposite side, seeing Shin Youngwoo's obvious transformation, Pierrot silently exclaimed in disbelief, "How could the Duke change to a half-demon form? He must have used some kind of item. There it is." Thinking like that, he immediately spoke in a serious tone, "This is no longer fun." On the opposite side, Shin Youngwoo used all his strength to fight Pierrot. Pierrot reacted very quickly. He quickly jumped up to avoid each of the enemy's attacks, but no matter how fast he was, under siege from all four sides, he was still unfortunately slashed in the chest. Looking at the fresh blood flowing from his chest, Pierrot still confidently said, "Even if you use magic to increase your strength, you will not be able to defeat me." As soon as he said this, Pierrot stopped. He noticed the wound on his body. While feeling it, he frowned and thought, "This sword is too strange. The power and accuracy have increased a lot. Is this the power after demonizing and using that sword?" That's right, using the Iarug sword and mastering swordsmanship helped Shin Youngwoo increase by 5 levels. Because Shin Youngwoo's sword mastery skill was not initialized, the basic sword mastery skill was replaced. Position. Standing in one place, Shin Youngwoo thought, "Mastering basic swordsmanship only increases damage and speed by 3%. It's small, but 3% with my current stats is already too much." While thinking about this, the sword spirit Iarug suddenly spoke, "This is the enemy I have been most interested in the past 100 years. You should fight with all your might. I will help." Pierrot also clearly saw the sword Iarug at this time. He leaned forward to avoid a move and then silently exclaimed, "Eogert, the strongest demon among the demons I know. Show your best, let I see your strength." Rushing forward, Pierrot sighed and thought, "It's been so long since I became a legendary farmer. This is the first time I've felt this difficult." Thinking like that, Pierrot quickly used his free farming skills and freedom to cultivate and sow seeds. He wanted to use these beads to bind Shin Youngwoo but failed. They were all split in half by a slash of his sword. However, the seed germination rate is too fast and cannot be cut in time. At this moment, Shin Youngwoo was suffering countless damage. Eogert saw this and quickly encouraged him. "Calmly deal with the situation. Fight with some will." Standing on the opposite side, Pierrot spoke strongly, "Your swordsmanship cannot harm me." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo decided to use a holy hand equipped with a dagger. A new notification immediately appeared. The holy man was armed with a dagger. Attack speed is increased. Evasion agility increases by 30%. Duration is within 1 minute. Reading through these notices, Shin Youngwoo immediately rushed forward and shouted to Eogert, "Say less, help me more." Very quickly, Shin Youngwoo caused countless damage to Pierrot. He dealt 3 consecutive damage. The next damage will increase by 200% within 1 second. Pierrot noticed that the sword strike was too fast, so fast that he could no longer see. Suddenly, Shin Youngwoo appeared right behind Pierrot without knowing it. He silently calculated in his mind. At this speed Pierrot could no longer see, but this was just the beginning. The dagger he was wearing, given that the holy hand carries effects in each move, it cannot be underestimated. Pierrot is like me, he is a legend, so he definitely has the immortality skill to protect him. Quickly identifying the target, Shin Youngwoo immediately launched a killing skill. A sword stabbed into the middle of Pierrot's chest. This was a fatal blow. Deals 125,600 damage to the opponent. Even though Shin Youngwoo hasn't hit the target yet, it's still considered enough. At this moment, Pierrot was trying to throw the sword away. He was breathing heavily and thinking, "I can't believe that the Duke's power is so terrifying. I've been too subjective. I used to be a swordsman, but I used a farm tool as an object that causes damage, a farm tool that was originally used for farming. So did I go against the ideal of a farmer? Thinking back, I was so wrong. I need to reconsider what I did." Pierrot suddenly realized something. He began to calculate. The first thing he had to give up was the sword and the killing intent in his heart. Just thinking like that, a new notification immediately rang out. Pierrot realized his shortcomings. After experiencing the newness, skills and strength have increased. Seeing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo immediately froze on the spot. Pierrot's new mission was quickly formed. Is to achieve the Duke's recognition, that is, to achieve the recognition of Shin Youngwoo. A series of new information appeared. Pierrot was truly enlightened. He wanted to become a real farmer. This match was a competition to confirm Pierrot's strength. Please help him. Develop yourself further. Completion conditions. Win or lose Pierrot. Reading through the lines of information, Shin Youngwoo couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What else is this?" Another reminder message pops out. If you fail, Pierrot will assert his own opinion. Pierrot's strength and skills will increase significantly. If you win, Pierrot will doubt himself. Stats after becoming a legendary farmer will be lost. A new duel is about to begin. The duel will end when one of the two's vitality reaches the minimum allowable level. No one will have to lose their life in the duel. Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger. It was truly an unavoidable mission. If he lost, he would lose all his winning stats. So what's the point of increasing his stats? On the opposite side, Pierrot suddenly sat straight down on the ground. Seeing that, Shin Youngwoo immediately rushed over and asked, "So you give up? It's too simple for me." Ling Licking Yargurt saw that and immediately reminded him, "Be careful, that guy is not simple." Being reminded, Shin Youngwoo paid more attention and observed Pierrot more carefully. After a long while, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, completely incomprehensible, and thinking to himself, he is doing something, and Yargurt also thought, can't guess it or not. After observing for a while longer, Pierrot immediately stood up. Following that, a stream of water containing countless seeds roared out around. The seeds followed the water and gradually sprouted and took root on the ground. These were the rice sprouts that Pierrot had just sown. Only now did Pierrot speak up. "You haven't properly imagined the importance of food. What if the army doesn't have enough food? What will you do? A legendary farmer can provide those things. For your army, this is truly a wonderful thing, isn't it, Duke?" Looking at the golden field in front of him, Shin Youngwoo was extremely surprised and thought to himself, can a ripe golden rice field be harvested? How is this possible? Pierrot quickly raised the sickle and shouted loudly, "Now is just the beginning, Duke, freely harvest the rice." The rice grains that followed Pierrot's crescent were harvested and then gathered to attack straight toward Shin Youngwoo. He quickly dodged to avoid these rice grains. Feeling the power of the words, he exclaimed, "How can a grain of rice cause such terrible damage, legendary farmer?" Hearing him say that, Pierrot shook his head slightly and replied, "It was simply harvesting and planting." Shin Youngwoo's anger reached its peak. He shouted in a loud voice, "You are really crazy, sword dance kill." Faced with Shin Youngwoo's attack, Pierrot did not give up and attacked again. As soon as the free farming move came out, Shin Youngwoo fell to the ground. As soon as he saw this scene, the sword spirit Yargurt exclaimed in horror, "I can no longer read his moves and his moves." Shin Youngwoo also thought to himself, he doesn't follow any principles, how could I guess? So I can't win against Pierrot, I've tried everything, I'm really helpless. But now on the opposite side, Pierrot smiled and said, "Thanks to the Duke, I was able to realize my own shortcomings. I am very lucky to be able to compete with you." Having said this, he suddenly stopped, looking at the situation in front of him. He was a bit puzzled and thought, why is that hand holding a hammer? What is it doing? A new notification suddenly appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. You have successfully merged your equipment. Seeing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, I haven't lost Pierrot yet, I still have my trump card. This is an equipment I got from Talos. I made a hole in the weapon so I can attach it when needed. The equipment Shin Youngwoo just mentioned is the Shadow Gem. Because the Shadow Gem has been used with magical energy, the magic is increased, increasing the power of darkness and attacks by 20%. Clearing his throat to take a breath, Shin Youngwoo said confidently, "This battle will bring you back, I won't lose, Pierrot." After saying this, Shin Youngwoo immediately merged his two junk equipment and his great sword together. Seeing that, Pierrot laughed loudly and said, "Up to this moment you still surprise me, I really respect you, Duke." Not wanting to hear too much from the other side, Shin Youngwoo rushed forward to attack while frowning and thinking, I did what I needed to do. The one move he used carried immense power but still could not hit the target. But at this time Pierrot suddenly appeared right next to Shin Youngwoo. He raised his hand and decisively slashed his back. So the battle is over, victory belongs to Piero. He lifted Shin Youngwoo on his shoulder and they both left. As he left, Piero gratefully said, "Thanks to you, I was able to know what I needed to do. I will always be loyal to you, Duke, nothing can shake that." Having come to this point, Shin Youngwoo had to fulfill his promise. He said, since he had become a legendary farmer, he would take care of food for everyone. As soon as these words ended, a system notification rang out. Your vitality had reached the minimum mark, the match was over, the mission was completed, Piero's stats and skill power had increased significantly. In the 12 Vampire City, there is an extremely fierce battle going on. Shin Youngwoo and Kat Noe are present here. Kat Noe looked at the vampires and said with disgust, "These humans are really ridiculous. Quickly kill them all for me." Right next to him, Shin Youngwoo immediately used Pagma sword dance, transcending. Defeated a group of vampires, Noe Cat continued to grumble. They were kicked out of hell. I will make all the monsters in this hell disappear. In the distance, as soon as the vampires saw the Noe Cat clearly, they immediately cried out in horror. Why did they set up Memphis, the great devil's pet, here? Quickly kill them all for me. Not bothering to listen to these words anymore, Kat Noe rushed up to attack them without hesitation, and Shin Youngwoo in the back continued to swing his sword at these vampires. Right now a new notification appears. Memphis has leveled up to 190, the Randy doppelganger in the mysterious forest has leveled up to 126. Looking at this notice, Shin Youngwoo continued to complain, there were too many of them. Kat Noe felt quite excited and cried out, "Here is delicious food, I will eat all of you." With a disgusted look at Kat Noe, Shin Youngwoo immediately pulled out his item, which was the holy hand, holding a sword in each hand and began to rush up to attack the vampires. In a moment, countless notifications rang out. You have won 2,121,500 experience points. You have received 2,287,000 experience points. The first level sword belongs to the holy hand, promoted to level 7. The group of Rigas and Pawn people are also fighting extremely fiercely at this time. Where they are now, there is a little girl sitting and crying. Rigas quickly repelled a group of vampires, then took back his weapon and walked over to comfort the girl. It's okay now, don't cry anymore. Hearing that, the little girl sobbed and swore that next time she would not cry anymore. Pawn had also finished another funeral and gathered in one place with Rigas. He looked at Shin Youngwoo for a moment and then exclaimed, after all, those golden hands are really scammers. I'm not a taming guild master or a necromancer, but my hunting speed is 5 times faster than ours. Hearing this, Rigas immediately turned around and replied, less than a month after the Elphinstone battle, they turned into monsters and returned here. And at this moment, on the opposite side, Shin Youngwoo looked at his holy hand items while fighting and exclaimed, they wiped out all the enemies within a 30-meter range and also increased their power. It's true, the automatic hunting mode is perfect. I used the store's experience gain increasing potion so it increased 4 levels. Because I was chosen, the good stuff was gone, and I got this useless grilled skewer, but anyway, I took the experience potion so it didn't hurt anything. Thinking so, Shin Youngwoo immediately moved forward with determination, mentally encouraging himself. There are still too many mountains I have to overcome. Elphinstone, Piero and Brahm. Now is the time for me to overcome. Just grasp the power that matches a legend. Not long after, at Raiden City, looking at Chris holding his sword in hand and preparing to leave, Piero immediately spoke. You have to go now. You've worked hard. Chris was completely different now. Hearing these words he immediately replied, this has been a precious month. I have learned a lot for the final match. But, I have something to say. There's not a big difference between my abilities and Zabal's. Hearing this question, Piero immediately replied, Zabal, I don't know who that guy is but you should be proud of being the 3rd strongest person among the people I've seen recently. As soon as this sentence ended, Chris sighed. There were a lot of thoughts in his head. He couldn't even remember Zabal's name. So I'm really nothing, and I was beaten, dropped from 2nd to 3rd. It seems like I've played against Grid before. Is it because of that? Thinking for a while, Chris continued to ask, so if you compare the strongest person he ever fought with Duke Grid, who is stronger? Piero frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and then answered very seriously, people who exceed their limits to a certain extent often never stop learning, right? development time is not just for work alone. Where's the title? The Duke is not yet that person's opponent. The person Piero was talking about was Grousel, a white-clothed swordsman at the top of the server. After saying a few more words to Piero, Chris immediately brought the sword to Shin Youngwoo and asked him to fix it. Holding the sword in his hand, Shin Youngwoo curled his mouth and said, "Why do you always break the sword like that and come together every day? Today I will give you 4 gold coins." Chris didn't seem to pay attention to what Shin Youngwoo just said. He was currently immersed in his own thoughts. Kraugel, Anyus and then Zabal will come to these guys. Probably at some point they will captured by a strong opponent. Thinking of that, Chris immediately warned Shin Youngwoo, "By the way, recently the famous Guilt Blood Carnival hunting event is very serious. Remember to be careful. It's a vulgar group run by unofficial ratings, created it." Hearing this reminder, Shin Youngwoo happily replied, "I will be careful, but next time don't talk too far away, just talk freely to each other." "It sounds very strange." Chris laughed. He nodded and said softly, "I know, it's not because I like it that I said that." At this moment, as if remembering what happened earlier, Shin Youngwoo suddenly asked seriously, You said the famous hunt, is it related to that person named Anyus that they always told me to be careful of? Anyway, I have already reached level 305, and Irene's birth is less than a month away." Speaking of which, Shin Youngwoo created an item made with creative skills, which was a hand foundry. Detailed information of the handheld foundry is quickly displayed. The unique level, and the item manufacturing speed will be reduced by 60% compared to using a conventional foundry. As long as you can ensure enough suitable space and enough firewood, you can use this furnace anytime and anywhere. However, due to its small size, it is not possible to refine a large amount of minerals at the same time, and the rate of firepower increase is also slow. After reading these lines, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, "I must have chosen the highest saint-hand ratio." If that's the case, it's still possible to craft items while hunting for saints. I'll probably have to make a lot of grid bayonets. Anyway, I have to go take care of Irene right away. Then I will make another weapon to level up. The third hidden piece I received in the previous mission is to enhance minerals. Opening the notification screen, a series of information appeared before Shin Youngwoo's eyes. Blue orichalcum has been enhanced, increasing hardness and durability, while reducing the brittleness of the mineral, and can be enhanced up to 30 times. Grams, 1 time takes 30 days. Reading through these lines, Shin Youngwoo silently calculated that hardness and durability are normally proportional, but now the brittleness has also increased, so it will probably reduce the impact force, that is, reduce brittleness and increase durability. Durability as well as hardness can create ideal minerals. I stored blue orichalcum before joining the expedition team. Although there hasn't been much change, it is true that it has become harder, but if you use this function right away, there will be a limit. Taking out the blue orichalcum stone, Shin Youngwoo looked at it and thought, I want to enhance Pavranium, but I have to remove the Holy Hand, because it's not a teleportation skill, so I can't level up the Holy Hand. More again, I only achieved a small amount. But this is the skill that can create ideal materials. I can create my own materials like Pavranium at any time. While he was lost in his thoughts, Lowell and Rabus opened the door and ran in. Lowell happily exclaimed, Mr. Grid, there is good news. Finally, the level of the metallurgical equipment has reached level 4. If we maintain this state for about a year, we can use yellow misril to create items of our choice. Hearing these words, not only was Shin Youngwoo not happy, but his face gradually changed color. He gritted his teeth and said, What? I've already spent 30 million gold coins and still have to wait more. Lowell sweated profusely and said, Metallurgy is a field that has been looked down upon in other countries, so it is difficult to find experts in this field, and there is no system at all. Rabus standing next to him saw that the situation was not good and immediately changed his mind. Thanks to Mr. Piero, the income from agriculture has increased, so now there is no need to worry much anymore. Lowell immediately nodded and continued, I heard that you have happily continued your career as a farmer. You are really kind. Shin Youngwoo heard those two people talking and his heart ached. He thought to himself, of course he has to be kind. At this moment, a new message was sent to Shin Youngwoo. It was a message from DAC Kim. He asked, I heard Kim Do-yoon is going to Ruby's school festival. Are you going? After listening, Shin Youngwoo didn't understand anything, so he texted back, "Great sword, which festival, who is Kim Do-yoon?" Absolute Sword quickly explained, Kim Do-yoon is the actor who plays the main role in the world-famous movie Killer's Diary, which is the pride of Korean cinema, and was also awarded by the Patriotic Association, honorary chapter. But there's one thing, this person is rumored to be dating an idol who is a high school student. That's why I tried to contact her. Ruby is such a beauty that she is called the second Yura. She is your younger sister. She also helped a lot in the Golem attack. Right now she might be involved with that female student who's being talked about, so why aren't you worried? Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo sighed and said, I don't know, just worrying about having a lot of antis because of Braham. Isn't it already very tiring? I have a lot of things to do, I don't have time. Came to snoop on the kids' festival. Sahei High School's fall festival takes place for 3 days. Thanks to the school's support, the number of visitors reaches up to 10,000 people. So this is a festival on such a large scale that all the media also mentioned it. In the school office, a woman was standing and talking to a young man. She seemed to be the principal, and said very warmly, I didn't expect world stars to come here to visit. It's not about filming commercials with high fees. Every year I invite idols, but this is the first time I've been able to invite them. As a principal, I'm extremely grateful to you. She gave the man a sheet of Satisfy's schedule. Then said that he also contacted Grid but was refused. The man heard that and immediately asked, I heard that his sister is studying at this school. The principal nodded and replied, you're probably talking about Sei-hee. She plans to participate in the martial arts tournament. Turns out, the man just now was actor Kim Do-yoon. He turned his head and squinted his eyes and said, that's really good news. So I have to go to the martial arts convention. Ah, I'm also interested. Participate in the pet competition too. Hearing that, the principal was very excited and exclaimed, oh my God, we are very grateful to you, but isn't that too busy? Hearing this question, Kim Do-yoon curled his lips and said, money is more important than admiration. After all, it is an opportunity to meet cute and beautiful kids. Saying these words, he thought to himself, if it were me, I would have participated because of my sister's position. He is truly a person who distinguishes between public and private affairs. After hearing what he said, the principal also had his own thoughts. It was true that he liked him, but the rumors about him with a high school idol weren't very good, so it should be fine, right? Kim Do-yoon didn't pay attention to the principal anymore. He looked through the glass window and looked at the schoolyard, his heart full of thoughts. This place has the younger brother of that famous man. This festival is an opportunity, perfect for me to approach him. The fur is soft and velvety, the eyes are big and round, the belly is round, and the legs are soft. Just imagining it makes me excited. Finally, I was able to meet the super cute Noe, Kim Do-yoon thought while drooling, then continued to imagine. Although it is only possible through Miss Ruby to meet Mr. Grid, but it is really very possible. The horn petite, cute wings like silky jelly. I really want to meet that kid soon. Kim Do-yoon, a movie actor, one of the 10 Lotus, the most prominent member of Noe's fan cafe. At this moment, he still couldn't stop being excited and thought to himself, Mr. Grid is indeed a straightforward person. Just like Noe's master style, it's okay, I can also meet other cute kids in the competition. Kim Do-yoon, a world star, is easily misunderstood as a quiet person and a whiner. For someone like him who grew up in the countryside, he has been an animal lover since childhood. The rumor that he dated a high school idol is certainly a fake rumor. It's just that an idol said that she confessed her love to him. It's because he didn't care much about it until now. No big deal. But this time the opponent is not kind at all. Down in the schoolyard, Shin Youngwoo said he was busy and couldn't come. But he was here with the sword. As he walked around the schoolyard, he scolded him. Where is that trash? You're an old man, but you dare to hang out with high school students. I have to quickly find the guy. I have to follow him. Which high school is bigger than the university I studied at? Hearing these words gave me a headache. The swordsman next to me immediately said, you've come here and you're still mumbling and grumbling. You're such a conservative brother. When Shin Youngwoo heard that, he got angry and shouted, don't follow me anymore. Please go back to Joseon. Peak Sword replied with a calm face, I can't leave Korea's treasure alone. Just consider me your bodyguard. Having said that, he immediately went to the stalls displayed around to take a look. Seeing this, Shin Youngwoo got angry and immediately asked him to come back quickly to help him find Shin Se-hee. To it Kim thought for a moment and said, but because of Kim Do-yeon, the crowd was even bigger, so it was hard to find. Shin Youngwoo remained silent without saying anything. He silently cursed in his heart, even though I don't want to care, but if something happens to Se-hee, I will regret it for the rest of my life, no matter what, I have to find out quickly, just. Even though I don't want to use it, there's only one way to disperse the crowd. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately used his skills to make everyone around him run away, not knowing what was wrong. Seeing that the crowd had lessened, Shin Youngwoo immediately rushed away. He thought to himself, I'm not sure, but because I've used it a few times, it still hurts a bit. Where are you, Shin Se-hee? I was about to warn her but she didn't answer the phone. While running everywhere looking for his sister, at this moment a black shadow jumped out in front of Shin Youngwoo's eyes, making him startled. This black shadow immediately shouted, brother, quickly raise your hand. It turns out that the person who just appeared is none other than Yi Rim. She burst into laughter for a few times then said, you look so cute when you're scared. No one comes to the haunted house so I'm going to rest for a while. Did you come to see me, or see he? At this time, inside the principal's office, a man rushed to report the news. The principal and dozens of visitors said they had difficulty breathing after touching someone. Hearing that, the principal immediately cried out in panic. He couldn't let anything go wrong at the festival. He quickly investigated to see if the cause was a virus or terrorism and then arrested me. And now on Shin Youngwoo's side, he was holding the costume that Yi Rim gave him in his hand, admiring it for a while and then wondering, what is it? What is this? Yi Rim heard that and immediately said, are you planning to cause a stir and just leave like that? Our school security guard is very fierce. At the second stadium of Sahei High School, a beautiful host smiled and said, the main part of the Sahei Fall Festival, the Sahei Martial Arts Tournament. Please allow me to begin. The festival, with the participation of 16 famous people in fields such as entertainment, sports athletes and political and economic circles. The host is me, announcer Lee Min-young. The first player is the most discussed character today, level 116 Ruby, Shin Se-hee of the Shin family. As soon as this introduction ended, Shin Se-hee immediately walked out. The audience below immediately cheered and cheered endlessly. At this moment, Shin Se-hee looked quite embarrassed. She had to participate in this match partly because of the principal's pressure. She told herself that she had to quickly get eliminated and leave here. The host said, to ensure that the characters do not die, we conducted the conference in a competition mode. After registering for the competition, we invite the contestants to start competing. Very quickly the competition began. Before Shin Se-hee could prepare anything, he was hit by his opponent and suffered 1,880 damages, still confused and don't understand why. The man confronting her curled his mouth full of contempt and said, ha ha, it's understandable that our student, our goddess, requested to kill you so you could receive your punishment. This man's name is Go Ji-myung, level 187. Stop for a moment, he continued to joke. I heard that you had a plan with us, a group. You guys are also hidden ranks. Can you let me in there too? Kim Do-yeon was standing outside watching the match, suddenly extremely angry and shouted, why did you refuse to play? What are you doing? We will stop it right away. An employee next to him heard this and immediately exclaimed in reassurance, wait a minute, I'm sending a warning message. While the water was boiling, suddenly a girl walked forward. Oh stood behind Kim Do-yeon and slowly spoke, taking this opportunity to let everyone know that the world star's concern can also become a sin. This girl's name is Reina, leader of the famous girl group Farina. She paused for a second then continued to speak. Did you come to meet that girl? When I confessed to you 2 years ago you rejected me because of our age. It seems like your preferences, have you changed? Hearing this voice, Kim Do-yeon turned his head slightly and asked in a cold voice, I heard that you had an affair with a baseball player. It seems that it was that person. You are still not satisfied with spreading that rumor. Ah. At this time in the match, system notifications continuously appeared in front of Shin Se-hee. The Hope skill had randomly restored 30% of its strength, reducing the opponent's maximum strength by 10%. Imagine, using the Hope skill reduces the enemy's strength by 816. You have restored 2050 strength with the Hope skill. The guy Go Ji-myung standing opposite saw this and said with extreme disdain, "Ha, I can't say anything. I just need to recover that much damage, right? Looks like your talented brother has an affair with the admin. You're just a piece of trash doing these despicable things." Are athletes afraid of public opinion saying they disregarded the rules? Speaking of this, he immediately started to attack. Each sword strike came out closer to where Shin Sei was standing. While beating him, he continued to say, "I have earned a lot of money, I will retire and live happily with my lover, so you can take care of yourself." Shin Sei was now able to control the situation. She held the wand firmly in her hand, blocked each of the opponent's attacks, then said in a cold voice, "If you underestimate my efforts, I will not give up easily, it's okay like this." Hearing her say that, Go Ji-myung burst into laughter like a madman. The sword in his hand continued to slash. Then he disdainfully said, "What is that weapon? Did you steal your grandmother's stick to come here?" Because this slash was extremely dangerous, Shin Sei was attacked. Her arms were paralyzed within a second. But that didn't stop Shin Sei from panicking. She quickly regained her composure and started using her internal skills, dispelling adverse effects with the Righteous Heart skill. This skill helps her block one Go Ji-myung's next attack. Seeing this scene, he couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "How could you block my attack with that tree branch? I didn't know your smithy was that good, but if it was a smithy, I would have it too." Having finished speaking, Go Ji-myung quickly turned around and slashed his sword at Shin Sei. She raised her wand to block the attack and silently exclaimed, "I have equipped 2 healing skills, but the waiting time to use them again has not yet ended. If the battle lasts longer, it will only be disadvantageous for me." And right now in the stands, Kim Do-yoon is questioning the security guards. "I said the match is going on without a competition mode. I will connect to the closed compartment to pause the match. Fight back." The staff heard that and quickly intervened. "If you arbitrarily go to the first match, the schedule of the whips participating in the conference will be interrupted. We will soon resolve it, so don't worry, Kim Do-yoon." While talking about this, behind Kim Do-yoon suddenly a person wearing a devil costume jumped up and hit him hard in the back, causing him to fall to the ground. This person is none other than Shin Youngwoo. He took off the makeup that Yi Rim gave him and then said in a harsh voice, "Things can't be like this, I'm here." Brushing away all the staff next to him, Shin Youngwoo quickly rushed into the closed room, which was connected to the game console where Shin Sei was playing. Inside the battle, Go Ji-myung was preparing to slash down another sword. Then he was immediately hit by a blast of terrifying force, sending him flying straight back for a while. Go Ji-myung was completely surprised by this situation. After stabilizing his body, he cried out in horror, "Magic arrow, no, isn't this the power of low-class magic?" At this time, Shin Youngwoo stepped forward to block Shin Sei. He glanced at his holy hand item and then roared in anger, "I will deal with you first, you bastard." The crowd immediately went crazy. The organizers didn't even stop him. "So why did he do that? Are you planning on letting our saint die? Wait, Grid is here, Kaif. Take him down, Grid. What's going on? Why don't you arrest that strange guy? It's a congress." The crowd enthusiastically followed both sides, some supporting the other wanting to kick him out. Hearing the urgent news, the principal rushed over and said, "No matter who it was, he should quickly pull that name out. That guy hasn't been caught yet. So what's the point of this guy? My brother say he entered the stadium without permission. So what will become of this festival? But he's been a very popular player lately, so is there a need to pull him out?" The principal suddenly woke up and stopped his actions. "You said you were famous, so just leave it there. The festival will definitely win big." The principal did not want to lose such a lucrative prey. The cheers rang out fiercely. Grid held his sister's hand to help her up and glared at the other person. "You have to look at who this is and then get involved. You little brat dare to hit my sister. Grid, you think you're so famous that you can enter other people's matches at will. Your blood was cut in half. What kind of magic is that?" His mouth was stiff, but in his heart there was also hesitation. The opponent changed so you had a little bit of politeness. "Where did you get this guy who despised the competition regime and behaved like a thug like this?" Grid then let out a sarcastic comment at him. "If you look at his power, it doesn't seem like he's a magic arrow. That is clearly a surefire technique. If he had used all kill carefully, then I would have a chance to win. Listen to the answer from my mace." After finishing speaking, he immediately rushed forward like a rabid dog. He called out to him worriedly. Grid stopped him and said, "It's too noisy. If he keeps letting his sister get bullied, the malicious comments will increase, all will be aimed at him." A punch to the face sent Jaws flying. What followed was a series of unstoppable punches. He just kept getting beaten up. At this rate, I'm sure I won't be able to get close to that kid and I'll even be knocked out. Oh, I feel so sorry for the items and experience points, but it's okay, I can restore them. But if I lose here, I'll have to break up with Reina. Thinking about losing his girlfriend, he refuses to lose, so he screamed and threatened, "If you touch me again, you won't be able to rest in peace. Do you know, I have an acquaintance who is a gangster." Is this guy trying to threaten me? The more Grid thought about it, the angrier he became. He remembered his friend asking him before leaving, "Oh, are you planning to go to Korea?" "Yes, the guild master is going too. I'm thinking about whether I should go or not. My friend is the mafia, is that okay?" He glared and smirked threateningly. That guy shouted even louder, "You were scared so you said nonsense. So try killing me, even if I meet you in real life or on Ethanol land, I will kill you." Grid continued to attack without any hesitation. "Don't worry, I will never set foot in the Ethanol kingdom. You're not a king, you're just a little duke. Don't stay there talking nonsense, quickly pull out your sword, stop hiding behind those toys." Because of the girl's blood, he was on fire and aggressively determined to fight. Using a sword with a brat like you dream too well, right? The guy who has the hair on my back but can't even get close to me. My level is too different. You think I can't become the master of Ethanol, do you? He used 2 golden hands to block his arms and added a middle finger. "That's really funny, you idiot. You eat this, you bastard." Boy, is that guy really a friend of the mafia? Only now does that guy have some trust. But he used hellfire to burn him. Peak Sword was currently standing outside watching the battle, feeling extremely excited, as expected of the Grid, not afraid of any enemy. This is called the courage of the Republic of Korea, is that right, classmate Yi Rim? At this time, the crowd was frantically looking for Grid. Is it true that this guy was acting strangely in this direction? I already checked the CCTV, it's 2 men, one wearing a hoodie, the other wearing a hanbok. Peak Sword then remembered the scene just now. Was that what happened back then? No wonder everyone was so scared. I don't know clearly, but it seems like they're misunderstanding something. Grid had already changed his clothes and snuck into the arena, so they probably wouldn't be able to find him. But if they found out he was there, it would be too dangerous. Nationally treasured talent may be lost. Thinking of this, he was a little worried and quickly asked the busy student, "Classmate Yerim, can you help me with this?" The other 2 guys were still searching everywhere for the 2 of them and found them. "Just arrest that suspicious looking guy first, but there are too many people." When the 2 turned around, they saw that the person wearing hanbok was still him, but he was wearing a wig. "But of course you couldn't escape. They immediately chased you, so you quickly ran away. Don't forget me, son of the Republic of Korea." So after that game, that guy cursed Grid and demanded to kill him. Reina couldn't look anymore and said contemptuously, "I'm so busy, but I still came here to see you. Looks like I wasted my time. You don't accept any of my requests, so my concern for you has cooled. I'm sure he's not the kind of pathetic, dirty man who comes after a breakup." She looked at him with sharp and threatening eyes. While he was chasing her, Kim Do-yeon stood in front of her and asked her to go and apologize. "Stupid boyfriend gets mad like crazy. Look at this guy. Until now, your habit of touching girls still hasn't changed. It wouldn't be strange for a guy to go to prison and get kicked. He's just a bit of a guy walking around in a few movies, but you look down on others." Kim Do-yeon calmly said, "He must have reached the age where he should feel ashamed of himself." His pride was touched, so he tried to punch him in the face. As a result, he punched him without missing a single shot. "That is neat kune-do, all the way to unconsciousness." He coldly said, "What was the reason I just stood there watching her evil actions?" It was because she was still young at that time. When she becomes an adult, of course she must take responsibility for all her actions. Remember this, Reina. Reina got angry and coldly turned away and clicked her tongue. What a hateful person. Grid now hit him on the cheek a few times and said, "Your acting ability is so good, are you planning to seduce Sei-hee?" After hearing this, Kim Do-yeon sighed in pain and thought that he must have heard all the rumors about himself. so it's best to talk about the main part first. He pulled out his phone to prove his transparency. The person I want to meet the most at this festival is not Ems, say he. What is this? I don't see anything. After looking at it, Grid was surprised and asked, is the membership level an excellent level? Is the member ID a slave of Mr. Noe? At this moment, Kim Do-yoon revealed his sparkling eyes and begged, could you let me join the club to use good stuff? I don't accept people like you. When he turns into Bentner, he will come. After that, the four of them decided to sit down to eat and talk carefully. Grid asked, so what level are you? He scratched his head and said, the thing is, my recent activities have been quite busy, so I haven't been able to play games. Besides level 190, it's still a bit lacking to join the guild. After listening and evaluating for a while, Grid became more cautious. He was more honest than I thought. If it's level 190, it's quite a high level, so he asked again, if it was a production or manufacturing job, I would reconsider. If it wasn't a production job but another unique job, talking about the topic would make Grid lose his dignity and ask nervously, what, let's say it again, welcome to join our association. He blushed as he said, he is the pet guild master, that's called a tamer. I can train monsters and command them as pets. Not only are they my pets, but I can buff my teammates' pets as well. I can also temporarily control other people's pets. Continuous time ranges from 15 to 50 seconds. I can also use the skills of pets that I have not crafted. Grid was immediately more stunned by this guy's abilities. Even if Heroi is the strongest buffer, it seems like he can't buff other people's pets. Moreover, he can take control of other people's pets. If he can take someone else's pet and then attack its owner or make the pet use up all its mana by buffing his side, then he's very useful. At the end of the sentence, he stood up and praised her, his face beaming with excitement. How wonderful it was. Faced with that excitement, he was equally excited, and also boasted that he could quickly grasp the strengths, weaknesses, skills, and stats of the opponent's pet. He even has the special ability of the Pet Owners Association, which is to beautify pets. So he asked if he could introduce Noah to him so he could beautify it. After hearing that, he was still speechless. Why is his name so crazy? It's true that a crazy person will attract other crazy people. These guys are not normal at all. Someone whose only job is to dream of being a beautician. Looks like we have another crazy guy in our group. He saw it and was also worried about his association. Evening in Reinhardt is the capital of the kingdom of Ethnal. The people in the palace reported to his son that he could sleep with medicine, but now there was no other solution. King Wiesbaden's time is less than a month away. Your Highness, those who were called are waiting for you in the inner palace. At the top of the line of succession to the throne. In another month, the image of your father, who is the pillar of Ethnal, will gradually disappear. The fear left behind by the ancient weapon golems has been deeply engraved into the roots of this kingdom. There is no time to be confused by the absence of the king anymore. The current problem is Erlsteim's son-in-law, Duke Grid, and his subordinates. If it weren't for their army, Reinhardt would have disappeared a long time ago. Their strength is their greatest threat. Up to now, Radon's army has a maximum of 1,000 people. That power is what saved Reinhardt's life. But fortunately, the Duke and Grid still do not know about his father's illness. The strongest warriors have been recruited from all over the continent. The day when I have to confront Duke Grid is approaching. At the large-scale title ceremony that took place there, he cannot be loyal to the royal family but only swears to his father. It's like declaring war on the prince. The monsters of Radon City are threatening Reinhardt. I have to take action before he takes over this kingship. Therefore, I hope you will join in my intention. After careful consideration, he decided to start the war first. So the Prince of Ethanol wants to take over Radon. The prize will be Ren crowned king. Ren immediately ordered Radon to be conquered. Herent was just waiting for that. He had been training non-stop for the past 10 months to be able to repay that humiliation. Grid is now using his new items to test and fight monsters. The results were not unexpected. All is perfect. Grid was satisfied with the finally finished iron helmet. The quality was impeccable. It's called mass-produced iron armor. This is a set of armor designed to provide Radon soldiers with the basic structure of weapons, helmets, armor, gloves, and shoes. Weapons include single swords, spears, bows and shields. The uses of each type are very good, but the effectiveness of the armor is also better when compared to bronze level equipment, because they also have effects according to the equipment set. The problem is that the minimum level to use is 160. Radon's soldiers are currently level 133, so they cannot be equipped. Thinking of doing that, he immediately summoned the knight, Piero, and Asmapel. The two of them immediately appeared and respectfully said, "Please call me, my lord." "Are you also hunting today? Even though these giant worms are weak, that arm that hunts for you is truly a magical arm." Asmapel said with a smile. He looked at the hand flying in the sky in admiration. Even though the speed of the attack was fast, that hand could not have a separate will to control itself, and the speed of hunting monsters was also slow. But the moving position was very slow, and acting right is better than fighting me. There really is potential. Grid asked, "Asmapel, how long does it take to upgrade the soldiers to level 1? "It takes about 5 days, sir." Grid was surprised and couldn't believe it. "What, so it was that fast? When I was in Windstone for several months the soldiers were only level 80. This is truly the power of two legends who were destined to become the pillars of the empire." Grid applauded and praised him to quickly ask, "Oh my, so great, so it only took about 5 months to reach level 160. Can you help them level up faster?" Asmapel replied, "The current training intensity is already high. If we increase the intensity further, it will not only increase the fear of injury but also make the soldiers dissatisfied." But it seems like Grid didn't listen and still stubbornly said, "Let's speed up the practice even more." After listening, he said yes and followed suit. But what do you know? As a result, they were forced to train. It's not strange that the loyalty of Radon's soldiers drops to 9, no longer wanting to respect you. But on the contrary, the soldiers' level up speed has increased 1,5 times. Loyalty and respect are at the core of domination because, according to conventional wisdom, this is an extremely dangerous act. Grid was now completely confident that this equipment could compensate for the hardships that the soldiers were enduring. "It'll be fine, as long as I give them this entire set of equipment, they'll be satisfied." With that in mind, Grid has been busy making equipment. After that, time passed quickly as there were only 5 days left until Irene's due date. Grid was currently welcoming him to his father-in-law. "For someone as busy with work as the Duke to personally welcome me like this, I really don't know what to do. But this place is really big. It's truly a big agricultural city in this barren desert. The population is not even 20,000 people. But no matter how you look at it, the city looks very beautiful. My son-in-law, no, the Duke's ability to be decisive and ambitious is truly amazing." Grid bowed his head and smiled in, "Thanks, you are worthy of praise, so let me take you to Irene's place." The two approached the room. In the room where the little girl was resting, the father came to ask, "My daughter, just a few days ago, you were still a baby and now you're about to become a mother. Are you uncomfortable in any way?" Irene smiled brightly and boasted, "My husband always takes good care of me, don't worry too much." The father felt relieved when he heard that. Thanks to his son, I felt somewhat reassured. "Thank you, it's something I should do. The person who is taken care of in return is me. I always feel grateful to Irene." He looked at his wife with affectionate eyes. With one hand he covered her with a blanket to avoid the cold. All ability points of the unborn child increased by 1 after feeling the sincere love of their parents. "You're a knight close to Marquis time. You're so young. I just heard that you inherited the title of #1 Knight of the North from the head of the Phoenix Knights. What is your name?" Asmapel and Piero asked in unison. The other person replied, "My name is Raiden. Please focus on guarding and protecting the safety of the monarchy instead of gossiping." Suddenly there was something strange. So he approached and asked if there were really only the Marquis, the Duke and his wife inside. Asmapel felt strange but nodded. "That's right, why is that?" "So that means the Duke doesn't have a scholar, right? I feel there are 4 auras inside." "I checked and looked again, but there are only 3 auras. Is it this knight's illusion that he wants to show off?" Piero doubted in his heart. He continued, "Absolutely do not enter the lady's room. Do you know the price of wrong judgment?" Raiden just coldly replied, "No matter what, I will take responsibility for what I do." He immediately rushed in and shouted loudly, "My lord is dangerous. Both father and son quickly jumped up in surprise and asked, "What's going on?" He immediately slashed at the curtains next door and shouted, "There is a mouse here." But when I cut it, there was nothing, Piero sighed. This is truly the worst case scenario. Raiden quickly knelt down and said, "I deserve to die. I felt its aura at the wall, but it just disappeared." Worrying about Irene made him blinded by anger. Even a person with a clear index ability of more than 1,000 fake locations could not understand that he was here, and where did this guy appear? Talk nonsense like that, he shouted loudly. You dare to arbitrarily barge in and make noise in Irene's resting room. Even if it's true, you mean I can't detect it? What exactly is it? This guy, seeing that his son-in-law seemed so angry, his father-in-law quickly stopped him. Duke, please calm down. He's still young, so his actions are lacking. Hope you understand. Sometimes he makes mistakes, but he is an excellent knight that I admire very much. Thanks to those words, his life was spared, but outside, there was a person with dark magic power standing and staring at them. That was Kasim. What a surprise when a hero was born. I didn't expect to be discovered by a young man in his early 20s. This small ethnic kingdom has countless such outstanding talents. If so, the Saharan Empire has a population dozens of times larger than ethnic. Then I don't know how many more monsters will appear, making my revenge even more difficult. Anyway, I have to be more careful for now. Grid still wasn't angry until the afternoon. He cursed loudly at the house while training. It was also because of his father-in-law that I couldn't say anything about that guy. It was really frustrating. With that ability, are you a knight? Old Khan saw that he was in a bad mood, so he approached and asked, "What's wrong?" The blue-haired knight my father-in-law brought along startled Irene. "I definitely won't let it go. Should I block that guy's path to advancement?" Old Khan was silent for a while, then slowly said, "I made a small garden in front of the house of a child named Jennings who lives on the west side of the city wall. He is a child who often gets colds. I planted some roots, cooling medicinal plants so it can be dug up when needed. It's a vegetable garden made with a hoe that you crafted, so, how about that?" The old Khan smiled and said, "It wasn't anything special. What you created was just a block of stone used to dig the ground. But, thanks to it, a certain family was less worried about the flu. Even the blacksmith's pickaxe does its job well. Whether big or small, it affects many people. Lord Raiden is angry. Is this a loss or a gain? Either way, I hope you're the one who can make others proud." Having said this, Grid himself felt a bit excessive. He turned away embarrassed and said, "Why are you talking in circles? I understand. Who said I would actually do that? It's just that my mood is too angry." "It seems like you plan to make the hoe more sturdy, right? I'll bring it to that house." The old Khan happily put on the gloves and said, "It will be a gift to be proud of. Let me give you a hand. If someone has faith in me, I will try my best no matter what." So you work hard again, and the worker's technical level is increased again. The legendary blacksmith's technique has increased. The number of times the blacksmith can create has increased by 3, and the number of items that can now be crafted is 13. Well, Bland said that someone used a pickaxe to hit someone else. Who would do that? It's old man Piero. On this side, Asmapel and the soldiers are gathering and sweating. Everyone actively shouted slogans. Throw away that weak past. Please try to endure to protect your land. They must be dead. The war hasn't even come yet, so why are they acting like this? It's all because of that damn Duke, Raiden's son. This is abuse. So the soldiers' loyalty kept decreasing and rumors gradually appeared that they hated him. Grid felt strange while drinking water. He didn't expect it to go beyond anger. If this continues, it won't be strange even if they rebel. Guess it's time for the carrots. Raiden's soldier list. The Great Lord's Sword. Can check name, gender, grade, all information without missing anything. Some people even reach level 150. He was surprised to see that there was a difference of 10 levels from the soldiers. It was truly terrible. So Grid summoned the knight Piero. He appeared shirtless. He wondered, what was that? Did he finally get rid of that disgusting peasant outfit? How could I leave? I was training with the soldiers as the commander-in-chief. I looked at the training situation and saw that Royman's soldiers were leveling up quickly. Did you give them any special training? He shook his head and said no. As usual. Grid felt strange. So why was the leveling speed different? Piero explained, it was due to the difference of will and talent. If there are soldiers who have the same training but only follow the lesson plan without thinking about it, then there are also soldiers who practice and think about what will help in leveling up. So Grid suggested that those people practice separately to quickly reach level 160. I understand, even so, but I'm also thinking about whether or not I should form a special task force. I will put Roymand in that team for private training. Of course, he immediately agreed. As long as that equipment was worn in the Special Forces team, the dissatisfaction would disappear immediately. Suddenly, a panicked soldier ran in calling for you, my lord the Duke. Please hurry up, Lady Irene is starting to go into labor. This evening in the fortress city, the soldiers guarding the gate suddenly saw a group of troops coming and quickly shouted in panic, look over there. How many people are there? Looks like more than 5,000 people. Quickly inform the lord. The first prince of Ethnal led 7,000 soldiers to visit us. The count now came out and knelt down to see the prince. The prince jumped off his horse and said, Count, you kneeling like that makes me very scared. Please stand up quickly. As you know, the king's time is not long left. Now, as the eldest prince, I feel responsible for the safety of the country and the royal family. I decided to march against Duke Grid, who could become a threat to the kingdom. I hope that you will join forces with me, the fortress's grand magician, Count Ashuri. On this side, Grid was running as fast as he could, shouting loudly as he walked. He was supposed to give birth in 4 days. Didn't appear as planned at all. I'm not mentally prepared yet. How could she not endure it for 2 more days? Either way, that's not possible. Piero ran after and said, the screen now displays a message. Please select the child's gender. Your answer will greatly influence the sex of the child. Hearing that, he shouted, of course it's a girl. Succession is not important. If she were like me, wouldn't it be more miserable? Her personality and appearance would be just like Irene's. Once confirmed, your wishes will be reflected in the child's gender. Grid ran until his face turned red from sweating. Really? Will the baby really be born? He yelled all the way, finally rushing into the room to panic and ask how things were going. As soon as the white-haired male saw you, he burst into tears, my lord. He panicked, only fearing the worst situation. Unexpectedly, the other guy yawned and replied calmly, because I had to answer questions about joining a guild and managing the territory, so I stayed up all night last night. Anyway, the midwife arrived 30 minutes ago. Surely the baby will be born soon. At this time, his father-in-law also rushed over to ask if the baby was about to give birth. That's right, the Marquis seems to be about to give birth. At this moment, Grid's body was shaking, his heart was pounding like the first time he confessed his love. I finally get to meet my child. What about Irene? Is Irene okay? 10,000 questions, why, and worries. The child's loud cry broke the tense atmosphere, breaking his nerves. The midwife then came out smiling and said, congratulations, Mr. Duke, mom is round and baby is square. Please come inside. Irene smiled kindly, holding the little creature in her hand and said, dear husband, come here quickly. Grid was worried, stunned for a moment, then rushed to the bed and asked, are you okay, Irene? Yes, thanks to your concern, I'm okay. Come on, say hello to your child. This is our child. Grid stuttered in panic. Now, please hold my baby for me, I don't have any strength left now. Grid awkwardly hugged his child in panic, his arms and legs frantically moving. How could he carry him? What should I do? Irene smiled gently and said, you must hold the child close to your chest and support the child's head. I can't forget it, my lord, even I am the same now. Piero thought silently in his mind, the pretty baby with rosy red cheeks, closed eyes, sleeping quietly. Is this my and Irene's daughter? I don't know why, but I feel something strange. Who would have thought it was the midwife who said that he was a healthy young man? Grid was startled and shouted loudly, what? And my father-in-law is so happy that he can't keep his mouth shut. A precious son has been born in our family. It's so great, so great. It's all thanks to the grace of the Duke and the Marquis. Congratulations to both of you. Grid was furious and cursed at the system. Why did he say his opinion would have such a big impact? But why did the result come out like this, kid? It's truly a waste of effort. Irene, on the other hand, was still very happy and told her husband, "Isn't our baby like a lovely little angel? You are holding the small life that is a drop of blood between me and you. I also can't imagine how many great things he will do when he grows up. I also want our child to be strong like you. Luckily it's a boy, so, I didn't expect that Irene's wishes would have such a greater influence than mine." Grid was surprised to understand something. Only now did he pay attention to his child. Except for his hair, he was more like Irene, his seed in her. He had the ability to achieve anything he wanted. Huh? Then his father-in-law smiled and asked, "What is my nephew's name?" At this mention, the white-haired male gasped and prayed to God that his name would not be Gryrene. In Irene's opinion, it will be a name that carries the meaning of having great tolerance, being loved and respected by everyone. So the boy's name will be Lord. At first it sounded very good. Until Grid finishes speaking, "And will add the first letter of my name, Glord." Unable to bear it, the white-haired male cursed loudly at the house. That was the name of the Orc clan leader. Given that name, the boy's appearance also resembled it. "Why are you whining like that, so Lord? It's fine, right?" Grid raised his eyebrows and looked at him. The system immediately announced a series of new information. He had achieved the title of the first father. In a team with children, all ability indicators increased by 8%. If the child's vitality decreased by 30%, it would develop passive skill, passive first love between father and son, restart skill usage time, movement speed will increase by 80%, increasing duration by 20 seconds. Grid was surprised and reset the skill's cooldown time. "It's also terrible, but do you mean I have to take this boy hunting with me?" The baby just touched his hand. All information appeared. All were very good at level 1. Because he was the son of a legendary blacksmith, he inherited most of his father's abilities. Ethnol's genius had a 40% increase in leveling and skill development compared to ordinary people, but growth and learning increased, will be restricted until age 15, because he will be a character whose name will be saved in history. He will receive absolute protection, 80% immunity to diseases and all adverse status effects. In case of damage, vitality drops to 1. Enter invulnerability for 5 seconds, then there are a dozen more skills, and then there's the outstanding bloodline, but the arrogant personality is quite large. This is actually holding a diamond spoon, no joke anymore. After that, the day the great army is born will be the day that the whole world must engrave the name of the family as well as the guild to use genuine goods. In the end, how can this child have such ability? Even you have 3 points. As for the count and the prince, they were having a conversation. The earl thought to himself, Duke Grid's words at the title ceremony must have touched the prince and made him uneasy. As Ethnol's subordinate, of course I will have to meet the requirements, but... The prince said first, "I know that your son has been taken hostage by Radon. Is it true?" "It's probably because of this that you previously stopped some forces from targeting Radon. I want to cut off the shackles that have bound him from time immemorial. I will definitely destroy Duke Grid and save Blonde. Please trust me and cooperate with me." The Duke's power is absolutely not something that can be underestimated. That power revived Radon, who was on the verge of destruction. Right? Dare to ask the prince if there is any way to defeat Radon. The count asked. The prince replied frankly, Ethnol's ancestor, King Lauren, conquered the north, so he was called the Overlord of the North. History is written by those with power. In this expedition, the strongest swordsman in the Ethnol kingdom will also stand by my side. Behind the prince was Charsley Loken, the commander of the level 313 Royal Knights, Feral Kava Devon, the level 305 Baron. The count was surprised and thought to himself, these are all famous swordsmen of Ethnol. I didn't expect Prince Ren to have such wide connections. This person is a highly respected head of the prestigious Bird Viscount family that rules the Kava territory. As the number 1 archer of Ethnol, just one arrow can penetrate 3 enemies. Viscount Feral. The army consists of people who have received the god's blessing, so it is difficult to predict their exact strength, especially with this man in front of him. It was difficult to predict the aura that was radiating from him. And perhaps this person is the strongest fighter in this expedition, the head of the Rokon family who will forever serve the Ethnol royal family. Prestige is gained by achieving countless glorious victories. It is the talented swordsman, Charsley. The count admitted that these were all the strongest people in the kingdom. His boast was not without basis, but to win this match, It seems like something more is needed. Suddenly the prince said frankly, with Lord Blonde's current situation, it seems very difficult to directly help us, but if you are willing to help, you see that it is appropriate for you to use teleportation to send how about 3,000 soldiers get us to the Altus Mountains. The idea is that the mountain range south of Radon is in a symmetrical position with Patreon. Radon only has 1,000 soldiers at this level, so this diversionary tactic has the potential to be very useful. After 4,000 soldiers led the attack from the front, 3,000 soldiers from Altus would quickly attack the rear. Not bad, definitely a good strategy, but the Count hesitated a bit, because if you want to teleport that many people, you have to use all your magic power, and within half a month, you will suffer serious internal injuries that will make it difficult to walk. Just as he wanted to refuse, the prince quickly bowed his head and begged to sacrifice himself once for the kingdom of Ethnal and Blonde. The Count was surprised, not thinking that such a noble and honorable man would kneel before a subject in front of the soldiers. If he refused now, his reputation would be damaged. Not to mention the first prince is always a polite person. Unexpectedly he himself is also a very wise person. However, if one were to confront that cunning and dishonest person, the great prince's qualities and wisdom were necessary, so this was worth the bet. So the Count nodded and said he would agree to move 2,000 troops. As soon as everyone heard that, they all thanked the Count. Long live the prince, the crowd echoed. The army's morale has increased, the army's stat points have increased, and the rate of stamina consumption has been reduced. This effect continues as long as morale is maintained. Hurrent was just waiting to be able to say with satisfaction that it was indeed the right thing to promote the mission to provoke Prince Ren's unease. The title of Duke is of course quite good. My purpose is just to take revenge. After those 5 seconds of humiliation, I will pay him back for the scorn and ridicule I have received over the past 10 months. He spoke up and said, the great magician who once held the position of the 7 great guilds has already helped me. Did you feel the difference in class between us and the 7 great guilds at that time? The announcement that I will repay him many times over for what he did to me has already been fully transmitted. I trust you, so I'll leave this job to you, Bernie. Bernie agreed to recognize the class through the vision he had predicted, and it would definitely film every scene without missing a single scene. He smirked, certain that he would win against Grid. Time passed another week. The joy of having a child still spread throughout the empire. Oh my god, it's so cute. What can I do? How cute is your grandchild? Fortunately, except for the nose, the rest are similar to Irene. This is true. She really looks like Irene. Her face is so cute. I'm still not used to having grandchildren in the game, but still. The red-haired girl and the black-haired girl were furious. If they were my children, they would be able to stand up and walk and grow up so slowly. Oh my god, what are you talking about? Don't you know that health is the best when you are young? The white-haired man also wanted to talk to his 2 aunts. The 2 of them then argued with each other. The remaining black-haired girl with purple eyes that couldn't see anymore asked them both to be quiet so that Grid's child could sleep. If you care about Youngwoo, pay attention to these little things first. Irene's nephew continued to ask if someone named Yura was also coming. Afraid of causing trouble, Grid replied, that's what it means. Don't those guys look evil? The 3 of them wanted to turn to stone after hearing this. They were smirking, thinking that a flat girl like her wouldn't be able to get in. Grid's child yawned, causing all the women there to feel lost and unable to return. Asmapel stood behind and sighed, thinking he was going to report later. But since he's an exemplary inspector, perhaps it's okay to postpone reporting on the soldiers' achievements. Anyway, I hope it's because a new life is born. Radon's peace will last for a long time. That's what the words say, but the reality is completely different because disaster is about to strike. But right now Grid still doesn't know anything. Sighing to the old Khan and confiding, how long will it take to understand 100% about Iarugt? Now I have to make a new armor, but I miss Lord so much. Stop. The old man smiled. In the past I also stopped working hard at the smithy so that I could raise Oliver in the best possible way. The only way to see a child smile and be with them at that moment is the best way, but we realize it's too late. Parents' time is always not enough. It's too little, but I hope you will be different. Even if it's a busy day, at the end of the day you must be with your child. Grid happily agreed and replied, actually, I was also wondering whether I should give up the position of Lord to Jushuka to take care of the boy. Of course I would accept the tax collection. Pierrot approached to greet the Lord and introduced, "This is the Roymand you were curious about before. Today I brought him here to introduce to you." Grid nodded and stood up and said, "So the boy has completed his goal. I guess I have to consider it, the Great Lord's sword." The information appears. This man is Karin, age 21, soldier occupation, strength 630, stamina 331, agility 655, intelligence 99, faith 10, known as Royman. Use this name to increased confidence, new oriental talent, growth rate 20%, on desert terrain all index points 150%, but he didn't know that he was personally trained by Pierrot. His ability points increased rapidly, and his rate of acquiring new skills increased. Most of the skills are F level, agriculture is B and the famous family is A, truly excellent. Lau also said that he will recruit more talented people. He was thinking about this when suddenly he was surprised to discover that this was the daughter of the strongest warrior Radan had ever fallen 10 years ago. Because their daughter died due to a monster attack, their brothers had to choose to join the vampire exploration team and went missing. They had to disguise themselves as men to practice as soldiers to repay him, who restored Radan, and she still looks forward to the day her brother returns. So he blurted out and asked, "Are you a boy?" Royman was stunned, afraid of being found out. "What did you say?" "I am a strong son who will later become a martial artist to protect you." Pierrot smiled and replied, "Yes, if he were a girl, he probably wouldn't be able to endure physical tests." Grid of course didn't believe it, guessing it was because he had been alone for so long that he didn't notice. "But that's not important. The reason you called Roymand here was to give this gift, the unique set of iron armor you made." As soon as she picked it up, she smiled from ear to ear. "I didn't expect that I would be given an item that he personally made like this. I can probably become 4 times stronger." "You have to be polite in front of the Lord," Pierrot said grumpily. Then he quickly grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. It seemed like his momentum was gone. "We'll go to the Altus Mountains to practice and then return tomorrow morning." The girl panicked and said, "No, it took 2 days to get there. I still have work in the fields early in the morning, so I have to train twice as much." He dragged a young girl again and it was so miserable. Everyone knew it was a girl except Pierrot. At this point, Grid said, "Raoul, why did you come with Layden?" Layden said, "Mr. Duke, because there is something important in the north. The 2 of us will return first. Our lord plans to stay in Radan longer, so we hope everyone will help him." Marquis Steim also said that he wanted to stay with Lord for a while longer. Raoul replied. Grid asked again, "What's wrong? Without my father-in-law, would everything be okay? If there is no lord, there is no reason behind, so we will return there first. In the immediate future, about 1,000 soldiers will return to reinforce the defense." Grid sneered in his heart, although he still hated him for his mistake last time. It was true that his father-in-law had very good subordinates. He then replied, "If there is chaos, go find Jude in Winstono. Unlike you, he has very good abilities." After saying that, Grid happily ran away in joy. "So you 2 go, let's go see the Lord first. You've been with the boy for 3 hours this morning, right?" Raoul shouted loudly but couldn't stop him in time. Since his son was born, although his work productivity has decreased, it seems to have had a positive impact on the Duke's personality. Nothing surpasses the expectations and responsibilities of a father. "Hasn't he always tried alone before?" The old Khan smiled gently. The boy is now playing with block toys. Kasim was currently hiding in the observation room. That stew child was Duke Grid's heir. Originally, they were protecting the lady and the Duke. Normally, for nobles, inheritance is more important, so the order of priority for protection had to be changed. "I also dreamed of being a normal father, but what's left for me now is just anger at the Saharan Empire that massacred my people. To carry out this revenge, definitely needs the Duke's power." Suddenly another piece of wood hit what he was holding in his hand. He looked up in surprise when he saw the boy thrown at a great distance. It was hard to believe that he was only a 10-day-old child. Then the boy continued to throw another one near him. Only then did he realize that it was possible that the boy could sense his presence. "How could that be? I knew it wasn't a normal baby, but everything from strength to feeling wasn't up to the standards of a newborn." This child has outstanding talent that I have never seen before, because I don't have enough talent. Duran and I have to share the secret techniques passed down by our master. But this is Lord Steim, the little Duke of Raidon, who has the bloodline of a legend and a prestigious family. Among the 7 masters, this boy will be taught by CHR in the future. If it were this child, it would definitely be able to receive the master's secret completely. The first thing is to let the child meet the master. Thinking of this, he smiled evilly. On this side, the prince's army is fighting against monsters on the way. Loken and Devon rode horseback and talked together. The prince's scholars had accurately predicted the location of the monsters. That's right, Commander Chuxley, hurry up, we have to arrive at the right time to support the commandos in the Altas range. Right now above the prince's head, it was a subordinate of Grid who was observing. Looking back, it was indeed the royal ensign, but they didn't send an envoy to congratulate the little Duke Lord on his birth. Right, from a distance, you can see their murderous aura. It's clearly Prince Ren. The Lord often stood neutrally between the Emperor and the royal family, but the king's death is near, so the prince's worries seem to have finally surfaced. If so, then the Lord and Raidon are in danger. Thinking of this, he asked everyone to lower their heads. I could not help but predict that the group of soldiers suddenly rushed in, riding their horses with spears. You brat has sharp eyes. If you wear this cloak, you must be from the north, but why did you come to the dusty west? The order I received was to pave the way, become the merit of my captain Beda. He knew he was Marquis Steim's knight and attacked. Now it was clear that their target was Raidon. Lawton avoided the attack while judging the situation. Beda continued to attack mercilessly, flying quite well. Besides Phoenix, the north also has an interesting name. The current lord can no longer stand on Prince Ren's side. Serving the royal family and other people is now a thing of the past. So he immediately fought back without hesitation. If so, then I only have one job to do, which is to be a subordinate of the Lord, so he immediately ordered everyone to be killed and then returned to Raidon. The prince also discovered the above and encountered Raidon's patrol. I also intended to lure them from the front, but you guys did well. The assassination team infiltrated Raidon and captured the Duchess. In an emergency, you can even kill him. Duke Grid, this confrontation won't be easy. Just a basic shield cannot block all the royal glory, now in the Altus Mountains southwest of Raidon. All of the prince's troops were teleported. Hurrent smiled with satisfaction. I am very satisfied with the scenery below. Bunny must film well. My performance Hurrent commanding the commando team is about to begin. My program has also aired. I hope everyone will support it enthusiastically. The revenge match is always the best content. Hurrent thought to himself, the biggest advantage of Aura is its damage and shape-changing effects. In the big national competition, the level of completion was not good, so it could not be used perfectly. Now it is different. With rigorous training, it was possible to master this power. Boundless power became a reality. With just strength, I can overwhelm not only high-ranking rankers like Krauzel but also people with hidden strength like Anyus. Unexpectedly, he encountered both Roymand and Piero. Piero asked who these people were. That guy without any hesitation immediately drew his sword and intended to kill them both because he couldn't reveal their tactics. He killed them because he thought these were just 2 ordinary farmers. Roymand looked at it and knew it was the light sword separating from the sword's body and bending the air. It's so different from my father's aura. While thinking that, Piero stopped him in just one note. This surprised him. Piero calmly told her, he didn't expect that he would stick his neck in front of that sword. It seems like this is a very comfortable way to commit suicide. Even if you can't use both hands, you still have to defend yourself. I will teach you later how to defend him, and punished him for planning rice after 3 hours. Roymand looked at his teacher in bewilderment, but he was able to block that sword energy with a pickaxe. How strong is Mr. Piero? He's always worked in the field, so I thought he wasn't strong. It seems he's even stronger than Captain Asmoffel. The old man stood up and glanced around, judging around the battlefields on the mainland. These people must have been even more outstanding than Raidon, so he praised. The ability to control aura is also special, but the power is still lacking. The other guy was even more angry because he didn't think an old farmer would dare to comment on his strength, but that ability to block air was extremely good. Could it be that the rumors of the Seven Guilds invasion failed just because of a crazy farmer like this? So he immediately released the aura to accurately associate images for 2 days. This skill will fail if the broken image he has practiced for 10 months is more than enough. I thought it would make him instantly transform into a dragon, creating a legendary creature called Dragon Fire. His aura had increased a lot, but his power was still lacking a lot. Dragon Roar. Behind him was a giant dragon breathing fire. He suddenly did not think that that guy had reached this glorious realm. It was truly remarkable. There have really been too many people who gave up in the past, but now is not the time to complain. We must quickly use the iron pickaxe made by the Lord. So you increase the power of all agricultural skills. I will also use all my strength to show respect for your talent. Without hesitation for the soil tiller of Chapter 4, the ultimate agricultural method. As a result, the crowd behind was also affected and shot behind the guy holding the camera, telling Huron to quickly deal with the farmer. The next second, he felt that this was a farmer, which was wrong. Huron was surprised when he discovered that the old man was using Chapter 2, Fast Growth. i.e., Flare Particle Attack. The other guy finally realized that this was the crazy farmer in the legend, so it wasn't good to keep hiding like this. Now the only way is to return to the battle scene. Hurrant, this guy only has a mouth, but he still wants to take down Grid in 5 seconds. He smiled disdainfully in his heart. Hurrant always rushed to attack Royman first. It's not common to block my moves, right? There's still aura to see how well you can dodge it. Unexpectedly, he ran like a god, interrupting the two of them. The old man reprimanded him, saying how tired he was of dodging the trick. He planted rice for another 2 hours, so she had to agree. That Hurrant guy just now said, I heard that there is a crazy farmer protecting Radon City. It seems to be true, so I was surprised, but that means that if I defeat you, it will be considered that my position will skyrocket. Don't say those impossible words. Let's see how you can defeat me. At this time, Royman discovered that the place that was hit by the aura earlier had left a mark. And on that symbol, if Hurrant wants to release it, it will explode and explode. He threatened the old man to get out of the way if he didn't want the other guy to blow up the crazy farmer's body. This guy thought the farmer was stunned and laughed loudly. That kid's life was in danger. Surely you understand the situation now, right? Unexpectedly, he asked, can you engrave that symbol on the ground? Hurrant replied in surprise, I don't understand what you're saying, but I can do it with very high applicability. Contrary to what he predicted, the old man smiled brightly like a flower. The first time I saw someone like you, you were truly sent from heaven, born to be a farmer specializing in reclaiming wasteland. While one side was fighting fiercely, Lord and his son were playing happily. The father-in-law and Grid were playing with their son. Oh, this is the tower. He was only born 10 days ago. He is truly a genius. I also worried a lot about how to teach Lord. At this moment, the screen gave Grid 3 options. 1 was guarding, 2 was basic education, and the third was etiquette, all related to education. He was surprised to see these things. He had already been educated about it. It seems that his intelligence is even higher than Jude's. What? Because he might be arrogant. So anyway, it's better to educate him on etiquette. Lord suddenly looked sullen and pouting as if he was dissatisfied. Seeing that, he found it strange and asked, why are you making such an unpleasant expression? How can you understand all these words? Mr. Duke, you have delayed a lot. The blacksmiths are waiting. Raoul said, oh my God, I can't rest at all. Father-in-law, Irene, will be back soon, so I ask you to take care of Lord for me. So the two of them walked and talked, but lately I haven't seen many other people. Where have you all gone? The desert is safe now, so everyone has come to the vampire city to hunt, so no one has found any magic potion, no. But he did not receive a quest related to the expedition team sent by the old Lord of Radon to the vampire city. The number of expedition troops was 18,000, so something must have happened. Everything now has no trace left in the vampire city. I don't get it. We didn't have to explore the entire vampire city, so there must be traces somewhere. But is that an important issue? For now, that's probably the case. Currently. At this time, the soldiers hurriedly rushed to report, Count Raoul, so you are here, paying your respects to the Duke. Urgent news from Mr. Layden has arrived. They are currently engaged in battle with 5,000 enemy soldiers entering Raidan. They said the enemy army was the elite army of the royal family led by Prince Ren. When Raoul received this print, he chuckled. When accepting the title, please swear loyalty to King Wiesbaden, not the royal family. That's what he said. The fish I cast as a bait finally caught the fish, and the royal family finally showed its fangs. He chuckled in his heart. Unexpectedly, Grid already knew that the king of that place had passed away. So he immediately threw in the towel and told Raoul to tell Asmapel to summon soldiers to prepare for battle. You're hot-blooded, it's time to use those kids I have in the warehouse, this is the time to level up. As for Hurrent, after hearing his words, he burst out laughing. What? Reclamation? What nonsense, don't waste any more time, quickly open the way. I've given you the right to choose, do you want to farm gently with me, or after losing 2,000 soldiers, you can farm with me. It's true that people don't call you a crazy farmer for nothing. Hurrent is preparing to attack again. It seems like you don't understand the situation. Now I hold your lover's life in your hands. The girl was immediately released by the trigger and the port became painful. The old man is of course not the type to sneer. I understand your choice. All wheat. Suddenly increasing strength, that is technique number 8. So in just a blink of an eye, more than 2,000 soldiers of his subordinates were beaten in an instant. He didn't understand why farmers had such advanced killing skills as the legendary great magician's meteor shower. Now I have to defend first, so he immediately used dragon scales to block the wheat, but it was still cut in half. Only then did he realize that this person was that legend. It's so easy to be so disturbed. People really often forget that setting foot on the ground is the origin of life. The old man smirked. Now the distance between him and him was very close. After that, he just lightly touched the middle of his forehead and caused him to suffer countless damage. Falling backwards, blood sprayed everywhere. That's completely possible. Since the beta closed, I also know that there are many hidden experts in Satisfy. But there's something I absolutely don't understand. How can an NPC be so legendary? Strangely, that Grid's subordinate. After he finished thinking about it, he was shocked and fell into a critical state. His whole body was so injured that he couldn't get up. He smiled and asked, I don't know how the wheat field is anymore. Has it all exploded? Anyway, you'll come with me. Are you planning to take me prisoner? Fine, kill whatever you want, then do it. He now understood why he couldn't defeat Grid. Unexpectedly, the old man said, what are you talking about? Even if the army leader can't reach Raidan, why take him prisoner? You will go farming with me. Don't think about anything but just focus on farming. After hearing this, he shouted in surprise, do you know how much secret information I have? Without that information Raidan will turn into a sea of fire, so you must also treat me as a prisoner of high importance. Unexpectedly, his face was blank as if it had nothing to do with it. The guy holding the camera was now running for his life because half the soldiers were dead. He didn't understand what kind of monster that was, so scary that he could defeat Mr. Zabal like that. I also want to broadcast, but first I have to survive. I've finished filming all the reels, so I have to return to Prince Ren's main force. So he took medicine to increase his speed, but while walking, he saw Grid running like an arrow above his head. So he decided to rush over to take a close-up shot. As for Lauden's army, which is currently losing, the Marquis is here. It seems that Marquis is also here. Too much loyalty will become disrespectful. I also want to take you down, but it seems that I will give you a chance to live. A person like you defeated the capable people of the Beta Iron Wind Army, and the Black Demon Army was also defeated. You even blocked my sword 4 times. If it were about 10 years later, you would probably give me a different view. I have never seen anyone with terrible strength like you. What a talented person, Loken admired. But of course Lauden refused to give up and continued to attack. Unfortunately he was slashed in the stomach. Lauden clearly understood that swordsmanship was close to the basics and had been carefully honed over a long period of time. Can't see the hole at all. Chuxley's strength can be compared to Piero, the swordsman who made waves in the empire's past. My body is at its limit, but this Lauden, as the iron-armored sword of the Lord, I will buy time at any cost, he shouted loudly, determined not to let him take another step. As a result, I was hit straight in the back. Let's celebrate with His Royal Highness the Prince. Prince Ren came forward and said, "This is really the young talent who inherited Phoenix. He alone has kept me going for quite a long time. Erlstein seems to have many good subordinates." Even so, the victory was ours. When our army arrived, the moonlight was obscured by clouds. To secretly get to this place, it was worth going through the territories of the royal faction's nobles. I give you the last chance. If you repent, I will forgive you. After all, you are a citizen of Ethnal, so it is right that you follow the royal heir, me. Do you remember when savage monsters and cruel bastards trampled the north? The royal family at that time abandoned the north and stopped providing support. Lawton would of course never betray Marquis Steim. He replied frankly, only Steim was the only one who thought about the blood and tears of the northern people when the whole empire turned their back. The people of the north have sworn allegiance to their rightful master, for we will not listen to your suggestions. After hearing this, Prince Ren decided to execute him on the spot. At this moment, what Lawton was thinking was to ask the Lord to forgive him for being disloyal and walking before you like this. Unexpectedly, another sword blocked both of them. The Loken looked up and saw a golden hand holding a sword. It was Grid. He came to stop it in time. Coming here from far away brings so many people. It's time to show this group of ordinary people their hand. As soon as the soldiers saw him, everything turned positive. The Ren Prince glared at him, annoyed that a commoner could do that. The level of the prince's two most elite knights was clearly over 300. He landed and told Lawton, "But he was really weak. It's all bragging. How can your father trust you?" "I'm sorry, Your Highness. The average level of the Northern Army is 110. The average level of the Royal Army is 130. Why do you confront them? If you do that, your subordinates will all die." At this point the cameraman was ready to slap everything. He felt it was worth running here without resting, otherwise he would miss the opening scene, and there will definitely be more antis. But the moment he appeared, it proved that he was born as a natural protagonist. "It really smells like money. I will follow you, Grid. Let's show it off." Like the one who appeared during the attack on Gollum and Reinhardt. The prince's soldiers were also discouraged at this time. He himself realized that, so he had to change the situation. Loken confidently said, "When attacking the Golem, it was because of my incompetence that I observed the battle from afar, but later, thanks to my efforts, I became stronger than you were then, and I even received the title of talented swordsman. I'm also very grateful that you didn't know what the situation was and came forward to help yourself. We're looking for it." He smirked. "I remembered your foolish memories again." So the other guy immediately threw his sword forward, but he dodged very quickly. Really fast. I intended to aim for his weak point, but he aimed straight at my blade to block it. As if while you're getting stronger, I'm playing because it's not as good. Say something you don't know. What do you mean? He thought to himself, I've been wondering how to increase my understanding of the demon sword. It's probably thanks to the experience of increasing my understanding of the Rifale spear, a mythical weapon, so I can control it, be able to make it like that. Now I don't need to darken to control the sword. Was Yakult ready yet? The sword said, "Don't change people's names like that. His name is the strongest magic sword in hell." Well, after all, the opponent is also a talented swordsman. Even if he was defeated by the pickaxe before, it doesn't mean that this match will be lost again. If you want to vent your anger, just do it comfortably. Today's talented swordsman will definitely be punished. He confidently pointed his sword forward because he knew clearly that the outcome of this match would be his. Grid decided to use Tears of Blood. The skill can cause all objects within a radius of 30 meters to fall into an unbalanced state for 1.5 seconds. The unexpected result was that the prince fell off his horse. I, the heir to the royal family, have to kneel and submit. That power is truly overwhelming and terrifying, but if you want to become king, this is a mountain you need to overcome. So Loken rushed to attack. Do you think I will be subdued by this trick? So what about this attack? Loken didn't expect that his defense and magic resistance were equivalent to a high-level boss. Anyway, this guy's swordsmanship is quite simple. It might be difficult to fight head-on, but that's all the kingdom's talent is. Compared to speed, he is also much faster, so this is fast. What? How can you stop it? You're quite good. Hey, stop and quickly surrender, bad guy. Grid rushed into a frantic attack. Great, Thanks to the Iarug sword, I was able to see his openings. His defense was better than I thought, so he didn't have a single effective attack, but now with this move it will be over. Unexpectedly, Loken spectacularly blocked the attack from behind. It's too noisy, it's useless, your moves can't do anything to me. So he turned his head and slashed the sword straight. Loken's strength is not average. Grid felt relieved and thought, this guy's swordsmanship may seem boring, but why is it so solid? I've never seen this before. It was clearly different from Ibeline's extreme sword and the swordsmanship that Pierrot used. Orthodoxy, he didn't play any tricks, so there wasn't a single loophole. I couldn't target his weakness. It's not okay. When Prince Ren saw such momentum, his support grew even stronger. Even a person on our side that you couldn't defeat and yet had such a formidable aura. You are too arrogant, Grid. Look here, Duke Chuxley will defeat Grid. So the heroic group decided to move forward. Immediately stopped and shouted loudly, don't let those people touch the Lord, hold on to them. Unfortunately, after that statement, a series of arrows shot straight into his chest because there was another cavalryman behind him. In a desert that should have a wide open view, there are too many obstacles, get the hell out of here. On this side, Grid is not bad, concentrating on one side is enough to kill him, but he cannot be abandoned. Suddenly Loken hit the ground with a loud thud and asked him, do you still have time to relax right in front of me? At this time, the soldiers were about to move in to kill Layden when an arrow shot from behind, killing him completely. He squinted his eyes and turned his head to see that Asmapel had promptly led his army to join the battle. The commander has been on the battlefield since the beginning. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm sure it's not me being negligent, but you all look like you lack the ability to fight. 350 meters forward, shine with the power that the Lord has bestowed upon you. Everyone wearing armor, level 160. Shoot arrows at the same time. The cameraman was now even more excited when he saw there were more than 1,000 people, reinforcements. This battle would not end in vain. The Northern Army held out longer than expected, and the level of Marquis Stime's knights was also quite high. Raoul was now standing next to him and smirked. I didn't think we would meet like this, Bunny. I'm curious if you had permission to film here. Raoul, Grid's close assistant, the person who founded the elite outfit, an assassin like me. But I don't know when he approached. He glared threateningly. We'll talk about profits later. If he didn't want to go to the other world, of course he would agree. Grid's army fought and talked. The desert was such that we walked through it. That's right. I thought I was about to die during the hellish training and even while working in the fields, but it all helped us get stronger. From now on we can protect our family with our own strength. The Duke must have foreseen this. Own strength. The Duke must have foreseen this. Asmapel looked at his troops with satisfaction because thanks to the intensity of training equal to the second strongest group of Black Knights, they had resentment but quickly regained their confidence. After all, it was the Lord who saved them. Now the common people will begin to believe in their own strength, for this is where the thoughts of the people and the Lord's become one. We can only thank you for accompanying us all this time, my Lord. Then a series of arrows shot towards the enemy like a storm. Raoul on this side also prepared Qigong to increase his strength. After all, he was about to reach the master level. Dai Fan Long. Thanks to his strength, one shot almost destroyed nearly 1,000 soldiers. Prince Ren, standing behind, realized he had made a mistake, but was forced to advance even though many soldiers died. He knew he himself would have to endure this humiliation. The archer cavalryman now realized that it had only been 16 months since Grid took over Raidon, and yet he was able to train such elite archers, not to mention that number seems to be Raidon's total force. But are all of them archers? Otherwise, would they be knight-level talents that could master all types of weapons? Those are the seeds of reaction. Now I understand the prince's concerns. So he decided to destroy them all. The arrow rushed up towards Grid's reinforcements. Asmapel did not stand still but jumped up and destroyed all his arrows. That guy was surprised because even Chuxley's army couldn't destroy it, but he could, like challenging the best archer in the kingdom. Asmapel rushed forward thinking, after serving the Duke, all I did was collect gold coins and train soldiers. I needed a position to prove my worth. I guess I should send a thank you for helping this Asmapel to reveal his power. Loken was also being fought with a hand holding a golden sword. Grid was standing behind the archer smiling evilly. This scene made Esmapel cry out even more in despair, "Please give me a chance to make a difference, my lord." Sadly, he dealt a critical blow, the damage value increased extremely high, and the recovery level also decreased. Pagma's swordsmanship is extreme, the target's cognitive ability also gradually decreases. For a guaranteed victory. So he decided to use the Hell Sword too. One shot punctured his stomach, his eyes are white, his mouth is open, he intervenes in a duel and looks behind my back, without any decency or integrity. Aren't you just a hateful beast? Loken was going crazy right now, using his upper sword to stab Grid in the back. Grid has waited forever, in the end you are still a great swordsman. I don't know if it was because of anger that he lost his stability and exposed his vulnerability. Pagma's swordsmanship had exerted its power first, this was the decisive moment. So he immediately used the Pagma kill sword technique to exchange. That means your wound will become his. In previous battles. Thanks to equipment and immortality, even if you take damage, you can still maintain the advantage. Pagma swordsmanship is also prone to damage, so it is very suitable for great swords with strong destructive power. However, it is not effective with Elf and Stone, Braham and Piero. Because no matter how strong the attack is, if it doesn't hit the weak point, it's useless, and I realized something from my duel with Piero last time. If you want to master high-level swordsmanship, using a one-handed sword is more appropriate. At the same time, I also received the Iarut, a hand that has the same power as a great sword. It will exert its power depending on how much effort each person has put into cultivating, but even if I imitated Iarut's sword, I couldn't deliver a fatal blow. With just my own strength, there's no way I can control this guy. Even the last chance by provoking him fails. So when that guy frantically jumped up and let go, he smirked and said, "If possible, I would just use my own strength to take you down, but I probably won't be able to." He was confident that he would win before his opponent realized it. If I were here, the Eternal Kingdom would be destroyed in a few minutes, so you understand, only now did he pay attention to the hegemonic power. Many golden hands above his head pointed down, preparing to shoot. The moment he raised his head, he had already experienced enough blows. That is magic, arrow magic. He immediately fell to his knees, not daring to believe that white armor with high magic resistance could not cover that basic thing. Why did the blacksmith profession use offensive magic? Grid asked, "You've had enough, what now? It's over." He now understood that the rumors were true. Your strength had not only regressed but it also increased. He complained and was angry, but he still admired you. Admire him because he is truly a legendary blacksmith. Grid spoke frankly and declared, "Please remember, from now on this will be my territory. Any enemy who encroaches will have to pay the price." Someone once said that the legendary assassin was DeLuca. There were many speculations that he was the genius of the era, the teacher of Kasim and Duran. But all information about DeLuca was hidden and no one knew anything other than rumors. Blow, however, a mysterious and peerless person like him is known to everyone because of his mysterious and agile fighting style of an assassin. 10 years ago, the Eternal Royal family accidentally found one of DeLuca's secret arts. They brought back 5,000 orphans from all over the kingdom and trained them to be assassins, teaching them DeLuca's secret arts. Only 40 children survived and passed the harsh training to master a part of this secret art. Although no one has mastered it, that alone is enough to develop their abilities. With the Dragon Army, the Eternal Kingdom convinced themselves that their mission had a 100% success rate when assigned. One of the assassins thought angrily, there was still time to kidnap the Duchess, but why were they still outside the city walls? What exactly is this place? Why is it so strange? Even if they hide their presence, quite a few farmers still pay attention. Their movements were unusual as they weren't just farmers. There was also an aura of pressure being transmitted. Must hurry up, we can't wait anymore, our skills are not average. DeLuca cloak deployed. Everyone, come over here, the potatoes for your stomach have arrived, it's great, just when I'm hungry. Mr. Bland now increased his speed, coming like a wind. Are you a rainbow potato? Everyone immediately shouted that they had to share the food, but Bland just kept eating. They said that there were less than 100 people on the continent who could operate at that level. It was thanks to this skill that he was able to quickly pick up the potatoes. He was from a noble family, but the way he ate looked like he was possessed by a hungry ghost. Bland didn't care much and just ate happily. At first I just ate to live, but this dish is the dish that makes me crazy until now. The 7 flavors in a potato comforted me during the months of fear and insecurity when I was held hostage. Seeing him eating so well, the farmer smiled kindly and said, "You young people have to work very hard. Here, eat my share too." Bland thought, listening, these people sympathized with him. It's funny, but they are even more pitiful. If you have time to worry about others, take good care of yourself. No one wants people to get sick and die from physical weakness. At this moment he felt the taste of the assassin. He was upset when he thought their workplace was full of mice. On this side, his army was fighting fiercely, a title given by the royal family to those who had long reached the highest legendary realm. The prestige of this person in Reinhardt is worthy of that supreme position. That demeanor is majestic and aura. That day, I witnessed his sword style and then constantly encouraged myself and trained as much as possible. I thought I would become a talented swordsman and close the gap with him, but Loken held the wound in his stomach and whispered, "How could a legend be even stronger?" Grid replied coldly, "What are you talking about? I'm quite far away from you. I can't hear anything." Actually, Grid himself knows these things well. At first I thought it was because I couldn't complete the quest because I was weaker than other legends, but the legend still couldn't get over the wall like him. I don't have the superior control ability like the members of the Zadaka Guild, nor do I have leveling skills. And also does not have the ability to lead like Yura or Heroi. I only focus on the tasks right in front of me and don't have much time left to do other things, but they overcame the conditions and used it as their strength to do it. In other words, personal development or attitude is the problem, not qualifications. It starts from finding your own abilities and trying to overcome all difficulties. Grid smiled and said, "Anyway, we both have to do our best." Farrell crawled behind and asked, "You soldiers of the royal family, why do you dare to kill?" "Of course, only if you can survive can we continue to talk." He didn't hesitate and killed him in the next second. The screen displayed, he had defeated Viscount Farrell, the best archer in the Eternal Kingdom. The Bond clan will forever hold hostility towards you. Get 356,410,000 experience points. Receive the Thunder Bow. Farrell, my comrade, you must rest in peace. Seeing him kill the Viscount like that, the soldiers got angry and tried to attack. How could this guy do that to Viscount Farrell? The Shiva army attacked him. But Grid glared threateningly. If in front of him there were those who forgot the grace of rescuing the country and sent troops to wage war, a lord like me has a duty to protect our territory, and your prince must also understand that. Try not to let go. Time is on my side. Prince Ren is still stubborn. I will soon lock your mouth with these very hands. At that time, I will personally cut out your throat and put you on death row. As for the assassins he had to go to, Bland discovered them and fought them. Farmers, can you see our high-level technology? Who are you? How dare you stop us? He confidently replied as he put away the potatoes. Living here has opened my eyes. It has helped me grow quite a lot. Lord Asmophel has also participated in the war. It seems like there has been some problem. I would have helped you if I was first captured here, but now I'm not reluctant anymore. There are many innocent people, so we don't want them to suffer. Furthermore, I also hope the woman I once loved is happy. So he immediately used rockets. The other group now knew that he was not a farmer but a magician. I have had to work in the fields and been trained for 16 months. Although I am not as good as my master, I can still use some of my natural power. How can you understand? They understand clearly that if we continue to hesitate here, we will be misunderstood as traitors and we will all be killed. The leader ordered, "Don't give him time to use his skills. If you're a magician, you won't be able to deal with this skill of ours." What, is that guy a farmer, a magician or a swordsman? Cannot prolong any more time, break through him with your ultimate attack. So they immediately used DeLuca thread. And the kid inside the tower is having trouble with Lord right now. In less than a day, you can hit a target at a distance of 3 meters, the growth rate is terrible. If this child can definitely master the master's techniques. What is going on out there that causes shock waves to fluctuate so much? I didn't expect to encounter this familiar aura in a distant land. Outside there was a very fierce fight. He himself was curious who it was. This is exactly the killer technique, but someone is blocking it. Looks like they've met a worthy opponent. This time, the assassins were even more panicked when they saw that Bland could use two skills at the same time, making it difficult to determine his reputation. He smiled and said, "First of all, I like to eat and drink. This place is very peaceful. It helps me calm down, and the potatoes here are extremely delicious." Firebomb, so he gave them an explosive. And the grid on the other side is still fighting back with many troops, causing Prince Ren to lose even more. Confronting such an army and still maintaining strength, the reputation will be invincible, but he still firmly believes that he will win. Wait until this sword stabs you in the back because of that arrogant insolence. It seems like the opponent's archery technique has increased. The knights are protecting the duke, and the soldiers are preparing to defend, Loken ordered. Ren countered, "There was no need to sacrifice the knights I had worked so hard to train. We just need to hold on a little longer, so please try your best, soldiers. It's time for the Silver Dragon team to arrive. They are almost impossible to defeat. I can't believe there's no way those commoners could know my plan. We can still continue as long as we have the Duchess in our hands." But unfortunately, the magician behind him gave him the shocking news that he could no longer feel the magic mark of the Silver Dragon team. He couldn't believe that the Silver Dragon team could be defeated. "How prepared were you to deal with me?" Loken now ordered that even if he had to use all his strength, he must be defeated. "If there is a crack in this kingdom, even if I have to fill it with my own blood and life, I will do it. I will defeat you and turn the tide of battle." Having said that, Loken decided to rush forward. All the soldiers suddenly rushed towards him, taking him by surprise. "We cannot defeat the soldiers in the royal army. We can only overpower them, allowing our soldiers to gain experience points. This endurance makes us slow down a lot. They must have hit hundreds of them. There are arrows on our side, but there are still so many of them. As expected, military strength is still very important in the big battle." Layden now rushed out to stop. "In an emergency, the only person who can protect Marquis Stein is you. Lauren is willing to sacrifice her life to protect the Lord." Loken was so excited that he immediately jumped up and was about to slash him to death, but he gave Grid a chance to prepare. He was quite satisfied with Jude's loyalty, which was also the reason his father-in-law respected him. So he couldn't let him die. Grid grabbed his shirt and pulled him back. He was stunned and couldn't believe it. A noble would protect a guardian knight. Why after all? Pagma sword technique, a skill that can make the opponent unable to approach for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Loken rushed forward to continue fighting. Loyalty is like a mountain that will penetrate the fiery hell. Shut your mouth and bury your body under the pillars of your kingdom. Could it be that that skill doesn't work on him? He's gone crazy. Asmapel was just waiting for this moment for him to score. But Randy appeared out of nowhere and robbed him. Good times, Randy. It is impossible to divide experience points against opponents who are too strong. I'm ready for the final move, so we have to release the sealed power and end this battle together. Qigong Masters, Career Advancement Level 3 Circulate. Although its single combat ability is relatively poor, it is a class that can change the climate and terrain. It is time to use its power to fulfill the role of a leader tactician on the battlefield. Raoul finished using his power very well. Randy chuckled provocatively. What is this annoying seal thing again? So please take responsibility on the left. So a series of moves like rain made the other guy unable to bear it and wanted to collapse. Artifacts, magic, and clones may seem absurd, but they are all illusions. Is the appearance I saw that day the complete end of your power? Great victory, as Moffel. Collect the spoils with the soldiers. Now Grid has turned black. The Raiden army now advanced even more fiercely. Grid was exhausted. Raoul stood above and carefully calculated the calculations. These legendary level skills consumed a lot of resources, but didn't pay any attention to stamina and energy. Moreover, experts often rely heavily on skills that do not target and can dodge unconditionally. After all, why abuse magic arrows? The problem is that because they have not yet mastered the skills, they are dependent on the hands of God. Grid's skills will become increasingly slow. If compared to Yura, which has been trained from the beginning, the difference is even more obvious. In Grid there is no perfect hardness of Kraugel or Anus. Perhaps only equipment can help compensate for shortcomings and make a difference. I need to help Mr. Grid come up with more ideas. At this time, Loken had exhausted all his strength and ran to Ren and said, Your Highness, we will block this place, and you, together with the Silver Dragon team, make plans for the following days. Raiden is a desert land, so the soldiers' horseback riding skills are also poor. If you ride a Patrian steed, you will be able to retreat successfully. Duke Chuxley, but, surely you have not forgotten the purpose of this battle. Please remember today's sacrifice and shame to lead Eternal's future as the next king. All troops, line up and open the way. Raoul heard the conversation, smirked, and went straight to Raiden, but did he dare set foot there? We still have something to do with Grid. 13 leftist troops are ready to listen to orders. Ren immediately ran away to save his life. The difference in force was too overwhelming and the timing of the air attack was perfect. I also prepared an attack from behind, but those things were ineffective. Nothing. I've underestimated Grid's force and strategy. Too much sacrifice. To erase this humiliation, we must survive. First I need to retreat and then I will once again assert my position. I didn't expect that while I was running, I was suddenly startled by a flying spear. Prince Ren, if you don't want to fall into the hands of evil gods, stop. Archery while riding a horse. How can an archery technique that is difficult for even knights to perform but ordinary soldiers can do it? At their feet were mass-produced grid reins, which were securely attached to the stirrups. The risk of falling is greatly reduced. Horseback riding is an essential skill for elite troops, but it takes a lot of time to train in the desert because of the terrain. I made a request to see if I could solve that problem with equipment, but it seems Mr. Grid has made it very methodically. With that pedal, you can save a lot of time training elite troops. Truly a great piece of equipment. Dragon Army, protect me. Ren ordered them to open the way for him. Earl Lowell, who has real power, seems like even bows and arrows can't catch them. Don't worry, let's rain down on the enemy with the good arrows that Mr. Grid has created. The speed is quite fast. Can we catch them? I'll take care of the rest. How dare you? Do you doubt the capabilities of this body? So he immediately used the Earth Dragon's claws, causing injuries to those people, piercing their entire bodies. This made Ren's eyes widen in surprise and scream, How is this possible? How could the Silver Dragon team be easily subdued? The distance has gradually become larger. Just like this, let's go back and make the next plan. Well, there seems to be something that resembles a cat, right? And right in front of that bastard was the Demon King's beast pounced on him, wanting to tear him apart. Ren was soon caught, but he refused to surrender and shouted, How dare you? Not even the minimum courtesy. Do you know who I am? How dare a man of ordinary origin insult me, the first prince in the lineage? This bastard is crazy. Anyone who looks at him will know that you have invaded Eternal. Grid replied. He was still arguing. You, what did you say? How dare you say such arbitrary words to the royal family? Aren't you the one who rebelled and offended the royal family? Eternal's power and status must revolve around the royal family. Unable to listen anymore, Grid gave him a slap and broke his mouth, but he still didn't shut up. Do you think if a strong person tramples on others, will he realize his mistakes? In the past, you used to enjoy trampling and playing with the weak, but now you feel unjust when you kneel at my feet. Grid glared at his final fate. Full of people like him, there is no way you know what you did wrong. You are sentenced to death. Raoul used mind-reading magic to talk to Grid, because on the Western continent there was a law on war mercy, so executing the royal family was impossible. Additionally, that choice will absolutely make Eternal. So independence is fine. I will become king no matter what. It's still too early. If Raiden becomes independent, I'm afraid that Marquis Stime's northern territory will be isolated, and Raiden will also become a lucrative prey for the Empire. The prince's support has also collapsed, so please let him live. With that generosity, Eternal's position will be strengthened and he will also be able to establish prestige and loyalty to the royal family. I think you know well what it feels like to be defeated only by force. Grid clicked his tongue in annoyance at the reality before him. He had to sigh and ask, Prince Ren, I only ask one question. Something happened to His Highness the King, right? Ren gained momentum and immediately shouted to denounce him. That's right, to inherit the throne peacefully. I have no choice but to defeat you. If you had sworn allegiance to the royal family during your title ceremony, I would not have had to make such an extreme choice. Now Grid remembered, when accepting the title, he swore loyalty only to the kingdom of Wiesbaden instead of Eternal. Is this what Lal is aiming for? This brutal bastard, even though I was the one who did it first, he sighed helplessly and said, okay, I will swear loyalty to His Highness the King according to the prince's words. Prince Ren's sin in violating Raiden and harming the common people was extremely serious. Prince Ren is the king's heir and the pillar of the eternal royal family. I, Grid Eternal Destime, will pardon this sin as a subordinate. Loken stood there not daring to ask for his ear. For nobles, territory is life. The penalty for aggression is to pay with one's own life, yet he forgives that sin. Why are you going to ask for something? Grid said uncomfortably. This brat just looks at him and he's all messed up. That's because I want to maintain my loyalty to His Highness the King, and also to limit the chaos in Eternal. Is that okay? Ren was suddenly in shock, no matter what the reason was. But how can I show compassion to someone who intended to harm my uncle? He is so different from me. Can I sit on the throne with as much generosity as this guy? I swear as the first prince of eternity, I will never forget and will repay the sacrifice in favor of you who forgave this criminal for the safety of our country. The bunny was still stubbornly filming. Even though I had to pay a high price for Lal, I filmed an amazing scene. The ruler of thousands of alliances is on par with the royal family. Talent attracts people's attention. Indeed, a man can create content just by existing. All of them then followed Grid's orders and immediately withdrew their troops. Several guys from the assassination army are currently hiding at the entrance. If I go back now, there will only be failure. Bland then said this. What is it? You guys have something strange going on. Suddenly all the magic seals were erased. Surely your inner situation is also pitiful. Anyway, from now on you are free. I don't want to stain this land with vile blood. Get out of here quickly. The assassins couldn't believe their hands when they heard the word freedom. Orphans who were forced from birth to become assassins like us, to be free. They quickly said, we don't understand, and there is nowhere to go now. Please allow us to follow you. Don't bother me anymore. We are not qualified to accept even the weak. If you really want to do something, stay by the side to protect the Duchess. However, it's strictly forbidden to go inside. Okay. Save our lives and let us be free. We don't know what freedom is, but maybe it's not bad to slowly learn about this place. Eudeluca's magic has learned something interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their heads in disbelief that someone could see their magic. It was Kasim standing on the tree stump. Have you guys been abandoned? I'm also quite lonely. Maybe let me take you guys in. Lord Stein will rule the continent in the future. The strongest group of assassins will open countless achievements like his shadow. That was the day the foundation for the tragic darkness was laid. Our Lord's side is crying until they faint right now. We have destroyed more than 4,000 soldiers, but the spoils of war are only half that number. Didn't you say that if you win on the battlefield, you can sit on a pile of money? That's different from what you said, Raoul. Got 25,000 gold. You will soon become the owner of a building. So is this money still nothing? Instead of being sad, Grid smiled happily and said, war is great. Do it every day. Let's attack the capital? Impossible. Even if Raiden is a territory optimized for war, we cannot fight continuously. Even so, the soldiers must have become a lot more mature and strong enough to win the battle. It's been hard, as Moffel, thanks to you, we can easily win. I will try harder in the future. All the soldiers were surprised. That was true, whether in physical strength or tactics, they were so strong that the Northern Army could not match them. One day, I must learn Raiden's way of educating. Okay. Later, the training of the soldiers will depend on you, Grid said with a happy smile. Asmapel said lazily, why is he training soldiers again? You are 100 times better than that Piero who ran away when I asked him to train a soldier right before the battle. The commander-in-chief, the new farmers know, has finished confirming 850 prisoners. Ren is now going back to his land with his army. I thought I would lose the Silver Dragon team and 39 knights, even Farrell and Ondu. There are only 1,000 left out of 7,000 soldiers. How to soothe appease those who lost their lives because of my wrong judgment. The line of succession to the throne will fall behind, so I will need some time to reassure them. Loken replied, His Highness, who has noble royal blood, saved the life and affirmed the loyalty of Duke Grid. Just that is more than enough. Okay, first let's hurry up, I must stay by my side to protect my father and mother to the end. Aslan was the second prince to ride a horse and laugh. It's funny, my friend, I guess the results weren't positive. Aslan, you should be in the palace, why are you here? I was sure he would be defeated. It was reckless to try to confront a legend while being just an ordinary soldier. Ren bowed his head and said, I really have no face left. Alzan smirked, no, it's okay, it's just that I didn't expect that you guys would flock together to return despite being defeated. Why did you think I didn't stop you from going to war even though you knew from the beginning that you would lose? What are you saying? Someone like you who always speaks carefully. Loken now knew the situation was not good. As expected, Alzan ordered to kill Ren and let Duke Chuxley live. Before his eyes is the kingdom's valuable treasure, I understand. When Loken was about to challenge him, that guy passed him like the wind. Loken also realized that his magic was not that of his kingdom. He smirked, I'm often called the Ninth Knight. Ninth, and the unpleasant footwork I had to face for so long was a lone knight belonging to the Empire's Knight Corps. Unfortunately, before Loken could attack, he was beaten back and bruised. Until 100 years ago, Great Swordsman was not the title given to the strongest swordsman, only Sword Saint was number one, he fought without stopping. I don't think he's at a level where even his lord cannot protect him. With such simple swordsmanship, how can he be called a great swordsman? From the stance of a great swordsman who is almost at the level of Sword Saint, I feel ashamed. How is that possible? Ren finally died, Prince Ren, Loken cried when he saw his king fall. Aslan said nothing, looking with cold eyes, that guy was just a weak prince who couldn't even find a place for himself. He deserves to be eliminated for the sake of eternity in the future. In my kingdom, no one will be allowed to be weak. Grid now proposed to Krauzel in front of everyone. How? Fight me. So Piero quickly stopped. Lord, responsible for this, Asmapel stood next to him and interrupted him. Piero, quickly step aside. If you don't want to hinder the Lord, this is the time for you to step back. Miss Ruby, quickly hide behind me. Krauzel now slowly stood up. He wondered, was he suddenly challenging him to a duel, or was he trying to publicly punish him? Seeing that contemplative look, Grid immediately said, there's no need to be so tense, I'm just asking for an honest one-on-one match. Seeing that, he was secretly happy. Grid is truly a legend. This is a great opportunity for the Sword Saint mission to succeed, but I cannot accept an unjust war like this. Krauzel wondered about the nature of the battle. He asked Grid why he wanted to fight me. At this moment, Grid immediately replied, what is this? Why do you say it so empty? That's right, I dropped the honorific first, I simply want to see how qualified people with high ratings are. He now turned to say see, no, Ruby, please treat him. Krauzel wondered, cured. C sighed and said, Ace, are you really planning on fighting? I'm also really, hopefully, using it about 2 or 3 times will be enough. Hope, ultimate skill level, randomly restores 10% to 30% of target's maximum health. Krauzel suddenly thought, that person is a saint, isn't it? Grid's biological sister. Come all the way here and still live with close relatives. If so, then it is no different from reality. Everyone can freely travel around the world, and can experience many unknown things. Don't they feel sorry? Message pops up, Holy Sword SSS, fight the legend and win. Grid saw that and immediately pouted and grimaced, thinking, Sword Saint, he thought he would personally give that strongest legendary position to him. Damn, both the Lord and the others are here, I can't refuse, I have to fight with all my might. After thinking about it, Grid replied, okay, if you ask me to become a Sword Saint, this match will be very interesting, plus, I don't think we will lose, he thought to himself. In the match with Elphinstone, I made great progress. This match I will show what I have. A notification pops up, requesting a match. At this moment, Krauzel immediately took off his gloves and thought to himself, put these gloves away, and the important thing is how much endurance I have left. He immediately affirmed to Grid, I have witnessed your ability many times through broadcasts. I recognize your strength, so I know very well, there is no way I will lose to you, announced, match accepted. Grid carried 2 scimitars as usual. He emitted a bright red aura. Slowly he walked towards Krauzel. Seeing this, he thought to himself, they were wrong to think that he was a fool. Even though it looked like he was approaching normally, there was a pressure exerted on his opponent that made him feel the need to deal with it. Careful room. Looks like he's preparing some very powerful skill. As Krauzel expected, Grid immediately used his sword to rush straight towards where he was standing. But because he already knew that intention, Krauzel immediately dodged and lowered his sword to use the ascending mole skill to counterattack. But Grid is not ordinary. He gently dodged to the side, thinking, I have worked hard for many years to master this skill, but he can easily avoid it. Let's see if he can avoid it. Is this attack okay? When used by Grid, one sword hits Krauzel's shoulder. A notification appears, dealing 17,500 damage. Unexpectedly, he was injured by Grid. He thought in shock that the white-clothed swordsman's defense ability was very poor, and his defense equipment was not in perfect condition, even though his defense ability had increased. Thanks to the effects of the accompanying titles, green life is also reduced by 25% with just one attack. No, besides the previous Death King Anyus, there are other players who can cause such huge damage to themselves. He's so strong. At this moment, Krauzel became more cautious. He used white light to step back and wait for an opening. Grid saw that and thought to himself, my stealth skill, my observation ability is enough to find him, but I can't ignore this skill because of that. Pulled out the belt and complimented Kuong Kennen. Every 20 seconds you will receive 1 reward with random attributes. Get up to 3 times increased effect. He immediately released a smoke screen, a mist surrounding the battlefield of the 2 people. Krauzel thought to himself, what a smoke, this thing can't cover my eyes. Suddenly he was shocked. No, that's not it. He disappeared. His sharp senses were warning him of danger. Behind. That's right, in just a few seconds, Grid appeared behind him, intending to attack him in the mist, but Krauzel turned around with a sharp look and said, here it is, that item makes it impossible for me to see your movements. What's so cool about it? Grid thought in panic, did he see me? Pull. Was activated by Grid, but Krauzel's sky-breaking sky arrived first. Message appears, take 21,050 damage. Grid was knocked straight back. While the Grid was not yet in a stable position, Krauzel rushed up and slashed repeatedly towards him. Announce, take 3,500 damage, take 3,620 damage, take 3,480 damage. Grid took a defensive stance at this time, buying time to think of a solution. Even with the Demon Slayer's blindfold on, I still couldn't see the massive attack just now. This brat, compared to Piero when he was a kid, as a talented swordsman, he is even superior. He didn't look anymore. He shouted loudly. There was only a limit to how angry he was. The chain attack was launched by Grid to break that one-way position. Grid thought angrily. He had already moved out of the attack range. How could it be so fast? He shouted loudly, damn, you can see all the moves with just one look. Grid immediately threw the sword straight at him. Krauzel immediately bent down to avoid the sword. He exclaimed, swinging his sword to keep close to the target. What was he thinking? Suddenly the 2 swords turned around and slashed at him. But he still dodged it. It turns out Grid wasn't stupid and threw away his sword without a backup plan. Krauzel thought while running away from the 2 pursuing swords, this is my heavenly hand. The skill it uses is not difficult to dodge, but maybe that is not all this swordsman can do. That's right, behind those swords, magic arrows were released. Krauzel still dodged. He thought to himself, the next thing was indeed magic arrow magic. Witnessing it with his own eyes, he saw how terrifying its power was. The sword now said to Grid, just keep up with this movement. You're not blind, right? He shouted, talk less, give me all your support until we defeat that guy, Iarugd. At this moment, Krauzel only had a knife behind him. He thought to himself, the magic arrow bombardment had also weakened. It's true that the amount of health consumed is as great as its power. The remaining heavenly hand only needs to hold a dagger, but if it's just that, I can deal with it. Moving quickly, Grid appeared behind him. Krauzel just smiled and thought to himself, if we play each shot then this seems like a disjointed technique. He still needs to try harder. Even if we are not on the same career path, he still shows that he has the qualities of a talented swordsman. But that's not enough to catch up with me, I'm still far away. Krauzel quickly retreated backwards. Isekai blamed him, he's an idiot, he can't even keep up with his movements, so why ask for help? Remember the first time with Asmapel? Grid lost and sat on the ground. Asmapel next to him said, "It was an excellent match, Ace, although the result was not as expected, but even so, you can see Piero there is no negligence in the army." Even though he heard that, he still got angry and shouted, "Ah, I don't know, I'm so angry." Then he turned around and asked, "Piero doesn't have any weaknesses, tell me, I'll fight again." Asmapel replied, "It doesn't seem like an appropriate request for a knight." He said, "The Lord's sword is very upright, the intention to execute the move is quite clear, but if it is not enough, it will be very difficult to overcome the experts who are in a careful defensive position. The biggest enemy of the first mover is inattention, followed by the obvious failure of the follower. When we feel that failure is approaching, our steps will gradually slow down. Failure again does not mean failure forever. This is why those who lag behind always try to move faster," he thought to himself, going all out and then going all out again. Grid immediately rushed towards Krauzel's position. This speed made him panic. Kingdom Hero title binding skills. Avoid all attacks and charge until you reach the desired target within 200 meters. 1 hour cooldown. Roam endlessly. His skills develop rapidly. A pursuer behind always has to try to move forward like this, he thought to himself. The two swords pinned each other. He immediately said to Krauzel, "How is it? Does it feel cold down your spine when you are caught up?" Krauzel suddenly thought, "Is there a player who escaped my calculations?" He replied, "That's true. I should say thank you in advance. Thanks to you, I didn't feel uneasy about finishing the mission in a cowardly way." Then he turned around and slashed straight at Grid's side. He slashed two great swords down. He screamed in pain. This brat was not a robot, but every time he aimed to hit the weak point, he thought to himself, "I can't defend properly against him." Surprisingly, Grid was still able to survive. Krauzel thought, his defense was incredibly high. What defense item are you using? Grid activates Pagma swordplay. Bah, but Krauzel interrupted him. It was too late, and knocked him down. He thought to himself, even though he wanted to win properly, his remaining stamina wouldn't allow him to. He had to end this war quickly. Looking for storms, as the skill name suggests, Krauzel swings his sword like a storm that lifts the Grid into the air. After dancing, he thought to himself, does he still have 30% of his life left? He's really a monster. If he keeps fighting like this, he won't be able to stop fighting all night. Whether it's the attacking or defending side, they will be exhausted. I have to end it with this move, Meteor. He flew up to move above. Suddenly a sound made him stop. Krauzel suddenly exclaimed, "What is this sound? I've lost my balance." That was because Grid had activated Tears of Blood. Blood tears. All objects within a 30 meters radius will fall into a state of loss of balance for 1.5 seconds. Grid was happily thinking at this moment, everything was different from my prediction. The focus of the battle was that I was constantly being attacked. If not, I needed to counterattack. The so-called equal fighting turns out to be so frustrating. Activate the Blacksmith's Wrath. Within 30 seconds attack plus 25%, attack speed plus 40%, blacken. Increases dark magic power, changes to half ghost state for 5 minutes, maximum health minus 50%, attack power, magic power, agility plus 20%. Grid immediately rushed forward and shouted, "This battle is so interesting, it makes my heart skip a beat." Your sword pierced Krauzel's body. He suddenly thought at this moment, this is the first time I have this feeling towards a player. Only when the opponent is a boss of my caliber will I encounter such difficulty. It is also different from the gap of overwhelming the player's strength, caused by Piero. This is such a balanced battle. This guy has reached his best friend's limit and is somehow approaching his true strength. Grid arrogantly said, "Very interesting, how do you feel, second place guy?" Suddenly Piero called out in panic, "Master." A stream of red blood flowed out. "So Krauzel counterattacked you?" He secretly smiled and said, "It's not over yet and you're already talking about rankings, huh? It's so free." At this moment, the key members of the guild have arrived. Everyone is confused. Is Grid dueling? With whom? At this moment the message appears, the person who has become a legend will not die easily, your vitality will decrease to the minimum level and then activate the invulnerability skill to protect against all attacks for 5 seconds, after being stabbed with a fatal blow. Grid thought with a worried face, a blind spot that even Irug couldn't see, because I reduced my vitality points to turn black, so that sword move became a fatal blow to me, but that guy was also standing in the air, in a dangerous situation. Being able to use immortal protection continuously for 5 seconds is my absolute advantage. It's over. He now uses a burst attack. Kicking the Grid into the ring, he let out a painful howl. Standing up, he shouted angrily, that move pushed him away from me. Thanks to it, I was able to keep my life. Message appears, restore vitality through optional Duran's ring effect. Turned back and said to the sword, even when fighting Piero, you are useless. When facing a real opponent you are only a showman. Irug replied angrily, because most of my abilities are sealed. If it were my true ability then that swordsman would be nothing. Grid thought carefully, even though I felt like I used blackening too early, but if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to even hit him with a fatal attack when I still had one sword left. At level 10, that brat had already reached level 240, and after that he always maintained the first rank, so it was too difficult to win against him. Looking at the sword Krauzel was using, he thought to himself, that sword over there, compared to the legendary weapons I created, is not inferior to anything. I have experienced battles with level differences, but in this match, my stats seem to be much better than mine. I kept slashing and slashing until now when I directly encountered that difficult guy, I realized many things. The advantage of Satisfy is that if you have a higher level, you have more strength than your opponent, but I will prove it. My legendary reputation is earned through real records and efforts over the past time, not just an empty name. For my first mistake, the weapon I'm holding is a light single sword, but I still use shoes that are compatible with the great sword. Thinking about it, he immediately changed his shoes. Notice, remove Grid shoes, movement speed and evasion rate restored to normal. Equip Braham boots, movement speed plus 10%, cooldown minus 20%. He now used fly to fly into the air aiming towards Krauzel. Seeing Grid's tenacity, Krauzel silently praised, S-class sword saint candidate, sage of the western continent, hero of Pandia, peerless wanderer, and besides that there are countless other titles. The same effect also adds to your damage. If I keep fending off those powerful attacks, I will be at a disadvantage when on the defensive, but his combat power and resistance are like a boss. I just want to immediately take advantage of him. The person they said they didn't believe in his strength according to the videos or posts on the forum was insulting him. If he's really as dumb as public opinion, there's no way he can fight me one-to-one like that. Grid, he shouldn't be ridiculed by anyone. This talented man left me with no choice but to acknowledge his strength. All I can do is show my respect. That was all Krauzel thought while blocking and counterattacking Grid's powerful swords. At this moment, Krauzel put all his strength into one attack, Meteor Sword. The sword's path flashed in the sky like falling shooting stars. If not rigid, the Grid will retreat. Message appears, enter a transcendent state. Physical attack power is doubled. Basic attacks are converted into ranged attacks for 30 seconds. He immediately swung his sword straight at him and said, my second mistake, I can't directly confront the sword skill class that has superior control ability. Notice, taking 10,700 damage, Krauzel suddenly thought, he even wisely changed the direction of that attack. What a difficult opponent. Then he turned around and landed on the ground. Turn around and use the cloud formation to attack towards the Grid in the air. Grid struggled to repel each stream of attacks. He thought to himself, what a cloudy sky. Even with his keen observation ability it was difficult to detect. Both were seriously injured. This guy also knew that time was running out. Being in a transcendent state with his attack power can cause more than 10,000 damage that is gradually flowing out. Below, Krauzel thought to himself, the sky-high sword energy, my best skill, it's all over. The people on both sides are trying their best to avoid the attackers. Next is his final attack. The moment who will win this match will be decided. Krauzel now rushed towards the Grid. He said, 25 seconds, you probably won't be able to dodge that skill at this distance. The last part is everyone's ultimate skill. It can only be used at the decisive moment. Grid suddenly smiled in response, can you immediately see that my transcendent state has ended? that's amazing. But that's all you see. He swung his sword and slashed at Krauzel, but he turned around in the air to avoid it. Grid thought in panic. The sword's trajectory changed in the air. There was something very strange about that technique. He could fly even in the sky, this crazy guy. At this time, Krauzel said contemptuously, "Leave this last step to me, I will show you what top 1 is like." Won against him simply because of the difference in combat experience. But Grid is not dead. Message appears, critical damage, health remaining 13, Krauzel is now panicking, 33. Am I not cutting hard enough? Why is that? Seeing that the opponent was trapped, Grid smiled crookedly and said, "My third mistake was only using the heavenly hand to shoot magic arrows. So it cannot be rotated into other things." Hands grabbed Krauzel's limbs, he was stunned. This heavenly hand artifact was so fast. It wasn't simply an attack weapon, it was so versatile. He silently struggled, still not done. Now is not the time to decide victory or defeat. Krauzel tried to activate his super senses. But the notification appears, super senses cooldown is not complete yet. His face stiffened. Piero was standing below, looking up and thinking. Even though there was no flaw in his calculations, it seemed like he was quite shocked when he had to fight that unpredictable man. Although a bit rough, sometimes very sharp, sometimes clumsy, but also very solid. The Lord I worship is such a person. Grid used a combo attack to deliver a fatal blow to Krauzel. Message appears, take critical damage. You cannot die in duel mode. The mode ends when vitality drops to minimum. He thought to himself, I lost. Did my defeat happen when confronting him? No, my tenacity and desire to win are much worse than his. I can't blame anyone else. It's because I don't have enough strength. At this moment Grid cried out, be careful, and caught Krauzel. You said, if you fall from this height and die, you will lose experience points. Thank you. Suddenly Krauzel replied, phew, do I still need to thank you? Well, I think it's thanks to you that I can keep the first place on the rankings. Grid heard that and replied, what are you talking about? I will take it back, so watch out. Krauzel replied humorously, are you telling me I have to play the game for another 100 years? Looking at my opponent, Grid thought to himself, this fighting feeling and everything. This is the first time I've faced a top 1 player. As a player with a normal class, he pushed me into a defensive position. The simple truth is that those who persevere will succeed, and so will he. I am the one pursuing that truth, so I understand the feeling of confronting him. Will I be able to fight again and win against him later? But one thing I know is that I shouldn't turn this guy into an enemy. Suddenly Krauzel asked him, I asked him a question, I still have you, right? Why do I have time to practice and grow like that while being tied to family obligations? Surprised by that question, Grid immediately answered, I never thought I would be tied down by having a family, but one thing I'm sure of is that if I didn't have them by my side, I would have collapsed soon. Receiving that answer, Krauzel asked himself, humanity, I had thought that to be able to stand at the supreme peak, I had to throw it away first. Was that a wrong assumption, or not? Then he immediately replied, you and I are really different, but seeing your family happy is really admirable. At this moment, Grid immediately said, come to the smithy, I will repair the items for you, of course for a fee. In the smithy, Grid was currently repairing and examining items. Crystal Valve Cape +8, Ultimate Level, Durability 150-389, Defense 317 + 168, All Speed increased by 5 + 1, 5%, Evasion Speed by 10 + 3%, when equipping 3 set items, Defense +300, Evasion +5%, when equipping 5 set items, Defense +600, Evasion Speed +12%. This is the clothing commonly worn by the people of the Eastern continent. The fabric is made from green leopard skin, so it has outstanding defense and durability. Conditions for use, level 300 or higher, white-clothed swordsman, fairy. Other equipment also has similar properties. Looking at the pile of Grid equipment, I thought to myself, Taoists and fairies, they imitate Eastern culture, mentioning it everywhere in the game. It's written in the skill description as the origin of the supreme swordsmanship. Piero's moves are also from the Eastern continent. Pagma and Randy's restored outfits are similar to the robes in this mural. It seems like a mysterious land that I must go to at all costs, But that place is farther than the Dead Sea, an endless road. How did this guy get here? I can't ask directly. Seeing the small pile of equipment, Grid immediately said, what about the other set items? Take the remaining 2, I'll fix them together. He immediately replied, those 3 are everything. Krauzel suddenly thought back, thinking about it, he wasn't even wearing gloves at this time, so it must have been an inconclusive battle. As if reading that thought, Grid immediately said, I win, you lose, don't forget. Hearing that, Krauzel immediately replied, who cares? Seeing Grid's repair talent, Krauzel thought to himself, his repair ability is amazing, I have never seen power like this anywhere. He now shyly pulled out his sword and said, no. I was wondering if you could fix this for me too. Hold the sword on the Grid in shock. Silver Fangs +9, legendary rank, durability 1, attack 915 +48670, attack speed increased by 7 +2%, skill damage increased by 10 +5%, ignored target's defense increased by 20 +10%, increased damage when performing a slash after 3 successful combos, Drazen's favorite weapon, one of the 33 great demons, usage conditions level 310 or higher, sword master level 5 magic or higher. He thought to himself, I don't know why I feel so jealous, a level 9 legendary, it seems like it costs a lot of money, being the favorite item of a great demon, of course it must be great, and the attack power it's so terrible. But isn't there still too little explanation for a weapon of a great demon? The level limit is also low, the hardness is amazing, but this is the first time I've seen the mineral used to make a sword this. If it is a special mineral like blood jade, just understanding its properties will significantly increase the blacksmith's experience. At this point Grid said, well, I'm not sure but just in case. The true power of this sword, I wonder if it should awaken its true potential. Hearing that, Krauzel was even more frightened. Awaken the power of the sword, is this possible? Due to the limitations of the white-clothed swordsman, I did not equip all the armor, but the value of a perfect attack item is absolute, so no matter how much money I spend, it is very difficult to enhance it. At this point, Grid continued, in return I have a suggestion for you, suggested, Krauzel asked. He thought to himself, this is an offer from a legendary blacksmith. After examining the sword, it must be worth it. Then he replied, if it is within my ability, I am willing. Hearing the answer, Grid immediately replied, yes, that's really refreshing. Then I will welcome you very thoughtfully, ladies and gentlemen, activate the legendary blacksmith's appraisal skill. A notification appears, the legendary blacksmith can appraise items with a superior eye, in case a hidden feature exists in the item, that feature will be detected, hidden feature in White Fang has been discovered, information has been updated. White Fang +9, legendary level, attack power 1,015 +539, attack speed increased by 10 +3%, skill damage increased by 15 +7%, ignoring target's defense increased by 25 +25%, damage the damage of slashing attacks increases by 20 +10%, after 3 successful combos, if the slashing attacks hit, it will increase the damage to the target, forming a passive skill targeting weak points, in case of attacking the point, weakness of target, double normal damage rate, very high initial instant kill rate, 0 resource consumption, 0 cooldown time. Collected information about Bunhelier's fangs, materials for crafting items, experience points of legendary blacksmith skill, understanding divine weapons +10%, seeing those long lines of stats like a text, Grid thought to himself, it's amazing that the legendary blacksmith skill took 3 years to reach level 7, but now the experience points increase by 10% in just one time, and so does the sword. In addition, the attack stat alone has reached the strongest level, and with Krauzel's combat ability, highly difficult skills such as targeting weak points are enough to defeat the enemy. Suddenly a notification appears, the Bunhelier's eyes carry a curse, the evil dragon Bunhelier is always monitoring you, when the Bunhelier becomes stubborn, it can suddenly attack you, trigger condition is random. Crafted from the fangs of the evil dragon Bunhelier, it helps maximize the sword's power, but because of that, the Bunhelier's eyes will curse and haunt its owner. The great demon Drazen sealed a portion of the sword's power to avoid that gaze, but in the end the legendary blacksmith Grid lifted the seal. Those kinds of notifications made Grid pee blood. He panicked, cursed, that was the most terrible curse, being followed and attacked by the strongest dragon. I was crazy, I just wanted to show good intentions, but it brought trouble to him. At this time, Krauzel took the sword and asked, "What's the matter?" Startled, Grid quickly explained, "Hick, sorry, it wasn't my intention, just give me a little more time, I'll return it to its original state." Krauzel held the sword and silently exclaimed, "It was amazing, he was probably the only one with this kind of ability among 2 billion players." "Ha," Grid suddenly exclaimed. Krauzel swung the sword. He thought to himself, "This strength, it seems to become a completely different sword. It is the ultimate item that can make me 3 times stronger, and targeting weaknesses is a challenging skill, knowledge that can make my technique even sharper." Hearing that, Grid still wondered, "Are you okay?" Krauzel immediately replied, "Ah, is it because of the curse? If it's a bunhellier then it's okay. It's unlikely to appear at this time, because I once heard in a trumpet folk song, there was a passage that said that the evil dragon, 500 years ago, was sealed away by a hero." Grid was secretly wondering, what is a trumpet? What is that folk song? Is it true that you play the same game as me? I don't understand what he said. Then Krauzel gave the sword to him and said, "Please fix it for me." Then, "What is the price I have to pay?" Grid hesitantly said, "Well, can I make a slightly unreasonable request?" Around this afternoon, in front of the bustling smithy, something was making a lot of noise. Grid immediately opened the door and said, "What's so noisy?" It turned out that the other members were waiting in front of the door. Everyone's faces were cheerful as if they were saying to Krauzel, "Join, join, join." Grid thought to himself, "Going crazy, I know what they are expecting, but with their personality, anything I say will be useless." He then turned back and asked, "Krauzel, after all, we were fated to meet, do you want to have a meal with us?" Looking at the other guild members, Krauzel's face was filled with concern. He quickly replied, "So to speak. Suddenly my mother called, so I asked permission to go, log out." Everyone shouted in panic, At this time the other members shouted angrily, using mother as an excuse, "Let's wait here until he logs in and then kidnap him. Let's do it if we make him a slave. As a rule for the guild to use beggars, even the first rank will belong to our side. Vantner, you tie him up, since you are the most useless, it won't hurt anything if you die." At this time, Grid said towards Jishuka, "Absolutely don't force him, we can't recruit teammates like that." Hearing that, Jishuka replied, "Speaking of comrades, don't you have anything you want to explain to us? Why didn't you call us when the prince came to invade this land? Everything in the territory is the business of all of us, but now we are useless. Have you forgotten the promise you made when establishing the association?" Grid now confusedly replied, because everyone was hunting in the vampire city at that time, and as long as Lowell and I were together, the 2 of us alone would be enough to handle it, but looks like I thought I was right." Grid bowed down and apologized. "Lately everyone has been busy with the territory and searching for materials, so there hasn't even been time to level up. I wanted to give everyone private time to level up. Sorry if I disappointed anyone." Jishuka secretly smiled. "So that's how it was, when he was a child, because he was younger. I found him very cute. It seems like he's completely grown up now." Raoul sighed and knelt down. He said, "The one who should apologize is me." Grid suddenly exclaimed, "Ha, what are you doing suddenly?" Raoul continued, "Actually when Prince Ren attacked I judged that he still had many shortcomings, but the invasion was excellently stopped by a small force. Not only that, but he also won, even that opponent as strong as heaven and earth. I originally chose you because of the equipment you have, but now you have far exceeded the standards that I can judge, so I swear that regardless of this life or the next life, I will exchange my eternal soul, to serve you with an upright and pure heart, my lord." Suddenly Jishuka wondered, "I know what happened, but is it okay for Krauzel not to recruit him? He is ranked top 1. Hearing that, Grid thought to himself, the ability to improvise skills, how to use equipment as well as the division of physical strength, use of terrain, and even the depth of techniques. Every judgment and movement is meticulously honed. It is exactly the image of a master in my imagination. That's a very talented guy. He achieved such achievements on his own. For someone like me who received a lot of help from friends, it was a scene I couldn't imagine. Already wet must be wet together. It's a ship that reaches its destination with everyone's strength. Indeed, if you want to face the expectations of these friends, you must prove your self-esteem by all means, open your own path to become a sword saint, Crousel. Thinking about it, he replied, if he and I were on the same side, it would become a tug of war. When he said that sentence, Grid thought to himself, I will go on separate normal paths with these friends. 2 days later at the mansion. Grid pinched his son's cheek. Irene sat next to him and asked, he's still quite workaholic even though he's busy with so many things, but he still competes with that Crousel guy, right? At this time, he replied, I've already won, right? Our smart lord also knows that, right? He. Suddenly he worriedly thought, sigh, I can't stop thinking about the difference in strength between the two of us. Should I create more equipment to see if the situation can create more powerful equipment? No, but that's impossible. I need an item that's practical and powerful. My thinking also has limitations. I need more in-depth knowledge to develop my ideas. The prince's invasion made me realize that an eternal Raiden is not always safe. Looking at his wife, Irene, Grid thought to himself, to protect everyone, I must quickly make a decision. That decision will bring safety to everyone. He now shyly said to Irene, by the way, Irene, I know now is the time for me to take care of Lord. At this moment, she immediately smiled and replied, how can your running leg be tied somewhere forever? I always believe in you. Have a safe journey, my husband. The scene now became more emotional than usual. He exclaimed, Irene, thinking, Irene was also the Lord of Windstone. It seems like she always understood everything and sympathized with me. She immediately reminded him, but if the bird is injured, it will be very difficult to return to its home, so please cherish your body. Grid knelt down and held her hand tightly and said, I will always remember your words. He thought to himself, I have decided, let's act immediately, summon the Night Lowl. Lowl then appeared and said, please call me, my lord. Grid saw his haggard appearance and asked him why he was staying up all night. He had to shoulder all the difficult things in the city. It was hard for him. Hearing that, he immediately replied, it's what I have to do, and in the future I hope you will also trust me with that job. At this moment, Grid put on his armor and said, okay, then I will trust you and leave for a while. Raiden and my family depend on you. By the way, can I bring medicine from the alchemy facility? Lowl immediately replied, of course it's okay, but where are you suddenly going? Back when Crousel asked about his request, he asked, then, what is the price I have to pay? Grid then replied, well, that, I can make an unreasonable request. He thought to himself, I want to invite him to join the guild, but there must be some reason why until now he is still alone and has not joined any guild. I don't know what's going on, but I want to respect what he did. You said now, how to get to the Eastern continent, can you tell me? I immediately replied, phew, is that so? Even though it's information that I found with great difficulty after a year of traveling around the Western continent, but it seems like I owe it. Maybe this is that enough to pay. There is an archipelago in the southern sea of Media Sea Kingdom named Benin. It is an archipelago made up of a total of 66 small islands. There is a sage stick present somewhere in this archipelago. If you find him, you will be able to move to the Eastern continent. The Behen Archipelago is a very dangerous place. You must navigate 66 island passes. Some high-level rankers became frustrated when they couldn't even get past the 10th island, and Styx often lived on islands 25 to 29. Rosal thought to himself, Crousel had reached his limit on the 30th island. This island is said to be the current player's limit, but Grid was the one who beat me. Maybe he can reach it. Something bigger than Styx maybe. At this time, Grid was taking notes, turned around and asked, what about the Media Styx? It sounds a bit vague to find. There is no place with its own name. He secretly smiled and thought, there are higher mountains. I hope this time you will show me your talent even more. He said, I advise you to prepare carefully before going. Until now, it's still quite a challenging task for me. Behen Archipelago, back to the present. Grid flew up. He said, I'll go there and leave. No one understood the baby's babbling to his father who was walking away. But only the Lord knows the greeting that day, clearly wishing his father good health and peace. And time unsatisfied does not allow for gaps between events. Japan is in turmoil because of some incidents that happened at Rebecca Church. Damien, the best player in Japan, suddenly disappeared from the rankings after placing second as the Holy Knight of the Rebecca Church. There are rumors that he has switched to a hidden profession, having recently become the Pope of Rebecca. At this time a reporter thanked him. "Thank you for accepting the interview. As a Japanese, you have become Pope with absolute power. It seems that Japan was weak and satisfied. In the end you were also able to rise up. What is the secret to your success?" This filled Japan with joy. Although they did not win a medal at the first international tournament, this was also an encouragement for them. The power of the Pope of the Rebecca Church is absolute. Even the kings of several kingdoms bowed to the Pope. That's why the Japanese have great hope. They believe Damien will develop many policies that benefit Japanese players and also contribute greatly to the development of Satisfy in Japan. He now replied, "There is no secret, because from beginning to end we always receive help. I was able to become Pope, thanks to Mr. Grid, and most Japanese people are interested in everything from Korea." In such a situation, Japan's Damien hero praised Grid in particular, and that caused outrage. Grid was one of the main reasons why Japan was disappointed at the international tournament, which in turn caused quite a lot of backlash, opposite too. That's what the reporter noticed. He asked, even though I believe he caused great damage to the Cherry Blossom Festival, the criticism in Japan is really fierce. I think you can show your sincerity by building a temple for Rebecca on the territory of your home society." He immediately replied, "The construction of Rebecca's shrine must go through strict conditions. We cannot build the shrine with special favors." He immediately objected, "Are you saying that Raiden, with a population of only 20,000, has passed those strict conditions? It's obvious that there is bias." At this moment, he immediately replied, "I only did so to repay my gratitude to the benefactor who helped the Rebecca Church." He continued, "But isn't it a bit too much for you to thank me like that?" Frankly speaking, there are also accusations that the Pope has exchanged favors for personal gain. I heard that if he only saved Rebecca's daughter, he and a former otaku would take actions. Bias for Grid. At this time, Damien stood up and objected, "I will not criticize the government for trying to bring benefits to our country, because every country is the same, but he is many times more benevolent and better. Others just sit idle and aim to take advantage for themselves. It was God's will to let me know that person. That's the person I praise. I can praise Grid as much as I want." Regardless of whether he was recognized by the nation and the public or not, he made his own decision to put his trust in someone who would help the church grow. The day Grid arrived at the Bihan archipelago, right now, a series of Japanese assassins are filled with hatred at Damien's interview. They cry out, "What a ridiculous otaku, just because of an imaginary woman, he sold the honor of his country to another country." A guy next to him announced, "Master, this is where the Ice Flower Guild was destroyed by the Faker God of Death." In the article, it was said that as long as you capture the stupid Pope when he passes by, you will have a chance to take revenge. The president said at this time that he was just a rumor spread to polish their names. Can Faker face Bondre on his own? We should be more careful with domestic enemies than these bastards. Someone shouted, "He's coming." They were in an uproar. They came to pay everything to Raiden, Pope of the Church of Rebecca, Damien. A mediocre pope does not deserve to be honored, and property that is not earned but is still acquired must be confiscated by the state. Capturing those who have forgotten their roots and bringing them back to their homeland, that is the mission of Yoshimura and our Cherry Blossom Association. Danger has been approaching Damien. At this time at Grid's mansion, Lau also read the interview. He shouted in panic. What the hell is he doing, anyway? He bluntly declared that he was a fan of Grid like that, so what should he do? He thought to himself, the church should have been a line of defense for the growth of the Luxury Goods Association until it got into its proper orbit. The Rebecca Church had to stand in a neutral position. If it got entangled, the unnecessary scandals caused by publicly supporting the Luxury Goods Association will cause them to lose their influence. At this moment, Damien immediately called him, Lowell. He quickly answered, Damien, we asked you to be careful, but what is going on? Why are you making it public like that? At this time, Damien quickly reassured me, I know, but there were too many hostile forces pressuring me both inside and outside the game, so I was forced to leave my neutral position, so I announced my support. I and the association ask you to understand me. Lowell asked worriedly at this time. I could guess Japan's reaction, but what about the game? Damien immediately explained that the Saharan Empire is in the process of trying to turn the Church of Rebecca into the state religion. Lowell, you know how serious that is, right? Lowell panicked when he heard that news. The Saharan Empire intended to make the most powerful church on the continent the state religion. A religion merged with the imperialist nation was the most terrifying weapon. The power of the Saharan is so strong that it can be said that 17 kingdoms in the western mainland are under its rule. They can prohibit those outside the empire from worshipping the Church of Rebecca and then turn them into tools for the development of nationalism. The Saharan Empire is becoming more and more arrogant because it has no opponents. If the Rebecca Church belonged to you, I wouldn't have helped Damien become Pope. If you want to reach that ambition, you have to step through my body first. He immediately pulled out the report and said, I have grasped the situation. We will definitely prepare a countermeasure. Lowell has begun the work of stopping their sinister plot. Returning to Damien's position, he said to Happy next to him, I was planning on telling the details after arriving at Raiden, but when I heard Lord Lowell's voice, I realized how serious the situation was. The little girl now wondered whether the Lord of Raiden was a good man or not. Your Holiness, he immediately replied, of course, he is a very benevolent person. I am sure he will find a solution for all of us. Anyway, Happy-chan, is it too hard? Let me carry you. Damien clearly shows the appearance of a perverted otaku. Hearing that, the little girl immediately refused. Dear Pope, please save your face. But he still begged her to climb on his back. This is quite a long way for a child. Face is not important, so quickly climb on my back. I will carry you. The girl immediately replied, then you will have to carry all 200 people here, sir. Although I don't know how many times you've carried him with that small back. It turns out that Damien's perverted behavior has happened many times, true to the nature of an otaku like him. Hearing Happy's words, Damien immediately looked down and happily said, Happy-chan's soul is really cute. Okay, I'll carry everyone. Unable to understand her revered Pope, the little girl said angrily, I mean there's no need. Please think of your position, Your Holiness. At this time, hiding in the bushes, the Cherry Blossom Gang members were wondering, are you so happy to turn your back on the country? That Pope, I don't understand why he gave such great power to that trash. Yoshimura pulled his bow towards him and said, Tani the Grid defeated me on Croc Island and I lost the right to rule the island. The archer rank also decreased from 2nd to 4th. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and said, the target we have to defeat is so clear right in front of us. How could we miss it? He shot an arrow straight towards him. Because he was in a dangerous position, he thought to himself, let's take this attack first. But Happy quickly realized the danger. The girl quickly jumped up to grab the arrow. Yoshimura cried out in panic, catching the bow and arrow from this distance, nothing more. They held their spears immediately and expanded their defense line in the blink of an eye. Those young women, they couldn't believe it. At this moment, Damien secretly laughed and said, how dare you attack Rebecca's daughter candidates, even though I don't know where you are hiding in the forest. That action is stupid. Hearing that, he panicked. Rebecca's daughters were the strongest holy knight candidates who could use divine weapons with natural divine skills and had strong aura. It was said that those girls, whether or not you can use divine weapons, also carries with it terrible power. They should have been raised discreetly in a secret temple, so why did they come with Damien? Meanwhile, Damien activated the goddess's eyes. Glowing particles from his palm scattered everywhere. Notification appears. The Pope has received the blessing of Goddess Rebecca. Probe all living creatures within a 300 meters radius under the sight of Goddess Rebecca. Demons and monsters belonging to the demon race will take damage big. Their locations were immediately revealed. He looked at each of them and silently said, there are exactly 180 names. At this moment, Happy is next to you and advises you, Pope, we will handle it, so please step back. Suddenly everyone was surrounded by divine light. That is the goddess's blessing skill. 10% of self and companion's ability points for 5 seconds, neutralizes one attack, forms a shield that absorbs 8,000 damage. My back is always there to protect you, please stand behind me. He now became more serious. Many magical circles appeared behind him, whispering, the goddess's wrath. From the 2 magic rings, light shot out like laser beams, destroying everything in front of him. Message appears. Gigs member takes 14,100 damage. Kinji member takes 15,500 damage. Rockman member takes 14,990 damage. Member Yoshimura suffered 12,100 damage. Orochi member takes 9,900 damage. Each of them stepped back in panic. After having the power of the Pope, Damien is now like a world boss. They shouted in panic. Every single guild member was at least level 210, yet they were seriously injured in just one hit. Such a wide area skill activated in just a few seconds. Fool, Island, what a human fire, how could this happen? Damien saw that and immediately replied, you have underestimated the power of the Pope who is carrying millions of lives on his shoulders. It is also possible that you came to attack me without being properly prepared, now bear the consequences. Yoshimura was still not discouraged. He shouted back, the opponent was a Pope who had just ascended the throne not long ago. As long as we pay attention to the Pope's special skills, we can handle it. The whole team quickly adjusted, cut it down. At that moment, Damien changed his cloak into the spear he used when he was a knight, rushed to him and said, let's see if that was another mistake of your judgment. Pope is just a name, my true power lies under the three-tiered crown. Yoshimura immediately shot many arrows at him. He secretly thought arrogantly, as a holy knight he would obviously be very fast and strong, but there wasn't enough to compare with an archer of his caliber. Without his skills, Pope, you are just a holy knight after all. I have never had to suffer when dealing with an enemy who is a holy knight. Damien now used his shield to block all the incoming arrows. He thought to himself, it's a starlight shield. It's true that he looks like a holy knight, but it's also difficult to penetrate the defense here and there. I need to pay attention to this guy's attack power. He was once ranked second in the holy knight rankings. However, the paladin's swordsmanship still has many limitations compared to the sword master profession. His sword moves are quite rudimentary and his attacks are quite simple. When he fails to attack me, he will definitely reveal his vulnerability, that is, my opportunity. To me, holy knights are just good targets. Even though we can't easily defeat them, they're not a threat either. Suddenly he received a sword across his chest. He panicked. The holy knight's swordsmanship can actually reach me. Meanwhile, Damien jumped up and danced hundreds of sword strokes, making it difficult for him to fight back. He now realized that something was wrong. It was so different. Something was very strange. This brat doesn't use the swordsmanship of a holy knight. He exclaimed at this moment, it can't be helped. How can a holy knight use such wonderful swordsmanship? Is it because you have switched to a hidden class and are no longer a holy knight, are not? At this moment, he immediately replied, assuming the goddess's role, I am still a holy knight, because of my unique profession. My skill in swordsmanship is also higher than that of ordinary holy knights. But just holding a sword in your hand doesn't mean your swordsmanship suddenly becomes this sharp. I remember the days in Raiden City, when I was training with Piero. Saying goodbye was also difficult. Piero told him, today is the last day, you must be very tired, you have worked hard too. I have an advice for you. To reach the ultimate swordsmanship, the heavy sword is slower than the happy sword, and compared to the illusory sword, there is a slight difference, but it is still the great sword that suits you best. At this time, Piero pulled out the tiller and said, this thing is called a sword. It depends on the speed of the transformation. Whether the sword is fast or strong depends on your sword heart. The sword is controlled by strength, while the illusory sword is controlled by the mind. But don't forget that the heavy sword is also a great sword. For swordsmen, the heart of the sword is still the most important. Heard but didn't understand, Damien scratched his head and replied, thank you for your advice but it's a bit confusing. Piero immediately smiled and replied, even the Lord had a hard time realizing it. Even if it's difficult, don't worry too much. Notification appears. During the hidden quest, you can receive additional rewards when your favor with Piero reaches maximum points. You have received teachings on swordsmanship from Piero and have acquired a lot of knowledge, plus 30% accuracy when equipping sword-type weapons. This effect applies exclusively to sword mastery skills. At this moment he suddenly exclaimed, what is it? Piero's words, although I didn't fully understand them, they were clear in my mind. Looking at Damien, Piero said kindly, you are different from the rest, you have always listened to my teachings, just like you always repeat someone's name, you are trying to endure the practice because that person is right, yes. That is the nature of the sword, Because reason is already in your heart, so you will easily recognize and find your sword mind soon. Your sword is already strong enough, and will become stronger and stronger, again. Back to the present, Yoshimura is running away but still bragging that, with that authority and strength, you side with someone like Grid. Are you really planning to turn your back on your own country? The light from the sword was now brighter than ever. He rushed towards him and said, the strongest sword is the sword swung with all your heart, if the power of love is great enough. Whether that heart is bound to a country or not, a series of sword strikes fell, a message appeared, Guildmaster Yoshimura had died. The remaining guys rushed towards him. The Guildmaster, this mixed-race bastard dared to do that to the Guildmaster, killing him. Turning back, he smiled and said, I advise you to widen the dividing wall in your hearts. You have been imprisoned in a narrow land for too long. If you have the opportunity, try to experience being a farmer, part-time. All members of the Cherry Blossom Association died, which was a huge loss that caused the entire association to stop operating for a while, but that event was insignificant compared to what was about to happen in the future. A few days later in Raiden. At this time Damien was being blanketed at the gate. He quickly explained, hey, there seems to be some misunderstanding. Even though I look like this, I am indeed the Pope of the Rebecca Church. The guards immediately shouted loudly, how can a Pope hang around here with the smell of blood on his body? Get out of here quickly before Goddess Rebecca punishes you. He was now worried and thought to himself, how awkward, being on guard because he was fighting to protect the children. I don't think they would believe me even if I wore the Pope's outfit. What should I do? At this moment, Lowell went out to relieve the siege. Quickly get out of the way. He was the Pope of the Rebecca Church. Damien now exclaimed, Sir Lowell, how lucky. Looking at the group of people behind him, Lowell asked, are they children with you? They don't look like a convoy. He immediately replied, the Roman Curia is not a good place to learn everything about this world. Maybe going somewhere will help the children. He thought to himself, at most they are just children. Can they help? Lowell continued, let's go inside and talk about building the temple. The situation is quite serious, so we need to discuss it, to minimize possible risk variables. Damien expressed his sincerity at this time. Can I say hello to Mr. Grid before going there? It's been a while since I last visited, but sadly for him. Lowell immediately replied, Lord, he will not return here for a short time. Damien asked now, yes, where did he go? Grid has now arrived at the archipelago that Krauzel told him about. He said, it's too far away. After all, we've already arrived, so are countless high-ranking players discouraged from the first island. The sealed wall appeared in front of him. A notice appeared. Only one person could enter the island. The method of exit was unknown. Note that this is a place with a very high chance of death. Do you want to proceed? Enter the Bihen Archipelago dungeon. No. Seeing that, Grid secretly smiled and said, I don't care about the fate of weak and ignorant people, but if you don't stop it, it's taboo, so you have to be careful. Well then, let's get started, shall we? Entered the Bihen Archipelago. Entered the island first. He looked around wondering, what's wrong? There are so few flowers. There's nothing else besides a few rocks on the white sand beach. The area is also smaller than I thought. Is it true here? At this moment, someone watching through the ball of boredom said, sigh. Haven't seen humans in a long time. What ambition did he come to this island at the end of the world with? All those who went before or those who were eliminated yearned to go to the other side of the Dead Sea, but during the past 100 years, only nearly 1,000 people knew where the key to get there was. He said, and the one who guided them to that key was me. Even if they knew about the existence of this stick, no more than 10 people could cross the eastern continent. But in the end the enemies will all kneel from the first of the 66 islands. The first island will wear down the player's stamina to the limit, and drain their health. It's been a long time since a player came to try, but they were immediately eliminated. Announcement, mission created, first island, survive for 20 minutes, reward 1 challenge point, mission will start in 5 minutes. Grid now wondered, survival, how can there be a survival card when there is nothing here? What is the challenge point? It is similar to the English score. I don't know what it is, but I guess I have to pay attention because countless high-ranked players have collapsed here. Look around and make a plan. Looking down he wondered, There was something like a pattern, something like a magic circle. Other than the surrounding patterns, I don't see anything special. If it was a 20-minute survival mission, would there be things like monsters from there? There are a total of 4 patterns like that. I don't know what will happen. Should I rely on my hunch? It's the same with numbers, but when it's ambiguous like this, it's best to use feeling. Notification. The mission will start in 10 seconds. The sage now thought to himself. What he saw were only a few magic circles. It was natural to pay attention to them. Okay, so Alf, during the next 20 minutes the Celabu will be summoned from there. Although their defenses are poor, they are ferocious monsters with attack power and speed that humans cannot keep up with. This hell is full of Celabu pouring out from the 4 magic circles, not 20 seconds but 20 minutes. He had to fight them here. Even if I don't watch him, I know for sure he will fail. Even though it's been a long time since anyone tried, I don't even have a little hope. Just like a withered tree that cannot bear fruit even though the weather has warmed up, in the end, these tarnished islands broke our hearts in a short time. But contrary to what the sage thought, those spiders were immediately knocked out by the girl. He said boredly, "What are they? Are they really holes for monsters to come out of?" Now he panicked. What? Unbelievable, defeating the Celabu in one blow. Does he possess an item that can defeat enemies from 4 factions at the same time? But to harvest the fruit, it's impossible not to put in some effort. These Celabu are pouring out from the hole without limit. The spiders released poison at him. Grid quickly dodged away. He thought to himself, can't the speed of the Heavenly Hand's attack keep up with the speed of these spiders? Even if I were exposed to all this venom, I wouldn't be able to stand it. That's right, the ability to apply the Heavenly Hand Warrior is 30% of my ability points, and my sword proficiency is elementary level 7. No matter how good the sword is, if I'm not proficient enough, I won't be able to fully utilize it. Power. The super link was activated and many other spiders were destroyed, but nothing was done. He exclaimed, it's a pity to have to share experience points, but give me a hand, you guys too. Is it time to eat, Nyang? The anchor immediately launched. At this time, both of them rushed left and right, clashing with the spiders. Behind Rendi has turned into Grid. The girl who used magic arrows, she exclaimed, wow, that's a lot. Grid called out, you two should support the defenders in the east and north, I will take care of the rest. Noe angrily exclaimed, it's not much to share, the owner's greed is so dirty. At this moment Randy wondered, north, east, angry hellcat, that lowly 2-legged animal, even the direction is unknown, you go to the other side Nyang. And this side is my prey, so don't get too close. The message appears, Celabu has been destroyed, received 612,000 experience points, Noe Pet has received 204,000 experience points, Randy Pet has received 204,000 experience points. He thought to himself, every 2 seconds he can destroy 2 monsters. The speed of increasing experience points is beyond imagination. Announcement, my sword mastery level increased to beginner level 8. The Heavenly Hand's Kiem's proficiency level increased to elementary 9. Thanks to the constant hunting, the God's Hand's growth rate was also extremely terrible. The higher the level, the faster the speed of defeating monsters, so the speed of gaining experience points is 20 times higher than when in the Vampire City. This island is really interesting, Grid thought. The first island has so far left many players in despair. That was the day when the Land of Despair turned into a great hunting and leveling ground for Grid. Notification, completed first island, mission successful, received 1 challenge point as reward. Challenge points are used when purchasing items from a challenge store somewhere on the Bihan archipelago. You say goodbye to the 2 of you now, it's been hard, first go back and wait for my order, Noe exclaimed, you're so full Nyang. It's time to go to bed Nyang. Randy waved his hand. See you again Grid. Grid looked at the indicator board. He exclaimed in panic. Experience points increased by 15% in 20 minutes. What a pity. Neezy, it took 20 days instead of 20 minutes. Then I could quickly catch up to Kraugel's level. Stepping onto the second island, he was surprised. Whoa, this place is really big. It must be 10 times bigger than the first island, right? Looking ahead he wondered, what kind of chest was that? Announcement, quest created, second island open locked treasure chests. Keys to each chest are hidden throughout the island. Most are fake keys and each chest uses a different key, so you have to find as many keys as possible. 3-day period. Rewards 1 challenge point for each box opened. In case you cannot open or more chests within the specified time, you will be kicked off the island. Our sage now, sadly said, he was lucky to pass the first island with a unique tower. The place where many players were eliminated was this second island. He thought sadly, that place was a search island. In 3 days it was impossible to find the real key and fight monsters everywhere on this large island. The ability to observe and be observant to not miss even the smallest clue, and the intelligence to come up with answers. The first island could be that his ability is both suitable and suitable, but mourning the second island is useless. In the end, it's just luck, but I completely understand the feeling when you can only sit and watch. But Grid was confused and wondered, what's the matter, is it over? It turned out that it was too easy. The master key he had previously created could easily open each chest. With a universal key, the more skillful the user is, the more types of locks they can open. The sage was shocked. What exactly is this guy, opening all the chests in just 10 seconds? Will he become a legendary thief? He's an anonymous guy. How could he do that? Grid also wondered. I don't know what it means. Is it morning on the next island? But Stick's shock didn't stop there. Message appears. Enter the 4th island. Enter the 4th island. You have caught a super fast mouse. Completed the 5th island. Overcoming the cursed poison gas island. Completed the 6th island. Entered the 7th island. Entered the 1st island. Boss level monsters will appear one after another. Completed the 9th island. Successful missions receive a reward of 24 challenge points. The current challenge score is 102 points, a very high score that few people can achieve. In front of those notifications that kept popping up, the venerable sage clenched his chest and said, he is the type of person I have never seen before. I can't believe it. No, my heart, I have to calm down quickly. But on the hellish island nothing was this easy, that he could pass so easily without tiring at all. At this moment, he thought to himself, this island must have made him very surprised and encounter many difficulties. If he was even more shocked, even he would be in danger. Not only Styx feel the danger, this is the hellish Bihan archipelago, but even Kraugle faces many challenges. This guy is also sensing unusual danger. He now wondered, there was something very strange, there was no way it could be like that. He was confused. What? How could it be so easy? Is this really the Bihan archipelago? Have I come by mistake? That's not it. It's that he didn't realize that his abilities were optimized to overcome this place. Entering the 10th island, a white box surrounded by many giant vines, a truly wild and majestic scene appears. Inside, our Grid main character is frustrated and complaining, is this an island or a box? Because the place was so large and wide on all sides, it was difficult to estimate its size. Opposite seems to be the exit, probably about 2 kilometers. Around him were countless pillars stuck straight into the ground that seemed to have some purpose. He wondered, what were those old pillars stuck here? There seemed to be thousands of pillars like that all over the place, this island. He sighed, even though I don't know what they are, since it was so easy to get here, I don't know when to get nervous anymore. While having fun, suddenly the system appears. The mission has been created. On the 10th island, avoid the lightning that falls like rain. The reward is 30 challenge points. Specifically when the mission starts, avoid the lightning bolts and go to the exit. When the mission starts, avoid the lightning bolts and go to the exit. The lightning bolts cannot be resisted in any way. If you are hit by lightning, you will die immediately. The mission starts in 30 minutes. Grid showed a tough expression and looked at the surrounding pillars, unable to resist but would die in just one hit. The difficulty suddenly increased again. There was nowhere to avoid. Around here there are only these pillars. He thought that they were just taking up space in vain. Then he activated the legendary Blacksmith's appraisal skill. The blacksmith became a legend who could appraise items with great insight. He later learned that the pillars were actually lightning rods but were only 1/20th as durable. The effect of attracting and absorbing lightning, low durability because it has been severely damaged. It will immediately turn into ash after being struck by lightning. This is an item that does not have hidden features, has received the method manufacturing method because the understanding of lightning rods reached 100%. He seemed to sigh as he grabbed the pole. A lightning rod, It was still better than nothing, but if it crumbled in just one shot, then lightning would hit him no matter what. If he didn't have the speed to dodge, as tall as a Kragel or Faker, it is absolutely impossible to avoid lightning. Somewhere the image of the grid is projected back through a small glass sphere. A person is observing it. The number of players who have challenged the Bihan archipelago so far is 990, and more than half of them are given are high rankers and had to give up on the first and second islands. Only 392 people reached the 10th island. Of those 392 people, only 65 people made it past the 10th island. The difficulty of this 10th island is incomparable. A guy who looks like a sage clutched his chest and panted, because this agitated my weak heart. I couldn't stop thinking bad about him. From what I observed, I could see clearly, he has strange abilities, but this 10th island is a place that only people with divine control can pass through. Whether he could move 2,000 meters while avoiding lightning strikes 3 or 4 times per second to reach the exit was impossible. Even the artifacts he had could not block his lightning. That island. The sage looked surprised but also somewhat regretful. Although it was a pity, this island where he couldn't use anything other than his physical ability was the last island. Suddenly he saw Grid carrying a huge smithy and doing something. He was surprised. What is that thing? A portable furnace. Moreover, what is he doing? Going back to the grid, it's been a long time since I've built quickly in the field with spare materials, even though the structure isn't complicated. In his hand he was holding a lightning rod, proudly, nominally made by our legendary blacksmith, but even if it was roughly made, it would still be better than the old lightning rod stuck over there. The other observer was shocked again. Lightning rod, lightning rod. No, my heart is broken. What was that just now? The purity of molten iron was refined to an amazing level. He used magic, used a warrior's sword, opened all the chests like a thief, and now even possessed artifacts that only billionaires could have. He bowed his head to the ground. This time, his refining ability surpasses the standards that a sage like me knows. Immediately after that, the system announced that the mission had begun. Thousands of lightning bolts began to shine down. Grid held the lightning rod in his hand, shaking it back and forth and exclaiming, after all, it wasn't that dangerous. Even so, I still had to be careful. The observer doubts life. What the hell kind of talent is that? Could it be that he is the legendary blacksmith? What is his identity? At SA Group's Korean headquarters, Lim Chul-ho lamented, "Oh goo, so tired. I feel like I'm lying on a chair playing games." After returning home from Paris, the venue for the second international tournament, I had to go to work right away, so my body didn't have any strength left. Less than 2 months left, until the tournament takes place. The other staff will probably be busy too. Even so, you should take care of yourself. He rubbed his eyes with both hands. Morpheus, is there nothing special happening to those 5 extraordinary people? It is known that 5 players, including Grid, Kraugle and Anyus, who went beyond Morpheus's prediction, did great things even though they had only been out of sight for a few days. Kraugle and Grid faced each other. Anyus encountered Braham's soul. The other 2 were focusing on leveling up. He was surprised after being informed. Anyus meeting Braham was in my plans, but Kraugle and Grid had a confrontation. Why? Kraugle went to Raiden to meet Piero after receiving the Sword Saint quest. Lim Chul-ho continued, "Hey, just received the Holy Sword quest. Kraugle is truly a perfect player. Anyway, if the opponent is Grid, then it's relatively easy, so he probably succeeded. Yes, it will be interesting later." System notification. Kraugle has failed the Holy Sword quest. Lim Chul coughed in panic. What? Only Anyus had a chance to win in the PvP match with Kraugle. How could he lose at the hands of Grid? The system replied, Kraugle was not in peak condition, at least. The equipment is not intact, so the Grid's win rate has skyrocketed from 21,13% to 54,98%. The probability is calculated based on the accumulated match data, skills and equipment of the 2 players, but it is impossible to be sure that it is accurate. Kraugle 185 times and Grid 13 times makes my analysis useless. Means. Lim Chul coughed and laughed lightly. Seriously, the initial win rate of 13% was already an amazing number. It's hard to analyze data. It's not wrong that I named them 5 extraordinary people. I probably have to watch that video after work to get rid of the fatigue from the work line. The scene suddenly turned back into Raiden. A pair of yellow leather boots appeared, finally arriving at Raiden. Dividing the recording time to level up was not useless. The information board appears, nickname Nyang Mong, level 197, pet master profession, real name is Kim Do-yoon, a talented top star of the Republic of Korea, but a level 197 player like you, he can overcome the powerful monsters in the desert alone and satisfy. That's because he makes the monsters temporarily on his side. Not normally pets are limited to 3, but he can raise them. Got 9 children, thanks to the pet master, a top-class profession specializing in solo. Soloing can be understood as hunting alone without a teammate, Nyang Mong thought after entering the city's barley garden. The owner of this large city is Grid Star. The Duke's authority is terrible. Not knowing how much effort I had to put in to get here reminds me of when I first debuted. Anyway, I can meet Noah soon. Just thinking about it makes me feel better. While he was happy, someone walked up and asked, "Who are you?" He thought, why so suddenly, farmer? Nya, I'm Nyang Mong. Piero replied, I've been watching you from afar. Those animals know you and follow them. What a dreamy talent. These pets can be used in farming, right? Nyang Mong replied, is that so? Excuse me, but I have something to do here, so I can't. Then what was he thinking? This person is so strange. Piero acts like he's powerful. Without my permission, you can't enter Raiden. Follow me, I have something for you. Nyang Mong was confused. What's going on? The city is so big that crazy people are also walking around here. Knowing that, I should contact Grid or Ruby first before coming. Then Nyang Mong got cocky, thinking that Piero was really a farmer. Even though I don't know who he is, he's probably just as weak as the farmers. That's the person who will soon become a farmer because he accidentally set foot in Raiden. Just like the appearance of rice and sprouts are different, he will wholeheartedly fulfill the role of a farmer. We caught a glimpse of Nyang Mong being thrown away by Piero and his pets were chasing. In the future, he will become even stronger through hidden missions, and Raiden's agriculture will also become more and more prosperous. That is also the day that professional breeders in Raiden were born. The truth is that even though the Lord is absent, Raiden is still growing stronger day by day. This is the same as the Lord testing on the next island. Grid is surrounded by many lizard people. Grid is facing a lot of lizard people. It's hard to think. There are up to 1,000 level 230 lizard people. Normal lizard people are all very strong and have good recovery ability, so the number hasn't decreased at all. I looked down on it because before, everything was too easy, so I didn't think of a way to deal with it and just started the task. The 3 ponds near the huts that I found before the mission started were the source of their strength. If I couldn't do anything about those ponds, fighting now would just be a waste. Grid angrily thought back. He said he didn't know anything about lizard people being stronger thanks to the aura emitted from those ponds. What a fool he was to listen to that kid. From the 11th island, the mission has begun to change in the form of combat. Every 10 islands it changes. Later on, it will probably consume more time and physical strength. Grid continuously fights and slashes with the surrounding lizard people. Anyway, the main target is their queen. The lizard queen is a level 300 pink lizard. At the 11th zodiac mission of the system, is to defeat the lizard queen, and the reward is 36 challenge points. That thing seems to be a dropped item. Pink skin, a high-value first-class material that fakers often bring. It's a pity to see it here where I have to do this challenge. This place only has experience. Test not to drop items. But it's okay. After all, my original goal was to meet the stick sage, so it doesn't matter what the reward is, but I couldn't focus on the match because of the confidence and doubts that arose when I reached it. Here,